Chapter 341. Shire Hobbits, Baggins. Inside the Dark Tower, thinking about this news, Sauron summoned the ringwraiths and began his own arrangements. Clang. The gate of the tower opened, and Gollum was escorted to the border of Mordor. Weak and disgusting little thing, if you still want to live, then go find the ring, understand? Don't think of playing tricks, our people will keep a close eye on you. Gollum. Gollum nodded quickly, he called out weakly, and walked out along the narrow path of Mordor. Dangerous place, I will never come again, Gollum. Very smoothly, under the instruction of the highest leader of Mordor, Gollum left Mordor, and arrived at the battle zone between Ithilien and Mordor. At this moment, Gollum only felt fortunate. Falling into the hands of Mordor, being alive is considered a success. As for the ring, as long as I am smart and move faster, it is not certain who will get it. But no matter what, the primary goal at present is to find it first. Feeling the vague sight around him, Gollum felt his teeth itching with hatred. It's all the fault of that hobbit. It's all his fault. I will go find him, take revenge on him, and get our treasure back, Gollum. Muttering, Gollum walked out of the Grey Mountains and planned to start his journey. Then he disappeared, disappearing in the battle zone between Gondor and Mordor. Where did you go? The spies and informants said by Mordor were anxious. If they lost it, Sauron would really skin them physically. I am sure that the adults are talking about him. In an orc camp on the border of Mordor, the lame weirdo looked at the strange creature in front of him, who kept shouting, "Let me go, if you don't want to be killed by your master," and kept making strange noises, and his mouth curled up. He hid Gollum secretly. A few days later, a spy from Mordor came to ask, and the weirdo shook his head seriously. I haven't seen the thing you were talking about. The spies who were responsible for tracking Gollum looked at each other, all with a headache. They told the weirdo, "Let your people search well and notify us as soon as there is news. This is the master's order. Do you understand?" I know. I will report to the master as soon as there is news. After getting the promise from the weirdo, several spies left quickly. And the weirdo did report the news to his boss as he said. That night, several rangers responsible for the response set out from the stronghold at the crossroads and headed straight for the roadside fort. Swoosh, arrows flew down from the city wall, blocking the sudden enemy. On the Great Wall, Levi looked at the various monsters that appeared more and more frequently in the north, and fell into thought. This is really unexpected. I never thought that Aumar had been completely cleared, and the Great Wall had to be used to defend other things. There are many things you can't think of. Behind Levi, a voice came from far away. Gandalf. The grey-robed wizard quickly dismounted, walked quickly to Levi, and said, I know where those things in the northern wasteland came from. His face was unprecedentedly serious. I had doubts a long time ago, until recently, I read some ancient scrolls in the ruins of Gondor and Arnor, and finally found some clues. What clues? Clues about the North Wasteland and the ring on Frodo's hand. Gandalf felt his scalp tingling when he mentioned these things. How come so many important things are gathered together? 2 pieces of bad news. 2? Levi raised his eyebrows and motioned Gandalf to continue. The first one is the northern wasteland in front of us. I have some clues about the evil creatures there. I have a very familiar feeling about them. This part of my memory was awakened recently. Gandalf whispered, They are all species cultivated by Morgoth. They are more evil and dangerous than anything in Middle-earth. I suspect they all ran out of an ancient underground fortress. Although Morgoth was expelled from this world tens of thousands of years ago, and his fortresses fell deep underground, as far as I know, there are still many things that have not been cleaned up, and there are still many mysteries that have not been solved. The demon wolf and the trolls in the ice cave are not important. In Morgoth's army, these can only be regarded as miscellaneous soldiers. The main force of his army is a legion of Balrogs and dragons that fight with Balrogs. Hearing this, Levi couldn't help but tilt his head back. That's quite challenging. More than challenging. Gandalf shook his head. Levi, you are still too young, and you haven't seen many things. The darkness that covers the sky and the sun, and the power that can sink the land and destroy a huge country in an instant. Levi also shook his head and retorted, What you said is unlikely to appear in this era. Oh yes, it is indeed unlikely. Gandalf came back to his senses and continued, Let's talk about another thing, the ring with Frodo. That ring, I am sure, is indeed the supreme ring that can control many rings. I have suspected it for a long time, but I have never been able to confirm it. After all, as I said before, it is related to too many things. Before getting definite evidence, I dare not make a hasty decision. Levi asked with interest, So what makes you sure it is it? It's this. I spent half a year looking for this in the great library of Gondor. It was pressed at the bottom. Gandalf took out a shattered ancient scroll. The ancient scroll left by Isildur. He spread out the old scroll, pointed to a place on it, and said, "Look here." Levi leaned over and saw a golden ring painted on it, which was very detailed, with details in every direction. Exactly the same, right? Look, I've said it a long time ago. Levi spread his hands. Forgive me, Levi, it's not that I don't want to believe you, it's just out of caution. You know, I haven't mentioned this to anyone else, only you and I know about it. Then what should we do next? Find a way to destroy it. It must be destroyed. Gandalf's attitude was very firm. There is no other way, listen to me, Levi, except to destroy it. You must not have any other ideas about the Supreme Ring. There are too many tragic precedents. Levi smiled and said, Then you can rest assured, I don't have any other ideas. The main thing is that you should understand one thing. This thing is not necessary for me. I don't crave for something it can bring. Just as Levi was talking, another person came to visit at the Great Wall. The man waved to Levi. So Levi's words suddenly stopped. Of course he recognized it. It was the excellent ranger he personally assigned to guard the Crossroads stronghold. Wait a minute, I'll be back in a minute. Chapter 342. Gollum has been caught. As soon as he came up, this excellent ranger brought Levi a piece of heavy news. Tell me more. It was sent by the lame Uruk leader himself. He caught Gollum at the pass near Minas Morgul. In addition, he also said that Mordor's spies were following Gollum, and it seemed that they wanted Gollum to lead them to find something. Levi nodded and asked, Where is Gollum now? In the stronghold at the crossroads, many people are watching him. Okay, I know. The ranger brought all the information, and after whispering with Levi about other trivial matters for a while, he left with Levi's new instructions. We have new things to do, Gandalf. Back on the city wall, Levi relayed the many pieces of information brought by the ranger. Good, great. Gandalf nodded repeatedly. Let's go find Gollum now. He must know a lot of useful things. Besides, I heard from your people that he was released from Mordor, which means that the enemy must have known something. Our intelligence cannot lag behind. That makes sense. Let's go! Levi waved his hand and rode on his horse first. He told Gandalf, The Crossroads is not a completely safe place. I will go there first to transfer Gollum to other places. Well, let's go to Nanhedo. I will wait for you in the city of Nanhedo. In a hurry. Gandalf complained and followed Levi to the roadside fort. Using the roadside fort as the starting point, Levi arrived at the crossroads from the Hell Passage, while Gandalf took the heavenly road and walked slowly towards Nanhedo. When Gandalf had not yet completed 1/3 of the total journey, Levi had already arrived at the crossroads stronghold. Creak. The ranger stationed here opened an iron door for him. A little thing curled up in the corner slowly raised its head and made an unpleasant gurgling sound from its throat, which was full of fear. Gulu. Levi called out his name. This is not the first time we have met. You must remember it, right? I know you. You were originally a hobbit of the Strong Body clan. It was only because of some evil thing that you could not control that you became what you are now. Long-lost memories came to his mind, and Gollum widened his eyes, wondering what the man in front of him meant by saying these things. And I know more than that. I also know that you killed your best friend, then fled for fear of crime, and became a despicable thief, robber, and harmed people everywhere. No! Gula glared and yelled, arguing, You are wrong, we are not thieves, we are obviously the ones whose things were stolen. Watch your attitude when you speak. The ranger on the side couldn't stand it anymore, so he grabbed Gula's neck and made him quiet down. Cough, cough. Vomit. Gula struggled weakly, and immediately couldn't breathe. Levi waved his hand, so the ranger put him down and threw him to the ground. Gulu. Gula twisted his body on the ground, and at this moment he finally figured out his position, and he didn't dare to continue yelling. Don't argue with me, I said. I know what you did in the past. Even your family couldn't stand your evil deeds. If your grandmother hadn't driven you out, your only fate would be to lose your life in the public anger. After saying these words with a stern face, Levi approached Gulu again, squatted slowly, and said in a gentle tone under Gulu's innocent eyes, I know you still have a trace of conscience in your body, and you also regret what you did, right? Gulu didn't speak, just lowered his head, and made a gurgling sound in his throat. Levi could hear a sense of depression from it. If someone else said this to Gulu, he might not even bother to pay attention and turn around and leave. But here, he must listen and think about these words seriously, otherwise neither Levi nor the ranger beside Levi is easy to mess with. Even if one of them looks fierce, and the other seems to be a little softer. All these, under many conditions and restrictions, let Gula reveal a trace of true feelings. All forced. You still have a chance to change. It's hard to say that Gula didn't contribute to the free camp. After all, he was a hobbit before. Even if he got the One Ring, he could only do some bad things like stealing and cheating. If another race got the One Ring, the harm it caused would definitely be much greater than his. In a sense, he hid in the cave with the One Ring for more than 500 years without coming out to harm people, which was actually a contribution to peace. 500 years. The One Ring played the Lord of the Rings, Gollum, for a full 500 years. If it was not just an evil ring without emotions, it would probably go crazy before Gollum. Reformed? Gollum was attracted by Levi's words. Yes, reformed, but the premise is that you have to atone for the evil things you did before. When the sins are atonement, you can be free. We were always free before we were caught. Gulu suddenly whispered with a ferocious expression. After saying this, his eyes suddenly became clear, and he said to himself in a frightened manner, "But we have never been truly free." Shut up, he said to give us a chance. Gula covered his head and struggled. His voice was fierce and aggressive at one moment, and timid at another. Levi stood up, glanced at the ranger next to him, and signaled to him. "Give him food. It's time to set off after you're full." Set off? Where to? Gula's attention was attracted by Levi's words. He looked up at Levi and said, "Are you looking for treasures too? We can take you there, as long as you don't hurt us." Not interested. Levi shook his head. "There are other people who want to see you. Wait, be honest, behave better, no one will hurt you." Gula subconsciously looked at the ranger next to him. The ranger said sternly, "Lord Levi will definitely do what he said. You don't need to doubt his promise just now." Okay, we won't move, we will stay here honestly." The gate closed, and Levi left with the ranger, who was responsible for watching Gollum. Just when Gollum was relieved, suddenly, the ranger came back again. Gollum immediately tensed up. He was too familiar with this situation. In Mordor, every time after being interrogated, the orcs would come and torture him again, whipping, kicking, and punching. "I knew we would be tortured again. There is no trust, Gollum." "What are you talking about?" The ranger frowned, and asked in Gollum's puzzled eyes, "What do you eat, meat or vegetables? Do you like it raw or cooked?" Chapter 343. Faced with the ranger's question, Gollum hesitated for a moment and tentatively answered, "Then we want meat." His voice was full of confusion and doubt. Obviously, the ranger's behavior was somewhat beyond his expectations, which made him a little incomprehensible for a while. But soon, none of this mattered. A moment later, the ranger brought a steak with neat and beautiful patterns, and a plump salmon. All raw. Gollum subconsciously shrank back. Is it poisoned? But on second thought, they seemed to have no reason to do so. Besides, the legend had made a promise. Hunger eventually overcame doubt. After rolling his eyes and convincing himself, Gollum could no longer hold back and immediately began to bite and swallow with big mouthfuls, looking like a starving ghost, and almost choked himself. "So delicious, ahem, Gollum. I've never eaten such clean and fresh meat." Beside Gollum, the ranger stared at him, frightened by his appearance. He didn't dare to leave either, mainly because he was afraid that Gollum would eat too excitedly and choke to death. But this little thing is really strange. He seems to be intelligent. Lord Levi said that he was a hobbit before, but he is different from ordinary hobbits. He likes to eat raw bloody things. Between raw food and cooked food, he chose the former. You know, hobbits are very particular about food, and they will never just take a piece of raw meat with blood and start eating it directly. But this point can be explained. The ranger looked at Gollum, who was eating voraciously, and remembered what Levi said before. Gollum was eroded by an unnamed dark thing for too long, and the degree of erosion was too deep. Even his living habits were changed because of it. Burp. A voice came from the prison. "Looks like you are full. Then let's go." The ranger opened the door and motioned Gollum to come out. Gollum opened his eyes and asked, "Where are we going?" Obviously, the ranger could feel the change in Gollum. After eating, this guy seemed to have changed into a different person. His eyes were clear. "To a safer place. Just go." A moment later, Levi led Gollum and several rangers out of the base, all the way west, into Rohan, across the East Mark, and across the bridge. Very smoothly and quickly, in less than 10 days, several people arrived at the city of Nanhedo. Gollum got his own house here. The environment was so good that he wondered if he had done something good unintentionally, or if he was going to die. "Is this a paradise?" "No, this is a prison." A guard answered his question. "Prison?" You mean this clean, tidy, bright room with no disgusting smell is a prison? Thinking back to the environment of Mordor, Gollum was obviously a little bit unbelievable. The guard outside looked weird. Isn't this just a standard single room? You call this good? Then this guy has never been to any really good place. It's time to eat. The professionally trained guard didn't say much to Gollum, on the one hand to prevent himself from accidentally revealing any information, and on the other hand, he was not interested in saying too much. He just silently brought clean food, and then watched Gollum wolf it down. Oh, good food, good drink, good living, this life is so happy. At this moment, Gollum's mentality has changed a little. This change caused Gandalf, who arrived here a little later than Levi, to rarely play tricks when asking him questions, and he said everything he should say. You really have a magical power here. After interrogating Gollum, and discovering the changes in this guy, Gandalf was also amazed. After staying here for a long time, maybe Gollum can really. How is it? Did you get the information you want? Basically clear. Gandalf nodded. Levi asked, what are you going to do next? Frodo, I plan to go to him first to confirm the safety of the ring. Gandalf stood up immediately after saying that. And Aragorn, he happened to be visiting an old friend in the Woodland Kingdom recently. I have a plan that requires his participation. He can help a little. What about me? Levi asked behind him. How come you can't see me, a grown man? You? Gandalf raised his eyebrows, looking a little helpless. Levi, there are some things you can no longer participate in. No, what do you mean? Levi was a little unhappy when he heard this. What do you mean I can't participate? Gandalf opened his innocent eyes and said, well, forgive me, there is no derogatory meaning in what I said. What I mean is that your power is too strong and your existence is too dazzling. It is no longer suitable for doing something covert. I don't want the enemy to shout Levi and his companions have arrived in the Shire when we reach the Shire, and Levi and his companions have arrived in Bree when we reach Bree. You know what I mean, don't you? Okay, I understand. Levi shrugged, looking somewhat helpless. It's bad, I've been banned. Glorfindel is treated the same. The powerful elf, who can kill the Balrog with a small dagger is also because of his excessive presence, and he is not involved in many things that require stealth. Let's do this. Levi said, when you finish dealing with Frodo's affairs, you can come to the Wayside Fort to find me, I wait for you there, and then we can talk in detail. That's the best. Gandalf nodded solemnly and said, with your help, I think it's hard for this matter to go wrong. I hope so. After chatting for a few words, under Levi's gaze, Gandalf rode away on his horse. He was going to get busy. When Gandalf left, Levi was about to think about what he was going to do. Unexpectedly, the Nanhedo city where Gollum was imprisoned welcomed a very special guest. A messenger. Respected legend, the supreme leader of the Free City, the leader of the Northern Humans, the Lord of the North. Levi, I greet you on behalf of my master, Lord Sauron. A messenger from Mordor. What's the matter? At the gate of the city, Levi asked the Mordor messenger, who was riding a black horse, and wearing a black sleeve robe with a cold face. On the wall behind him, there was a team of armed guards, who kept a close eye on this man, and guarded against his little moves. Of course, there was no need to worry about Levi's safety. The main task of the guards was to prevent this messenger from suddenly doing bad things, and causing any damage to the residents in the city. Respected sir, I come with the goodwill of my master. The envoy bowed his head respectfully and humbly, and said, Master Sauron wants to discuss some goodwill cooperation with you. Chapter 344. Cooperation? Levi was amused by the messenger's words. Your master must have been staying in the tower all day, and his brain has been damaged. Why did he ask you to come? To die? For Levi's undisguised ridicule, the messenger still had the same attitude as before, as if he didn't hear it. He continued to maintain a humble attitude and said with his head down, Please believe that I came with the master's sincerity. We are willing to sign a peace agreement with you, and will never harm any city or residents in the Free City. In addition, we can provide you with help, such as the Balrog in Moria. We can help you find it, and then help you kill it. In addition, if you need anything else, you can just mention it, and I will convey it to the master. Levi raised his eyebrows, and showed an interested look on his face. Interesting. Tell me in detail, what do you want? After getting Levi's permission, the messenger continued, You don't need to give anything, just help us keep an eye on the lost power rings. My master wants to recover them. Levi rolled his eyes. Okay, this guy wait here. Seeing that Levi did not refuse immediately, the messenger continued, According to our intelligence, a ring appeared in the Shire, and a hobbit picked up a trivial power ring with relatively weak magic. If you can help find it, we will be very grateful. From now on, no matter what you want to do, you can get the help of Mordor and Mordor's many allies. I'm not interested in trading with you dirty things. Levi waved his hand, obviously having lost interest in this matter. Go back and tell your master now not to think about doing anything, just wait for death at home. Go away, while I am too lazy to take out the sword, your head can stay on my neck for a while longer. The messenger choked. As you wish. He did not dare to say more, but turned around and walked away in fear, keeping an eye on his back as he walked, fearing that he would become a hedgehog in the next second. Behind him, Levi and a group of guards stared at the messenger until he disappeared from sight. The messenger breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the person he was negotiating with was this legend. Such big men always do things in an upright manner, and disdain to engage in petty tricks. He did not care about his own life at all. Negotiation failed. Inside Mordor, the messenger brought back Levi's words word for word. Unexpectedly, when Soren heard these insulting and mocking words, the flame on the magic eye did not fluctuate at all. Very calm. Retreat. The messenger bowed slightly, and quietly left the hall. The goal has been achieved. There is no need to really reach any cooperation with Levi, which was not in the plan. The key point of this conversation is to let him know that there is such a power ring. Once he knows the news, he will definitely be curious and ask someone to find it. What if he really finds it? No need to do it, just leave the next thing to the Supreme Ring. There were many people who wanted to monopolize the Supreme Ring, but they did not understand that the Supreme Ring was born in darkness and flames. It will always belong to the evil side, to the forger who integrated most of his power for it, and is a part of the forger's existence. Perhaps the person who gets the one ring can control it with his own will and strength at the beginning, use it to rule all the rings, gain powerful power, or even rush directly to Mordor, and sit on the throne of the Dark Lord himself. But time will wear everything out. Victory will eventually come, it's just a matter of time. Before that, even if he really fails, he will become a humble servant of a newly born dark legend or be tortured to the point of losing his form and hiding. What can he do? It's not like he hasn't done similar things before. Sauron is secretly making his own plans. The information gap can bring many advantages to people. However, this time, it is rare that Sauron is at a disadvantage in information. In the city, Levi turned around and put the matter behind him. Gandalf does things, he puts. As if he thought of something, Levi's footsteps suddenly paused. In fact, he is not very reassured. We hide it where no one can find it, and never touch it. The Shire bag end. Frodo raised the ring in panic and approached Gandalf. Take it, Gandalf. Gandalf was frightened and retreated. No. Take it. Frodo was still approaching. No, 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 no. Gandalf continued to retreat, shouting in his heart. This naughty boy, can you stop testing me? You can't give it to me, Frodo. Frodo said innocently, I just want you to take it, Don't tempt me, Frodo. Gandalf refused again, and his voice became much more severe. But then, he lost his temper again. I dare not take it, not even to keep it. You know, Frodo, I may use it for good. But through me, it can release unimaginable terrible power. By then, I am afraid that only one person in this land can stop me, and I don't want to end up in that situation. Frodo's eyes moved slightly, thought for a while, and said, What about Levi? Let's give it to Levi, he must have a way. That's even worse. Gandalf refused outright, and his emotions were more excited than before. If he fails the test, the whole world will be torn down by him. I am not using any exaggerated rhetoric, Frodo, but no one can stop him. Frodo opened his mouth slightly, obviously frightened. So serious? Well, we can't leave it in the Shire. Didn't you say that the enemy already knows about it? That's right. Gandalf, who had calmed down, approached Frodo again and said, It really can't. Frodo looked at the ring, then at Gandalf, as if he had made up his mind. What should I do? Leave the Shire, go east, and go to the Wayside Castle. Will it be safe to go to the Wayside Castle? I don't know. Gandalf shook his head. But with Levi there, at least no one can take the ring away. We can discuss how to deal with it during this time. Okay, I go. Frodo began to pack his luggage quickly. Gandalf closed his eyes and sighed. My dear Frodo. Hobbits are such a wonderful race. You can learn all their ways of dealing with people in a month, but even after 100 years, they can still surprise you. Frodo smiled and looked at Gandalf, puffing out his chest to accept the compliment. Seeing the innocent smile of the hobbit, Gandalf also smiled. Russell. There was a slight movement outside the window, the sound of grass rubbing, and there seemed to be a sob. The smile on Gandalf's face disappeared. Lie down. He slowly approached the window with his cane, and then suddenly pushed it into the grass. Bang! Ouch! Swish! Gandalf grabbed with his big hand, and grabbed a fat hobbit directly. Samwise Gamgee. Chapter 345. After a while. Sam sat in the back honestly, while Frodo whispered with Gandalf. Sam has always been interested in the stories of elves. He, Pippin and Merry have all secretly read Uncle Bilbo's books. Forgive him, Gandalf. I believe he didn't mean it. Gandalf nodded, as a sign of trust. That's right. Sam grew up under his watch. How could this naive fat hobbit have any bad intentions? The two looked back together. Taking this opportunity, Sam hurriedly asked, Frodo, are you leaving? His eyes were a little wet. In fact, we had a premonition a long time ago. Not only me, but also Pippin, Merry, and Fredar. We always felt that one day you would suddenly leave without even saying hello. Listening to Sam's story, Frodo smiled helplessly. Good Sam. You don't have to separate now. Unlike Frodo's relaxed feeling, Gandalf remained tense. He stared at Sam and said, Samwise Gamgee, since you already know about this, I can't let you go easily. You know, this matter is of great importance. So at dawn, 3 people, 1 big and 2 small, set out from Hobbiton and headed east. You two must be careful. The enemy has many eyes and ears, birds flying in the sky, beasts walking on the ground. You must hide it, Frodo. Don't wear it, otherwise evil things will be attracted. This ring always wants to return to its owner. It can't wait to be found. Patting Frodo on the shoulder, Gandalf rode on his horse and planned to leave first. Wait, Gandalf, where are you going? Frodo asked from behind. I have to inform other allies. This matter is of great importance. We must gather opinions and discuss it carefully. I will find you when I finish my work. Don't walk around before I come back. Also, when necessary, you can seek help from the rangers. It doesn't matter if you can't recognize which ones are rangers. If it doesn't work, just shout Levi's name and the rangers will come out to find you. Well, as for the attitude, that's another matter. Anyway, nothing will happen. After giving the instructions, Gandalf suddenly rode away. Frodo looked at Gandalf, who was almost running out of the shadow, and sighed, that horse is much faster than any pony in the Shire. I agree. Sam nodded. After a moment, he added, I just don't know if he will sprain his back. Maybe he has sprained his back several times. As the 2 hobbits walked, they talked about the old wizard who had just left behind. And Gandalf. He went south, walked along the road renovated with stone bricks, and went straight to Isengard. At that time, Saruman happened to be free, and the 2 walked together in the orchard. Gandalf told him all the news he knew. Saruman frowned and confirmed again, Is this true? Absolutely true. Gandalf replied, Levi and I discovered it together, there is no mistake. That's really serious. Saruman frowned instinctively. Where is the ring now? Where is it? It won't be in Levi's hands, right? Of course not. It is in the hands of a hobbit, and is well kept. That's good. Saruman breathed a sigh of relief. If Levi and the One Ring come together, I dare not think what he will do. Gandalf shook his head and said for Levi, but we should still give him some trust. Levi and I have seen the One Ring directly, and he did not show much emotional fluctuation. Humph, who knows if there is a surging desire under his calm surface? Saruman expressed disdain. Gandalf glanced at him, and thought that this man might not be introducing himself. And you, Gandalf. Me? The ring has been under your nose for decades, but you have no idea about it. I have to wonder if your brain has been damaged by tobacco leaves. Gandalf just curled his lips at this remark. But it's still in time. We still have the strength to fight Sauron. Levi's army is. Hey, Levi, you only rely on him? Saruman mocked again. Don't you have any other way except relying on the power of others? Gandalf was about to refute when he was interrupted by Saruman's action. Old friend, I must tell you something. Although because of the protection of the Lord of the North, the minions of the great enemy have not been able to cross the line of defense in recent years, Sauron seems to be very low-key and his presence is not strong. But he has not made no progress in recent years. From what I have discovered, he has quietly recovered most of his strength, which is definitely not comparable to decades ago. Even without the One Ring, even without a physical body, his spiritual power has almost recovered to its strongest moment. As the two discussed, they gradually entered the tower and climbed all the way to the top floor room. His sight can penetrate most of Middle-earth. The huge magic eye surrounded by flames, the army he gathered, even the free cities and Gondor, plus Rohan tied together, would be difficult to resist. That's not necessarily true. Gandalf disagreed with this. No, Gandalf, you know what I want to say, you also discovered the ancient evil things in the northern wasteland, right? Don't think that I am isolated from the news, because I stay in the tower all day. I know everything, and not only do I know, I have also made a lot of preparations. Preparation? Gandalf caught a key word. Yes, preparation. Saruman stood up, opened the door, and invited Gandalf to walk to the terrace together. I'm not like you, Gandalf. You only rely on the power of others, but I'm different. I will use my own strength and achievements to directly defeat Sauron, so that he knows who is the real strong man. Saruman, you. Roar. There was a roar from under the tower, and a large number of soldiers walked out of the fortress and gathered in the open space under the tower. Dundren. Gandalf recognized those people and couldn't help frowning and said, You have formed an alliance with the Dunrun? They are not easy to deal with, and they may not be keen on fighting Sauron. These guys have precedence. Facing Sauron's invasion, they once surrendered to him. Don't worry about it, Gandalf. Now they are loyal to me, and have sworn a blood oath. Okay, I believe you. Gandalf nodded. But even so, the Dunlosh are not a huge force. Even if they come out in full force, they are not as good as half of Rohan's cavalry. Perhaps you are right. Saruman glanced at Gandalf and said, But I have more than just these cards. It's time to show you the results of my research over the past few decades. Come out, my soldiers. The thunderous magic sound watered the earth and spread deep into the ground. Gandalf looked down, his eyes gradually widened, his face full of disbelief. I saw groups of tall and strong orcs coming out of the forest and the underground passage, gathering neatly and orderly under the tower. The number? At least tens of thousands. There was a white handprint on their heads. Saruman, Saruman! They shouted Saruman's name, offering their loyalty to the white figure on the top of the tower as if they were worshipping a god. Saruman! Gandalf also shouted, but his voice was full of anger and confusion. How could you do such a thing that goes against the nature of living beings? Chapter 346. Saruman! Gandalf said in an excited and stern tone, Don't you, Saruman the Wise, understand that these orcs are not natural life at all, they are the product of distortion. They have no souls, nor are they the children of the Creator God. Their existence itself represents evil. Even if they obey you now, they cannot change their nature. Unless? Saruman repeated curiously, his tone indifferent. Gandalf narrowed his eyes. Unless you turn to evil. Humph, evil. Saruman seemed a little disdainful. Of course I know what you said, but so what? I am just using the enemy's means to deal with the enemy. As for the rest, you just watch. When the enemy is completely destroyed, these weapons against the enemy will no longer be necessary. I will let them disappear with the destruction of Sauron. No, Saruman, you still don't understand. They are not as simple as weapons. In the name of Iluvatar, you are now touching the taboo. How dare you speak in his name without authorization? When Saruman heard this name, he was really angry. Because this name, the name of the Creator God, represents the highest level of authority in this world. At least no one on the side of the free people dares to disobey. When people swear, they always say they swear in the name of something. Dwarves and humans will swear by their great ancestors and legendary leaders, while elves will use the Vala and the name of the gods as a guarantee. But no one dares to use the name of the Creator God without authorization. In fact, most things in this world are not qualified to be sworn by that name. Only in extremely high level and authoritative occasions will this name be mentioned. Now Gandalf said this, which is equivalent to completely denying Saruman, so thoroughly that he even denied himself. How could Saruman not be angry? I just want to tell you that no matter what the purpose is, and who you use them against, what you are doing now is already pushing you in the direction of darkness. The evil of Mordor has not diminished, but the evil of Isengard is increasing. At this point, Gandalf shook his head and sighed again. However, opposite him, Saruman was also quite disappointed. Gandalf, I thought your wisdom was enough for you to understand what I did, but it seems that I overestimated you. But your corruption and ignorance disappoint me. You are the one who disappoints me, Saruman. Today I only see a wise man walking in the opposite direction of his mission. Gandalf stared at Saruman. Saruman also stared at Gandalf. Under the deafening shouts of the Uruks and Dunlendings under the tower, Gandalf took a deep breath, turned around and planned to leave this noisy place. What are you going to do? Saruman couldn't help asking from behind. To expose your behavior so that everyone can judge it together. You'd better not make any other moves before that. That won't work. Saruman raised his black cane. Clang. The doors closed one after another. Gandalf frowned and turned slowly. What are you going to do, Saruman? My friend, I can't let you ruin my plan. Saruman slowly sat down on the chair and said, just watch here and watch how the enemy is destroyed. Then you will know who is right and who is behind. Gandalf did not respond. The scene fell into silence again. Both of them froze there without moving. Until Saruman said that sentence. Tell me, Gandalf, where is the One Ring now, and what arrangements have you made? He gently touched the star ring in his hand and said, as a wizard with all colors, I am confident that I can take on all the responsibilities of Istar, wizard, including pushing Sauron to destruction, but this requires more powerful power, and what I have now is not enough. You disappoint me, Saruman. The hanging heart finally died. Gandalf raised his cane and turned his head suddenly, but the next moment he flew out first and hit the door with a plop. Ha, I guess you were going to struggle in vain. I have to teach you a lesson before you can talk to me properly. That's what I want to say. Boom! The flames ignited in the air, and Gandalf ignited his own fire of hope. He stood up against the terrifying magic sound and the spreading darkness, shouted, raised his staff, and pushed back Saruman's telekinesis. Do you think I'm still the same as before? Saruman had a cold face and increased his output. The star ring shone brightly, and a huge pressure swept over, blowing out the flames on Gandalf. Puff! Gandalf fell to the ground, rolled several times in a row, and finally hit the wall. The cane rolled to the side, and the pipe hanging on it was broken. Gandalf felt distressed. Give up the meaningless struggle and cooperate with me. Saruman walked over slowly, kicked Gandalf's cane away cautiously, looked at the broken old pipe on it, and said, I give you a new one. It has been with me for more than hundreds of years. Gandalf complained, and when Saruman approached, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Saruman's leg. With such a pull, Saruman fell straight to the ground, his head in close contact with the floor, making a crisp sound. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gandalf rolled over and picked up the cane, aiming at Saruman. Saruman trembled and climbed up, and quickly raised his cane to deal with it. Despicable guy. All is fair in war. Bang! A new round of confrontation began, with fiery red and bright white lights flashing in the Tower of Orthanc, and the two old wizards were fighting fiercely. Bang! As the two continued to release their own magic power to fight, a line of sight was attracted by the evil gathered here. The line of sight was so secret that the two people who were fighting fiercely did not notice it, even Gandalf, who was as careful as he was. Bang! Oh, I won! After fighting for a long time, Saruman, who had a dull pain in the back of his head and a swollen spot on his face, declared victory to Gandalf. Gandalf lay on the ground, breathing out but not in, looking much more miserable than Saruman. He didn't want to talk anymore. I'm tired, destroy it. I've tried my best. And he glanced at Saruman's right hand secretly. That ring must be related to Levi. Get up, Gandalf. I know you have more than this potential. Saruman proudly boasted to Gandalf. Do you recognize my strength now? Gandalf took a hard breath, raised his head and said, You. Plop. The heart suddenly jumped. Gandalf shuddered all over, his eyes widened suddenly, and he didn't even care about the injuries on his body, and staggered to his feet. Something is wrong. Saruman had the same reaction as him, and the two looked out the window together. Hiss! A sharp and piercing cry resounded through the sky, and the dark barbarians, and the army of orcs under the tower raised their heads together, only to see 9 dark figures riding on ferocious beasts, with wing membranes circling in the air. Chapter 347. Ringwraiths. The two people in the tower said the name of the uninvited guest together. Saruman frowned and immediately returned the cane he had just snatched from Gandalf. Gandalf quickly grabbed the cane and stood up. Hiss! The ferocious flying beast roared and rushed towards the tower with a ringwraith. Get out! Saruman raised his staff and drove it away. But there was more than one ringwraith. The other 8 did not just stand there and watch. They swooped down together and tried to break through Saruman's solid defense. And me! Just when Saruman could not hold on any longer, Gandalf stepped forward and put one hand on his shoulder, taking a lot of pressure for him. Saruman was stunned. He had never felt so pleasing to the eye of this annoying and pedantic Gandalf. Dirty fellows, today I let you know whose territory this is. Saruman angrily cursed at the ringwraiths in the air. Boom! Thunder roared in the air, making people's ears buzz uncontrollably. A green lightning struck the tower terrace before the sound, frying Saruman and Gandalf together, and they fell to the ground. Puff! Gandalf opened his mouth and spit out a puff of black smoke. He missed the time when he was a guest in the roadside fort. It was still good to be in the roadside fort. It was safe and harmonious, and he felt comfortable everywhere. Look at Isengard again. I have never suffered so much in my life. Compared with Gandalf, Saruman's condition was obviously much better. He stood up with a cane and said, "Look, what did I say?" Sauron's spiritual power has almost recovered completely. Now even his lackeys have such strong power. If you hadn't insisted on holding me back and wasting my strength, how could I have ended up in this situation? If you had told me the news of the ring earlier, when the ring fell into my hands, the ringwraiths outside would have kneeled down and called me master instead of. Before Saruman finished speaking, the leader of the ringwraiths, the Lord of Morgul, the former Witch King of Aumar, couldn't wait to laugh. "Ha ha, two disabled wizards, you want to compete with us?" Instead of laughing at us wantonly. Saruman gritted his teeth and stared at those annoying ringwraiths. Gandalf could see that this guy was not much better than himself. He was holding on. If he poked him in the back with his cane now, he would definitely fall to the ground immediately. "Whatever you say, we two have no chance." Gandalf lay on the ground, calmly accepting the upcoming fate. "But I'm not worried at all, whether it's our mission or the account between Sauron and the ringwraiths." He took a breath and continued, "Because I know that someone will help us get revenge and someone will protect this land. In this case, even if I die, what's the harm? The sooner I die, the sooner I return, and the easier it will be." Gandalf sighed and took off the pipe on his cane, and then he remembered that it had been broken by Saruman just now. So he sighed again, and the sound was full of regret. Saruman still stared at the ringwraiths, just listening quietly. Suddenly, the cold eyes, that were always full of meanness and crazy pursuit of power, calmed down for a moment. When the ringwraiths made another move, he suddenly said, "When did Gandalf the Grey, who is known for bringing hope to people, say such discouraging words?" Bang! The ringwraith's charge was ineffective. They once again hit some kind of defense mechanism of the tower, and failed to break in. Saruman's breathing stagnated, and after a while, he suddenly turned around, grabbed Gandalf's robe, and dragged him to the edge of the terrace with great effort. "What are you going to do, Saruman?" "Get you out of my sight." "What?" Bang! Saruman suddenly raised his cane, like playing golf, and hit Gandalf's waist hard, knocking him off the tower. "Ah!" Gandalf screamed in fear, and fell all the way down. As he was falling, suddenly, a mighty force like a star dragged him. It was hard to tell whether this force was light or darkness. It dragged Gandalf far away with a hint of violence, and left Isengard at a very fast speed. Until the pass of Rohan. Snap. After doing all these things, Saruman finally couldn't hold on, and collapsed to the ground. The defense measures of the Orthanc Tower were completely ineffective. The figure of the ringwraith disappeared from the ferocious beast. An extremely evil wind blew into the top floor of the tower, extinguishing all light sources. 9 dark figures emerged from the darkness. They drew their long swords, and surrounded the white-robed wizard in the middle. Saruman turned his neck stiffly, looking left and right, and truly felt a sense of despair. In fact, sometimes, it would be nice to have an uninvited annoying guy. However, miracles do not always happen. "Come with us, wizard, the master invites you." The ringwraiths put their swords on Saruman's neck. He could not escape. Saruman closed his eyes, took off the star ring in his hand under the cover of his robe, and quietly threw it on the ground without making any sound or attracting the attention of any ringwraith. They left. "You look like a beggar." In a fortress in the west of Rohan, Theoden, who happened to pass by, looked at Gandalf, whose face was black and miserable, and could not help but say this. And Gandalf, at this moment, he no longer had the energy to argue with him. "The situation is very serious, Theoden. Isengard has been captured by the ringwraiths, and Saruman's life or death is unknown. There are a large number of orcs, who are taller and stronger than orcs. Their camp is not clear yet, so we must focus on prevention." Theoden frowned and said, "Those ringwraiths, they flew over Rohan recklessly, and the roar of the ferocious beasts under their crotch caused considerable panic among people. I was chasing them here, but I didn't expect that this would happen. It's really serious." Theoden waved his hand, called the marshal behind him, and began to give orders for the vigilance of Isengard. After that, he pointed at Gandalf and ordered, "Prepare a comfortable resting place for our wizard, he looks tired." "No need." Gandalf shook his head and refused. "If you really want to help me, please give me a fast horse. I have to go find Levi." "Okay." Theoden nodded and said, "You can choose any horse here. Just ride whichever one you like. I believe you will take good care of it." "Thank you." Without further politeness, Gandalf immediately turned around and left, heading straight for the manger. Among the many idle and ownerless horses, he immediately spotted a unique and unruly gray horse. The horse's hair looked gray at first glance, but it shone like silver in the sunlight and was like a shadow in the shadow. What's its name? The groom next to him answered Gandalf's question. Shadowfax. To be honest, this is the best horse in Rohan, the best among the best horses, the king among horses, and the king of all horses in the contemporary era. But I have to remind you that although it runs very fast, even ahead of the horses in the roadside castle, it has a very fierce temper, and no one has ever been able to ride it. As I said just now, the king will not bow his head easily. It doesn't matter, this is it, Gandalf said, and tried to get on the horse. Then he was kicked, and had a wound on his face. Okay, very good, you are really hot-tempered, but that won't bother me. You, the king of horses, have a temper, but the old wizard doesn't have a temper? Speaking of Shadowfax, the king of horses is not called that for nothing. It took only 4 days for it to carry Gandalf from Rohan to Wayside Castle. But when Gandalf arrived at Wayside Castle, it was actually a week later. The extra 3 days were the time for him to play a game with Shadowfax. This best horse in Rohan was really hard to tame. Poor old Gandalf fell and ran, and chased Shadowfax on the prairie for 3 whole days before he tamed it and successfully sat on its back. However, in Wayside Castle, Shadowfax panted, ignoring the gaze of the little pink above his head, chewing grass and drinking water from the pool. And at the gate of the castle, looking at Gandalf with a black face, broken robes, and many injuries on his body, Levi couldn't help but say, "Were you taken to Mordor to dig coal?" Chapter 348. No. Gandalf shook his head slowly and replied, "I was not taken to Mordor. Someone else was taken. This matter is urgent, Levi. Saruman is in danger now." Gandalf told his story without even entering the door. "You couldn't defend yourself against this?" Levi scratched his hair. "What about Saruman? Didn't you see where he went?" Gandalf wiped his face and said while adjusting his robes, "No, after leaving the tower, I don't know anything about what happened inside. The only thing I can be sure of is that he is still alive, perhaps imprisoned." "How do you know he is still alive?" "Premonition." "What a universal reason." "Oh no, wizards don't have premonitions for no reason. You have to believe me on this." "Who knows, anyway, I never had any premonitions." "That's your own business." "Is it possible that I am not?" "Go on, I'm listening." Levi sighed and chose to end the topic. He opened the castle gate and said, "Go in and take a rest first, leave the rest to me." Gandalf refused. "No, I'd be with you. I always be needed." "That's right." The old wizard suddenly thought of something and asked, "Where's Frodo? Is he here?" "No." Gandalf frowned. "Why is he so slow? Maybe he's still on his way." Levi patted Shadowfax's horse's head gently, looking at the horse that didn't seem so unruly, and said, "You should know that when you left, you rode the fastest horse in Roadside Castle, and when you came back, you rode the king of horses, which was a little faster than that horse. Calculate the time. It's not even a month since you left. Do you expect a hobbit to run faster than these 2 horses? With a hobbit's speed, 7 meals a day, and a serious attitude towards food, even if there are no dangers or obstacles on the road, it's fast for him to reach Bree now. I have to say, you have some truth." Gandalf was speechless. He couldn't refute this. "But don't worry. I told Aragorn to meet them near Bree. And judging from the density of rangers from the Shire to the roadside castle, even if 9 ringwraiths sneaked in together, they would be beaten and run away. Besides, they should be busy dealing with Saruman now, and have no time to come." Saruman. Listening to Gandalf's story, Levi couldn't help but mutter. His behavior surprised me. After so many years, has this paranoid and ungrateful guy finally made some progress? As he said this, Levi stood up. "What are you going to do?" Gandalf asked from behind. "Gather the army, attack Isengard, and rescue Saruman." "Too reckless, Levi. We don't know what Isengard is like yet, and rashly assembling the army may lead to unexpected accidents. After all, it will be too noisy, and it will be difficult to keep a low profile." Levi's footsteps suddenly stopped. "That's right, Gandalf." He looked at the top of the nameless tower and murmured, "But I can." No, he can see me here, and it won't be good if he sees Frodo." "What are you talking about?" Gandalf was confused. "It's okay. Let me send a scout team to check the situation, and see if I can find Saruman's location. Then, forget it, it's troublesome. I just go there myself. One person, no matter how high profile he is, will not be higher than an entire army. Probably. This." Gandalf instinctively wanted to remind him, but after thinking about it, He felt that it didn't seem to be a problem. Be careful. It may not be as peaceful there as before. I will. Make a good decision, and act as soon as you say it. Levi rode his horse, and headed straight for the southern road. When he passed the Water City along the way, he also found the commander of the Water City garrison, and the managers of various departments to hold an emergency meeting. When he left, the Water City had some subtle changes. It was still peaceful and quiet on the surface, but secretly it had entered the highest state of combat readiness. Like a dragon pretending to sleep, any slight attempt with malicious intent will be met with a fierce counterattack, making the attempter regret it. In the wilderness, a figure on horseback was moving rapidly southward, crossing the river and swamp all the way, leading to the Isengard Valley shrouded in dark clouds. On the other side, after Levi left, Gandalf, who seemed to have nothing to do, washed his face in the castle, went out to the market to find the fastest tailor to mend his robe, and then found a skillful craftsman to repair his pipe. After recovering his condition, he went to the grass to find Shadowfax. At this moment, Shadowfax was staring at Little Pink, blinking at each other. It must be said that this king's horse is indeed special. As a descendant of the mythical species of Valinor, its bloodline is very excellent, its wisdom is extraordinary, it can understand human language, its body is much stronger than ordinary horses, and its lifespan is several times that of ordinary horses, which is almost the same as that of humans. Its courage is extraordinary. It is not afraid of the fear emanating from the ringwraiths, nor will it be crushed by the majesty of the dragon. If the last king of Gondor rode this kind of horse, he would not have fallen off the horse before the fight started. Looking at the dragon and the horse competing, Gandalf smiled, and went over to say hello. Belhelden, Little Pink, how are you doing recently? Little Pink looked at Gandalf and nodded. Gandalf also nodded. Little Pink is a child with a different personality from all the dragons in the past. He is kind, gentle, and steady. If it were another evil dragon, like Smaug, seeing a horse dare to compete with him, no matter if you have the blood of the mythical species of Valinor, I am afraid you would roast it with your mouth. Okay, stop looking, let's go. Gandalf touched Shadowfax's head, got on the horse and left, and immediately turned into a residual shadow. A few days later, Bree. In the Prancing Pony Inn, Frodo, Sam, Pippin and Merry sang happily and chatted with humans, who were rarely seen in the Shire. Frodo followed Gandalf's instructions, and tried his best to hide his identity. He called himself Mr. Under the Mountain. This name was taken from the story Bilbo told him. In the story, there was a dwarf named Thorin, who was the king under the mountain. Although the excuse to conceal his identity was a bit clumsy, others could tell at a glance that Frodo used a pseudonym, but at least he hid it. Next to Frodo, Sam also strictly changed his words, and called Frodo Mr. Under the Mountain, faithfully protecting his secret. But the other two guys who joined temporarily were not so honest. Baggins? No problem. I know one. He's over there. Yes, that's him. His name is Frodo. Frodo Baggins? Yes, he's from the famous Baggins family in the Shire. We are relatives. He's my second cousin from his mother's side. His mother is from the Took family. Pippin. Frodo understood Gandalf's feelings. At this moment, he also wanted to curse stupid Took like Gandalf, but his character didn't allow him to do so, so he had to run over to stop him. This run caused trouble. Chapter 349. Almost the second Frodo excitedly ran towards the bar. Several eyes were looking at him. Pippin, shut up. What's wrong, Frodo? Frodo grabbed Pippin's shoulder and whispered. Gandalf said, we can't reveal our identities. It will put us in danger. Pippin seemed a little at a loss. Sorry, I don't know. Click. At this moment, another hand grabbed Frodo's shoulder. Frodo turned around suddenly, and saw a wretched, dark-skinned man staring at him with malicious eyes. Villain or spy. This word suddenly popped up in Frodo's mind. There was a description of these people in Bilbo's storybook. They lived in the unnoticeable corners of the town, and specialized in betraying others. But according to Bilbo, after returning from the Lonely Mountain, Wayside Castle had organized a cleanup of spies and villains, and they should have been extinct long ago. I would like to ask you to come with me, dear Mr. Baggins. Feeling the big hand on his shoulder getting harder and harder, which made him a little painful, Frodo came back to his senses, and the alarm bells in his heart rang wildly. Remembering Gandalf's words again, he hurriedly shouted, Levi. Help! Snap. A hand suddenly rested on the spy's shoulder, and at the same time, a dagger was pressed against his neck. The innkeeper reacted before the spy, and he shouted loudly, Who are you? How dare you show your weapon here? Wayside Castle Ranger. The man said lightly. So the boss shut up. In principle, Disputes are prohibited in this protected area, but the opposite side is the principle of protecting this place. Please continue. The ranger retracted his gaze, held down the spy, and said sternly, "Be honest, come with me, and you, the shouting hobbit, you also come with me, I need to know your purpose." Click. Just as the exposed ranger was enforcing justice, another big hand slapped him on the shoulder. Who? Huh? The ranger turned around, and saw a man nearly 2 meters tall, and dressed similarly standing behind him. "Sir Aragorn. Leave these hobbits to me, I know them, and can be responsible for them." "Okay." The ranger nodded. Aragorn turned sideways, and was about to give these hobbits a good lecture. Click. At this time, another hand was placed on his shoulder. Aragorn turned his head in silence. "Gandalf." It was Frodo who called out before him. Aragorn looked down at the hobbit, then turned back to look at Gandalf, and couldn't help sighing, today's accidents are really one after another. Indeed, a lot of things happened here. Gandalf sighed, and was about to say something, when suddenly, the spy on the ground took advantage of the ranger's distraction and struggled violently, and actually broke free. But it was useless. Before anyone else could make a move, the ranger who came to his senses kicked him to the ground. Where did the spy come from? Gandalf walked over and hit the spy on the head with a stick, with just enough force to make people faint, but not too much injury. The old wizard's hands are accurate and steady. There are still people who don't do their jobs these days. Gandalf looked at the spy who fainted on the ground and shook his head. The subsidies that Roadside Castle provides to the surrounding areas are so high that it is hard to imagine that there are spies, under the command of Mordor, in such a good living condition and cultural environment. This kind of person is either not a local, or a pure conscienceless evil lazy man, who deserves to be beaten. "Nice to meet you, Frodo, Sam, and..." "Two stupid Tooks." "Hey, Gandalf, how can you say that?" The two hobbits of the Took family were immediately unwilling, especially Merry. "Those words just now were said by Pippin, I didn't mention a word." "Okay, then it's not you." Gandalf sighed, and felt a headache. The arrival of the two Tooks was indeed unexpected, but it didn't seem to be a bad thing. Sometimes, strong friendship is more reliable than strong power. Gandalf glanced at the chaotic environment around him, waved his hand, and signaled to Aragorn and the four hobbits, let's go to the room to talk." Bang! At the pass of the outer wall of Isengard, Levi kicked a soldier of the Dark Land and picked him up again. "Sir, don't kill me." The soldier closed his eyes and opened his mouth to howl. "What's the matter with killing or not? Why are you running?" This shout almost scared Levi. "Saruman and I are very familiar with each other. We are in the same camp. Didn't you swear allegiance to Saruman? Why are you afraid of seeing me?" Levi narrowed his eyes. "And if I saw it correctly, when he didn't get close just now, these defenders seem to be planning to draw their bows and attack. What? Did you betray your master?" Hearing this, the Dunlodge soldiers trembled like sieves. "Interesting. Tell me, who are you obeying now?" Unable to resist the pressure, the soldier told everything he knew and his experiences during this period. After a moment, Levi sighed. "I knew that Saruman was right. These Dunlodge people are useless. Although they live in a relatively free land and have their own homes, they have always been inclined to the dark side. At the end of the last era, when they fought a decisive battle with Sauron, their ancestors chose to break the oath with Gundur and refused to be recruited because they did not want to be enemies with Sauron. The result of breaking the oath is that the souls of those who broke the oath are still trapped in the Dunlodge and cannot be freed. Speaking of which, the current superiors of the Dunlodge soldiers of Isengard are actually the Ringwraiths. When the Ringwraiths mount shout at them, they immediately surrender and obey the Ringwraiths. Being crushed by the situation, this is really... Even though I have never been optimistic about Saruman, I still want to remind you, tell your people, use your brains to think about what the fate of those who broke their oaths will be." The soldier collapsed on the ground, not daring to speak. Seeing that the soldier was quite cooperative from beginning to end, Levi did not embarrass him anymore, turned around and ran towards the interior of Isengard. There were bats hanging on the fruit trees on the side of the road, and some vague sights were projected from the darkness on both sides, which made Levi's back itchy. Levi looked in the direction of the sight with an unhappy face, and then the feeling immediately dissipated. He drew out the nemesis and found that the nemesis was shining, but the light did not last long. It slowly dimmed under Levi's gaze, and finally disappeared. This means that something has left. Still sensible. The rest of the journey was smooth, without any obstacles. Levi walked all the way to the Tower of Orthanc. At this time, the gate of the tower was tightly closed, and there seemed to be some magic attached to it that made the tower more solid. It was so solid that even a catapult could hardly leave a scratch on it, and ordinary means would definitely not be able to attack it. But at this moment, it didn't matter. No matter how hard it was just hard, and it would only take a little longer to knock it. Click. A gap appeared on the gate again, and Levi walked in directly. At this moment, the tower was very quiet, so quiet that it was weird. In the past, there would always be a few servants here to maintain the environment, but today there was no one. Chapter 350. It feels a little too quiet. Levi took out a torch and walked up the stairs step by step. Saruman, are you there? If you don't come out, I burn this tower down. Levi shouted, and after waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Now he was sure that Saruman was not there. Otherwise, he would have rushed out with his cane and scolded him. Click. The footsteps were particularly clear in the silent and dark tower. Levi walked up step by step, carefully observing the surrounding environment. Just like this, he went all the way to the top floor. The lamppost was lit by the torch, and the room was filled with warm yellow light again. No one. Levi looked around and saw some scattered notes on the ground, messy desks, and a burnt terrace floor, as if struck by lightning. I'm afraid this is retribution. Levi shook his head. It seems that the battle was more intense than he thought. Judging from the traces at the scene, the power of the thunder was so strong that it would break off a large part of a shield, not to mention Gandalf and Saruman. Huh? Just as Levi searched the top floor of the tower and was about to look somewhere else, a silver-white light suddenly flashed in an inconspicuous corner of the ground, attracting his attention. Levi squatted down and picked up the light. Ring? Star of the Underworld? This move really shocked Levi. Could it be Saruman who did it? Only he could do it. With a rustle, Levi picked up the fallen notes on the ground, and rummaged through the boxes to take out Saruman's past manuscripts, and finally found a name. Star Ring. This is a ring of power that incorporates the Star of the Netherworld, which can provide some powerful bonuses for the wearer. The power is slightly higher than the 3 rings of the elves, but far inferior to the Supreme Ring. Levi could detect a trace of unwillingness in Saruman's notes. This white robe, or as he said, he should call him Saruman of all colors, he is still so fond of the Supreme Ring and thinks about it all the time. But the power ring? Levi stared at the star ring in his palm and thought for a while. It stands to reason that each power ring has its own unique authority at the level of rules and its own power bonus. So what is the function of this power ring that integrates the Star of the Netherworld? Driven by curiosity, Levi put on the ring. In a dark steel cage full of spikes, Saruman, with a tattered robe, suddenly opened his eyes. A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. On this side, in the tower, Levi felt something different as soon as he put on the ring. A force spread from the star ring to his whole body. The most intuitive thing was that his health increased by half, becoming 30 points. Wearing the ring was like getting a permanent health limit buff. Then, there was a wonderful feeling. His mind became clearer, his vision became clearer, his perception became sharper than before, and his reaction was faster. And now, he could really vaguely sense the existence of magic, which was usually something that only elves or some special, gifted beings could do. Finally, the star ring also provided a power bonus. It was not the kind of power displayed on the status bar, but a blessing to the overall power of itself. According to a more understandable method, it is a hidden attribute that can directly increase Levi's attack power proportionally. It can increase by about 20%. These things that are not directly reflected in the attribute or buff column make Levi feel quite wonderful. Is this the ring of power? No wonder so many people are fascinated by it. Even at the risk of soul corruption, they want to possess it. This ring, in theory, can provide so many bonuses on the hand of Levi, who is just a human. If it is replaced by a wizard with stronger root power, the bonus can only be higher. To a certain extent, it can be said to be increased in proportion to the original power of the wearer. Hey, wait! Experiencing the mystery of the star ring, Levi suddenly had a hunch, which was related to the magic perception bonus provided by the star ring. Oh, there is another function that I overlooked. It can also provide a beacon effect. After thinking about it, Levi chose resistance improvement. This thing can provide 20% damage reduction effect at level 1, which is very useful. Dragon steel armor, rune shield, permanent resistance enhancement buff. This is really tough. Not bad. Although the effect strength is 1 level lower than the maximum limit of the beacon, and only 1 level 1 buff can be selected, the star ring is a ring after all. It is more convenient, and only provides bonuses to the wearer, not to the enemy. Saruman really forged a good thing. It's a pity that he can't find him, otherwise Levi really has to consider paying some price to exchange this thing for his own use. The motivation to find Saruman was increased. But where is this guy? Levi grabbed his hair, quite confused. The star ring seemed to have some mysterious guidance, but this guidance was like another new language that Levi had never learned, leaving him with only doubts. I couldn't understand it. The smile on someone's face slowly disappeared somewhere far away. Forget it. There are people who are better at this. After searching the Isengard Valley in detail again, and confirming that there were indeed no other clues worth noting, Levi rode on his horse and ran all the way back. There was Gandalf in the roadside fort, so he could go back and ask him. Even if Gandalf didn't understand, there was still Elrond. If that didn't work, he could go to the Golden Forest to find Lady Galadriel. There would always be someone who could figure it out. Wait for me, Saruman. Boromir. Boromir. In the east city of Osgiliath, the soldiers of Gondor excitedly shouted the name of the man standing at the highest point. Boromir replanted the flag of Gondor on the ruins. He raised the iron sword in his hand, which was faintly emitting an imperceptible light, and shouted, "This city was once the treasure of our kingdom. Glory, beauty and music are all gathered here, and in the future, it will also restore such glory." Yeah! The inspiring preaching attracted the enthusiastic response of the soldiers. The army of Mordor should remember that the land where the people live will never fall into the hands of the enemy again. The city of Osgiliath has been recovered by Gondor. For Gondor! For Gondor! The soldiers in the city cheered and shouted. Just last month, the Ringwraiths who returned from nowhere suddenly led their troops to launch a general attack, and almost all the orcs on the border came out in full force. The Ringwraiths and the hybrid flying dragons under their crotch were too ferocious. The roar of the giant beasts was terrifying, and the Ringwraiths were scattered in the air like a green sun, emitting waves of terrifying light and evil breath. Even with high and solid walls, Osgiliath still failed to defend under such power. For ordinary people, the Ringwraiths are supermodels. If there is no means to restrain them, they will be restrained to death by them. But fortunately, I don't know how it came from. Anyway, before the Ringwraiths led the army to arrive, there was news in advance. At that time, the two generals stationed in the city, Boromir and Faramir, discussed it, and finally decided to retreat temporarily under Faramir's strong suggestion. They were not afraid of the Ringwraiths, and dared to rush up to fight, but the soldiers were afraid. Once the aura of fear was turned on, they couldn't fight at all. This choice was correct, and they avoided some unnecessary losses. The army of Gondor crossed the bridge, abandoned the east city of Osgiliath, and defended the west city on the other side for a long time, until the Ringwraiths received some orders to leave again, and then Boromir led his army to launch a counterattack, expelling the orcs at the lowest cost and regaining the east city again. When Boromir came down from the height, Faramir immediately went to meet him. As soon as they met, they smiled and hugged each other tightly. Needless to say, their brotherly love. Well said, short and powerful. Faramir commented on this speech. Save time to drink happily. Boromir also had his reasons for being short. Ha ha ha. The two brothers laughed together and celebrated their victory. Until the arrival of another person. Chapter 351. Clang. The wine glasses collided, making a crisp sound. The two brothers saluted the soldiers, and then saluted each other. Remember this day, brother? Boromir laughed and said, Today, life is beautiful. Faramir also smiled back. The two drank the good wine in the cup. Their joy was beyond words. But happy times are always short. Suddenly, the careful Faramir turned his head, and looked not far away. The smile on his face faded. What's wrong? Boromir was a little puzzled. He's here, Faramir said, so Boromir turned his head. I saw a man with a particularly outstanding figure smiling and communicating with the soldiers, patting one on the shoulder and encouraging another. On this day worth celebrating, he changed his usual stern silence and mingled with everyone. You really don't leave us a moment of peace, Boromir whispered to his brother, and the smile on his face turned helpless. Where is he? Denethor and the soldiers asked. Where is my eldest son, the best man in Gondor? Father! Even though he was a little helpless, out of filial piety and moral cultivation, Boromir still smiled and walked out to hug his father. The old prime minister was really optimistic about this eldest son. They all said that you almost defeated the enemy single-handedly. That's an exaggeration. Faramir is just as brave and resourceful, and his contribution is great. Hearing this, Denethor was immediately unhappy. If it weren't for Faramir, this city wouldn't have to be recaptured at all. He said to Faramir, who was standing aside, Aren't you responsible for guarding the East City? I heard that you took Boromir and fled without a fight. I could have defended it, but we had too few people to put up an effective resistance. If we hadn't done that, we would have suffered losses in vain. Boromir explained helplessly and powerlessly, but it was obvious that Denethor didn't want to listen to him. If a person doesn't like something, then even if that thing is good and beneficial, it will only be a problem in his eyes. Oh, there are too few people. Denethor interrupted his youngest son and said sternly, "You let the enemy come and go here freely, and occupy the city at will, without even the slightest loss. And then you complain to me about this and that. That's not what I meant." Faced with his father's questioning, Boromir seemed a little helpless and frustrated. Boromir was a little bit unsettled. He rarely talked back to his father. You never treat him well, even though he always obeys orders loyally. He loves you, father. Don't bother me with Boromir. I know his ability is nothing. Denethor seemed a little impatient. Looking at his father, Boromir was speechless for a while, and could only remain silent. The unfairness of the old people often causes discord among the younger generation. It is really rare that the two brothers can still have such a close relationship with such a father who pulls the eldest son and steps on the younger son. For their father's pulling and stepping, the two could only endure silently. Boromir was a careful person and never talked back. Boromir was more straightforward, but no matter how dissatisfied he was, at most he would refute like today and say a few words for his younger brother. Anyway, overall, no matter how dissatisfied the two brothers were, they all obeyed their father's orders. Because the old father in front of them was really powerful when he was young. When he was on the front line, he could always lead his soldiers to kill the orcs, and even kill them to the gate of Mordor. When he was in the rear, he could always detect the enemy's movements at the first time, and make appropriate decisions, as if he could predict it. There are rumors that Denethor once chased the ringwraiths on the plains of Ithilien, with an iron sword in his hand. How brave was he? In front of that man and iron sword, the ringwraiths could only retreat temporarily, and avoid their sharp edges. And in the face of the ringwraiths, the two brothers could only retreat strategically temporarily, and deal with them carefully with their troops. Because of this, the two have always loyally obeyed their father's orders, respected his majesty, and loved his kinship. Just because this father is really powerful, they are truly convinced. Father. Boromir took a breath and chose to change the subject temporarily, saying, "Father, I had a dream." "Oh, what dream?" Even on the front line, but on such a festive and relaxing day, Denethor did not mind chatting with his son about family matters to enhance their relationship. "I dreamed that there were thunders in the sky, dark clouds covered the earth, but there was light penetrating the clouds, and that light came from the north. I dreamed of a silver-white army and a meeting in a peaceful land, where Isildur's nemesis appeared and halflings stood up. I have a premonition that this is the hope of ending the suffering of the people." "Hope?" Denethor seemed a little disdainful. He said sternly, "I never believe in any illusory hope. Victory should be won by ourselves with iron will and bloody struggle." But Faramir also had this dream. Boromir said, "I don't think it's a coincidence, father. Faramir wants to go to the place indicated in the dream." Denethor snorted coldly and said, "Then let him go." "No, father, this road is dangerous and unpredictable. I want to go myself." "You?" Denethor frowned deeply. "You spoil him too much. This will spoil him. Please allow me to go." Boromir lowered his head. His tone was flat, but there was a great determination in it. Denethor stared at him, and was silent for a long time. Oh, my good son has really grown up and dared to talk back to his father like this. Then go." Sighing, Denethor thought for a moment, put his hand into his robe, and took out a golden and shiny apple. The old father, who had been strict all his life, finally allowed Boromir to be willful once. He told Boromir about the function of the apple, and its origin. "I have been injured countless times in my life, but every time, I was reluctant to use it. But I hope that you can use it on yourself when you are in danger. This is my selfish desire. The indestructible iron sword, the golden apple, and love. I will give you everything I cherish. Go, Boromir, I believe in you." "Yes, father." Feeling this deep fatherly love, Boromir felt warm in his heart. But this warmth dissipated in an instant. "By the way," Denethor reminded, "I know what the Bane of Isildur you mentioned is. It is the strongest weapon of the enemy, the One Ring. Mordor is gathering its army, and Sauron is waiting for an opportunity. If he gets the ring, everything will be over. By then, we will not be able to stop him. If your dream is really so effective, if the One Ring really appears in the north." Denethor suddenly said, "Listen to me, Boromir, the ring must be kept properly. It must not fall into the hands of the enemy. I know that the ring is very dangerous and can corrupt people's hearts, but I believe in you, your will is strong, and you will definitely be able to resist temptation. Think about it, Boromir, for so many years, it has always been our soldiers who shed blood and made sacrifices on the front line to stop Mordor, and many southern forces from invading the free people. Even the great kingdom of the north led by Levi has done no more than us. You understand what I mean, right? Boromir lowered his head, his eyes trembling. At the gate of Osgiliath, Boromir made his final farewell. Remember this day, brother. Remember this day full of joy and hope. And parting. On this day, Boromir, who had just won a victory, took off his heavy armor, changed into a more convenient armor, and set off lightly, heading north. At the same time, Gandalf and Aragorn set out from Bree with 4 hobbits and headed east. They were obviously faster than Boromir. Welcome, what a coincidence, I just got back too. At the gate of the roadside castle, Levi dismounted to welcome the 6 wizards, wanderers, and 4 hobbits who came over. Well, it's a coincidence. I just met them when I arrived in Bree. Gandalf began to explain the situation to Levi, while Aragorn sat there silently as usual. Like other older nomads, they were silent when there was no need to talk, like a stone. Wow! But the other 4 hobbits were not as calm as him. They raised their heads and looked at everything in the castle by the roadside with wide eyes. This is more beautiful than any scenery I have ever seen. Look at that tree. Merry sighed and raised his hand to point to the Mauron tree in the distance. I've heard of it. Frodo said. Bilbo told me that it's called the Mauron tree, which is a species found only in the Golden Forest on the east side of the Misty Mountains. There is only one tree to the west of the Misty Mountains, right at the roadside castle. Then we have to take a good look. I'm a little hungry. Can we eat first? Sam was the calmest among the 4, mainly because the fat hobbit was really hungry. Mr. Frodo, look at what kind of life we have been living these days. Only 3 meals a day, and neither of them eats second breakfast, brunch, afternoon tea, or supper. Listening to Sam's complaints, Frodo felt helpless. There's no way, we have to learn to adapt, Sam. Adapt? Some people don't think so. Pippin's eyes turned, and he quietly walked behind Aragorn, suddenly popped up and shouted, Hey! Strider? Aragorn looked at Pippin, who suddenly appeared, expressionless, without any reaction. The two stared at each other for a long time before Aragorn said, Give up. Levi used this trick on me when I was a kid. Well, that's boring. Pippin was discouraged and said, By the way, you are familiar with this place, right? My friend is hungry. Can you take us to find something to eat? This is our first time to Wayside Castle. I have heard that many good wines and delicious foods are produced here, as well as tobacco leaves. The tobacco leaves here have a unique taste, a peaceful feeling, and the quality is very stable. Aragorn chuckled. Peaceful, stable. He muttered these 2 words and replied, That's right. Aragorn, come here. As he was speaking, Gandalf waved at him. So Aragorn stood up and said to Pippin, You don't need me to lead you, just go in, someone will tell you what to do. Wait, what if there are people with bad intentions, like the spy in Bree? No. Aragorn waved his hand, and turned to walk in the direction of Gandalf and Levi. Chapter 352. What's the situation in Isengard? In an open space outside the castle, the 3 of them found something to sit and rest, and held a small meeting. Faced with Gandalf's question, Levi recalled and said, It's very calm, a little weird, Saruman is not there, and there is no trace of the ringwraiths. What is certain is that the Dunlod garrison over there has rebelled, and now they are under the command of Mordor. I have reason to suspect that there is also a problem in Europe there. This is really... You reap what you sow. Gandalf said a more appropriate word for Levi. I have tried to persuade him well, but he not only didn't listen, but also wanted to fight me. Aragorn said on the side, This incident tells us that wise men will also be blinded and become foolish. Wise men. Gandalf muttered this word, feeling indignant. Saruman is indeed very wise, but the trouble is that his wisdom is never used in the right way. If he could listen to others' advice, and put down his arrogant and mean attitude, things wouldn't have fallen to this point. As he spoke, Gandalf suddenly fixed his eyes on Levi's hand. If I'm not mistaken, is that Saruman's ring? I was just about to tell you about this. Levi took off the star ring, and threw it to Gandalf's hand. The loss of power made him feel a little lost, but he quickly adapted to it. Through this ring, I have some vague feelings, but this feeling is too vague for me, maybe you can interpret it. Gandalf frowned and looked carefully at the flawless star ring on his hand. There is a familiar power in this ring, which is the power that sent him out of the tower. Pure, flawless, and with a hint of violence. It can be said that it is quite adaptable to Saruman. This is what I said, Saruman's wisdom. He put the ring in front of his eyes and looked at it, saying, if we hadn't fought at that time, those ring wraiths would not have threatened Saruman at all. It's a pity that everything is too late. It's not too late. Levi also looked at the ring and said, there is still a chance to make up for it. Do you feel the guidance I mentioned? Gandalf thought for a while, and nodded slowly. East, in the east, east of the Misty Mountains, a dark place where the sun can't be seen. Be more specific? Levi asked. Not too far, not too close, there is only one place that meets these characteristics. Gandalf uttered a place name, Mirkwood Dol Guldur. It's about what I guessed. Levi took the star ring and said, it's unlikely that the ring wraiths will take him back to Mordor. The journey is too long, and there is no way to cover up the movement. If they cross a certain airspace, there must be news, but neither our scouts nor our allies saw anything. Well, it seems that the danger level of Dol Guldur needs to be raised to a higher level. Ah! Just as the three were thinking about their next move, a frightened cry suddenly came from the side. What's wrong? Levi stood up and asked loudly. Dragon, there is a dragon! The four hobbits were so anxious that they kicked their legs and ran behind the three people. Levi could see the disdain in Little Pink's eyes from a distance. He didn't even look at the four people. It looked like the four hobbits woke him up. Gandalf protected the four people and said, okay, don't be afraid. That's not the evil dragon in the story. It's the kind dragon that Levi raised himself. His name is Little Beholden. A voice came over. Old Gandalf was forced to speak by the taciturn Little Pink. Well, his name is Beholden. Gandalf corrected immediately. Aragorn was surprised. It turns out that Little Beholden can speak. I haven't heard it once in decades. He just doesn't like to talk. Levi explained, don't underestimate Little Pink. He has read as many books and learned as you. Besides, Little Pink is a dragon. Dragons have strong learning abilities. Even if he doesn't go to school, he should have learned it by listening more often. While waving his hand to push away Little Pink's big claws, ignoring Little Pink's anxious eyes and his shaking head, Levi continued, and think about the dragons that have been recorded in the past, including Smaug, who once occupied the Lonely Mountain, and the longworm Scarsa, who drove away the dwarves in the Grey Mountains and was killed by the ancestors of the Rohan people. They can speak human language, but no one has taught them to speak. Little Pink? It must be said that several hobbits know how to grasp the key points. Is that your name too? Pippin turned his head immediately. Little Pink also glared at him immediately, but the look was not fierce at all, and there was no deterrent power at all. Gandalf stood up and said, show some respect, Pippin. Beholden is much older than you. He is your elder. Don't call him Little Pink. That was his childhood nickname. It's no longer applicable. Okay. Pippin nodded in response, not knowing whether he really listened. But after this battle, the fear of Little Pink dissipated. They curiously surrounded Little Pink and talked to him. But it was obvious that Little Pink didn't seem to want to pay attention to them. He turned around and buried his head in his wings. No matter what people outside said, he pretended not to hear. It was noisy and annoying. The most pleasing guest among this group of guests was the gray-robed wizard. Little Pink thought, but he was helpless. The relaxing time under the Malong tree was soon broken. A ranger who returned from the front line found Levi and brought some news. These news made Levi frown. After thinking for a while, he made a decision: abandon Carndom and retreat to the wall. That dilapidated fortress that has lost its witchcraft protection has little defensive capabilities at all, so there is no need to guard it there. Let everyone withdraw. I will go there myself to see what is going on. What's wrong? Gandalf stood up and came over after noticing the change in Levi's expression. It's still the news from the snowfields of the northern wasteland. There are more and more active wolves and ogres north of Angmar, and they can be seen almost everywhere. And in addition to these things, there are some very strange and weird guys appearing. What? OCC. OCC, what's so surprising about this? Gandalf was puzzled. It's just that there is really nothing surprising about orcs. Levi turned his head and motioned the ranger beside him to speak. They were rotten and worn armor, but they are more ferocious than any orcs I have ever seen. The ranger said to the two, those orcs on the snowy plains look no different from ordinary orcs, but I always feel that they have no reason. Although orcs are all cruel and violent, they can communicate with their enemies in the past. And these orcs in the northern wasteland are more like lunatics. Chapter 353. This doesn't look like a good sign. There are ogres and wolves with a chill on their bones, and orcs who are unknown where they came from, and don't know which camp they belong to. What are you going to do? Gandalf asked Levi. What else can I do? Of course I go and see. Then I go with you. Gandalf made a decision immediately. Why don't you deal with the matter of the One Ring first? It's not urgent, or it can't be urgent. Do you have other plans? Yes, there are some plans. Gandalf replied, this matter is very serious. I plan to let Aragorn notify other allies, so that we can discuss it together. What do you think about this? It makes sense. Levi agreed. I don't have any idea about this ring. The worst result is to confront Mordor head-on and launch another decisive battle, but that's too radical. Well, you know, I'm a more conservative person. Conservative? Gandalf looked a little strange. You are the only ones who think so. If there is a better way, I don't mind supporting it. That would be the best. Hearing what Levi said, Gandalf was relieved. With Levi's support, Gandalf left for the time being and went to talk to Aragorn. So Aragorn had something to do again. Where are you going? Seeing that Aragorn was about to leave, Frodo, who had been most familiar with Aragorn during this period, asked. Aragorn's answer was also quite brief. To Rivendell. Rivendell? Frodo was obviously refreshed when he heard this word. Is that the place Bilbo went to? Bilbo? Oh, there is indeed a hobbit named Bilbo there. Great. Frodo started packing his luggage on the spot. I go with you. I haven't seen Bilbo for a long time. I don't know how he is doing now. He's fine. I saw him last time I went to Rivendell, but he was concentrating on writing a book at that time, so I didn't disturb him. As he was talking, the other 3 hobbits came over. Writing a book. Merry, Pippin and Sam looked at each other. It's been so long, Bilbo's book must be finished. That's right, when we went to Peak last time, we only saw half of it, and the rest hasn't been written yet. Rivendell is the home of the elves we saw on the road, right? Please, take us with you. Several hobbits made a sincere request to Aragorn. Aragorn nodded. Yes, it is possible. Did you meet elves on the road? At this time, Levi, who had finished discussing with Gandalf, came over and said something. Aragorn responded, yes, we met Gildor, an older elf from the house of Finrod. He led a team to make a pilgrimage to Tower Hill this spring, and just came back and happened to meet us. Frodo said excitedly, this is the first time I have seen elves. They are just as rumored, elegant, tall, and most of them are friendly. What about the other few? Well, I heard that there are some woodland elves in Mirkwood. This made Aragorn laugh. The reputation of the woodland elves was damaged. Take them. Bilbo will definitely be happy to see them. According to Levi's suggestion, Aragorn took the 4 people on the road. But this was a few days later. They rested in the wayside fort for a while before continuing. The road from the wayside fort to Rivendell is also within the protection of the wayside fort. There is basically no danger, and you can walk freely. The few people walked on the main road, crossed the last bridge, and went to the famous scenic spots in the Troll Forest to look around, and finally arrived at Rivendell slowly. Elrond came after hearing the news and warmly received the few people. Frodo also met Bilbo as he wished. Recently? I have been so good recently. Bilbo seemed very happy. Bilbo, you have changed a lot. Frodo looked at Bilbo, whose hair was gray and finally showed his old age, and sighed. Yes, it has changed a lot. Since I came here, the feeling of being pulled has disappeared. Frodo smiled and nodded. Bilbo took him to visit the best places in Rivendell. This tour made him open his eyes wide. What a great scenery. How does it compare to Wayside Castle? I heard that you lived there for a while. Frodo hesitated for a while, and finally said, equal. But Wayside Castle is much more lively than here. That's hard to refute. Bilbo said, in fact, I was struggling with whether to live in Wayside Castle or Rivendell. The people in both places are equally friendly and kind to the elves, but in the end I chose here. Well, mainly relatively speaking, I still prefer the quiet and high scenery, and here I can often contact elves. They can teach me something, which is very helpful for my new book. Although there are elves in Wayside, they are really busy. Each elf has many students to teach. I have to make an appointment to see them. By the way, where is Levi? Didn't he come with you? It was a long time ago when I last saw him. Levi is with Gandalf. They went to the north of Wayside. It seems that they have something urgent to do. That's a pity. Bilbo sighed. In the abandoned fortress of Carndum in the snowy mountains of Onmar, Gandalf couldn't help but take a breath. I'm very familiar with this style of armor. Even though it's so tattered that it's almost unrecognizable, the feeling is right. He used his stick to poke the body on the ground that was frozen as hard as ice, and said, from my point of view, He is indeed the same species as the orcs we saw before, but I'm afraid they are not of the same family. This is the army of Morgoth. It is very likely the first orcs who survived from the First Age. I really don't know where they lived before. I dare to conclude that if they are put together with the orcs in the Misty Mountains, or even Mordor, the two sides will definitely fight. Levi squatted down and took a look at the body of the orc, feeling the chill, thinking, "This is really interesting. It's really interesting." Gandalf also squatted down and looked at the orc carefully. Where did they come from? The answer to this question may be further north. Levi thought and made a decision. Gandalf, As he was speaking, suddenly, there was a burst of noise from the distant mountains. A strong army of monsters was charging down from the top of the snowy mountain. They ran into the broken walls of Carndum. The trolls smashed the gates that were already poorly maintained, and the wolves slipped in like ghosts, searching for the breath of the living. Following them were the orcs, some of whom ran in screaming, their evil and turbid eyes darting around. However, they were destined to be disappointed. There were no people here as they knew them, only a wizard and Levi. The original defenders had already evacuated. Swish! Levi took out the dragon steel sword, jumped off the wall with a bang, and directly chopped down a large group of wolves, then swung the sword and cut another batch of orcs. Several insane snow trolls rushed up, trying to cause him some trouble. Boom! A fierce white light burst out on the city wall, and several ogres suddenly felt dizzy and stopped. Taking this opportunity, Levi rushed forward and attacked them, finishing them off quite cleanly. This flash is well placed. Chapter 354. This is the Water City, the most prosperous city in Eriador, and the core shipyard of the Free Cities. In the southern part of the Lonely Land, Boromir rode his horse and stopped at the entrance of the Water City, looking at the wonders one after another and the huge statues at the mouth of the river, and his heart was shocked beyond words. The Pelargir shipyard, carefully built by the ship kings of all generations, will not be more prosperous than here. The commander of the White Tower of Gondor, the Supreme Guardian, has never left his country since he was born. It's not that he doesn't want to move around or doesn't like traveling. It's just that he really doesn't have the leisure and space. As soon as he became an adult, he went directly to the front line to face the vicious enemy and fight against the invasion of Mordor and the southern barbarians. From the time he arrived at the front line, the only scenery he could see was the black land covered with poisonous fog and dust, and the filthy green evil light in the night sky. In comparison, this place is simply a miracle land. It is too beautiful. It makes people yearn for it. The road from Gondor to here is very smooth. The main reason is that the roads that were so dilapidated that they were almost unwalkable in the past have been repaired by the cities of the Free Cities. For example, the North-South Avenue, according to records, was already so dilapidated that only some debris and potholes were left, and it passed through swamps and riverbanks in the middle, making it extremely difficult to walk. But now it has become a flat new road paved with gray stone bricks, and the broken bridge used to cross the river has also been repaired and can be passed smoothly. At this time, Boromir remembered his father's words. Under the protection of the Lord of the North, the people here live in peace and stability, and they never have to face vicious enemies directly. On the other hand, Gondor is bleeding every day. But there is no way, because Gondor is there. Whether it is out of obligation, responsibility, or the pressure of survival, they must fight against evil and hold the line of defense. With mixed feelings, Boromir sighed and continued to walk north all the way to the roadside castle. Roadside castle? Looking up at the sighing city wall in the open space, Boromir was speechless again. Just hearing the name, I thought the so-called roadside castle was really just a relatively large castle. Just like the Lord of Gondor, it was quite powerful to be able to support a few thousand people near the castle. But who would have thought that the so-called roadside castle was actually a great city no less than the White City, and its scale was astonishing. Huh? While exclaiming, Boromir suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked towards the city gate. I saw teams of well-equipped soldiers walking out of the city and heading north. Their system seems to be quite regular. Each team has a fixed number of people and its own commander. Hello, Sergeant of the roadside fort. Approaching a relatively less busy company, Boromir distinguished the captain of the company in the crowd at a glance and walked towards him. I am Boromir, the commander of the White Tower of Gondor. I came here to visit the Lord of the North, Levi. May I ask what happened here? It turns out that you are a friend of Gondor. The captain of the company put down his work for the time being and said, Our leader is fighting evil in the far north, but he alone cannot stop the huge army of monsters. We are going to the Great Wall to support the garrison there. The Great Wall, the garrison, the monster army? Boromir seemed a little confused. He could understand and hear each of these words, but how could they be put together? He immediately expressed his doubts. I heard that the remnants of Angmar were completely wiped out by the army of Roadside Castle 18 years ago, and the former capital of Angmar, Carndum, also became a stronghold of the Free Cities. How could there be any monsters there? The captain of the company replied, It's normal that you don't know. Those monsters have only appeared in recent years. They came from the northern wasteland further north, and their appearance is more ferocious than any enemy we have seen in the past. Can I go with you? After thinking for a while, Boromir applied to go with you. If an enemy appears, my sword can also be drawn for this. The captain looked at the iron sword on Boromir's waist, was slightly stunned, thought a little, and nodded at him. Okay, I can make the decision on this matter. Welcome to join us. Go over there to get some supplies. The captain pointed to the material distribution area. In line with the idea of adapting to local customs, Boromir also went over to get a set. This marching ration is luxurious, and it also comes with milk and honey. I have to say, the combination is quite healthy. He sighed, picked up a bottle of healing potion and asked, By the way, what is this? Healing potion can heal a person's injuries as long as they are not dead. It sounds a bit similar to the golden apple. Golden apple? That's not something that ordinary people can get. The captain of the company shook his head. That thing is usually given out as a valuable gift representing great honor, and it is rare to see it. Is that so? Boromir nodded. It seems that his father and Levi are quite close. Oh yes, his father did call him uncle. With full of doubts and confusion, Boromir marched north with the assembled army and finally arrived at the foot of the Great Wall. Shoot! Swoosh! A rain of arrows fell from the sky, knocking down monsters one by one. As the familiar sound of fighting came, Boromir also entered the combat readiness state at the first time, and the whole person became nervous. Let's go up! The captain of the company issued an order, so Boromir followed closely and climbed the Great Wall. Shoot! Naturally, he followed the defenders and shot down. An excellent general can not only be a general, he can also be compatible with the lower level and become an excellent soldier who obeys orders and has strong action. Boom! A fierce white light flashed behind the scattered army, and then another group of monsters flew up, with flames burning on their bodies. Boromir looked at the place where the noise came from, and narrowed his eyes. It's Levi! He recognized the figure who almost single-handedly swept the enemy army on the battlefield. The man was wearing gray-black armor with faint dark red patterns, an old but neat linen cloak, and holding a big sword that was almost as tall as a person, blocking the rushing army with great momentum. There was a gray figure behind Levi, and Boromir also knew this person. It was the gray-robed wanderer Gandalf. He mainly played auxiliary on the side, using the sword Glamdring to clean up the small soldiers that fell. Occasionally, when he was too busy, he would use his cane to flash, but the frequency was very low, and he mainly used the sword to chop. As he was thinking, a group of tall figures suddenly came running over. Is that trolls? Be careful! Boromir shouted a warning. To his surprise, even though Levi seemed to hear the shout from a long distance, and with the interference of wind and snow, he just waved his hand and rushed towards the group of trolls. I don't know if it was an illusion caused by dizziness, but there seemed to be a star-shaped thing flashing on that hand. Boom! After a while, the trolls fell to the ground one after another, and none of them could survive the third sword. This kind of power is terrifying. Boromir thought to himself. For that kind of troll, even he needs to lead at least a 5-man team to be sure to deal with it smoothly. The most powerful enemy I have ever faced is a war monster that is 7 or 8 meters high. At that time, I led a full 30 people to knock it down. It's already very good. The captain of the company on the side responded to this. I have also seen the giant beast you mentioned. It is quite difficult to deal with, and it is difficult to cause effective damage to it with ordinary means. Being able to lead people to defeat it in a head-on confrontation with only some ordinary weapons can be called excellent in our country, and it deserves a medal. It seems that you are not having an easy time either. Boromir looked at the rows of defenders on the city wall with strict military discipline and serious expressions, and some thoughts in his mind changed subtly. Chapter 355. Perhaps the pressure on the people in the north has never been small. It's just that this huge pressure was taken on and dissipated by someone, which makes this side look peaceful, and even can put pressure on the enemy in turn. It's not that Sauron didn't care about this side, but his thoughts were exposed and beaten back. Boromir. While thinking, Levi had returned with a smell of dust and blood. My lord. Boromir greeted him. Okay, Don't be so unfamiliar. Levi patted his shoulder affectionately and said, Since your great-grandfather's generation, I have gotten along well with your family. I held you in my arms when you were a child. When he said this, Levi felt refreshed all over, and decades of planning finally succeeded today. However, Boromir twitched his mouth when he heard this, and the faces of many soldiers beside him were also a little subtle. It was a little embarrassing. It's so fast. In the blink of an eye, the little guy who likes to bite people's fingers has grown into a qualified warrior and a competent general. How is your father recently? Boromir paused and said, still in good spirits. That's good. I have always seen the situation in Gondor. If you have any questions, remember to tell me. I am here and will definitely help you. When your father was a child, I almost hugged him. Well, you should understand that he is a bit stubborn and didn't let me hug him. Puff. Imagining that scene, Boromir couldn't help laughing. My silent and stern old father still has this moment. Boromir just smiled and got back to the point, saying, Everything in Gondor is stable at the moment. We have just experienced a great victory. My brother Faramir is leading people on the front line. He is a very reliable and strategic person. Faramir, I remember, he is a very careful child. When I went to Gondor, he often asked me for advice. Okay, don't stand here. It's a rare visit. I have to receive you well. While there is nothing to do now. Levi turned aside and looked at the large pile of corpses under the city wall. This round of offensive did not cause any damage here. In fact, even if he was not there, the fate of these monsters would be the same. None of them could survive. At most, it would take a little more time and be less efficient. Faced with Levi's invitation, Boromir smiled and nodded in agreement. At this moment, he truly felt a kind of care. The filter of the mysterious legend was slowly fading away. A person with feelings stood in front of him and talked to him. Friendly, easy to approach, no matter if it's me, an ordinary soldier or a civilian, as long as you go up to talk, he won't refuse, and you can always chat for a few words. This is a bit similar to the wizard who is rushing over there. Hello, son of Denethor, Boromir, you seem to be in good spirits. How is your brother? How is he doing recently? He's fine, just a little unhappy. I guess that your father has always had a problem with him, but it's really strange that he is willing to let you out. I asked to come here myself. Well, then why did you come here? Gandalf asked Levi what he wanted to ask. A dream. In the fortress next to the wall, Boromir expressed his doubts. I followed the guidance of the dream. Levi and Gandalf looked at each other. The next day, the three of them left the temporarily stable wall and returned to the wayside castle. But, stable? It seems not to be. When Levi returned to the wayside castle, two dwarf visitors came here. To be precise, it was a father and son. Gloin, Gimli. Why are you two here? Some news. Gloin looked serious. There are some unusual movements in the north of the Grey Mountains. The Grey Mountains are where Dane's Hall is located. After it was recovered and rebuilt, Gloin and his son and a group of other dwarves moved there. Gloin lived there as the colonial leader of the dwarves in Dane's Hall and managed affairs. Generally, he would not move unless something big happened. In recent years, we often hear calls coming from behind the huge snow-capped mountains in front of the hall gate. Groin said, At first we thought it was just some animals living on the snowfield, but the sound became more and more strange and disturbing. Later, Groin took out a piece of scale. Levi took it and frowned. He was familiar with this thing. It was a dragon scale. To be more specific, it should be the scales that fell off when the dragon grew up. Sheofin fell a lot. This is what our people found on the edge of the snow-capped mountains. We didn't dare to go inside. On the one hand, the road is really difficult to walk on. On the other hand, you should understand that if you really encounter something, the expedition team will not be able to deal with it, so I asked them to come back. Whatever it is, let them come. I'm not afraid. Gimli behind Gloin was obviously more courageous, or more reckless. The North Wasteland again. Levi sighed. Okay, I know about this matter, just leave it to me, it's just right to solve it all at once. I want to see how many things are left from the ancient times. The few people discussed for a while, and soon, another visitor arrived. No, it should be said that he returned. It was Aragorn. Lord Elrond asked me to bring you news. He hopes to hold a meeting to discuss the specific disposal of the Supreme Ring. After saying this news, he asked Levi again, and Lord Elrond also asked me to ask if you are interested in hosting this meeting. Me? Levi pointed at himself, obviously a little surprised. Aragorn nodded. Gandalf suddenly interrupted and said, if Elrond knew his usual style, he wouldn't think of bothering him. Of course, if this thing can be accomplished, I also support it. Levi shook his head and responded, my suggestion is that whoever brings it up should host it. Let's go. It's a good opportunity to go to Rivendell to meet old friends. In the second half of 3018, with the One Ring as the center, many forces gathered at Roadside Castle. Elrond heard the news and wanted to hold a meeting of wise men to discuss how to deal with the One Ring. At Levi's recommendation, as the convener of the meeting, this meeting was hosted by Elrond, the Lord of Rivendell, who was known as the wisest elf of the time. Levi and Gandalf attended as wise men. Also present with them were the commander from Gondor, Boromir, the leader of the dwarves from the Grey Mountains, Gloin, and his son Gimli. In addition to them, there were some other visitors in Rivendell. Chapter 356. Legolas. Aragorn waved and greeted the guest who had just arrived at Rivendell. After a long time, Aragorn was filled with emotion when he saw Legolas again. This guy lied to himself when they first met that he was just an ordinary elf. As a result, he was clearly the elven prince of the Woodland Kingdom. Across from Aragorn, Legolas was also filled with emotion. This guy lied to himself when they first met that he was just an ordinary ranger. As a result, he was clearly the chief of the Dúnedain, and the only person in the world with the royal blood of Gondor and Arnor. You really kept it from me for a long time. You are the same. The two smiled knowingly and stopped talking about it. After returning from their travels in the East many years ago, the two met again in Rhovanion and worked together for a long time. Now they can be said to be quite familiar with each other and have a deep friendship. The two talked about the past with smiles on their faces like old friends meeting each other. Boromir frowned on the side. He looked at Aragorn, who seemed to be about the same age as himself. He always had a strange premonition. It was hard to explain. If I had to describe it, it would be fate. That person had a kind of fate that was closely related to himself. Old friends met here, and various forces gathered, each with their own thoughts. On the other side, in front of a secluded terrace with a direct view of the waterfall, someone held a small meeting before the meeting. Being able to carry the One Ring so far, and there was nothing unusual, it shows that Frodo's ability to resist the evil thoughts of the Lord of the Rings is extraordinary. Elrond looked at Frodo, who was chatting leisurely with Bilbo, wondering what he was thinking. Gandalf said, yes, it is true, but this burden should not be borne by him. He is just a hobbit who does not like adventure and only wants to live quietly in his own home. A quiet life is more suitable for him. But sometimes it is always out of one's control. Elrond shook his head slowly. Our long-dormant enemy has begun to act. His army is huge, exceeding the sum of the elves and humans, and his strength is gradually recovering. Although he cannot yet obtain a physical form, his spirit is not weaker than before. That year, that is, when the last alliance battle was fought. Saruman also mentioned this. I learned from Levi that he was almost bewitched by Sauron, and was captured by the Ringwraiths a few days ago. He is still imprisoned in Dol Guldur. I don't know what their purpose is in capturing him. No matter what the purpose is, a wizard's restricted movement is a loss for us. We have to find a way to rescue him. Then do you have a way? Gandalf asked. Elrond fell silent again. After a long while, he said, Legolas of the Woodland Kingdom brought news about Dol Guldur. According to him, there are many demons there, and a large area of darkness is growing in it, which makes people feel scared. I guess there may be a large army lurking there, but they dare not take the initiative to show up because they are afraid of the strong defense of the surrounding free cities. Although they are afraid of the surrounding forces, it is not easy to attack. Even if it's not easy, we still have to do it. Gandalf's attitude was quite firm. Of course, we will do it, and I have already decided on the candidates. Glorfindel will act together at that time. Together with Levi, it will not be difficult for us to attack Dol Guldur. Then I'm relieved. Gandalf's brows relaxed a little. After discussing Saruman's affairs, the two began to discuss the more urgent matter at the moment, that is, the Lord of the Rings. Whether it is in the Wayside Fort or the Valley, the Lord of the Rings can't be kept forever. You should understand that as long as the Lord of the Rings is still there, Sauron will have a chance to rise again. This is what the people of Middle-earth have to face, and no one can stay out of it. The era of the elves has ended. Even if there is a beacon to help us preserve our strength, there are still tribesmen who are leaving day by day and going to the Holy Land to meet with more tribesmen. When all the elves leave, the power of the free camp will decrease again. At that time, you can only turn to. Click. A man came late, crossing the bridge from a distance and walking towards the two people, intending to interrupt this small meeting. Fortunately, there is this emerging force. Elrond breathed a sigh of relief. Humans are too weak. Since the Second Age, their race has been declining. The blood of the former Numenor has been gradually diluted and withered among the people. Both their strength and lifespan are less than half of their ancestors, and the glory and dignity of Numenor no longer exist. Fortunately, the free city-state came into being. It allows me to see the glory of humans in the last era. But it also makes me worried. Taking advantage of the short time when Levi came over, Elrond said, in the past, Numenor was more powerful than the free cities today. Even the great enemies surrendered without a fight, and were frightened to crawl at its feet, but in the end they were bewitched and corrupted, and perished in a moment. Later, in the final battle, its descendants were bewitched by the One Ring, which led to its escape and the situation today. I saw it with my own eyes, Gandalf. I was right next to him. This was really at the scene. When Isildur took the ring, I witnessed the fragility of human nature. Seriously, at that time he really had the urge to kick Isildur down, but Isildur's ancestors were his blood relatives after all. Elfkin slaying is an unforgivable sin. He can't do that, and he doesn't want to do that. And even if he executed Isildur on the spot for the sin of kinslaying, it would lead to a direct war between humans and elves, the kind that would not stop until death. Because Isildur was the only heir to the human royal bloodline at that time, and the only remaining bloodline of the Supreme King. In the end, even if Elrond could not resist this point, and still took action, the ring would not be destroyed. It would only attach itself to Elrond at the moment, when Elrond made the chaotic decision to kill his parents and cause a war, and choose him as the next host. Being able to make such a decision itself means that Elrond is no longer conscious. No matter from which aspect, Elrond could not move at that time. He could only watch helplessly, and try to wake Isildur up with his own shouts behind him. At that time, it can be said that only Isildur could really destroy the Supreme Ring and decide its fate, and no one else could interfere. But he failed. But fortunately, there are many city-states near us. Although the humans there are weaker than the Númenóreans, and have a short lifespan, their forward-thinking spirit always makes me happy, and gives me hope. And Levi, it has been 80 years since we met. Although there are still many mysteries about him that I cannot understand, I also understand him. The northern humans prospered because of him, and will continue to prosper. But the other leader, who can connect humans is in Rivendell. You have been seeing it with your own eyes. Elrond and Gandalf turned their heads together. Levi said, Aragorn has been a little decadent recently, or he has not done anything, but I have always seen his performance. There is a hidden flame of will in his eyes. After saying what he said, Levi sat down on the chair next to him and took a breath. Thanks to the star ring, his senses were now quite good, and even though they were far away, he could hear what Gandalf and Elrond said. These two guys really thought a lot. Chapter 357. In the worst case, we will fight the last alliance war again. In a temporary meeting with only 3 people, Levi said his backup plan. But any party that participated in the war has weakened to the point that it can't gather an army 1/3 of the size of that time. Elrond calculated and shook his head to deny it immediately. But looking at Levi's subtle smile, he came back to his senses again. Oh yes, the situation has changed. Since the end of the Second Age, elves have crossed the west in large numbers, and there are not many left. The human kingdom has also split and declined, fighting each other, and they are basically at a disadvantage. Not to mention the dwarves, they have lost their homes and can't survive. They can only burrow underground and don't ask about external affairs. It was still like this 100 years ago. But now, looking at the city-states and leaders in front of them, if they don't consider defense, they can gather as many people as they did back then. Don't say it, they can really fight. Levi continued, but it's just a backup plan. Personally, I don't want to do it unless it's necessary. A war of this magnitude is no joke. Once it starts, both sides will definitely do their best. Even with the equipment and average combat quality of the free cities, there will be considerable losses. The brutal regular army of Mordor is not the remnant of Angmar that has been worn out for more than 10 years, nor is it the miscellaneous soldiers of the Misty Mountains, who have no strong leader and no good equipment. The latter two fought with a crushing momentum under Levi's leadership, but it's hard to say if they will fight Mordor. Under the cover of the Dark Will, this war can only be fought head-on. Even if they gathered all their strength, it would be very difficult to fight. It was a purgatory difficulty that was even more difficult than Angmar in its heyday. It was not that they could not fight. To put it bluntly, it was painful to fight. In this regard, Levi had always been a very stubborn conservative. Gandalf listened to this, and shook his head. Elrond was also silent. To fight or not, only Levi could make the decision here. Before the situation developed to a very urgent level, they had no right to persuade him to go to war, because it would inevitably cause great chaos. And the consequences of this chaos were obviously not theirs to bear, and they had no way to bear it. However, despite this, these words still made the two feel slightly relieved. At least they had the power to confront the enemy head-on, and they didn't have to worry about stepping into the abyss if they took a wrong step. Let's put this topic aside for now. Levi thought about the messengers from all parties he saw on the road just now, and said, I just saw Legolas, and the Grey Havens also sent messengers, but Certain himself didn't come. Elrond responded, No problem, Galder can represent Certain's wishes. Galder, Certain's messenger, is mainly responsible for confirming the appearance of the One Ring. As for himself, he is monitoring the sea and the Grey Havens to prevent possible enemies. Oh, that reminds me. Levi clapped his hands. Water City should also send some forces to monitor the sea. I think maybe we can send a practical-class ship to garrison the bay between Mencilias and Eend. Gandalf agreed. Reasonable arrangement. With the size of a practical-class ship, only one ship is needed to deter the enemy's surface forces, and it can be driven away when necessary. The discussion on the terrace continued, and on the outskirts of Rivendell, envoys from all parties gathered one after another. Elves, dwarves, humans, hobbits. Some people came here to find answers for the mysterious guidance in their dreams. Some came here to inquire about information, and some came here by coincidence. And some people were originally here. By the way, where is Aragorn? After the meeting, Levi asked. This question made Elrond not very happy. Elrond shook his head. Levi suddenly understood something. Oh yes, Arwen seemed to be in Rivendell at this time. It was so hard to have such a little free time. How could these two people miss this opportunity? The night before the meeting, in front of the fragments of Narsil's holy sword, Aragorn was standing here in deep thought. Suddenly, the footsteps behind him interrupted his thoughts. Boromir. Following the call of a certain voice in his heart, the first commander of Gondor walked all the way here. At this moment, looking at the murals depicting the scene of the last Alliance War, looking at the ring worn by the man in black armor on the murals, and looking at the fragments of the holy sword, Boromir fell silent for a while, wondering what he was thinking. Welcome to you from the south. Aragorn, who was a little surprised, broke the silence first, and also made Boromir aware of his presence. The old ranger's concealment ability is strong. Boromir turned around and nodded at him. Who are you? A wanderer, and a friend of Gandalf and Levi. Oh, then it looks like we are all here to find friends. Boromir shook his head, and looked at the fragments of Narsil's holy sword. He picked up the broken sword and looked at it while muttering. The fragments of Narsil, this is the sword that cut the ring off Sauron's hand. After so long, it is still sharp and shiny. Hiss, while stroking the sword, suddenly, the sharp blade cut a small hole in Boromir's finger. Staring at the blood flowing from his fingertips, Boromir remembered a rumor that was not so widely circulated. It is said that Narsil has its own will. It only serves the master who is qualified to use it. Anyone else who touches it will inevitably be hurt by it. And when someone who is qualified to use it is nearby, it will become sharp. Obviously, this person is not himself. Boromir turned his head suddenly, and looked at Aragorn. Aragorn looked at him, and remained silent. It's just a damaged relic. Boromir dropped the holy sword and left without looking back. He couldn't accept that this wanderer he had never met was the king he needed to serve. A person he had never met, ridiculous. Boromir thought so. But what he didn't know was that his father and Aragorn were quite familiar with each other. Aragorn's achievements, when he was still in Gondor, even surpassed his father's, and were praised by many people. But Denethor never mentioned this to his children. This involves many complicated factors. He knew it in his heart, but he didn't want to admit it or face it. Russell. When Boromir left, another figure appeared here. She walked silently, only the friction of her clothes made a slight and imperceptible sound. Aragorn turned around and smiled. Yes, this was his original purpose of staying here, and Boromir's arrival was purely accidental. Arwen. He called out the name of the person who came out. The two chatted and laughed, enjoying this moment of leisure. But Aragorn still miscalculated. That night, Frodo, who couldn't sleep, went out for a stroll and happened to see the scene. Looking at the two people snuggling together, Frodo remembered the love story between elves and humans that Aragorn told him. So romantic. Fortunately, this hobbit boy was a man of style. He just watched from a distance for a while, and left without disturbing them. At this point, Aragorn and Arwen finally got a real moment of leisure. But the quiet time is always short. Chapter 358. At the end of the Third Age 3018, On a bright noon, the Rivendell Conference was held. The meeting was hosted by Elrond, the Lord of Rivendell. The main participants included the Supreme Leader of the Free Cities, the Lord of the North, the legendary Levi, the Grey Wizard Gandalf, the Ring-Bearer Frodo, the Discoverer of the One Ring Bilbo, the ordinary Noldor Elf Glorfindel, the Dwarf Glorin and his son Gimli, the eldest son of Gondor's ruling Prime Minister Boromir, Legolas of the Woodland Kingdom, Aragorn the Nomad, and Galdr, the Messenger of Círdan, and several Rivendell consultants sitting with Elrond. These people will discuss the final disposal of the One Ring and the response plan for Sauron's resurgence. Dear guests from afar, and longtime allies, you are summoned here to deal with the threat of Mordor. Now that Middle-earth is about to fall into turmoil again, the fate of our races is linked together, and we should unite and face the enemy together. After the opening remarks, Elrond gestured, "Come forward with the ring, Frodo." So Frodo walked to the stone platform and put the ring down. The moment he put the ring down, the stone in his heart also fell to the ground, as if he had finally unloaded a heavy burden, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The eyes of everyone on the field were immediately attracted by the One Ring, and they began to discuss in a low voice. From this time on, the One Ring began to show its influence, and everyone began to be uneasy. Although they discussed, their eyes never left the ring. After signaling everyone to be quiet, Gandalf, Elrond and Bilbo stood up and told everyone the history and origin of the One Ring, and described the evil power contained in the ring as best they could. He is a completely evil creature. I don't agree. When the three finished their stories, Boromir stood up. He stared at the ring and slowly approached it, saying, "I had a dream. There were endless dark clouds in the dream, but there was light penetrating through the dark clouds. A voice in the dream revealed to me that Isildur's nemesis had been found. It is a weapon of the enemy, but why can't it be a helper for the free people? If it is used by Gondor, it will definitely be able to." Boromir's eyes gradually became blurred. Carrying the hope of the entire Gondor, his obsession was too deep. And thus, he became the first person to be successfully bewitched. The will test failed. Boromir stretched out his hand and tried to pick up the ring. In this brief gap, Aragorn and Legolas looked at each other quietly, and then looked at Levi at the same time. To show his importance, Levi was arranged to speak last in this meeting. It was not his turn yet, so he remained silent. Sensing the two sudden glances, Levi thought for a moment, blinked at them, nodded calmly, and then did not make any other moves. So the man and the elf thought about it, and settled down, giving up the idea of standing up to stop them. At this time, Levi was confused. "Didn't I nod to signal you to stop them quickly? Why didn't you move suddenly? You two agreed to fight me sincerely, right?" Seeing that Boromir was about to collapse, Levi took a breath and was about to stand up to calm the situation, when suddenly, Elrond shouted, "Boromir!" The young commander was startled. At the same time, dirty, evil and ugly black words came from Gandalf's mouth. "The Supreme Ring, the ring of controlling all. The Supreme Ring, the ring of seeking all. The Supreme of the Demon Realm leads all rings. Imprisons all rings in the dark." There are 4 sentences in total, all carved on the Supreme Ring. When these 4 black words sounded one by one, the whole valley fell into darkness, and there was a thunderous sound in the sky, which frightened the golden leaves on the trees, and shook some debris from the nearby buildings. Elrond covered his forehead, and felt that his head was about to go bald. This is a corner of Sauron's power in his heyday. Only language can affect the environment of an entire area, and even pull this area into darkness. No matter what, he is still a Maya. Although he is not too strong among the Maya, he is definitely not weak. In the darkness, Levi and Glorfindel looked at each other and shook their heads. This thing is not a direct attack, it is more like a phenomenon, and neither of them can deal with it well. On the other hand, Elrond was very angry about Gandalf's unauthorized behavior, and it can be said that he was really angry. These 4 words affected not only the participants, but also the entire Rivendell. All the elves were frightened by the sudden evil. But as we all know, Elrond is a well-known good man. After Gandalf sincerely admitted his mistake and apologized, he did not pursue the matter any further. "I do not ask for your forgiveness, Lord Elrond, but if I don't do this, people will not realize its danger, nor how desperate it will be when it sounds throughout Middle-earth. This is a godsend. Some people still don't give up." After recovering from his shock, Boromir stood up again and said, "Why not use this ring?" Thinking of the One Ring, the Ring of Mastery mentioned by several people before, Boromir said, "As long as it is in hand, those ringwraiths will have to obey, and they will no longer be a threat. Gondor has made too many sacrifices to resist Mordor, and the many forces in the south. As long as it can be used well. You can't control it, and no one here can. Aragorn couldn't help but say, the One Ring is only driven by Sauron, not by other masters. What can a mere wanderer understand? Hearing this, Legolas was not happy. He immediately stood up and spoke for his friend. He is not an ordinary wanderer. He is Aragorn, the son of Arathorn. You should be loyal to him. Aragorn, the descendant of Isildur? Boromir muttered, saying, Gondor has no king, and Gondor does not need a king. Alas, watching the scene in front of him, Levi sighed. Boromir, sit down. He spoke, and everyone's attention was drawn to him. Boromir choked and opened his mouth several times, but he didn't say another word. After a pause, he returned to his seat obediently and fell into silence. Yes, Gondor has been bleeding and sacrificing, and the pressure is also great, but the north is not small either, and they have withstood stronger pressure. They look relaxed, just because there is a tall man with a group of battle-hardened troops in front. All the peaceful and stable life is because someone has taken up everything in dangerous places. But if I can get the One Ring, I might be able to become the tall man, and I can also take up everything in the most dangerous place like this, withstand many pressures, withstand the frontal invasion of the enemy, and even counterattack Mordor and send the enemy to destruction. Wouldn't it be better to destroy the ring then? Would I make such an obvious and precedent mistake? Everything is to completely solve the hidden dangers, to allow people to have a long-term peace and stable life. What's wrong with this? Thinking of what his father said before leaving, Boromir slowly closed his eyes and sighed secretly. Under that strong, power-hungry appearance is a nervous and worried heart. The expectations of his father, the enthusiasm of the people, the hopes of his brothers and comrades. Everything in Gondor seemed to be weighed on his shoulders, making it difficult for him to straighten his back. Click. A hand suddenly rested on the slightly tired broad shoulder, and the temperature emanating from the gauntlet was a bit scorching. Don't worry so much, Boromir. Remember, I told you before, tell me if there is anything, I'm here, I can definitely help. Or do you need a hug? Chapter 359. No. Boromir's voice of refusal seemed quite ruthless and indifferent, but his head was very enthusiastic, shaking like a rattle. Let alone whether the occasion was appropriate or not. Just look at the armor that was emitting heat. If you were not careful, you would get burned. But with this interruption, for some reason, Boromir suddenly felt much more relaxed. Where did this damn inexplicable sense of relaxation come from? But it's not bad. Boromir leaned back on the stone chair and fell into deep thought. Gondor is not isolated and helpless. Levi, the supreme leader of the city-states, who he had not met many times, but actually had a good relationship with his family, would really help if something happened. Boromir realized this. This sentence was by no means a joke. A friendly and reliable elder of his great-grandfather's generation, it must be said, this really makes people feel at ease. However, the generation of great-grandfather. Boromir looked at Aragorn quietly, and then at Levi. Is he a human or not? There was no more time for him to think, and the meeting quickly moved on to the next stage. First of all, there was a consensus that no ordinary means could threaten the One Ring, and it could only be destroyed in the Rift of Doom in Mount Doom. This point was verified by Levi, and he tried all the ways to destroy objects, but none of them worked. Then there was Gimli. When this slightly impatient dwarf boy heard everyone say that this ring, that looked like it was made of pure gold, could not be destroyed, his first reaction was disbelief. He immediately swung his solid, heavy steel axe and chopped it up, but the result was that his steel axe was shattered into pieces by the power from the Supreme Ring, and he himself flew out. Fortunately, Aragorn and Legolas behind him stood up in time to catch him, otherwise he would have rolled down the stairs. Let me go! Gimli kicked his feet indignantly. At this moment, he was caught in the air by two people, looking quite embarrassed. Everyone looked at each other. Levi looked at the ring here, and had his own opinion. The hardness of this ring can be compared to bedrock to some extent. The hardness of bedrock is negative. It is indestructible according to the rules unless another rule of the same level or higher appears. Destroying this thing depends on the mechanism. After verifying that ordinary means can indeed not destroy the Supreme Ring, everyone began to discuss again. Someone suggested sending the ring to Valinor, where it would be guarded by the Vala and the elves of Valinor, but not to mention the obstacles that might be encountered at sea, just the nature of the ring itself. No one could guarantee whether it would cause any trouble there. The Vala certainly wouldn't care about such a small thing, but after all, there were a large number of ordinary creatures there besides the Vala, so this method was not very reliable. After this plan was rejected, someone mentioned Levi again. Someone suggested sending the ring to the roadside fort to be strictly guarded, but this plan was not very wise, and was quickly rejected by people including Levi. Yes, Levi did have the means to completely seal the ring, like the Orthan crystal, so that no one except him could touch it, even if Sauron came in person. But doing so is essentially no different from sending it to Valinor. Both methods are essentially just to find a place to seal the ring. Gandalf expressed his own opinion on this. The sea may also turn into mulberry fields. No one can predict what will happen in the future. The responsibility of all of us here is not to consider only a moment, or a few generations of humans, or an era of the world. We should seek a way to completely resolve this threat, even if it is difficult to do so. Elrond said seriously, it must be taken to the heart of Mordor, thrown into the fire, and destroyed. After the two finished speaking, the scene was briefly quiet. People were waiting for the last person to speak. Levi said in a flat tone, I agree that it should be destroyed. Everyone here needs someone to hold the ring and take it to Mordor. So the general direction of the meeting was determined. Everything that follows revolves around how to destroy the Supreme Ring, and who will be the ring bearer. You can't just enter Mordor if you want to. Boromir covered his head and said, monsters more ferocious than orcs guard the Black Gate. Evil never sleeps in that land, and the Eye is always on guard. And the other entrance, that barren and barren land, Minas Morgul, is full of deep pits, filled with smoke and fire, and poisonous fog that fills every inch of the air. Inhaling a little bit will make people feel miserable. Even if you bring tens of thousands, even 20 or 30,000 soldiers in, it will be futile and stupid. Even if these soldiers are not from Gondor, but from the north. Boromir did not say this. Didn't you hear what Lord Elrond and Levi said? The ring must be destroyed. Legolas, who was a little irritable, immediately stood up and retorted. Boromir chuckled and shook his head. He remembered the countless sleepless nights, the time when he held the sword at the border and looked at the dark land of Mordor, and the magic eye surrounded by flames that suddenly projected across a long distance. He remembered the hardship of almost gritting his teeth to fight it. This elf knows nothing. He has never seen these things. Boromir suddenly stood up angrily and said, what if it fails? What if the ring is found by the enemy again? I don't think an elf can be responsible for this. Gimli also came to add fuel to the fire. This fire directly ignited the scene. Levi looked at the supreme ring in the center of the stone platform and realized that this thing was exerting its power again. It will not miss any opportunity to make the surroundings chaotic. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Gandalf quickly stood up to stop them. While you are arguing, Sauron's power is still growing. We shouldn't get stuck in a meaningless conflict here. At this moment, there were not many people still sitting in the meeting. Elrond entangled his hands together and sighed again. Glorfindel leaned back in his chair, put his hands on his knees, and sat there quietly watching the quarreling people without saying a word. Levi looked around, thinking. Frodo was a little confused. The One Ring had been confirmed to be destroyed, but no matter what, someone had to hold the ring, and the person had to be carefully considered. First, exclude Levi and Glorfindel. It's not that I don't trust them. It's mainly that no matter which of them has an accident, the consequences will be devastating, even more dangerous than Sauron himself. Then wizards are not allowed. Gandalf has already explained the reason. I do it. Unexpectedly, Bilbo stood up first. He pulled Gandalf, who was still arguing with others, and said, since I found this trouble, let me solve it. I can take it to Mordor. Gandalf shook his head and said, no, Bilbo, you have done enough, and you have held the ring for too long. You shouldn't take it back. If you don't want to become like Gollum. Oh, Bilbo covered his chest, and shook his head repeatedly. No, it's too scary to become Gollum. The argument continued. In this noise that made it difficult to hear the specific content, Frodo subconsciously looked at Levi. Levi also looked at him, and smiled back. With a certain idea in mind, Frodo suddenly asked Levi, will this be a journey with beautiful scenery? Have you decided? Amid the hustle and bustle, the two talked calmly. Well, I have decided. Frodo nodded. Time goes back to decades ago. At an unprepared birthday party, Levi gave Frodo a special gift. A journey and adventure. The time of the adventure is decided by Frodo. And the journey is arranged by Levi. Yes, he decided. But the journey decided today does not seem so beautiful, and the destination is not so beautiful. I am willing to do it. Take a deep breath. Frodo stood up and walked towards the crowd. Chapter 360. This was a decision that shocked many people and Frodo himself. Gandalf was stunned for a moment, pretending not to hear Frodo's first cry, and continued to persuade others. No, child, turn around now, go back now, you can avoid those pains. Even if this is some kind of inevitable necessity. I am willing to take the ring to Mordor. The quarrel stopped abruptly. But I don't know the way. This time I can't pretend not to hear. Gandalf was the first to step forward and stand behind Frodo. I will help you bear this heavy responsibility, Frodo Baggins, as long as it is still your responsibility. If I can protect you with my life, then I will do it regardless of life or death. Aragorn knelt on one knee, looked at Frodo, and said, "From now on, my sword is at your disposal." At this time, Gandalf looked to the side and exchanged glances with Levi and Elrond one by one. Levi raised his eyebrows. The three reached a consensus. "That's settled." "And my bow?" Legolas stepped forward. "And my axe?" Gimli, with only the axe handle left, followed and muttered, "But I need a new one." His axe was shattered by the ring. When Frodo stepped forward, even the thoughtful Boromir was shocked. He was impressed by the spirit of the hobbit. "You shoulder a heavy fate, little guy. If this is the final decision of the meeting, Gondor will support it." "Hey, and me!" At this time, Sam jumped out. Neither Elrond nor Gandalf were surprised by the appearance of this man. They found this guy hiding nearby early in the morning. But the next two people were not in the plan. "And us." Pippin and Merry jumped out right after Sam. "Don't try to separate us from Frodo unless you tie us up, and put us in a sack, and take us away." Levi suddenly rubbed his hands, suppressing a thought that shouldn't have arisen. In such a serious occasion. This is not good. In silence, Elrond recovered and asked, "Do you know what you are going to participate in?" "A mission? Adventure? Something like that?" The two brothers looked at each other, and saw clarity and honesty in each other's eyes. "I don't know, but don't think of letting them go." 9 companions. Elrond nodded, which was considered affirmative. "It's decided, you will be named the Fellowship of the Ring." On this day, the Fellowship of the Ring expedition was established. "Great." Pippin clenched his fists and gathered strength. "By the way, where are we going?" Everyone was confused. The meeting came to an end with the formation of the Fellowship of the Ring. In the final stage, people were discussing the candidates for the Alliance team. Some people thought that the last two hobbits who joined were not suitable because they were too weak. For safety reasons, Elrond explained his wishes. In fact, he also agreed with this. Instead of letting the hobbits accompany him, he thought that letting Glorfindel with him would better protect Frodo's safety. "No, Lord Elrond, I think Merry and Pippin are just right. In many cases, friendship and loyalty are more important than strength." Gandalf retorted, "Whether it is Glorfindel or Levi, who you have been staring at since just now, their power is too strong, and they can't hide their whereabouts at all. Their joining will only make Sauron even crazier. He will desperately send troops here, and launch the most violent attack on the Alliance team. By then, let alone escorting Frodo to the heart of Mordor, I am afraid that the Alliance team will be forced to start the final battle between the Free People and the Dark Forces before they go far." "Okay, that's it." Elrond nodded. He looked at Levi again and asked, "What do you think?" "I have no objection. Trust them, their friendship, and will be demonstrated." After saying this, Levi leaned back in his chair, and there was nothing else to say. This matter is no longer suitable for him to get involved directly. The Fellowship of the Ring is operating in the dark, while he is in the light, and can only be in the light. Sometimes being too conspicuous is also a troublesome thing. Everything is officially finalized. So, the meeting is over. The Fellowship of the Ring will temporarily disperse, and make their own preparations. At night, Aragorn came to his mother's grave, and said his final goodbye. "I am not ready to shoulder this responsibility. She thought that bringing you to Rivendell would keep you safe." Elrond interrupted Aragorn's sadness. "But in fact, she knew in her heart that you were destined to be unable to escape your fate. The elves still have the ability to reforge the sword of the king, but only you have the right to control it. I don't want this power." After decades of wandering and experience, Aragorn now has lost the sharpness of his youth. For some reason, he retreated a little. "You are the only one with this bloodline, irreplaceable and unavoidable," Elrond said behind him. Aragorn lowered his head in silence, and did not respond for a while. On the other side. "Quick, pull it out and have a look." Bilbo called Frodo to his room, and handed him an elven short knife. "This is my old friend Sting. See if it is suitable for use." Hearing this, Frodo pulled out the sword and was immediately surprised. "It's so light, and feels so sharp." "Oh, that's right. When we were at the Wayside Fort, Levi told me that he had added some sharpness enchantment to this sword. Since then, I feel that it has become different. Just as Levi said, it has become sharper, even though it was sharp to begin with. Well, it is made by elves after all. Speaking of elven creations, I have to tell you that once an orc approaches, its blade will emit a blue light. I don't know if you have seen Levi's bane. He doesn't use that sword much now, but it was his symbol back then. When Bane lights up, the orcs will know that Levi is coming, and then they will scatter and flee without the courage to fight. That Bane was also made by elves. Maybe it comes from the same source as this sword. Oh, and this. Bilbo continued to fiddle with his box, took out a piece of mithril armor for Frodo to wear, and then took out a bunch of golden apples. Give one to each of your companions. Levi gave me a lot of this. On this day, Frodo was once again shocked by his uncle, and was speechless. As he said before, no matter how long it has been, there are always a lot of mysteries about Bilbo that he cannot explore clearly. Even a little bit of revelation will shock him, a traditional hobbit who is used to a comfortable life. Do you know it? Outside Bilbo's room, Levi and Glorfindel, who were strolling on the path, happened to see the uncle and nephew rummaging through boxes and handing over items. So Levi pointed at Bilbo's elven short knife, Sting, and tried to ask about its origin. Oh! Glorfindel looked over with interest. Although it was far away, he really saw it. It looks familiar, Glorfindel smiled, and there was nostalgia in that smile, as well as some inexplicable deep meaning. This is the first time I've seen Bilbo take it out. So do you know it? Levi asked. Glorfindel just smiled, shook his head, and nodded. Can you stop being so ambiguous, and tell me what it's called? Sting, didn't Bilbo name it? Okay. Levi raised his eyebrows, and was also annoyed by the elf's roundabout words. But, if I remember correctly, Glorfindel used a short sword to kill the Balrog, or according to the size of the elves, it should be said that it was a dagger. Things are getting interesting. Levi thought and shook his head again. But it's just a guess, after all, he didn't say it. Forget it, let him do it. Chapter 361. It will take time to recast the Sword of Narsil, and the Fellowship of the Ring and all parties must also make some preparations. After the meeting, everyone did not set out immediately, but stayed in Rivendell for a while, waiting for everything to be ready before officially starting the expedition. And the specific preparations. First of all, it is to ensure the safety of the surrounding area. Elrond met with Levi alone, and talked about the surrounding situation. I wanted to send all the scouts of Rivendell to scout the surrounding area, but now it seems unnecessary. As Elrond said this, he picked up the small teapot on the stone table, and poured Levi a cup of steaming good tea. That's true. Levi did not decline or be modest. He said, don't worry about the safety of the road. At least the land west of the Misty Mountains is not to be worried. There are our people everywhere in the wilderness. Even if you go out without any supplies, you can shout for help a few times on the road and go a long way with the things given by the people who come to help. Elrond joked, what if no one comes? Then shout a few more times, or walk a little further to the outpost for help. Gandalf often walks this road, and he knows where our supply point is. I have to say, it's reassuring. Elrond was a little relieved. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about environmental reconnaissance. However, in order to avoid accidents, Levi still asked the two cities to strengthen their vigilance and conduct a full-scale reconnaissance of Eriador, not letting go of any hidden dangers. The discussion on the safety of the starting point of the road ended for the time being. Elrond continued to busy himself with other preparations, and Levi also had his own plans. That afternoon, he found the residence of the hobbits. Hey, fat guy over there, come here. In a secluded courtyard, Levi waved his hand not far away, signaling the young man who was looking at the scenery over there to come over. This fat young man was naturally Sam. Hello, respected Lord of the North, Lord Levi. Sam came over, looked up at Levi, and said timidly, excuse me, what do you want to talk to me about? Looking at this rather restrained young man, Levi couldn't help but smile. Your name is Sam, right? Samwise Gamgee, I know you. Your father often visits Bilbo's house. We have met a few times, and I happened to visit the Shire the year you were born, and I hugged you. Levi patted his shoulder, looked him up and down, and said, you have really grown a lot stronger than when you were a child. As soon as these two sentences were finished, Sam immediately felt that the legend in front of him, who was far away in the story, was much more intimate, like a relative. Other people might feel embarrassed about these words, especially a thoughtful Gondorian commander, but hobbits are different. They like to talk about these things, such as relatives of various aunts and uncles, and they can't stop talking, even if the other person is a stranger they just met. For example, Pippin can talk about Frodo's family tree in the tavern, and then talk about his relationship with him, what kind of relatives, etc. It should be said that hobbits really like to chat about family matters. Really? Sam asked curiously. Of course it's true. Didn't your father tell you that when I went to visit Bilbo once, I happened to see them drinking? They were drinking a bottle of old wine that your father collected, and I also had a few glasses. Sam listened and couldn't help but sigh. What a wonderful fate. Right? This world is so wonderful. Maybe some kind of fate can connect people together. After chatting about family matters, Levi did not forget the purpose of calling Sam. I know you and Frodo are very good friends. You embarked on a journey because of your concern for Frodo. This friendship is enviable. Under Sam's gaze, he took out a sword, a short sword with fine workmanship and a barely noticeable hazy light. This was made by Levi a few days ago. Its basic attributes are not inferior to those of elves. It is quite sharp, and Levi has also added some enchantments. The most lethal one is the Arthropod Killer V. It has a special attack on spider-type creatures. It can burst out several times the damage of the sword itself when it cuts on a spider. Finally, there is a line of small words engraved on the blade of this sword, forged by Levi, given to those who embark on an expedition. I give you this sword, maybe it can help you at some critical moment. But I sincerely hope you don't need it. I remember. Sam took the dagger solemnly and bowed with it in his arms. Leaving Sam's residence, Levi found Pippin and Merry again. Coincidentally, there was another person here. Agra, why are you here? This elf friend, the first one Levi met, was talking with two hobbits and looked quite happy. You're here, Levi. Hearing his familiar voice, he turned around and greeted him immediately. I'm here to give these hobbits some necessary things, weapons and the like, you see? He pointed at Merry and Pippin, and saw that each of them was holding a sword, which looked quite sharp. It seems that I don't need to worry about it. Levi smiled and shook his head, but despite this, he still took the equipment of the two and enchanted them. After doing this, and chatting with Agra for a while, Levi turned to another place and found Frodo, who was walking with Bilbo at this moment, talking about what had happened in the past few years. For Frodo, Levi had nothing to give. As for armor, he had a mithril mail that was comparable to nether alloy. Wearing this thing, even if a troll with a huge spear stabbed him with the force that could pierce a bison, he would only suffer some superficial injuries. As for weapons, the sting in his hand was definitely not an ordinary thing, even if it seemed ordinary. Levi really didn't need to worry about this aspect. But the help with equipment was one aspect, and other things were another. After a good chat with the uncle and nephew, it was already late at night. Bilbo was old after all, and his body couldn't hold on any longer, so he went back to sleep. After chatting about some trivial matters, Frodo was too sleepy to open his eyes. Frodo looked at Levi, who was still full of energy, and said, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel like you don't need to sleep. Sleep? Levi thought for a moment, and said, occasionally, but this is mainly a pastime for me. It's really strange. Frodo couldn't imagine it, at least not now. He was indeed sleepy. Frodo. Levi suddenly called out, so Frodo raised his head. Travel is always full of surprises. Even though I have made a lot of preparations for it, there are still some things I cannot predict. I cannot make any absolute guarantees, nor can I go on the journey with you. But I will do my best to protect you in my own way. Paw pat pat. The sound of horse hooves came from the entrance of Rivendell. As soon as the sun rose, Levi rode away on his horse. There was still some time before the expedition team set off. When all parties were busy, it was really a bit difficult to ask Levi to stay in Rivendell. And he was not really idle. After arranging the security matters of the roadside fort and the water city west of the Misty Mountains, Levi took the Sky Road again and went to the territory on the east side of the Misty Mountains. The Rovanian area and the River Valley area were safe and sound. There were people stationed at the outpost at all times, keeping a close eye on Dol Guldur and preparing for the attack there. I guess Saruman was getting impatient. Chapter 362. Saruman is safe for the time being. In a previous discussion, Elrond and Gandalf came to this conclusion unanimously. The Ringwraiths chose to capture and imprison him instead of killing him, which means that they must have some need for him. Before the goal is achieved, at least they will not really threaten Saruman's life. Of course, other sufferings are another matter. After all, it is unlikely that the Ringwraiths would invite him over to have a good talk. Town of Kar. After arranging the precautions against Dol Guldur in the north and south rivers, Rovanian, and the Anduin Valley, Levi walked north again, while the people attacking Dol Guldur had not yet arrived, and inspected the Hall of Dane, the former dwarf colony recovered by the Grey Mountains. According to Gloin, there are also some unusual movements here. As of now, if you want to cross the Misty Mountains safely and quickly, the Sky Road is definitely the first choice, and the Fellowship of the Ring will definitely come here soon. If possible, it would be best to eliminate some potential threats before they come. Roar. It was a coincidence that as soon as Levi arrived here, a faint cry came from behind the towering snow-capped mountains that could not be seen at a glance, and the penetrating power was quite strong. There must be something weird in the northern wilderness. Levi thought about it, and put on the Tingyan breastplate directly. With the sound of fireworks, the flame wings behind him also spread out, and he flew straight up. Not long after, he arrived at the top of the mountain. The wind and snow were too strong to see what was below, so Levi continued to walk down and glided to the foot of the mountain. Boom! A huge figure hit him, and the flame glider behind him went out. Before he could react, Levi was already embedded in the mountain. Some kind of huge monster crashed over. In front of such a tonnage, the little resistance bonus provided by Tung Yan's chest armor was really useless. What is that? Levi pushed away the rocks and climbed out. He looked at his rune shield that had fallen off a little, and was a little confused. When he looked up at the thing that had just attacked, he showed an expression of understanding. Things were just as he expected. Sure enough, there was something in the northern wasteland on the other side of the mountain. A cold dragon without wings rumbled over on ice and snow at the moment he fell, and hit him hard with a dragon car. Xiaofeng could also achieve this effect, but she would hold back every time. At most, she would knock Levi so hard that he couldn't stand steadily or make him fall down with a little more damage, but she would never deduct blood or trigger the shield. As for the other strange dragons, they were obviously different from Xiaofeng. They wanted to crash into him to death, and they could be eaten immediately after they were killed. I have to say that this was really painful, even though there was a resistance buff to protect him, otherwise it would be even more painful. Let me see what's going on. Levi immediately drew out the dragon flame steel greatsword and rushed out, breaking through the wind and snow, and slashed the dragon's head with a sword, leaving it with a star. So this dragon living in the snowfield was repelled, and a large piece of ice behind it was smashed. Judging from the current equipment, just a dragon that can't fly can no longer pose a big threat to Levi. Even without the blessing of the star ring, it would be the same if it only relied on the equipment on its body. There is no need to even mention any combat awareness and skills. Even if Levi is standing there motionless and fighting with this dragon, he can fight it to death. That's how confident it is. After a few sword strikes, the dragon on the opposite side obviously recovered. It realized that the human in front of it was not quite right, especially in terms of strength. The double knockback effect of the dragon flame steel great sword made it unable to move forward. Every confrontation was like being hit hard, like being slapped by Fangong's int. The slap of that thing is not pleasant. It can break rocks and drill through steel plates. Except for the dragon, no other creature can stand such service. After several more confrontations, the evil dragon was completely scared. At this moment, its body was full of blood and wounds, and its bones were not intact. This was because every time Levi launched an attack, it used the hardest part of its body to resist. If Levi was careful to find a weakness, such as stabbing along the dragon's mouth, it would fall here. Why did you run away? Didn't you fight enough? Turning around, the terrifying voice of the human came. Fell. Really fell. At this moment, the evil dragon was extremely regretful and annoyed. Since ancient times, evil dragons have always mocked humans, but today it was the other way around. But it was too late. From the moment the evil dragon appeared in Levi's sight, it was destined that it could not escape, not to mention that this guy actually took the initiative to attack. Soon it turned into a pile of materials. Not even a skeleton was left. After collecting the materials on the dragon, Levi continued to walk deeper into the northern wasteland. To his surprise, he encountered obstacles again before he had walked far. The snow here was not very flat, and there were traces of something passing by on it, which was still fresh, and it was obviously not hidden by the wind and snow in time. Howl. The wolf howled from nowhere, and the shadows faintly flashing on the snow seemed a little creepy. The sky in the distance flashed with a strange green light, attracting Levi to go deeper. In this snowy field with a long history, and no one has set foot on it for almost 10,000 years, he just exuded a particularly obvious heat all the way, roasting the ice crystals on the ground and moving forward. This road was extremely long and boring, and the endless white that never changed for a long time made Levi's mood fluctuate a little. The temperature here was a little abnormal. Levi had no doubt that if he took off the dragon flame steel armor now, he would definitely be frozen to death. Under the extremely low temperature suppression, even the heat on the dragon flame steel became less obvious, and it could not even roast the surrounding snow and ice. In this way, unknowingly, even with the flying belt, Levi had completely left the Middle-earth mainland and walked further and further to the edge. In addition to the unchanging white snow, there are more and more dense monsters along the way, such as the mysterious black shadows seen before, which are the afterimages left by the demon wolves. Now they are only the skinny and burned bodies, and can no longer run. In addition, there are some corpses of oak. In this snowy field, wherever Levi goes, it becomes clean. As these vicious monsters left over from ancient times are cleared one after another, the evil forces in this wasteland seem to be decreasing, and the gray fog on the horizon and the manic snowstorm that hides people's sight are dissipating. Maybe it's time to go back. At a certain moment, Levi had such an idea. But at this time, he had a premonition, or revelation, in his heart. The revelation guided him to continue forward and continue to go inside. It seemed that there was something there, something waiting for him to do. This revelation was just a vague feeling. It was not compulsory, nor did it have any specific content, and it was not detailed at all. It just stayed there, making Levi realize that it really existed, not an illusion. As for whether to pay attention to this revelation, Levi has the choice. He can pay attention to it if he wants to, and ignore it if he doesn't want to. In the end, Levi decided to follow this revelation to have a look. Because this revelation gave him a familiar feeling, just like the revelation that came down when the gate of hell was just opened. It came from the top existence. Although it was not forced, this face had to be given. Hiss, after walking for a while, an unpleasant hissing sound came from the air. If this sound sounded over the city, it would definitely cause panic. To Levi, it was purely unpleasant and harsh. After discovering Levi on the ground, the figure seemed to panic, looked a little guilty, and immediately fled away. Old-fashioned seduction method. Although he said so, Levi still flew over. Because the direction he left was consistent with Levi's premonition. Chapter 363. Why hasn't Levi come back yet? While Levi was heading to the northern wasteland, Elrond and Glorfindel met the brown-robed wizard Radagast at an outpost belonging to the Free City on the west side of Dol Guldur. This animal-loving wizard is one of the powerful sources of intelligence for the Free Forces. All birds and beasts can be Radagast's eyes and ears, and even Saruman has to rely on him to get information, even though he dislikes Radagast in his heart. Both parties had agreed to meet here long ago. At this moment, an army has gathered here that is enough to resist the evil creatures that emerged from Dol Guldur, but there is still a person missing. Levi, he is the main force of the rescue operation, and the army gathered here is also commanded by him. It is indeed difficult to do things if he does not come. On this side, facing Levi's delay and Elrond's inquiry, Radagast recalled, "The great eagles told me that he went north, to a place northerly than the Grey Mountains." Northerly than the Grey Mountains. I only know one place. Wearing a set of shining fine armor, Elrond, who appeared in a fully armed combat posture, frowned and said a place named covering a large area, northern wasteland. That's not a good place. What is he doing there? I don't know. Radagast shook his head and said, "The great eagle's sight cannot penetrate the back of the mountains, and there are still some evil forces left there, and the environment is too harsh. There are almost no small animals living there, and no birds, insects, or beasts can pass through, and I can't find any news. It seems that he won't be back for a while." Elrond thought and said, "But we still have to act as usual. I'm afraid some unexpected changes will happen if time passes. Be alert and prepare to meet the enemy." A shout, and the sound of warning fireworks interrupted the conversation between the two. They looked up with the guards, and saw a large shadow floating in the forest. Some of them walked on the ground, and some climbed on the trees, which frightened the trees and made them shake and rustle. They dared to take the initiative to attack. Just when the deputy commander of the army appointed by Levi was about to lead people to meet the enemy, the monsters that appeared suddenly changed direction. They did not rush to the outpost of Anduin Valley, but suddenly turned south and went to other places. No! The deputy commander immediately saw their intention. That direction was the two fortifications in the North River. Although the defenses of these two fortifications were not as good as those of important places such as the Valley City or the roadside fort, as important transportation hubs, they were not ordinary hard. Looking at the army that came out of Dol Guldur, even if we count the orcs, oligs, spiders and wargs, there are only about 10,000 at most. Although it can be considered a big problem, there is absolutely no way to capture the two cities. Maybe it's a bit arrogant to say this, but they used to be pure surrender. But over the years, from Levi and historical experience, the deputy commander has learned that these orc masters are not stupid. They will not do meaningless things. Either their death is to achieve more valuable goals, or they are just one of the attacking armies. An eagle's cry sounded in the air. Radagast looked up and saw a big eagle circling down, bringing information to everyone. As expected, the deputy commander understood. Not only Dol Guldur, but Mordor also showed his claws. From the Black Gate, a large army marched northwest along the Brown Land, heading straight for the two fortified cities. With them were several ringwraiths flying in the sky. This was intended to be a two-sided flanking attack with Dol Guldur. But it seemed that there was more. The big eagle continued to tell the news. Wait. I understand the army of Mordor, but what do you mean by an orc's army that bypassed Rohan's patrol along the border of Fangorn Forest and reached the North Bridge? Where did this come from? A three-sided attack? Not only the deputy commander, but Elrond and Glorfindel were also a little confused. It seems that Levi's territory has encountered some troubles. Elrond immediately stepped forward and said, "We can't sit idly by." Glorfindel also stood up and nodded in agreement. Mordor came at the right time this time, and there happened to be reinforcements here. Although strictly speaking there were only two people, but judging from the light shining on one of them, the ringwraiths dared to come closer, and they had to be considered quite courageous. The number of enemies has exceeded expectations. However, Levi was late to return. Thinking of the instructions Levi made before leaving, the deputy commander immediately made a decision, and took the army with Elrond and Glorfindel to the two cities of the north and south Htau to urgently defend. At the same time, the entire Rovanian also began to mobilize. It only took a few days for the turmoil to occur, and all the territories east of the Misty Mountains directly entered a wartime state. At this time, in the northern wasteland, following the guidance of his heart, when the fireworks in his backpack were almost used up, Levi fell from the sky and walked for a while before finally reaching his destination. It was a huge bottomless pit, the kind that you couldn't hear a sound even if you threw a stone into it. Very deep. There were still some things climbing up at the edge of the vaguely visible darkness. A malice from ancient times burst out from the deep pit and rushed straight to the top of his head. For the first time in a long time, Levi felt some fighting spirit in his heart, and his body became slightly tense. Swish, the dragon flame steel sword was drawn out, and the evil creatures that climbed up were slapped down one by one. They fell down with flames, but there was no sound for a long time, as if they were just falling all the time. It's a bit dangerous. This is not a solution. You can't let them keep climbing up. After thinking for a while, Levi put away the sword, took out the pickaxe, and started mining materials on the spot. Half a month later, the pit was completely closed, and a brand new fortress stood on it, with dozens of iron golems wandering inside, and they will always guard this place here. In this desolate and cold territory where no one visits, only the wind and snow are howling. Let's do this for now. Levi stopped for the time being. It's not that he doesn't want to make more iron golems, but mainly because he really didn't bring so much iron, and even the pumpkins were grown on the spot. Dong dong. There was a knocking sound from the bottom of the fortress, and Levi knew that this kind of suppression was not a long-term strategy. So he took a deep breath, clenched his fist, raised a torch, and headed towards the bottomless pit, all the way down. No one knows how long this downward walk has lasted. Even Levi himself is a little confused. This place is two extremes from the snowfield outside. The snowfield is white, and the deep pit is pure darkness, and only the road under your feet can be seen. In the deep pit, Levi is the only one who emits light. I don't know how many eyes were cast towards him, but because of instinctive fear or some other factors, no one launched an attack rashly. The boring journey lasted for a long time. Finally, when Levi was a little numb, some light came from the ground. Chapter 364. Light? No. Levi drank a bottle of night vision potion and looked into the distance. That was not light. Crunch. The sound of something sharp colliding with a hard object came, and Levi looked closely and saw some giant white spiders covered with frost on their bodies, biting a pile of tattered black armor. The style of that armor looked familiar. Ringwraiths? Levi was quite puzzled. Yes, that was the style of armor commonly used by the ringwraiths, but it was obvious that there was no spirit in the pile of gnawed armor, just some empty shells. It seemed that the ringwraiths had been here, but the creatures here were not so friendly, and they did not even let the ringwraiths go. Swish, the white frost spiders seemed to have sensed something. They abandoned the pile of tattered armor with a clang, turned around collectively, and cast their eyes over, pestering Levi. The sight was full of undisguised malice, and there was also a hunger that could never be filled. Come eat this. Levi took out the dragon flame steel sword. Apparently, the teeth of these spiders were not that good. After a while, they turned into a pile of rotten meat under the swinging sword. What on earth is this place? Levi carried the sword and continued to walk deeper. As he walked, there was another movement in the dark, and a black shadow suddenly pounced on him, was blocked by his sword, and then took away twice. Ah! The sharp roar before death shocked Levi a little upset. But what kind of creature is this? Levi dug the corpse on the ground twice, and felt a little confused. The movement of this thing was too fast just now, and he didn't have time to see what it was. Now he can't see it clearly because he has been burned. But it doesn't matter, you can look at the drops. Whether it's an orc, a warg or a troll, they will drop bones with corresponding names, and spiders will also drop spider eyes. No matter what, you can always tell them apart. Elf bone. When he saw the name of the drop, Levi froze and his scalp went numb. He just stood there in a daze. Elf? Roar. The sharp cry just now attracted a group of monsters of all shapes and sizes, including orcs, trolls, spiders covered with white frost that were obviously due to environmental mutations, and several demon wolves hiding in the dark. Get lost. The restless Levi seemed particularly irritable, and he swore a word that was rarely seen in a century. So this group of monsters suffered, and the following battle was just one-sided slaughter and devastation. He kept killing until all the monsters in this area were dead, and Levi stopped for a while. With a snap, he pressed down the only remaining crazy monster. It was him. Just now, a monster like this dropped an elf bone. Let me see what you are. The tortured elf 30/30ths. Levi fell silent. He looked carefully at the elf in front of him, and only felt an indescribable and extreme malice. Yes, an elf. There were obviously more than one such elf. An ancient evil power was entangled in them like a maggot, making them unable to die or escape, and they could only wander in the dark and dark underground, suffering torture. In this twisted torture, their nails became long and dirty, their skin became gray and rough, their bodies became hunched, and their hair fell out. In the endless darkness, they gradually became ugly and afraid of the sun, and fell into madness in this change. Free yourself? Boom! Levi thrust his sword fiercely, ending the elf's suffering cleanly. The tortured soul was freed from the body, and returned to the holy land in the west that was isolated from the world, and returned to the Hall of Mandos, who was in charge of all the souls of the dead, and was healed there. Levi took a deep breath and calmed down. Now he knew where this was. Unlocked faction, Utumno. Reputation. Infinite minus, in the age of the two trees, long before the first age, in order to mock and belittle the firstborn children of Eru, Morgoth had captured many elves, locked them in his fortress, and tortured them all day long. Later, in order to rescue these elves, the War of the Gods was launched. As Morgoth was defeated and became a prisoner, Utumno was also breached, and the main fortress was destroyed, but there were still many evil minions hiding deep in the crypts, waiting for their master to return. As the fortress was breached, most of the elves were also rescued. Yes, most of them. The wise men living in Valinor believed that those elves, who were not found and whose whereabouts were unknown, might still be wandering in the many caves of Utumno with those monsters. But it was difficult to find them for various reasons. Come on, come here. I will free you, and send you back. Levi murmured, picked up the sword and continued to walk deeper. Wherever he went, it became empty. All the monsters were cleared, and those elves who had lost their minds were also freed. He seemed to know the meaning of his coming here. He walked for a long time, and suddenly, Levi felt a restlessness and heat. With a broken staircase as the dividing line, the surrounding ice melted, revealing the dark ancient bricks underneath. Boom! When Levi arrived here, the ground under his feet suddenly began to vibrate continuously. He took a deep breath, and took out the shield that he had rarely used to block in front of him. This feeling is very familiar. It's coming! Boom! The ground collapsed, the bricks exploded and splashed, and as the shield was broken with a thump, Levi flew out. He could only hold the dragon flame steel sword in front of him to slightly block the impact. Plop! He was smashed into the wall by this huge force, including the man and the sword. Looking at the huge winged figure emitting flames outside the wall, and the countless hideous creatures beside the huge figure, Levi grinned. Come on! The voice full of fighting spirit echoed underground, and spread far away. It's fine that we didn't find Levi, and it's understandable that Saruman's rescue has made no progress, but why is Glorfindel involved now? In Rivendell, Gandalf complained to the eagle that came to deliver the message. The eagle said nothing, just quietly tidying up its feathers. It's useless to tell it these things, it's just here to deliver the message, and it's not its business to deal with this matter. Alas! Gandalf sighed. But we should give Elrond some trust. Through the eagle's mouth, he said that he would rush back to preside over the relevant matters before the Fellowship of the Ring set off. The Woodland Kingdom will not sit idly by. At this time, Legolas, who happened to hear the news next to Gandalf, expressed his own opinion. Father will definitely send troops to help attack Dol Guldur. Yes, of course I know Thranduil will take action, I'm just a little worried. Gandalf hesitated. The big and small things that happened one after another during this period really worried the old wizard. If that area is caught in a war, can we pass through safely? Forget it, let's not talk about it. Gandalf changed the subject and said, it's almost time for us to set off. I didn't expect so many people to be absent at this time. I didn't expect it either. There are too many accidents. Legolas shook his head and frowned slightly. The eagle that delivered the message spread its wings and took off. Gandalf looked at the departing eagle and fell into deep thought. I understand Elrond's situation. He will come back in the next few days, but Levi's whereabouts are still a mystery. Under normal circumstances, he will definitely not be absent. Maybe there is something very important that tripped him up. What is so important? The elf and the wizard were both confused. In order to confirm Levi's situation, scouts rode the best horses and went to nearby territories to inquire about the situation many days ago. The result was that Levi was not in any territory. Then the eagle came and said that he went to the northern wasteland to investigate something. There was no news after that. Before he left, he only left a few instructions, such as asking all territories to assist the actions of the Fellowship of the Ring and send support when needed. As for other things, he did not mention it, only saying that the heads of various places could make their own decisions when necessary. A few days later, Elrond returned, and Gandalf breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Mithrandir. I can come back because Lady Galadriel, with her as the representative, Lothlorien will join the crusade against Dol Guldur. And the Woodland Kingdom, Thranduil also promised to lend a hand. And Glorfindel, I left him there as a support. Mordor's conspiracy will not succeed. That's the best. Gandalf nodded, and put down his hanging heart. That's why I can come back to preside over the expedition. Elrond turned over and dismounted, asking Gandalf about the recent situation. The Sword of the King has been recast, and Aragorn gave it a new name, Andúril, Flame of the West. At the same time, the Nine Walkers, the Fellowship of the Ring, are also ready. Everything is going well. Everyone in this world always has his own things to do. Many things are not perfect. All we can do is to do our best. That's right. The conversation ended with Gandalf's sigh and Elrond's promise. Just like that, on a sunny morning, the Fellowship of the Ring announced its departure. Elrond announced, the journey of the Ringbearers to Mount Doom begins. As for the others, you are not bound by any oaths. How far you go is up to your own will. Oaths can certainly constrain people to do certain actions, but sometimes they can also lead to great tragedies. Elrond felt deeply about this, so he did not ask anyone to make any oaths. This trip was entirely up to personal will. Farewell, I hope you will remember your mission. May the blessings of the elves, humans, dwarves, and all the free people in Middle-earth be with you. The Fellowship of the Ring set off. They will also face their own tests. Chapter 365. The 9 members of the Fellowship of the Ring set out from Rivendell. Elrond sighed as he looked at their backs. The world is in chaos and turmoil, and no place is immune. Even the free cities, which have always been peaceful and have seen almost no evil, are like this. In the past, Sauron would never dare to attack there, but as soon as the leader of the free cities left, the north and south rivers immediately fell into war. Thranduil tried to bring people to support, but as soon as he walked out of the forest, he encountered some vicious orcs, who were attacking the neighboring town of Kar, and there were ringwraiths flying in the sky. Beorn's son led his army to fight, and blocked the orc army on the ground. The eagles also flew down from the top of the mountain, constantly fighting with the ringwraiths and vicious beasts flying in the air, distracting their attention to prevent them from interfering with the humans on the ground. This is the 4th group of enemies that attacked, and no one knows where this group of orcs came from. It can only be confirmed that they are not from Dol Guldur, Rohan, or Isengard. Thranduil was also confused about these armies, and he had no news. Until the arrival of Lady Galadriel, he revealed to everyone the source of this 4th Legion Moria. The orcs, they were scared of being killed by Levi, and were even killed once, almost extinct. But under Sauron's operation, there are still a group of orcs living there secretly. They hid when the light power was strong, and even ordinary passers-by did not dare to attack them. But now they took the initiative to emerge because of the Master's order, and were discovered by the border guards of the Golden Forest. When all parties were in turmoil, Lady Galadriel had a premonition. She looked to the northern wasteland, which was farther north than the human settlements in the north, and took her own actions. In the chaotic war zone, in a relatively quiet reception hall, Lady Galadriel met Thranduil and Glorfindel, who came to support. plus a commander of the River Valley Army of the Free City. 3 elves plus a commander of the army held a small meeting, mainly focusing on the situation nearby and the rescue of Saruman, who had been postponed again and again. For this meeting, the commander of the River Valley mainly listened in. He was responsible for coordinating the actions of these elves according to Levi's message. Lady Galadriel spoke first. I can feel that the Legend of the North is fulfilling some obligations that he should not undertake. Our long-lost people are returning. People? Thranduil was a little confused. He was the youngest among the 3 elves, only more than 5,000 years old. The other 2 were 1 or even 2 epochs older than him, and their strength was also stronger than him. Because these 2 elves had bathed in the sacred light of the 2 sacred trees, they did not need to turn on the lights at night when they came to the station, and their bodies were glowing. That was the time when I was born. Many elves were captured and tortured by Morgoth. Even though Morgoth was defeated in the end and his fortress was breached, many captured elves are still missing. Lady Galadriel explained. I have a feeling that Levi is looking for them in a very deep and far place, and will free them and return them to Valinor. Great move. Glorfindel exclaimed. Thranduil also nodded, but he didn't have so many feelings, just expressed his approval and praise for his actions. Compared with the 2 people who seemed to have witnessed the capture of a large number of elves, he didn't have a deep impression of this incident, but because of the profound knowledge he had accumulated over the years, he could remember this incident as soon as the 2 mentioned it. The commander of the Valley Army, who had remained silent, was also relieved after hearing the conversation of the 3 elves. Fortunately, Lord Levi was just busy with some things in a distant place, and nothing unexpected happened. When this thought came to mind, the commander raised his head slightly, realizing that this news might also be told to him on purpose, so that all territories could know this news through him, and there was no need to worry too much. Elves. Every action is really profound, and needs to be carefully experienced. The commander immediately understood. But he raised his head, and looked at the suddenly stunned lady of the Golden Forest, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. What happened? Huh? Outside the Utumno fortress, Levi took a deep breath and blew away some flames. The battle was too intense, and large areas of the fortress collapsed, with traces of impact and charred by the fire. The rune shield had been broken countless times, exhausted and recharged and exhausted. If it weren't for the elements dropped by killing creatures to recharge the staff, the elements in the staff would have been exhausted long ago. Patting the flames that were still attached to him, Levi moved his body and stood up from the huge body of the fire demon that had lost its energy. It's quite dangerous. Just now, a bunch of strange beasts rushed over, plus a fire demon driving them from behind. In the narrow fortress where they couldn't move, these guys were stuck there, and they even hurt Levi several times, threatening his body, but fortunately he was still better. Now look, none of the beasts on the ground are intact, and the wings of the fire demon under his feet are all chopped off. After the beasts were cleaned up one by Levi, and the fire demon was also seriously injured, it tried to escape from here, but it was useless. At this time, Levi didn't care about saving, and directly took out the dragon bone bow with strength 5 enchantments, and shot it down with dragon bone arrows, and then used the great sword to chop off its huge wings that were not real or made of flames. Now this fire demon has also become material. But, looking at the fact that only 1 Udon flame was dropped even with a looting bonus, Levi felt a little disappointed. This Balrog always feels a little weaker, not as strong as the one encountered in Moria, and not as good as the one I killed myself. Of course, it could be an illusion. After all, Levi is different. Compared with the first time he fought with the Balrog, he is now more than twice as strong. After killing the Balrog that came to him, Levi dug through the fortress and cleared out all the dark creatures he could see. After making sure there were no emissions, he continued to dig deeper. Click. Until the center of the fortress, as the solid wall was dug open, Levi entered a relatively empty room. There is actually a place that is so well preserved. With the help of the newly brewed night vision potion, Levi could see the specific layout of this room. There was nothing except the dark and deep downward passage in the middle. The stairs were endless, with no end in sight, and it seemed incomplete, broken from somewhere. Looking down further, this passage was like the void, with no bottom in sight, making people feel palpitating. Go down and take a look. At the moment when this idea came into being, a sudden revelation came. No, it was more of a warning than a revelation. Unlike before, this warning came from another existence. A cold wind blew from the surface across a long distance, into the ground, into the fortress, and onto Levi's face, blowing his hair, letting him know some information. A warning from Manwë, the kind and compassionate king of air and wind, the manager of the world, and the head of the Vala, who is obsessed with correcting and curing the abnormal state of the world. Under the deep pit is a completely hidden, gathered extreme malice. It is a dark world of decadence, shrouded by residual evil will, isolating everything from the outside world, even the perception of the Vala. Levi knew the meaning of this warning. The Vala were forbidden to interfere too much in mortal affairs, and the place where they lived was also isolated from Arda by the creator of the world. There is already a world between them, and now there is another obstacle. Under many conditions, once Levi goes deeper, even the Vala may not be able to help him. What to do next depends on himself. Every profession has its own specialty. Maybe there are Vala who can beat Morgoth to his knees with pure strength, and smash mountains, rivers, and even land plates with one punch, but apart from that, in some other aspects, they may not be able to compare with Morgoth. Just like the current situation. But, a new challenge? I like it. Levi smiled slightly and jumped into the void-like passage. A gust of wind followed and wrapped around him, forming a kind of law-based protection that prevented him from falling and collision. I can no longer sense him. Galadriel stared towards the north in a daze, a little confused. What do you mean? Thranduil looked over. Glorfindel, who was quite experienced in this, answered his doubts. Levi has left this world. Chapter 366. Shocking words. Leaving this world? The commander of the river valley, who was listening in, was a little stuck in his mind and couldn't react for a while. Is it the leaving this world that he understood? For humans, the so-called leaving this world is basically equivalent to another way of saying dying. It's just a little more elegant and decent than directly saying someone is dead. What does this mean? Thranduil raised his eyebrows. Sometimes, let alone humans or other races, even the elves themselves will be confused by the meaningful riddles of their own race. But there are people who are more confused and anxious than Thranduil. The commander of the river valley can't sit still. He doesn't care about anything else. He directly approaches to ask. But there is no answer, and there will be no definite answer. This is beyond my ability. Lady Galadriel admitted her lack of strength. Thranduil reminded the commander, don't speculate about the scenes we can't see. What's more important at this moment is what's happening in front of us. I believe in my allies. Don't you trust your leaders? The commander nodded, temporarily suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and responded, I will cooperate with this operation. Another regional war started. But that's not all. In a manor somewhere in Dorwinion, an ordinary wine manor owner noticed the turmoil in the neighboring Donny, covered his head, and had a headache. How many years have passed? Why are you sending troops again? So he rode on his horse, put on a cloak to hide his identity, and once again followed the wine road that was renovated by the craftsmen of the Free City, without any entourage, and headed west in his own name. The frequency of accidents has been quite frequent recently. Even though the last one was actually decades ago, it is not a long time for elves. However, the changes over the years are really great. In the past, people who did not have a guard or were not confident in their own abilities would not dare to travel alone on this road. As for recently, some brave human merchants do not even bring guards when walking on this road. This is really a headache. West of the Misty Mountains, somewhere in the wilderness, Gandalf lit his pipe, smoking and thinking. There was a sound of ping-pong behind him. Boromir was teaching swordsmanship to Pippin and Merry, but these two guys were obviously not very honest. They used a little trick to trip Boromir to the ground and gave him an unexpected surprise. For the Shire, knock him down. Two hobbits pounced on Boromir and pressed him down. Boromir struggled for a while, and did not get up for a while. Ha ha, you two guys. Soon, the thoughtful Gondorian commander was also led astray by the hobbits. He laughed and played with the two men, not caring at all about their sneak attacks and his own fall. Aragorn looked at the people playing, especially Boromir, and laughed. Boromir, this person is actually not that difficult to get along with. Although he is in a high position, he is not arrogant at all. He is essentially a kind and gentle person, with a very easygoing temperament. It's just that the pressure on his shoulders is too great. This pressure is his most fatal weakness. While sighing, Aragorn stood up. At present, the atmosphere in the team is quite harmonious, and everything is fine. Except for Gandalf, his face has become a little serious in recent days. I don't know if he knows something, or has a premonition of something. Well, it's better not to disturb his thinking. Okay, both of you, that's enough. Aragorn walked towards the two hobbits, and tried to pull them up so that they would stop fighting. As a result, he was tripped and fell to the ground by mistake, and then the two naughty hobbits changed their targets and subdued him. Oh! Aragorn fell to the ground backwards and groaned. He smiled while lying on the ground, and was also helpless. We can't go south. Gandalf stopped the fight with one sentence. The Dunlendings don't know who they are loyal to, and Saruman's army is nowhere to be found. It is a huge hidden danger after all. Gimli suggested, why don't we take the Sky Road in the north? It is indeed a good choice, Gimli. If you didn't tell me, I would have really forgotten that there is such a conspicuous shortcut in the north that is known to the whole world. This reminder is too timely. Gandalf nodded and responded sarcastically. His eyes were meaningful. He was talking to Gimli, but his attention was not on Gimli, which made the dwarf confused. Where did I offend him? He muttered. But Gandalf stood up unexpectedly and continued, okay, we can try. It's time to set off, everyone, to the north. If we are lucky, we can be under the protection of the free cities all the way, and we can also see the beautiful scenery on both sides of the road without repeating. What if it's not good? Pippin asked. Obviously, he was a man who could grasp the key points. If it's not good, I throw you off the road, so that you know what your crow's mouth will attract. Pippin was speechless for a while. He seems to be in a bad mood. Pippin and Merry complained in a low voice after being scolded. Who said it wasn't? But wizards are like this, with strange temperaments and many changes. Be patient, maybe he didn't sleep well last night. Wait for him to take a nap and rest for a while. Makes sense. Pippin nodded seriously and hurriedly followed Gandalf, not caring about that little thing at all. The group went north all the way, walked up the high sky road, opened their eyes wide to look at the scenery along the way, and headed to the other side of the mountain. I've never climbed to such a high place. Me too. Several hobbits leaned on the railings of the road and looked down, feeling refreshed and happy, and they would never forget the overlooking scenery along the way. Clang, clang. As we walked, we could occasionally see iron golems patrolling along fixed tracks on the roadside, which was even more novel. Once on the road, even Gandalf's mood eased a little, and he even had time to chat with everyone about science. Walking on this road is a pleasant thing. Since it was built, I have walked on it no less than 100 times. Most of the time, walking on it is leisurely and relaxing. Oh, we are here, look ahead. When we arrived in front of the misty mountains, Gandalf pointed forward with his cane, and everyone looked over. In the deep and wide tunnel, countless warm yellow lights were lit, and some people were walking and communicating in it. This is one of the most important transportation hubs on the Sky Road, halfway town. It used to be a goblin cave. Later, Levi led people to completely wipe out the goblins, and then excavated and modified the terrain to make it flat and suitable for construction. Later, Halfway Town was built. Every year, a large number of merchants and travelers pass by here, so it has become very lively and prosperous, and many people choose to settle here. It's amazing. Frodo looked up at this huge town built in the mountains that he had never seen before, and his eyes were dazzled. That's because you haven't been to the Dwarf Kingdom, Mr. Baggins. Gimli curled his lips and said, both Erebor and the halls that the Grey Mountains have just recovered are much larger than here. The Underground Kingdom is what outsiders call our place of residence. I've heard of it. Frodo nodded and said, Bilbo told me the story of the Lonely Mountain, the Great Dwarf Kingdom, Erebor. Gimli was quite pleased to hear this. He nodded and said, Your Uncle Bilbo is a man with vision. I know that he was awarded the title of Friend of the Dwarves a long time ago. The elders in my family often mention him as the brave hobbit. But, Gimli paused and said, in fact, even Erebor can only represent a part of the glory of the dwarves. Frodo asked curiously, are there any dwarf buildings bigger than Erebor? Yes. Gimli slowly said a name, Moria. Chapter 367. Moria, the great miracle of the dwarves. Miracle? Not only a few hobbits, but Boromir was also a little curious. He grew up in Gondor, and went to the front line as soon as he became an adult. He faced the Witch King every day. He had never seen the dwarves, let alone the underground kingdom of the dwarves. Yes, a miracle. Gandalf took over the conversation and said, It is a miracle that is not inferior to the miracle of Roadside Castle, or even the Water City. Even though there is only an empty and dusty hall now, its grandeur is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. That's right, Gandalf is right. Gimli agreed on the spot, and immediately forgot about Gandalf's weirdness on the road. Most dwarves are always like this. They get angry quickly and calm down quickly. When we recapture Moria, it will definitely restore its former prosperity. As Gimli said, he began to imagine. Gandalf continued, Balin often told me about this matter, and he has mentioned it from time to time since decades ago, but I have never advised him to do so, because there are still some hidden dangers. If he goes there now, he will only end up like his predecessors. But when can it be done? Gimli asked sincerely. It can be said that there is no dwarf in the free camp who does not want to regain his homeland. Gandalf looked at Gimli deeply, sighed, and said, It will be soon, Gimli, don't worry, it will be soon. You will definitely see it in your lifetime. You can see it. Chatting, the group kept moving forward, and soon the noise was covered, and the attraction of everyone was also pulled over. We are at Midway. It's so lively. Should we find a place to rest? Sam proposed. I'm hungry. Me too. Merry and Pippin seconded. Gandalf agreed to their proposal, which was rare. There's a Midway Inn over there. Maybe we can go there and have a look. Great. Pippin clenched his fist and was about to run over there first. But soon the noise not far away attracted his attention. A group of residents of Midway gathered there, discussing something excitedly. Their emotions were obviously very excited, and their voices echoed through the tunnel and spread far away. Quiet, quiet. The mayor, who was standing at the highest point, pressed his hand, and the discussion gradually became quieter. After scanning the town, the sound disappeared completely. As a manager elected by the townspeople, the mayor's reputation must be sufficient first. He has enough majesty and reputation to lead people. Seeing that something seemed to have happened in Midway Town, not only Pippin, but also the rest of the team were attracted and squeezed over to hear what the mayor had to say. Gimli raised his head and jumped anxiously. He pulled the people around him and asked, Can anyone tell me what's going on? I can't see it. The enthusiastic Boromir looked at the anxious guy and said, Do you want me to lift you up, dwarf uncle? No, don't even think about it, never. Gimli refused decisively. I don't care, then you stay down there. Boromir shrugged. Gimli was indignant for a while, but the dwarves always have some kind of inspiration. A moment later, he followed a few hobbits and climbed up a nearby street lamp. Now it's clear, but he'd better speak quickly. This street lamp is a bit difficult to catch. Don't get excited yet. Nothing has been determined yet. After successfully calming the townspeople, the mayor spoke. He continued loudly, Even what the elves say may not be accurate. We should see with our own eyes, and search with our own actions, rather than blindly venting our emotions because of a word or a piece of news. That's right. Gimli, who was lying on the street lamp, was the first to agree. His voice attracted the attention of quite a number of townspeople. At first, people thought that this guy who interrupted was a bit rude, but when they saw that he was a dwarf, they understood and forgave him. You can't blindly listen to the elves. Gimli was still outputting here, making Legolas below have the urge to shoot him down. Sensing the unfriendly eyes from his companions, Gimli quickly added, So can anyone tell me what news you heard from the elves? As soon as this question came out, all the members of the Fellowship of the Ring pricked up their ears, waiting to hear gossip. But the townspeople were silent for a long time. Finally, the resident closest to Gimli spoke. They say that our supreme leader, the great legendary Lord Levi, has left this world. What? Clank. Gimli lost his grip and fell off the streetlight. Everyone was stunned, and it was difficult for them to digest the news. Gandalf? Frodo raised his head, hoping to hear a negative answer. But Gandalf just shook his head, as if he had expected it, and said nothing. Aragorn walked over quickly, and said in a slightly hurried tone, You knew it a long time ago? What's going on? No, I don't know. Rumors, it must be a rumor. Gimli muttered. I'm afraid it's not a rumor, Gimli. I can't sense his existence since we set out. Gandalf's voice came. Gimli lowered his head and stopped talking. Okay, now I know why Gandalf is so irritable. There's really something on his mind. I know you. You are the Grey Wanderer, the Grey Wizard Gandalf. A more knowledgeable resident next to him recognized Gandalf, and his reputation in the Free City is not low. If even you say so. Don't guess randomly. That is different from death. Tell me, where did Levi lose the news? Deep in the northern wasteland. The mayor cleared Gandalf's doubts. Gandalf was stunned. This time he was really unsure of the situation. The team fell into silence, and the residents continued to discuss and quarrel. Gandalf stood in the crowd and listened for a while, and found that they were actually discussing to enter Mordor and capture Sauron to interrogate Levi. A fairy tale, the number of Mordor's army is more than 100,000, and the only entrance, the Black Gate, is made of steel and solid stone. Do you know how much it will cost to attack? Do you know how vicious the monsters inside are? We know, Mr. Wizard. A resident replied, and not only do we know, we have seen it with our own eyes. The army is at the end of the tunnel, and the Anduin Valley is in turmoil. If you are here to travel, I don't recommend you to continue moving forward. Just stop here and turn back. What? Gandalf was startled, and regardless of the residents' dissuasion, he hurried to the end of the tunnel. Others were in no mood to rest, and immediately followed. The end of the tunnel was not the dazzling sunlight, but the dark sky and the eagles and ferocious beasts fighting in the sky. It made a piercing cry, which frightened everyone and made them look up. Not only the ferocious beast, but also a ringwraith riding on it. He exuded a terrifying light, chasing the eagle for a while, and then circling down to create panic. The fences on the road to heaven, and the walls under the road to heaven were full of defenders of the free city. The commander of the valley was leading people to fight against the oaken army that came from nowhere. You attacked and I defended, it was a mess. Plop. When the roar of the ferocious beast sounded again, Frodo felt his heart suddenly twitch, and the place where his chest touched the ring was extremely painful. A ringwraith in midair seemed to sense something, and he swooped down on his giant beast and headed straight for the tunnel entrance. Shoot! At the critical moment, a wave of arrows rained down neatly, forcing the ringwraiths to rise up to avoid this wave of attacks. It's my people. Legolas looked at the direction where the arrows came from, and recognized the elven army that was rushing to support. They were from the Woodland Kingdom. Go back. Seeing the situation was so dangerous, Boromir and Aragorn grabbed 4 hobbits, protected them behind them, and retreated again and again. Isn't there anyone who cares about me? Gimli also ran back. Legolas said seriously, if you don't mind, I can. Gimli ran faster, and responded with his eyes wide open. Don't try to lift me up, I can run. Hiss, the roar sounded again, and after the elf's arrow landed, another ringwraith dived down, trying to find out what was going on in the tunnel. The elves had no time to react, but another army came up. It was a group of human defenders of Bantu Town. Shoot! Swish, the rain of arrows covered all the paths of the ringwraiths, but the ferocious beast flapped its wings, and like the previous ringwraiths, it flew up to the sky and turned back, avoiding the rain of arrows. Many of the human defenders, who came later, were shaking their hands, and they were visibly affected by the fear of the ringwraiths, but there was more anger than tension and fear. The great anger that came from nowhere made them dare to attack the ringwraiths, and also made them suppress the fear in their hearts. It made the ringwraiths a little surprised. Damn it, why aren't these people afraid? In the tunnel, the hearts of the people who were avoiding the sight of the ringwraiths were throbbing. Others were fine, but the 4 hobbits had never seen such a scene before, and they were all terribly frightened. Among them, Frodo was not only frightened, he became extremely painful, as if he was being tortured by something. Boromir, who was most concerned about the hobbit's condition, said, We can't stay here any longer, the ringwraith must have some evil curse that can be connected to the ring, Frodo is in pain. This road is not safe, there are more orcs below than at the crossroads. Gandalf looked solemn, thought for a while, and said, We can go down directly from here, and walk south secretly under the cover of the Free City's army, and then... Boom! As he was speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from the south of Mirkwood, and a bright light appeared in the sky, entangled with the dark clouds above. Dol Guldur. Gandalf's heart was numb. It seemed that Dol Guldur had also started fighting, and the road to Rovanion was not safe. We can go through the Pass of Rohan. Boromir secretly looked at the armies fighting outside and said, The scale of this war is larger than any I have ever experienced before. From what I see now, the defenders of the free cities are at least 20,000, and the number of enemies must be doubled. Mordor has probably sent out its main force to attack this place, but it is obvious that their attack is quite laborious. The defense of the free cities is too strong. Such an attack will not produce any results even if it continues for another half a year, or even a year. This is our chance. Boromir turned his head and looked at everyone and said, Mordor has invested most of its forces here, and most of them are unable to take care of Gondor. At this time, the force attacking Gondor must be quite small. We can go through the Isen River Ferry, and go all the way to Gondor to accept my father's help. No, we can't go that way. Before Gandalf could speak, Aragorn rejected this proposal first. He knew too well what this stressed man was thinking. If he really did this, let alone whether he could reach Gondor smoothly, even if he did, it would be easy for something to go wrong, making all his previous efforts go to waste. We really can't go. Gandalf also agreed with this view. As for the reason, it had been said before. Then what other roads can we take? Gimli couldn't help asking. Gandalf sighed deeply, feeling that some kind of inevitable fate was coming. We can turn back, and with the cover of the Water City, there is still a chance to keep this secret. There is still a passage that can prevent the enemy from finding us. But where to go, whether to continue to take risks or change the route to go somewhere else, or let our ring bearer make a decision. Clank clank. The residents who were just arguing in the town halfway have now changed into complete weapons and rushed out to defend in teams. The iron golems that heard the noise rushed to the edge of the sky road, staring at the orcs below and the ring wraiths in the sky. In this noise, everyone shut up and looked at Frodo, waiting for the decision of the Hobbit. Chapter 368. Take the road near Water City. Frodo, who was in pain because of the screams and roars of the ring wraiths, made a decision. The relatively hidden underground route near Water City is naturally Moria. Frodo did not know the specific situation of this place. In fact, he made this decision because of the name of Water City. This city built by Levi subconsciously gave him more trust. Love the house and the dog, so that Moria near Water City seems more believable. Instead of Rohan Pass and Gondor. Boromir's heart darkened, but he quickly regrouped and fulfilled his promise. In any case, he said that Gondor would support the actions of the ring bearer, and he represented Gondor, so he couldn't lose face at this time. After twists and turns, everyone finally embarked on a journey to the south. They moved quickly along the road of the roadside fort, just like this, crossed Water City, and came to the outpost of a region. Nothing is wrong nearby, everything is normal. The outpost ranger gave the information. The whole journey from the Misty Mountains to here was under the absolute protection of the Free Cities, which was quite smooth. Originally, the Anduin Valley should be like this. If you are tired, you can just sleep on the road. The only threat is that you may feel cold if you don't cover yourself with a blanket. But, recalling the message a bird conveyed to him before he left, Gandalf frowned deeply. Mordor has sent a total of no less than 50,000 troops to attack the north and south rivers and the Anduin Valley, and there are at least 3 ringwraiths. It's crazy. He definitely doesn't want to see what the Free Cities will do when they react. In the residents' meeting of Midway Town, most people were in favor of entering Mordor to capture Sauron alive and interrogate Levi. According to Gandalf's understanding of many territories over the years, when the mayor of Midway Town meets with the managers of other regions, he will definitely mention this matter, because this is also the public opinion. Even if he does not support it, he has to mention it. But they held on, and even have the upper hand. Compared with Gandalf, Boromir cares more about the strength comparison between the two sides. That's 50,000 orcs and Uruks, not to mention at least 3 ringwraiths leading them. This configuration can fight all the way from Osgiliath to White City. Even if White City can be defended, there will definitely be considerable losses in the end. But in the Free Cities, the territorial coalition forces gathered in just a few days have suppressed this powerful army of Mordor. If they are given more time to recruit people, they may be able to fight back. This comparison is too hurtful. This is when Levi is not here. If he is here, would they have reached the Black Gate by now? Let's go in. Gandalf called everyone to Moria. I have walked this road to Moria several times. If we are lucky enough, we can see the bonfire and marks left by Levi inside. These marks will guide us to the other side smoothly. Then, Pippin was about to say something, but was immediately covered by Merry next to him. What? Gandalf looked back at him with a bad face. Nothing, Gandalf, we will be fine. Merry answered for Pippin. So Pippin was spared a scolding. Gimli patted the 2 men on the shoulders and said, "Let's go, boys. Let's go see our lost home." Will it go smoothly? Pippin, who was forced to remain silent, looked at Gandalf, who was walking in front with a worried look on his face. He always felt as if something was about to happen. When they came to a well-preserved bonfire with Levi's personal emblem, Gandalf suddenly said in a mysterious way, "The noise left over from the distant times always needs to be cleaned up, and wizards have this responsibility. My premonition is getting stronger, Aragorn." What? Aragorn seemed a little confused. Nothing, I just think I can definitely handle a little noise. Well, it's really small compared to the huge hidden noise in the north. Take care of Frodo, and the hobbits behind you, we should set off. After resting for a while, at the bonfire, everyone got up and continued to move forward. A flame ignited deep underground. It rose slowly following the footsteps of everyone. HU. Located in the deepest part of the world, in a place that almost doesn't belong to Arda, in a prison shrouded in gray-black fog, Levi's nose itched for no reason, and he felt that the air here was really turbid, and just breathing put him on the verge of poisoning. It was suffocating. With this level of pollution, taking a deep breath now will definitely add a second or 2 of poisoning buff. At this moment, Levi has entered the wreckage of the epic fortress that is earlier than the First Era. Looking at the current location, it is probably deeper than the bottom of the middle of the sea. All the foundations left after the Utumno fortress built by Morgoth was destroyed are probably here. In fact, even if it is left alone, nothing will happen for a long time, even for several epochs. The things here will never get out by their own power. But it is hard to say when Morgoth returns. According to the prophecy, he will return at the weakest moment of the world, triggering the doomsday battle of destruction and reorganization of the world. Then there will be fun. But Levi pulled out the dragon steel sword stuck in the body of a fire demon, stood up, and slowly walked down the pile of corpses as high as a mountain. At this time, there was nothing moving here except Levi. Utumno, empty. Let Morgoth, who will return in the future, go alone. Then, how can I go back? Dig through the surface directly, or try to find a way. Just when Levi had this idea in his mind, a white beam of light suddenly appeared in front of him. The light in it called him, and following the call, Levi suddenly understood that this light could take him to a certain place, a sacred place. Without hesitation, he stepped into it, and his figure was completely submerged in the beam of light. His vision was submerged in the boundless white, and the feeling was so mysterious that it was hard to describe. Perhaps it was a moment, or perhaps it was a long, long time. In short, in this vague perception of time, Levi came to a magnificent and clean palace and stayed here for a while. In this moment of staying, he saw a scene projected from nowhere. It seemed to be on a mountaintop, in a high tower, where a grey-robed wizard was fighting an evil monster with flames all over his body. What else could that monster be but the Balrog? This battle was earth-shattering and extremely fierce, at least from the perspective of mortals. On the uninhabited mountaintop, the Grey Wizard no longer concealed his power, and the Balrog fought back with all his might, continuously launching terrifying attacks. The mountaintop seemed to be shrouded in a storm, and the battle between the two inevitably affected Durin's tower standing on it. The tower cracked with the roar and the shock of power, and fell into large pieces of debris, smashing to pieces. The battle lasted for 2 full days and nights. When Gandalf finally inserted Glamdring into the Balrog's chest and ended its life, Durin's tower had already disappeared, completely destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. The road from the underground to the ruins of Durin's tower on the top of the mountain was also blocked by fallen building debris. In the future, the dwarves no longer have to guess what the state of Durin's tower on the top of Moria is. Gandalf will tell them that the tower is indeed destroyed. As for the source of this news, he probably won't say too much. Through some kind of wonderful god's perspective, or what Levi prefers to call spectator mode, he saw Gandalf breathe a sigh of relief after confirming the death of the Balrog, and then suddenly fell to the ground and breathed heavily. The amplitude of his breathing became weaker and weaker. His strength was also exhausted, not a trace left, so that he couldn't even maintain his life. Gandalf didn't make it in the end. His breath disappeared, and he died of exhaustion in the true sense. At this moment, the existence that called Levi here made some movements, and Gandalf's soul was recalled. As the only one of the 5 wizards, who was loyal to his mission from beginning to end without any hesitation, and never went astray, he was allowed by Eru to return to the world, and was allowed to use more power as Maya, no longer restricted as before. In a trance, Gandalf, whose consciousness was connected again, felt the pull from the root of existence. He felt that a great existence was calling him, and giving him a new mission. That was the creator of the world, the only God, the omniscient and almighty creator, Iluvatar. So he accepted it devoutly. However, while accepting the mission, Gandalf subconsciously frowned, which was a disrespectful act to the creator. The creator did not care about this little detail, and he played the music as usual. And the reason why Gandalf did this was because he felt that in addition to the creator, there was another existence that made him feel very familiar and was watching him. Levi. On the top of the mountain, Gandalf suddenly opened his eyes, and shouted the name in a slightly surprised manner. Why is he there? Chapter 369. Let's not talk about Gandalf's astonishment for now. During the time when he fell into the depths of the earth and chased, and fought with the Balrog from the deep pool to the top of the mountain, the members of the Fellowship of the Ring were also driven by the situation to temporarily escape from their sorrow, and headed east to seek help from nearby Lothlorien. However, they were stopped by a group of border guards not long after they left. Led by Halder, an acquaintance of Levi, and the captain of the border guards, he took everyone to a sentry platform on the border and temporarily placed them there to rest. Discussed the specific matters of the group's actions. Because a messenger from Rivendell had visited the Golden Forest before the Fellowship of the Ring set out and delivered relevant information about the Fellowship of the Ring, the Golden Forest was friendly to the team and was willing to provide help. But as the captain of the guard, who was directly responsible for the security of the Golden Forest border, Halder was unwilling to expose, especially unwilling to expose the route to the heart of the Golden Forest to the dwarves. Not everyone can have such a great reputation before arriving at a place like Levi, which can make people in the corresponding place willing to let down their guard and take the initiative to receive him. Especially the dwarves. Halder proposed to blindfold Gimli alone, and this differential treatment made Gimli very angry, and he had a lot of quarrels with the elves. Finally, under Aragorn's suggestion, everyone blindfolded and moved forward, which solved the problem. For the Fellowship of the Ring, Lothlorien obviously attached great importance to it. The Lord and the Lord's wife came out to receive them together. Seeing that the Fellowship of the Ring was safe and sound, the two elf leaders were relieved. If Gandalf were here, he might have noticed that Lady Galadriel looked a little haggard, as if she had used too much strength. But unfortunately, he was not here. The enemy already knows that you have entered this place. If you still hope to act secretly, I am afraid your idea will be in vain. Celeborn, the Lord of the Golden Forest Elves, said, Dol Guldur, Mordor, and a rebel army created by Saruman himself are besieging nearby city-states. If it were not for the humans in the north and south Hatau, who insisted on resisting, I am afraid that even this place would not be peaceful. In addition, the army hidden by the enemy in Moria also joined forces with Dol Guldur to attack the town of Kar led by the descendants of Beorn the Skin Changer. The road ahead is very dangerous and as far as I know, there should be 9 people when you set out, but now there are only 8 people here. Tell me, where is Gandalf? I really want to talk to him. Everyone was silent. Lady Galadriel next to Celeborn gave them the answer. Gandalf has fallen into the abyss. When the 8 people remained silent, Galadriel used his power to pass on what he had sensed through the 8 people. Everyone either saw the future they cared about, or got some words of enlightenment. The Fellowship of the Ring needed to rest. The Lord and his wife realized this, and did not bother them too much, but ordered people to arrange a resting place for them. It was not until then that the Alliance team finally breathed a sigh of relief, and had time to recall what happened a few days ago. I still can't accept it. Unexpectedly, Sam was the first to speak. He stroked the sword that Levi gave him, which was engraved with Levi's name and blessing words, and was in a trance. Frodo looked at the name on the sword, and was also in a trance. The beautiful and noble lady said that she could not sense Gandalf's existence because he fell into a deep pit underground or had passed away. So Levi also. Our journey has just begun, and it has become like this. Cheer up, Sam. Frodo comforted softly. But it was just comfort, and he didn't know what to say next. In fact, his sadness and confusion were greater than everyone else, but he didn't show it. In the dead of night, Frodo stared at the sky blankly and fell into thinking. A certain idea was born in his heart, and could not be shaken off. The journey had just begun, and Levi and Gandalf left one after another. If it continued like this, I am afraid there would be more sadness and separation. If all this had not happened, or if all this could be borne by oneself without involving others, how great it would be. Frodo. Boromir approached quietly. Thinking of Boromir's previous performance, especially his desire for the ring, Frodo was instinctively a little vigilant, but he soon found that his vigilance was a little redundant. Boromir sat aside and said softly, Whether it is Gandalf or Levi, their efforts have not been in vain. You have borne enough, Frodo. Don't let the dead weigh on your heart. After saying this, Boromir and Frodo looked at each other and left. In that brief look, Frodo saw a firmness. So he was also encouraged. At the same time, his prejudice against Boromir was reduced a lot. It was late at night. The hollow singing sounded in the forest. Legolas looked up at the direction of the sound and said, They are singing a lament for Gandalf and praising Levi's achievements. The singing was sad and hollow, touching, and even Pippin and Merry, who were always noisy, quieted down and listened carefully. Although they didn't understand it at all. I guess their songs definitely didn't mention Gandalf's fireworks and Levi's cooking. Sam said, and stood up, ready to recite a poem to fill in the points that these 2 elves probably wouldn't mention. He stood in the open space and recited a little poem he thought of on the spur of the moment, and Aragorn stopped sharpening his sword so that he could hear it. But there were still some interferences beside him. Gimli, he was the only one who fell asleep in the team, and he was sleeping soundly, and his snoring almost covered the sound of Sam's reciting poems. Aragorn, who was expecting to hear Sam's poem, got a little impatient. He turned around and slapped Gimli's face, which was as solid as stone. The force was not small. Snap! Gimli, who was awakened, was indignant. Oh, what are you doing? Only elves are allowed to sing, but dwarves are not allowed to snore. That's too much. You also treat them differently. He complained a few words, turned over and turned his back to Aragorn and continued to sleep. Like a child weighing hundreds of pounds. After listening to Sam's not-so-subtle poem, Aragorn also sharpened his sword. He stood up and looked around, and found that Boromir seemed to be quite depressed. So the two began to chat. In the lady's revelation, I saw destruction, but there is still hope, and our people need hope. Do you hear the clear silver trumpet calling you home? At this moment, Boromir expressed his recognition of Aragorn in his own way. I hope to hear the Tower Guard announce one day in the future, the Lord of Gondor has returned. Aragorn was silent, and did not respond. Boromir's burden was heavy, and when this burden turned into expectation, and was placed on him, he also felt this heavy responsibility. So heavy, that he dared not respond. While the two were talking, Lady Galadriel found Frodo, and took him to the water mirror, trying to bring him more and more detailed revelations. And under the guidance of Lady Galadriel, Frodo also successfully saw some future scenes. Disaster, destruction, war, flames burning everywhere, like the vicious orcs right in front of us. The powerful free cities fell into chaos, unable to protect the surroundings. The Shire was attacked, and many familiar friends became slaves with shackles on their hands. In the end, the huge magic ice surrounded by flames covered everything. The water mirror brought Frodo a possible future direction, but also brought it fear, and attracted the existence that created fear, that is, Sauron. He cast his eyes here. Just when Frodo was about to faint, and fell into the pool. Suddenly, a familiar black sword with dark red lines swung over, expelling the magic eye, and replacing it with a reassuring figure. And the army behind him, that pointed its sharp blade at all evil and darkness. Suddenly, all illusions and revelations disappeared. Frodo grabbed the ring that was about to fall out, and stepped back, breathing rapidly, his face covered with cold sweat. While observing the future, he also experienced a test of will. I know what you saw. Lady Galadriel looked at him with some surprise. If your journey fails, that's what will happen, and the flames will spread to the entire Middle-earth. Things won't be that simple. Even absolute power may not be able to reverse everything. Lady Galadriel gently moved the water mirror, and a picture appeared inside again. The power of the shadow was greatly enhanced by the return of the Supreme Ring, and the world was shrouded in darkness. Only a place of light in the north remained strong. But the Lord of the Place of Light, the Legend of the North, just sat on the pile of enemy corpses, fell into silence, and didn't speak for a long time. Perhaps that would create a new era where the opposition between light and darkness is the most direct, the most obvious, and the most extreme. Only one can survive to the end, as the final sound of the end of another era. But as this possibility gradually approaches, some changes occur again. In the roadside fort on the other side of the mountain, Shiafan opened his eyes after feeling the surrounding noise, and people's strange emotions. He had long noticed that the residents in the territory seemed to be hiding something from him in recent days. But no matter how silent he remained, the movement of the roadside fort could not be concealed. Several legion commanders, and representatives of various communities and managers gathered together to discuss something, and then convened the people for a referendum. Then the roadside fort entered a state of war readiness, and began to gather soldiers. Except for the necessary guards, everyone else boarded the Sky Road and headed east. The city suddenly became much quieter. But Shiafan couldn't sleep. In the past few days, he always felt empty in his heart. The news could not be concealed after all. That day, Shiafan spread his huge wings on the golden malong tree, showing his ferocious side for the first time in his life. The Herdin Guardian, he gave himself this name just to protect the land he lived and loved since he was a child. His personality is different from any dragon in history. If you have to describe it, it's like an old yellow dog, mature, steady and loyal. And what he did is the same. He has been quietly here for many years, guarding the land where he lives and his family, who live on this land. So quiet that many people have forgotten his existence. It's really because his role is not very obvious. It was only because there had been a person standing at the forefront to bear everything for many years that this dragon, a force that no one could ignore, looked quite leisurely, eating and sleeping all day, and occasionally reading books and listening to stories. It was even subconsciously ignored. But now, the person who raised him, and stood at the forefront to bear everything has left and disappeared. This land needs him. So Beherdin opened his eyes, and he let out a roar that resounded through the sky. With this roar, orange-red flames rushed into the sky, burning through the dark clouds above and igniting the entire sky. The huge figure crossed the mountains and headed towards the war zone in the east. Chapter 370. In front of the mirror, Lady Galadriel revealed a lot of information. At the same time, she also withstood the temptation of the ring, and passed her own test. In the near future, she will follow her own destiny, return to the west, return to the blessed land of Valinor, and no longer live in Arda. From this moment on, the fate of the One Ring has nothing to do with Galadriel. This mission is destined to be completed by you, Frodo. If you can't do it, no one can. I know what I should do, but I'm a little afraid to do it. Frodo looked away, only to feel that the burden on his body was heavier again, and he was deeply worried. Galadriel looked at him, and said slowly, "Even the most insignificant little person can change the direction of the future." This sentence, which was not the first time it was said, gave Frodo great confidence. So he held the ring tightly, and his heart became firm. After resting, the group reorganized their mentality again, and continued to set off. Celeborn gave them advice. "Your route is not safe. The two human cities of the north and south of Tau are in a war. The war in the north is also in a stalemate. The remaining wingless dragons have hurriedly escaped from the northern wasteland and crashed into the fortress of the Free Cities. Although they cannot break through, they have caused great trouble. But this is also an opportunity. The war can conceal people's attention. You only need to go from the other side to bypass the enemy. Take the waterway to the wilderness near the northern plateau of Rohan, then abandon the ship and go south from Rohan. This is a safer route. The journey is long. I wish you a smooth journey." Celeborn sent his blessing, and everyone saluted in response. Before leaving, Lady Galadriel also came over and distributed the gifts she prepared to the Fellowship of the Ring to help them move forward. Many of the gifts were of great significance, making people feel emotional and savoring them for a long time. The team set out again, rowing quickly along the river. When they arrived at the border of the North River Loop and were about to reach the war zone, the Fellowship of the Ring went ashore and towed the boat up. At night, the group rested and discussed the next route. Sometimes it is inconvenient to have no wizard in a team. Wizards are knowledgeable, always have ideas, and can give many suggestions to choose from. But after all, he is not there. I can already hear the noise and war horns from the other side of the river. It is not wise to take the water route. Boromir suggested. As the Elven Lord said, we can go south along the road of Rohan and reach Gondor. I know how to go on this road. My father told me about their experience. It happened a long time ago. As soon as he talked about this, everyone's attention was attracted. So Boromir continued. When my father was still young, he traveled here with my grandfather, Levi, and the previous kings of Rohan. It is said that the two fortifications of the north and south rivers had not yet been built. It was during that trip that Levi built an everlasting original bonfire there, which later became the exclusive emblem and flag of the two cities. Their journey must have been wonderful. Aragorn looked at Boromir, imagined the scene, and smiled. Boromir sighed. Yes, even a man like my father would miss this sudden and rarely recorded journey. Miss the past, miss the old people. The only one who still exists in the world from that journey is an old prime minister who has been fighting Sauron for decades and has become a little paranoid and stubborn. The other three elders are gone. Hiss, just as everyone was immersed in the story and missed it in their hearts, a piercing hiss suddenly came from the air, so the team immediately drew their weapons. Ringwraiths. Aragorn stared at the guy patrolling back and forth in the sky, his eyes unblinking. Isn't he leading the battle against the town of Kar in the north? Why is he here? Maybe he was driven here by something. Legolas, who was the most sensitive, responded. He gestured. Look at the sky over there. Is there a faint orange-red color? I see it, but what is it? I don't know, but it must be something that can make the ringwraiths feel afraid. The ferocious beast flapped its wings and flew over the team with the ringwraiths. The breath it exuded made the group feel terrified. Especially the four hobbits, who have not stopped trembling since the ringwraiths appeared. They opened their eyes wide and dared not close them, for fear that the ringwraith would appear in front of them in the blink of an eye. The most painful one among them was Frodo. As soon as the ringwraiths approached, the One Ring started to make trouble again, desperately causing trouble, bringing him double pain in soul and body. There was no need to act. When the ringwraiths were closest, not to mention the hobbits, even Legolas and Gimli were panicked. Only two people in the team could look at the ringwraiths without changing their expressions. One was Aragorn, who looked up calmly and observed. The other was Boromir, who had anger in his eyes. The so-called fear of the ringwraiths had been completely burned out in the years of war. Now he just wanted to burn the fire on the ringwraiths, so that the flying empty shell of armor could feel the anger of the people of Gondor. He went to the North River. After observing for a while, Aragorn came to a conclusion. We can't let him go like this. Legolas. He called softly behind him. So Legolas turned his head. Aragorn pointed to the ferocious beast under the ringwraith's crotch, and Legolas immediately understood. At this moment, the ringwraiths were flying low above the forest, less than 200 meters away from everyone. This distance can be said to be quite dangerous for the ringwraiths, because Legolas had already drawn his bow. He forced himself to be alert, suppressed the great fear that kept surging in his heart, and used the moonlight to concentrate his mind and shoot upwards. Whoosh! An arrow accurately penetrated the softest part of the ferocious beast. After the arrow succeeded, Legolas did not stand there. He immediately shot another arrow, piercing the membrane used by the beast to fly. The beast roared in pain and fell into the forest. "Let's go!" Aragorn roared and rushed out first, followed by Boromir, and Gimli also hurriedly raised his axe to follow. So the scene appeared. The ringwraiths were attacked from nowhere, and were forced to land. As soon as they landed, 3 swordsmen, 2 tall and 1 short, jumped out of the woods and chopped his mount with a few clangs. Then it was him. After a moment, Aragorn swung his sword and sheathed Andúril, and Boromir also put away the iron sword with the 5 enchantments of the Slayer of the Dead. Gimli kicked the empty shell armor of the ringwraiths twice, looked at the two of them, and was a little surprised. "The craftsmanship of your sword is really extraordinary. Aragorn, the helmet of the ringwraith was actually split directly by you. And Boromir, your sword made the ringwraith particularly painful. The scream he made just now almost deafened me. You are not bad, Gimli." Boromir praised. "Your axe also made a great contribution." Everyone laughed. The world where only the ringwraiths were injured was achieved. At the same time, on the snowy mountain, the Eagle King who received the revelation set out from the eagle's nest, and went to the top of Moria to greet the returning Gandalf. Levi also had a premonition. The only God, the omniscient and omnipotent creator, gently pushed him. The world attracted his will and soul. It was time for him to return. Chapter 371. Legolas, Gimli, come and help us. We have to hide the boat quickly, and set off immediately. After shooting down the passing ringwraiths, Aragorn and Boromir immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Before the One Ring and Sauron disappear, the ringwraiths will not really die. They can only be defeated, and will soon return in new armor. As the ringwraiths were killed, the crisis they brought was also resolved, but a new crisis arose. The ringwraiths will not lose their memory. They will remember where they were killed. If they continue to stay here, the enemy will come sooner or later. So several people hurriedly hid the boats, and set off immediately without taking a rest. They walked until dawn. When the weakest hobbit in the team could not hold on for a while, the team took a break at Boromir's suggestion. At this moment, the group has entered the border of the northern plateau of Rohan. It is still safe here, and the war has not spread here. However, it is far from the point where we can relax our vigilance. There are still many threats nearby. For example, the Uruk army moving along the edge of Fangorn Forest. Another example is the war zone in the northern river. Near a forest, Aragorn took the lead and suggested, "Let's make some fires. We need to warm up and rest for a while to save our strength for the next journey." After leaving Gandalf, Aragorn is the leader of the team. He replaced the wizard's duties. "Walk. Do you know which way we are going to go next?" Gimli recalled the terrain to the south, and was a little discouraged. "A maze of rugged hills, a rotten, stinking muddy swamp, and I heard that there are many ghosts in the swamp. Do we really want to take this road?" "Yes, that's the way we are going." Aragorn nodded in response. "Stop complaining, dwarf, and save your energy for the journey." Gimli was a little unhappy to hear this. "Oh, stop complaining, all right, all right." He shook his head, and at this time Pippin came back and left a pile of firewood. "Where's Frodo?" Pippin looked left and right and asked. Legolas, who was sitting next to him, suddenly stood up. "Something is wrong, Aragorn. I feel an evil approaching." Aragorn immediately became serious. Elves are born with a strong sense of evil things, and this sentence must not be ignored. "Go find Frodo." "Come! Come!" Inside the woods, Frodo strolled in an abandoned building, looking a little lonely. But the ring on his chest was very active, and it tried its best to radiate power to corrupt the team members. It is not a random bewitching. The ring has its own considerations for the objects to be bewitched. First, the other 3 hobbits are excluded. Then the dwarves are not wanted either. They are too stubborn and difficult to deal with. The elf is not suitable either. His resistance is second only to the hobbits, and he is not easy to deal with. Then, there is Aragorn, the descendant of Isildur. But looking at his appearance, he is much stronger than his ancestors. He has experienced a test before. Frodo wanted to give the ring in his hand to Aragorn, but Aragorn refused and asked Frodo to keep the ring well. Then, there is only one person left. Boromir. In this team, only he can be said to be a real human. He is not as innocent, kind and clear-minded as the hobbits, nor as stubborn as the dwarves, nor as extraordinary as the elves, nor as good as Aragorn, who is called the King of Men, with the blood of the Dúnedain and the extraordinary temperament of living in Rivendell for a long time. He is just an ordinary human. And he is also a human with great responsibilities, deep thoughts and huge pressure. From the beginning, the target chosen by the One Ring was this seemingly ordinary human commander, but even so, it was not easy to bewitch him, especially when there were other people present. But now the opportunity has come. We should not act alone, Frodo. Boromir picked up wood that could be used as firewood and said, I know what you think in your heart, and I know why you are alone. But is all this really necessary? In Frodo's fearful eyes, he fell into obsession step by step, and his tone was no longer gentle. In the end, he made the mistake of getting angry with his companions, and tried to snatch the One Ring so that he could use it to defeat Mordor. Lend it to me temporarily, lend it to me, I will return it to you after I use it. But it was in vain. No, Frodo, come back, After a moment of noise, Boromir knelt on the ground, looking at the place where Frodo disappeared after putting on the ring, his heart full of regret. What did I do? Boromir covered his face, leaving tears of regret. He realized that he seemed to be the last straw that broke Frodo's back. Frodo, I'm sorry. Frodo. Frodo ignored the shouting behind him, and just ran away. Yes, the ring did not fall into Boromir's hands. Its bewitching action encountered an accident and failed. But its purpose has been achieved. Although it did not succeed, it did not lose. Going south along the river, on the west side of the North Bridge connecting the North River and the North Plateau, a team of strong orcs, who had just bypassed the hilly area near the waterfall, were planning to cross the river to join the attack on the North River fortification. Suddenly, the orc captain raised his hand and signaled his subordinates behind him to stop. I feel it. He muttered and roared, Turn, hurry up, follow me, full speed. Frodo. The view turned back to the forest. Aragorn was the first to find Frodo and called him, but Frodo looked at him with fear. So Aragorn understood what was going on immediately. Frodo, I swore to protect you. He was the only one in the team who made a vow, even if no one asked him to do so. Frodo took off the ring again, spread it in his hand, and fully exposed himself to Aragorn. In this way, Aragorn ushered in the second test. Noisy evil whispers sounded in his mind, and Aragorn's eyes were a little dull and a little scary. He stared at the One Ring, slowly approached, and stretched out his hand. At this moment, if he wanted it, then the ring would really be his. Frodo closed his eyes. But the hand did not reach for the ring, but held Frodo's hand and asked him to put the ring away. Aragorn passed the test again. Frodo's heart warmed, and when he was about to say something, suddenly, Aragorn drew the sword from his waist. Go, Frodo! Frodo was startled, and also drew out his sting. It was glowing. The halfling is there, catch him! The Uruk team rushed over after being called by the ring. The team leader gave an order, kill them all except the halfling. The halfling is there, chase him. According to the captain's order, a dozen elite Uruks ran towards Aragorn to distract him, and nearly 100 other Uruks rushed towards Frodo. Dang! Aragorn chopped down several well-equipped Uruks with all his might and hurried back to defend. Hundreds of elite Uruks. Looking at Frodo, who was fleeing in a hurry, he was ruthless, raised his sword high, and shouted a war cry that frightened the Uruks from the bottom of their hearts. Levi. Then he jumped down from a high place, and swept a large area of Uruks, who were in a panic, and looked around with the king's blade in his hand. The effect was remarkable. A bunch of scum, just a name, the man is not here at all. The first captain to recover cursed, not mentioning that he was distracted and subconsciously looked to the side. At this time, Legolas and Gimli also rushed over, and they followed Aragorn to fight their way out. Where did the little hobbit run to? Gimli asked while swinging his axe vigorously. Aragorn also wanted to ask this question. No matter how good they were at fighting, there were only 3 of them, and it was a miracle that they could stop hundreds of Uruks. Another group of elite Uruks followed the trajectory of the 4 hobbits. And over there, Boromir heard the sound of fighting not far away. He no longer cared about his sadness, and immediately stood up and bumped into the Uruk, who tried to capture Pippin and Merry, and immediately drew out his iron sword and killed the Uruk on the spot. But there were more Uruks behind him. Go! Boromir pushed the 2 men and covered their retreat. A circle of Uruks surrounded him, swinging their butcher knives and showing ferocious smiles. Get out of here! Boromir struggled hard, using the ordinary iron sword to deal with the blades one after another in front of him, and then knock down the enemies in front of him one after another. Alone, fighting alone. His clothes were stained red with his own blood, and his sword was full of the enemy's sticky black blood. While fighting countless enemies, he took off the horn from his waist and blew it. The sound of the silver-white horn engraved with ancient characters was extremely magnificent and loud. When it was blown, even at this moment near the North River, its sound was faintly echoing in the land of Gondor. Legend has it that in any corner of Gondor, as long as the horn is blown, there will be reinforcements to respond, unless everyone is dead. Even if it was blown outside Gondor, even if it was far away in the northern plateau, the sound was sensed by the people of Gondor, including Faramir, who led the raiders in Ithilien, and his father. In Minas Tirith, Denethor suddenly stood up and stared towards the north with wide eyes. The sound of the horn. Boromir. I heard the horn sounding in the north. Boromir is in danger. Is there anyone? Where can I get the army to support? No one. The power of Mordor was unprecedentedly strong. Even if the other side attacked the free cities, this side could still send tens of thousands of orcs, tens of thousands of Herads, and a large pirate fleet to attack from two directions. The front line was already extremely tense, and there was no way to spare any troops, even in the Ithilien region where Faramir was currently in charge. Denethor's heart was trembling. No matter what, reinforcements must be sent to support, someone must go. But how far is it from Gondor to the north of Rohan? Before the reinforcements arrive, whether Boromir can survive depends on his own luck. What sound? In the fortification of the northern rivers, the commander of the garrison, who was planning a counterattack, raised his head. He did not recognize the sound of the horn, but there were always some people in the free cities who liked to run around and accumulated enough experience. I recognize it. It is the horn of Gondor. The commander of the White City of Gondor always blows it when he goes out to boost morale. A ranger who returned from the Crossroads stronghold gave the answer. The sound came from the North Plateau near the river. And the horn sound is suspected to be related to the Uruk team that suddenly turned around and left. What do you mean? It's not easy. We don't have many people stationed here. Huh? While hesitating, the commander suddenly looked at the main road extending from the Rovanian road to the east. They are coming. The elite troops gathered from Rovanian, Road Town and Valley City. The various city-states reacted. So the enemy's doomsday has come. We will send troops and start a major counterattack. Send out 5 companies, rush from the North Bridge to the place where the horn sounded. Act immediately. Buzz, the horn of the free city sounded, responding to the call for help from afar, and also announcing the start of a counterattack. Charge. The army in the city and the reinforcements outside the city cooperated with each other and launched a fierce attack on the orcs. No, it should be said to be a clearing. Boom. In this open brown land, tens of thousands of fully armored cavalry ran into Dol Guldir's army and penetrated it directly. The formation made by the orcs could not resist it at all. Even the huge spiders could only be crushed in the face of such a torrent of steel. The only ones who had some resistance were the ogres and Oleg, but the number of such heavy units was not large after all, and they were immediately restrained by the troops that were separated and could not make an effective counterattack. The situation turned around in an instant. The siege on the North River will end today. The gate of the city was opened, and the defenders inside quickly joined the reinforcements to fight together. At the same time, a 1,000-man legion consisting of 5 companies was separated to step onto the North Bridge and rush to the direction where the horn sounded. The forest full of dead leaves, Uruk was rampant in it. Stand behind me, little guys. In the woods, Boromir was breathing heavily. His current condition was not much better. Not only was his body covered with knife wounds, but he was also hit by an arrow in his left shoulder and could not move. But even in this severely disabled state, with only one arm able to move, he still relied on his strong will to chop down a dozen more Uruks. Until their captain arrived. He was an elite among the elites, who were very strong among the Uruks, and his height was almost comparable to that of an ordinary human. He was very strong and his archery skills were very accurate. He led hundreds of other Uruks to quickly beat Boromir to the point of being seriously injured and dying. Boromir is indeed very strong, but he is a human after all. Even though he may be the most outstanding among humans, he cannot exceed the scope of humans. If another Legion champion wears the same equipment as him, he will probably get into trouble. In order to facilitate movement, he only wears a light armor, and the shield is still on the shore where several people landed, and he did not bring it. The arrow shot by Captain Uruk was not fast. If he had a shield, he could block it. Even if he didn't have a shield, he could try to dodge it. But it didn't work. Because there were 2 hobbits behind him, he couldn't hide. Fear comes from human instinct and is inevitable, but bravery is one's own choice, which comes from the strength of the heart. Boromir chose to stand in front of his companions and block everything for them. All the arrow wounds he received were on the front. The orc's arrows were poisonous. Whoosh, the second arrow shot and pierced Boromir's waist and abdomen. With the poison and severe pain, Boromir used his only remaining hand to burst out with strength again and killed several Uruks. But that was the end. Boromir knelt on the ground, his consciousness gradually blurred, and he could no longer move. Pippin, Merry. Boromir trembled and called the names of the two people, watching them being captured, but he was powerless to save them. Looking at the butcher knife raised above his head and about to fall, he had an idea in his mind. Was he going to die? At this moment when his life was about to end, he had no fear of death in his heart, only the panic and regret that he had messed up everything and failed his companion's expectations. Boromir. Whoosh, an arrow shot towards the captain of Uruk, who was about to be executed, but he suddenly turned around and chopped it off with a knife, which made Legolas, who shot the arrow, frown. So he drew out the sharp double swords at his waist and followed Aragorn and Gimli in front to kill. Legolas and Gimli bought some time, and Aragorn quickly helped Boromir up. Aragorn. I have an apple on me, a golden apple, you know its function, Boromir said weakly. That's perfect, eat it quickly. Aragorn was visibly anxious. No, I messed up everything. I don't deserve to live, and I don't deserve to use this thing that represents the highest honor of the Free City and Levi's trust. Take it away, you will make better use of it. Get up, Boromir. Seeing that this guy dared to be depressed at this time, Aragorn was really angry. He didn't even look for Boromir's golden apple, and directly took out his own, and stuffed it into his mouth. While stuffing the apple in, he also violently pulled out the two arrows in his body, so that they would not hinder his recovery. That was not the end. After forcing the golden apple in for Boromir to chew, Aragorn took out the bottle of healing potion he had received from the roadside fort and poured it into him. This set of operations almost suffocated Boromir. Stop, stop, I'm fine. Boromir, who had regained his vitality, immediately got up. Then fight. Aragorn handed him the iron sword that had fallen on the ground. Boromir took a breath and took the iron sword. Then, let's go! Yes, humans are destined to be imperfect, but they will always choose to fight until the end of their lives. It's time to take action to redeem the mistakes they have made. Buzz, at this moment, a horn sounded behind him, which was a response to Boromir's call for help. Rumble. The horse's hooves trampled the ground, making bursts of sound. The reinforcements from the northern rivers have arrived. Chapter 372. Roar. A huge roar resounded through the sky, and the dark clouds over the Anduin Valley were burned through. The sun then fell, shining on the dragon with fiery red scales, bringing a sense of holiness. What is that? Many people who had never been to Roadside Castle panicked when they saw the fire dragon in the sky. This thing is different from the ringwraiths. The biggest threat of the ringwraiths is the fear they bring. Once the fear fails, they can never match a huge army. But the dragon is different. This creature does not need any other modification. It can cause a kingdom to fall just by relying on its own strength. Originally, because of the spread of the news of Levi's departure, many soldiers in the territory were in a state of anger. This anger overwhelmed the fear brought by the ringwraiths, making the ringwraiths lose most of their functions. Seeing that the situation in the war zone here has improved, a major counterattack can be launched immediately. At this time, a dragon suddenly came, and it was the strongest fire dragon among the dragons that could breathe fire, which was simply unexpected. On the other side, seeing a fire dragon join the battle, the orcs were also a little confused, not knowing which side this guy was on. Only the three leading ringwraiths panicked. A dwarf turned his crossbow arrows to the dragon and tried to attack, but he was soon stopped by the knowledgeable defenders on the side. I heard that the calm and powerful dragon is the guardian of the roadside castle, and its name is Behelden. It's a friendly army. As if to confirm his words, the next moment, Behelden spewed flames at the three ringwraiths flying in the sky. In just one shot, two ringwraiths fell directly and turned into ashes. The ringwraith who had managed to escape the flames lowered himself quickly, but it was too late. After destroying the ringwraiths, the flames quickly moved from the sky to the ground and began to burn the orcs and behemoths outside the city wall. It was a crushing blow. After forcing back the orcs, who had run out of Dol Guldur and Moria in the south, Sheofen suddenly turned her eyes and looked north. There were a few wingless dragons that had been frightened by someone and ran out of the northern wasteland. They were born evil and directly joined the attack of the orcs, causing considerable trouble to the defenders, and they almost broke in. The huge armor-piercing crossbows on the city wall fired again and again. Although they could cause damage, they could not hurt their lives. They were too cunning and always protected their vital points. In order to deal with these walking dragons, even the Legion champions were transferred to 3, who were ready to jump down and fight the dragons at the most dangerous moment. But now it seems that they are no longer needed. There is another existence to deal with them. Little Pink, no, beheld and swooped down and spit out a long flame in one breath, burning several dragons and making them scream and crawl away. The scales of both sides were equally strong and their sizes were not much different. The one with more numbers would definitely have the advantage in a melee, but one side could fly and spit out flames that could melt metal, which was a qualitative difference. When Beholden appeared on the battlefield, the outcome was already determined. They couldn't run away. On the other side, many defenders also began to launch a major counterattack, actively attacking the orc army that was in disarray. The situation was set. The 4th Ringwraith, who had just arrived from Dol Guldur, shook his head, abandoned the remaining soldiers here, and chose to retreat, trying to bring the news to his companions who were attacking the north and south Hatau. But by coincidence, he happened to pass by a forest full of yellow leaves, and there seemed to be something calling him. But before he could land, he was shot down first, and then the 3 people who suddenly rushed out to attack him knocked him down with his mount and armor. It was just hooliganism. The Ringwraiths who lost their form and escaped into the darkness thought for a long time, and came up with this word. Among the 3 people, the dwarf's weapon looked the heaviest, but in fact it caused the least damage. The other 2 humans were the most hurt. One used the king's sword, which naturally had a restraining effect on evil things, and the other used a strange iron sword, which hurt the most. It was really bad luck to meet these people. The Ringwraith said nothing, but returned to Mordor silently, waiting for the master to make a new special armor for him so that he could attach it to resurrection. At the same time, a magnificent horn sounded from the forest, and the defenders of the northern rivers responded. Gandalf was brought to the Golden Forest by the Eagle King and met Lady Galadriel, who gave Gandalf a brand new white cane. Gandalf waved it twice in his hand, but for some reason, he always felt that the cane was not sharp enough. But as a cane for casting spells, it is indeed much better than the previous one, and it can be used. At worst, he can go to Levi to enchant it later. By the way, has he come back? Gandalf was a little confused, but soon he was not in the mood to think about it. In the Golden Forest, he met a man. Saruman. He has been unconscious for many days. Galadriel explained to Gandalf. He was like this when we rescued him. He was first tortured by the Ringwraiths to the point of being extremely weak, and then the enemy found an opportunity to pull him into the shadow, at his mercy. His situation was quite bad. Moreover, he violated the taboo, and has lost his qualification to lead the crowd as a white robe. That's why. Galadriel handed a white robe to Gandalf. Gandalf took it solemnly. I already know my new mission. He put on the white robe, walked to the dusty Saruman, raised his staff, and a light fell from the dome. Saruman twisted in pain, and his expression looked extremely tormented. Finally, with the help of the fierce light, he broke free from the shadow and opened his eyes. Gandalf, you. Saruman, sweating profusely, looked at his old friend in front of him in shock. He knew that his mission had failed. He was unwilling and angry. But he could only accept it. Because that is the will of the one God he should obey. There is still one person who has not returned. Galadriel looked at Gandalf and asked him. Gandalf just frowned. Things are complicated, I am not sure, and there are some things I can't think of. Not only me, you will definitely not think of it, but in this case, if he doesn't take the initiative to say it, I can't guess it will. But he probably will. While saying the riddle that puzzled the elves, Gandalf suddenly turned his head and looked to the northwest, in a direction on the other side of the misty mountains. Oh, he's back. Roadside Castle. On this day, people raised their heads and looked at the dome. A soft light appeared above the roadside castle, and the light beam emitted by the beacon slowly spread and fell until it touched a bed in the castle. Achievement. Return from hell. Levi opened his eyes. Chapter 373. I always feel that the streets are a little quiet. Levi walked out of the castle, muttering strangely. There are no more people chatting and laughing on the roadside, and Xiaofan is not here either. Maybe they have all been transferred to the Eastern Theater. Hearing Levi's question, a sturdy old man who was bending over to plant vegetables answered without turning his head. Eastern Theater? Yes, the East has not been in chaos recently. I heard that there are oaks everywhere from Nanhito to Carl Town, and they are almost fighting to the sky. Is there such a thing? Well, I can see that you have not been here recently, and have not heard of these news. The old man leisurely picked potatoes on the ground and continued in a calm tone. Except for the necessary garrisons, almost all the young people who can fight have gone to the east. Now it is estimated that the oaks have been almost cleared. Young man, if you prepare to leave early, you may be able to catch up with the end. Is that so? Please tell me in detail. I want to know the current, the specific situation, including the follow-up plan. Now? What else could it be? The little pinkies have flown over to join the battlefield. Maybe they have already gathered and set off for the Black Gate. What are you going to do at the Black Gate? Of course, we are going to find our Lord. Didn't we have a meeting some time ago? Oh, seeing that you have so many questions, I guess you were not there at that time. Anyway, the result of that meeting was that everyone agreed that the Lord's disappearance was related to the Lord of Mordor. As long as we enter Mordor and capture the Dark Lord, we can always find out something. That's true. I think so too. It's probably Sauron's doing. Levi nodded. Well, it seems that you have the same idea as most people. In order to break through the solid Black Gate of Mordor made of steel, we dispatched more than 20 full regiments, and 40,000 people gathered in Rovanion one after another. All the excellent rangers and legion champions, who can still hold swords, have been dispatched. I don't know where they are now. After harvesting the last potato in this 9x9 standard farmland, the old man stood up and stretched. Rumors from the outside world say that our Lord has left this world, and will never come back, but I don't believe it. I will never believe such absurd words, even if some of them are said by elves. It's a pity that I am really old and can't go out with you to find clues about the Lord. But if someone thinks that the old man in the roadside fort is easy to bully, they are wrong. I can swing a hoe, so I can swing a sword. Looking at the old man's strong body, it is estimated that he fought a lot when he was young and was tempered. That makes sense. Levi affirmed his words. A lot of things have happened during this period. I don't think I've been away for long. It's time to go out and take a look. When the young men behind him heard that he was going to the Eastern Theater, the old man who had stretched his body turned around and said, "You're going to travel again just after you came back. You're really a young man with vitality. I wish you all the best." Brr! The old man suddenly froze, and the rest of his words were stuck in his throat. Am I really not hallucinating? Yes, yes. He approached blankly until he felt the heat on his armor, and finally confirmed that what he saw was not an illusion. Tears fell down his wrinkled cheeks. You're back. A large crowd slowly gathered behind him, cheering. The soft and sacred light brought the legend back to this land, so the end of people's expectations was no longer empty. That day, Levi returned, and the dullness of the residents left behind in Roadside Fort was swept away, and they became excited. This excitement spread outward from Roadside Fort as the center, and continued to spread to one territory after another. Under Levi's instructions, a messenger set out from Roadside Fort and quickly went to the east along the Sky Road to let the gathered army know of Levi's return. This news will become a reassuring anchor. However, after the messenger brought the news, the army did not disband or withdraw. They continued to wait there according to Levi's instructions, waiting for Levi to finish his work in another place. This silence made Mordor a little nervous, but Mordor did not stand there, but took this opportunity to strengthen the defense of the Black Gate, and continuously mobilize troops from the far east and Harad. Attack and defense reversed. On the other side, after announcing his return and dealing with the recent chaos, Levi first went to the Water City to confirm the news of the Fellowship of the Ring with the rangers stationed at the nearby Regent outpost. The Grey Wizard and the other 8 people walked towards the west gate of Moria, and never turned back. Listening to the intelligence of the outpost ranger, Levi thought about it for a while. Combined with what he saw, the Fellowship of the Ring should have successfully passed through Moria at this moment, but I don't know where they went after leaving Moria. And Gandalf, I don't know where he is now, and what's going on. In that indescribable hall that seemed to be outside the borders of the world, Gandalf's soul was summoned, and he seemed to have returned to Arda before himself. So where would he be now, Lothlorien, Fangorn Forest, or somewhere else? We still have to go and see to find out. Well, I know everything. Is there any other movement recently? After asking about the Fellowship of the Ring, Levi asked another question casually. Don't say, this question really caused trouble. News from afar, there is something strange at the crossing of the Isen River on the border of Rohan. The Duinluin people and the orcs gathered and approached there, with great intentions of attacking. Oh! Levi became interested. The ranger continued to report. One night, the reconnaissance team in the Eend region discovered a flying black shadow in the air, suspected to be a ringwraith, wandering between Dunlodge and Isengard. According to our inference, a war is likely to break out in the near future at the ferry of the Isen River. The ranger told all the intelligence he had collected there. After that, he quietly waited aside for Levi's decision and action plan on the matter. Ferry of the Isen River, Isengard. Gandalf had said long ago that this place might no longer be his side. Even with such precautions, Saruman still made such a big mess. It can only be said that it was a little unexpected, but it was also within expectations. After all, this old guy is really ambitious. Afterwards, Levi went there in person, and it was confirmed what Gandalf said. He also picked up a ring. But before he could make a follow-up plan, an accident happened in the northern wasteland, and now it was just the right time to deal with it. Gather the legions, and go to the Isen River crossing for support. Once the Isen River crossing was lost, the remaining defenders could only retreat to the Horn Fort in Helm's Deep. Then the Battle of Horn Fort would most likely take place. The time span between these events in my memory was not long, just a few days. The Horn Fort was very important. Once it was lost, Rohan would be in real trouble. This was not a good thing. Coincidentally, the defenders of Water City had not moved. Because of the order issued before Levi disappeared, they did not rashly participate in the war in the east, but guarded the land on the west side and the southwest coastline. The decision was made. Levi returned to Water City from the outpost, and the huge city of Water City began to operate rapidly. One by one, the fully staffed legions were built and gathered in the open square, waiting for Levi's next order. Let's go! Chapter 374. War always breaks out faster than expected. On the east bank of the Isen River crossing, two armies began to clash. On one side was a vanguard army composed of Dunlendings and Uruks, with a total of about 2,000 people. On the other side was 10 cavalry companies and more than 100 archers led by Theoden's only son, Prince Theoden of Rohan, in addition to 4 companies of support from the west of Rohan, with about 500 people. In terms of quantity, the two sides were about the same. But in terms of quality, Rohan was obviously superior to the other side. Theoden inherited the bravery of his father Theoden very well. Under the leadership of the prince, the soldiers fought hard and temporarily repelled the invading enemies. Victory came, but Theoden was not happy at all. The situation is not optimistic. Thinking back to the intelligence from the rear, Theoden also seemed a little worried. Rohan at this time was definitely not peaceful. Needless to say, the western part, the army of Dunlending, Orcs, and Uruk kings were eyeing them covetously. Just a vanguard army brought great pressure. Until now, he didn't know how many main forces the enemy had. As for the east, the pressure in the east was no less than here. The army of Mordor passed through the Eamon Mule and roamed around on the vast grasslands of Eastmark. Their main purpose seemed not to attack Rohan, but to find something here. But this did not prevent them from showing malice towards Rohan. Once the situation in Eastmark fell into disadvantage, they would definitely give up looking for that thing immediately and turn around to attack Rohan first. At this moment, Rohan was attacked from both sides. At this time, the relatively remote northern plateau area seemed the safest, mainly because it was close to the cities of the Free Cities. Some time ago, I heard that while they were fighting against the huge army of Mordor, they also sent some people to clean up Uruk in the northern plateau. This saved Rohan a lot of trouble, so they could concentrate on dealing with attacks from the east and west without having to take care of the remote northern highlands at the same time. Theodred thought, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Sometimes he really wanted to suggest that his father move the capital to the northern plateau. Although it was a bit far away, and there were only some scattered villages there, and the population was relatively sparse, it was really safe. Things are unpredictable. Who would have thought that the most desolate, dangerous, and difficult to defend northern wasteland decades ago would become the safest place because of the 2 new cities built by the Free Cities in the north and south Hatau? But there was no time to think about these things now. These things were too far away for Theodred. The current defense is the most important. Although the vanguards of Isengard and Dunlodge were defeated, the situation at the ferry was still not very optimistic. The defense force on the west bank was very weak, and it was difficult to resist the next possible attack. It was late at night, and the sun was about to set. It was at this time that Theodred made a decision. He summoned an infantry squad, and was about to cross the river to the west bank. But at this time, some unexpected visitors arrived. A ranger squad belonging to the Free City, a total of 5 people, the leader of which had a medal on his shoulder that was gray and inconspicuous on the outside but filled with pure gold on the inside. Although he had never seen it before, Theodred had heard about this kind of medal from his father, Theoden. It is said that it was a kind of honor established by the Lord of the North a long time ago, and was specially awarded to the elite who performed particularly well in the army. If it was this person's opinion, it was definitely worth listening to. With this idea in mind, Theodred stopped his action for the time being and talked to the ranger. I know you. I heard that there have been rangers from the Free Cities patrolling the Eend area close to Dunland. They maintain road safety and often share news with allies. This is admirable. Then, Rangers from the Free Cities, can you tell me what news you brought this time? Although he received these Rangers politely, Theodred's tone was a little anxious. He was afraid that if he was a step late, the West Coast would be lost, and then it would be troublesome. However, at this time, the words of the Ranger captain made him frown. We suggest you retreat, recall the garrisons on the West Bank, and retreat. Why do you want us to retreat? Theodred hoped that the Ranger could explain that he could not retreat without fighting just because of this sentence. The Ranger also gave the reason for his suggestion. In short, you should not go, they have too many people. There are tens of thousands of Uruk-like soldiers gathered inside Isengard, and they plan to launch a general attack here. In addition, there is an elite army composed of the most ferocious warriors and orc half-bloods in Dunlodge attacking from the east, and they may arrive at night. If we don't retreat now, not to mention the west bank of the Isen River crossing, there will not be many people alive on the east bank. The number of enemies far exceeded expectations, at least more than 10,000. And his own side was only 2,000. The scouts he sent out only detected the vanguards gathered at the gate of Isengard, and were powerless to know the situation inside, which was too dangerous. But these rangers seemed to have passed the defense of Isengard Pass, and directly explored the news inside. This kind of action and ability is simply terrible. I know, thank you for the news. So what is your decision? Looking up, seeing that the sun was about to set, Theodred shed a drop of cold sweat. If the ranger's words were true, the enemy would probably come soon. I realized this a long time ago. Theodred said, without Isengard, the fort can provide little protection, and the fort is even more insignificant when it comes to resisting Isengard. The hastily built simple defenses on the west bank are simply unable to resist the enemy's footsteps, and the defenses on the east bank are not stable. We can only retreat to Helm's Deep. The high walls of the Hornburg can help us resist this army. Thank you for your news. Rohan will remember this kindness. The Fellowship of the Ring has fallen apart. I am afraid it will not make much sense for me to follow their footsteps at this time. In the Golden Forest, Gandalf analyzed the current situation. Saruman followed and said, the Free Cities will help the Halflings on their journey. You don't have to worry too much about them. At this moment, we should consider Isengard more. The enemy has usurped my control of the army, and he will definitely attack Rohan. Isengard? Yes, Isengard, you need to listen to my advice, Gandalf. I know the situation there best. The defenders of Western Rohan alone can never resist the Uruk army of Isengard. And those disloyal Dunlending people. Oh, disloyalty, see, I warned you long ago. Gandalf's words are somewhat vindictive. Can't we continue to talk about business? Saruman's face was a little embarrassed, so he could only not respond and try to get the topic back. Although he didn't want to admit it in his heart, Gandalf was no longer the Gandalf of the past. His power was no weaker than his own, whether he was wearing the star ring or not. The white robe on his body, which he had discarded because he was dissatisfied with it, was particularly eye-catching at this moment. On the other hand, the dazzling robe on his body, which used to have various colors, now only looked messy and unclean, and didn't look like any color. It was between white and colorless. Saruman vaguely knew that his identity as Istar, a wizard, was fading. Even if he returned to the Blessed Land in the future and regained all his power as a Maya, he would probably face a trial for his behavior. However, even so, Saruman, who thought he was powerful, still felt that he was at least on an equal footing with Gandalf at this time. As for Gandalf's opinion on this, he had no opinion, and he was too lazy to care about Saruman's little thoughts. This gray-robed wizard, oh no, now it should be said that he was a white-robed wizard. He has always been like this. No matter whether the other party is a high king or a civilian on the side of the road, as long as they are in the same camp, his attitude is very gentle. Similarly, although Saruman was down and out, he still regarded him as a good friend. An old friend who made a mistake. Chapter 375. The sound of the horn announced the arrival of the Free City reinforcements. With the support of 5 fully staffed companies totaling more than 1,000 elite soldiers, the Uruk team was destroyed in a crushing manner. Not to mention that the number of this Uruk army is not even as large as the reinforcements from Behido. Even if their number is equal to that of the Behido reinforcements, or even double that, they can only be beaten. It's really that the equipment here is too good, and the combat quality is also online. And there is also the anger buff that Levi seems to have encountered some kind of conspiracy by the enemy, which has caused his current whereabouts to be unknown. The Uruk army knew that they could not resist, and while fighting, they withdrew from this forest. With no other choice, they even wanted to run to another ancient forest on the west side of the northern plateau. There are many open spaces in the Yellow Leaf Forest where the Ring Guard team was attacked, and the gaps between the trees are also large, so both armies can pass smoothly in it and shuttle back and forth. But the ancient forest on the west side of the plateau is different. The terrain there is relatively rugged, and tall trees grow densely and wildly. It is lush at a glance. Any army that enters will only be dispersed. This ancient forest is naturally Fangong. Uruk's plan is good, but it is obvious that they underestimated the mobility and efficiency of the reinforcements from the northern Hetao. In this retreat, or escape, the Uruk army's attrition rate is quite fast. By the time they arrived at the border of Fangong Forest, it had been almost cleared out. The Uruk army's expectations were dashed. This forest could not shelter them. Collect the troops and prepare to return to the city. The person in charge of leading 5 full companies was a legion commander. After confirming that Uruk had been basically cleared out, he made the next order. At this moment, 2 people, an elf and a panting dwarf, rushed over. They were the remaining 4 members of the Fellowship of the Ring. "Where are the hobbits?" Aragorn hurriedly walked to the legion commander and asked, "Have you seen the abducted hobbits?" "They are in the Uruk army." "Hobbits?" The legion commander thought for a moment and shook his head. "I haven't seen them." "Did you treat them as orcs and clean them up together?" Gimli, who had recovered a little, muttered beside him. "Can't you say something nice?" Before Aragorn could make a move, Boromir turned around and reprimanded him. So Gimli shut up. "Please rest assured about this." The legion commander responded, "We can distinguish between orcs, halflings, and dwarves. Besides, this is an Uruk army, and they are quite tall." Gimli frowned, always feeling that this guy had something to say. "What do you mean?" "Nothing, I just want to say, don't worry, we won't hurt our friends by mistake. It's better this way, otherwise I will complain to Levi when he comes back." Gimli's voice became smaller and smaller. He noticed that the atmosphere seemed to have changed, becoming a little low. When this name was mentioned, both sides fell into silence. The legionary closed his eyes, lowered his head slightly, and did not respond. "I believe he will come back." Gimli said this after noticing the change in the atmosphere. "Yes, I believe it too." The legionary responded, "We all firmly believe this." While Gimli, Boromir and the legionary were briefly communicating, on the other side, Aragorn seemed to have noticed something. He left the team a little further away and wandered at the border of Fangorn Forest, his eyes never leaving the ground, looking very focused. "What did you find?" Legolas followed. "Some different traces." At the edge of the forest, Aragorn looked up and said, "They are still alive, and should be in the forest." The two looked at each other. Something new has been done. Except for Boromir, the other 3 of the 4 are very familiar with the army of the Free City system. After a conversation, they confirmed that there was nothing else. In response to Boromir's thanks, the Legion commander only said that this was one of the orders left by Levi, and it was his job, and then he led his men away. But Boromir obviously would not forget this help. Before leaving, thinking of the instructions left by Levi before he disappeared, the Legion commander also ordered people to distribute some supplies to them, including healing potions and food. But they were not short of the latter. Before leaving from the Golden Forest, Lady Galadriel had given the Ring Fellowship a lot of lambas, a biscuit that can greatly restore physical strength. Eating a small piece can make people run all day without feeling hungry. Therefore, the 4 of them moved very fast, and they ran in a direction without stopping. One day later, in the southern part of Fangorn Forest, they met a man who had been waiting there for a long time. The man came with a sacred light, and his face could not be seen clearly. Only the robe on his body could indicate his identity. "White Wizard, are you Saruman?" "Well, you can say that I am Saruman. But I am not him. I just replaced the role he should have played." "Gandalf?" Aragorn took the courage to step forward and recognize the man in the light. After a while, several people walked out of the forest under the leadership of Gandalf. "Don't worry about Pippin and Merry, they are safe, safer than you think. I entrusted Treebeard to take good care of them." Gandalf's words made everyone feel at ease. "Treebeard?" Boromir seemed a little confused. This name didn't seem like something a normal person would choose. Is it really reliable to hand over the hobbits to him? An Ent or a tree man? Few people know of their existence now, and few people deliberately learn about them, but they have existed since the beginning of the world. Gandalf explained. "I see." Although he didn't quite understand, Boromir nodded to show that he understood. "Well, for people, plus Merry, Pippin, and Frodo and Sam who left." Gandalf counted and said with a smile, "Although the allied teams have separated, the members are still complete and there is no loss, which is gratifying." The allied team is fine, but there is still one person who has no news. Aragorn said, Gandalf, has Levi really left? Since Gandalf can return, does that mean him? Gandalf raised his eyebrows and said, You don't need to worry about him. He is fine, anyway, much better than me. See, what did I say before? I knew he was fine. Gimli said, and laughed excitedly. He is fine, but we will have something to do soon, dwarf. A huge evil force has risen in Isengard due to someone's mistake, and the dark clouds are drifting towards this land. But the King of Rohan has been blinded, and the clues have been blocked, and he is completely unaware of this. I don't know the situation of the ford of the Isen River and Helm's Deep yet, but I am definitely not optimistic. Once these two lines of defense are lost one after another, Rohan will be at the knife's edge of the enemy, and be slaughtered at will. Gandalf stood on a high place, looking in the direction of the capital of Rohan, and said, Time is running out, let's set off immediately. Chapter 376. My home is deep in the forest, at the foot of the mountains. When Gandalf and his men hurriedly headed for the capital of Rohan, Fangorn Forest was obviously a harmonious scene. Pippin and Merry sat on Treebeard's shoulders and chatted with him. I promised Gandalf to keep you safe, so I have to let you stay in a safe place. Little Hobbit, you can stay in my home without worry. Well, the journey is long, maybe you will be interested in listening to my poems. As he said, Treebeard began to sing in his broad and slightly hoarse voice. After a while, the two hobbits fell asleep. Well, then go to sleep. Little ones, sleep peacefully, you can sleep as long as you want. I still have some things to do. I have a feeling that a huge shadow is growing near Fangorn Forest. Also, there seem to be some new and tenacious companions in the Brown Land on the other side of the river, but they are square and not easy to communicate with. We need to hold a meeting to discuss this matter. The huge magic eye sits in Barad-dûr, vigilant all day long, never relaxing. Sauron is very anxious, he is afraid. In the land west of Rohan, Gandalf expressed his own views. He is afraid of the emerging human city-states, their leaders, and the cause you may accomplish. Therefore, as soon as he confirmed that Levi had lost his news and disappeared, he immediately launched a general attack on the human world, trying to make a quick victory. Faced with Sauron's army, even the free cities were temporarily in trouble, let alone Gondor and Rohan. Lady Galadriel revealed to me the situation of Gondor. Many armies are attacking it from different directions. Their numbers are huge, several times that of Gondor's defenders. The fierce attack and siege in the north have been broken, but the noose in the south is constantly tightening. That's why we have to speed up. At Gandalf's suggestion, the 5 people immediately set out and rushed to the capital of Rohan without sleep. It took them only 4 days to reach Edoras, outside the golden palace that was shining brightly. Where did you come from, you shabby tramp? Your robe is not beautiful at all. It will dirty the king's eyes. Outside the door, a thief stopped the 5 people and attacked Gandalf personally. This sentence made everyone unhappy. Who are you? Gandalf asked this out of politeness. Me? Humph, listen carefully. I am the advisor appointed by the great King Odin. Grima, if there is no important business, you should leave quickly, and do not disturb the king's peace. Looking at this proud guy, Boromir was the first to frown. He looked around and found that the guards at the door were all helpless. The captain of the guard recognized Boromir, the eldest son of the famous Gondor Prime Minister, so he took the initiative to come over, pointed at Grima and whispered, This man is favored by the king with his sweet words and pretended loyalty, and he has great power. Not to mention the visiting guests. Even the scout who arrived before you just now was gagged and locked up because he bumped into him. If you have something important, maybe you should be tougher instead of wasting time here with him. Hearing the captain's words, Gandalf in front of him shook his head repeatedly. Odin is really out of his mind to appoint such a flatterer. How dare you? Hearing this, Grima lost his composure and shouted, How dare you slander me in front of me? Someone, lock up this poor beggar. Go to hell. Without any warning, Gandalf suddenly raised his cane. Boom, a dull blow sound came, and Grima's eyes rolled up, and he fell straight to the ground. Zero frame is the most difficult to defend. Swish, the surrounding guards immediately drew their weapons, and pointed at the 5 people at the door. Even if they don't like this villain, they are their own high-ranking officials after all, and it is unacceptable to be attacked like this. This matter must be explained. What's the commotion? Just as the 2 groups were on the verge of a fight, a voice came from the hall. Odin walked out. He looked at Grima, who had fainted on the ground, then at the 5 people in front of him, and frowned. Gandalf, Aragorn, Boromir son of Denethor, an elf and a dwarf. What's wrong with you 5? Why did my advisor fall to the ground? Advisor? You call such a sycophant an advisor? Boromir couldn't hold it anymore, and he was the first to stand up and say, I have always heard that King Nodin is brave and wise, but I didn't expect that he would be wrong sometimes. People like this will be sent to prison as soon as they appear in Gondor, and there will be no room for him to survive in the council hall. Aragorn behind him nodded silently in agreement. In an environment like Gondor, which is always tense and full of pressure due to the huge threat of Mordor, such people will not last long even if they are lucky enough to get to the top. Sooner or later, he will expose his ability or weakness of character because of something he doesn't handle well. People without ability really can't survive in the top of Gondor now. Even if Gondor doesn't punish him, the orcs at the gate of the capital will teach him a lesson. Denethor is not a good person to talk to. If he were replaced by this iron-blooded prime minister, he would never be soft-hearted when he found such a person. After being said by Boromir, Thoden was also a little embarrassed. He immediately retorted, You can't say that. Of course, I know that Grima is a little arrogant, but he still has management skills. It really saved me a lot of trouble. Save trouble? Gandalf took over the conversation and said, What you mean by saving trouble is that he locked up the scouts, who had just arrived at the front line, and didn't report the news. Is there such a thing? Thoden became serious. But, do you believe him or me? Gandalf was also angry. He interrupted Thoden and said, If you continue to allow such flatterers to interfere with government affairs, I will let Levi kick your ass hard. Don't forget what happened in this palace. I don't believe your father didn't tell you. Thoden looked at Gandalf, who was really angry and seemed a little anxious. He was also a little helpless. He said, If you can really let Levi appear in front of me, I will be happy to turn my back and let him do it. I heard, Gandalf, that Levi was tricked and disappeared into the northern wasteland. The residents of the Free City are very angry. Don't worry about it. I know about him and have seen him. He will be back soon. Really? Theoden's eyes wandered, and he suddenly said, Can I take back what I said just now? Gandalf glanced at him, his expression subtle, and did not respond to this topic. There is something more important at hand. He used his cane to push Grima to the side to make way, and then went with Odin to visit the scout who was imprisoned as mentioned by the captain of the guard. This question revealed incredible news. The crossing of the Isen River has been lost. A large army composed of Dunlendings and Uruks is heading towards Helm's Deep. His Highness Theoden is defending there. The situation is not optimistic. We have less than 2,000 people. What about the number of enemies? Almost 10 times ours. Theoden's heart was beating. He now felt that Grima really deserved to die. If Gandalf and others had not arrived, this news would have been blocked in the scout's mouth, and he didn't know when he would hear it. So he immediately ordered, Put Grima in jail and shut his damn mouth. I don't want to hear him say anything again. A wise move. Gandalf praised. So what are you going to do? Thoden said, It is absolutely impossible to resist that army with only Theoden and less than 2,000 soldiers. I must immediately gather troops to support Helm's Deep. It's better to do it as soon as possible. Aragorn on the side proposed. If it is true as the scout said, the Uruk army is about to cross the Isen River ferry. Even if we set out now and march quickly, I am afraid we will only arrive a little earlier than them. There is no time to prepare slowly. When Thoden urgently assembled the army on the wall of the Water City, Levi turned around and looked at the legion that had just assembled and nodded. He raised his head, and before he started to speak or continue to do anything, the army shouted loudly, and even those who did not participate in the expedition began to cheer. The miracle of the roadside fort has spread to the 4 districts of the Water City, and the gentle brilliance has become a landmark event. It means that the supreme leaders of the city-states are favored. People are so enthusiastic that it is difficult to calm down. After letting the crowd make noise for a while, Levi pressed his hand, and the people below immediately became quiet. After half a day of preparation and convening, a total of 4 legions, that is, a full 8,000 people, gathered in the open space. This is not the limit. At present, part of the Water City's troops have been dispersed to the distant southwest coastline, and they are patrolling back and forth on the sea. In fact, in terms of population alone, all the cities in the Free City-States combined are not more than Gondor. But the conversion rate is high. With a smaller population, more troops can be pulled out. Let's go! The journey is not short, we have to go faster. Chapter 377. On the other side, in the prison of Nanhito, a thin figure was looking around furtively. Then he looked at the guard at the prison door. He's asleep, Gulu. After deliberately making some small noises, and confirming that the guard was indeed sleeping soundly, Gullah pulled the iron railing and struggled to pick a small stone from the outside. He looked at the guard again and found that there was still no movement. He immediately aimed at the wall opposite the prison gate. After aiming for a while, he threw the small stone along the iron railing. In this way, the stone bounced back with the reaction force of the wall and hit the button next to the iron door. Click. The button was triggered. Creak. The iron door of the prison was opened just like that. Free, Gullah hurried out, nervous all the way, remembering the terrain while avoiding the patrolling guards, and left the prison smoothly. Not long after he left, the guard at the door opened his eyes, stretched, and replaced the button next to the iron door with a lever. This thing can't be easily triggered by throwing objects. No one cares about Gollum's escape. Because this is also part of the plan. If he starts to get restless and wants to get out of here, let him go. Maybe he can provide some help for some actions. Although they didn't know what the action the Lord said a few months ago was, the guard still faithfully carried out this order. Just like that, a few days later, Gollum followed his inner desire and the call of the ring and found the two hobbits all the way. After some disputes and confrontations, he joined their journey and swore to lead Frodo under Sam's sword. Under the coercion of the oath and the situation, Gollum did a lot of things. He led the two to bypass the rugged hills, avoid the orcs on the road, and carefully waded through the dead swamp. He also warned Frodo and Sam not to be attracted by the ghosts in the swamp, otherwise they would fall into it. This performance made the two hobbits trust each other a little bit, and for a while the three-person team was quite harmonious. Oh, of course, due to different habits, they still have some small disagreements on the journey and in daily life. Just like now. Hopeless. On the green land of Ithilien near the Black Gate, Sam is stewing a pot of fragrant rabbit soup and sprinkling seasonings into it. Rabbit meat should be eaten like this to show its deliciousness. It's a pity that there are no potatoes, otherwise you will experience the double satisfaction of the tongue and stomach. Paw. Across from Sam, Gollum stuck out his tongue twice to express his objection. It's just a waste of good meat, Gollum. You don't understand. Sam shook his head and said, golden fried potato strips and a delicious fried fish. I dare say even a guy like you can't resist that kind of deliciousness. Oh, after everything is over, maybe I can cook you a good meal in the future, and then you will know what a hard life you have lived before. You are living a hard life. A stupid and fat hobbit who wastes food. We have to eat raw food, Gollum. As the two quarreled, Frodo frowned and looked out of the bushes. Quiet, Sam. What's wrong? There's an army. Who are they? Sauron's army. Gollum narrowed his eyes and said, that group of dark men, they come from Harad in the south. They were summoned to Mordor. I'm afraid they will invade this land. The day won't be too far away. It will probably be very soon, very soon. What day? The day when Gondor and Rohan will be dragged into darkness and destruction. Gollum explained attentively, imagining the scene he was talking about, and for a moment he forgot his catchphrase. That was the sound of Gollum. We should go, we can't stay here. Frodo stood up immediately. But the next moment, the situation suddenly changed. A bunch of longbows suddenly popped out of the bushes, and countless arrows shot at the group of Harad's soldiers. The group of people hiding in the dark attacked cleanly, and quickly killed all the soldiers except the two giant elephants. The two mammoths didn't live long either. The people on them were shot down one by one, and they didn't find the enemy until they died. Snap. A body fell beside Sam, and he was so shocked that his breath stopped. He looked at the body of the Harad, who had just lost his life, and wondered, what was the name of that man? Where did he come from? Was he really evil? What lies or coercion made him leave his hometown and travel here? Did he really not want to stay at home and live a peaceful life? All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but it was only a moment. Realizing that this place was dangerous, Sam immediately stood up and fled with Frodo and Gollum. But their expectations were dashed. Ithilien's rangers had already discovered the three sneaky guys, and they were soon caught up and captured, blindfolded, and taken to a nearby secret base for interrogation. To prevent accidents, their weapons were also confiscated. But when Sam's dagger was discovered, the ranger in charge of confiscating the weapons was stunned. He immediately sent the dagger to the commander of the commando. The commander at this time was naturally Boromir's brother Faramir. Faramir drew out the dagger and read the small words on it. Forged by Levi, given to those who embark on an expedition. Seeing this name, and the expedition behind it, Faramir realized that what the two hobbits said just now might be true. They are carrying a secret and important mission. They are our own people. Go and untie them, return all their belongings, and bring them here. I have something to ask. Faramir gave the order, and took advantage of the short gap when his men went to lead the people to take them away to think about it. Secret mission? He recalled the dream he had with his brother, recalled what Boromir said before he left, and had some guesses in his heart. After a while, Frodo and Sam were brought here. They exchanged a few words, and in these few short exchanges, Sam and Frodo knew the identity of the person in front of them. He is Boromir's younger brother. Faramir asked out of a hunch, "Tell me, Hobbit, is your mission related to Isildur's nemesis? How did you?" "Sam!" Frodo quickly pulled Sam down and signaled him to shut up. But it was too late. His words just now had already exposed the truth. Frodo suddenly felt helpless. "My brother, Boromir, went north for this item. What about you? Do you want this thing too?" Frodo asked. "No." Faramir shook his head and said, "I would not pick it up even if it was placed on the side of the road. Even if Minas Tirith will be reduced to ruins, and I am the only one who can save it, I will not use the weapon of the Dark Lord for this. Frodo, I don't want such a victory. I know that there are some dangerous things in this world that mortals cannot touch. The grey-robed wise man and the Lord of the North have talked to me and warned me of many truths. I have enough reason." Click. Just as Faramir said these words, by chance, the ring slipped out, hanging on the chain, hanging in front of Frodo's chest. Faramir was immediately attracted. His test had come. "So it is here on you." Faramir stared at the ring. Frodo and Sam held their breath, looking quite nervous. There was nowhere to escape now. If he was like Boromir, then everything would be. Destruction was only a thought away. "Keep it safe, Frodo." Faramir's words brought the two back to their senses. His eyes were clear and rational. "Don't show the ring to me or anyone else." Faramir squatted down and held Frodo's hand, so that Frodo could hold the ring in his palm and hide it. "Mr. Faramir," Sam said sincerely, "you have proved your character, the noblest kind." Faramir smiled, without denying or answering. The atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. But this harmony was soon broken because of the arrival of another guy. Gollum. He was caught while fishing by the pond. I have heard of this little thing with a very unpleasant appearance. Since he took the initiative to break into the territory of Gondor, I have the obligation to deal with him properly. As for what is considered proper, Faramir drew his sword. "Wait!" Frodo hurried over to explain. "He was once the holder of the ring, and now he is my guide, responsible for taking me to Mordor to destroy the ring." So Faramir took back his sharp sword. As a result, Gollum saved his life, but even so, Faramir still forced him to swear an oath and must be loyal to his mission. He gave the order to allow Gollum to travel through Ithilien, but if the rangers of the commando saw Gollum dare to leave Frodo and Sam's team and break his oath, he would be sentenced to death immediately. This was an insurance for the two. "Go, Frodo, and may good luck always be with you." Finally, Faramir sent his blessings and sent the three away, and also replenished their food supplies. It can be foreseen that the next journey in Ithilien will be smooth. The scouts sent a message. Osgiliath was attacked, and they urgently need reinforcements. The enemy has tens of thousands of people, and there are also ringwraiths in command. Get ready to go in support. Faramir immediately made a decision and parted ways with Frodo and the other two. The incident that started with the dispute over the preference for raw and cooked food came to an end for the time being. But somewhere else, there were other people who were troubled by food. Because the food was on the borderline between raw and cooked, it was hard to describe. "I cooked some soup, would you like some?" On the way to the Hornburg for support, Eowyn asked Gimli with a pot of soup. "No, forget it." Gimli hurried ahead and missed the pot of soup. But it doesn't matter, it wasn't made for him anyway. Eowyn went straight to Aragorn. "Would you like some soup? Although it's not much, it can warm you up." Aragorn glanced at the soup. He has lived for so many years, and traveled alone for a long time, so he is also a good cook. He saw at a glance that there was something wrong with the soup. The recipe of this soup was passed down from my grandfather Singer. It is said that he learned it from Levi, the leader of the northern people. Now it has been passed down to me. "Oh, really?" Hearing this, Aragorn became interested. He had experienced Levi's craftsmanship. Nothing made by Levi was bad. If the recipe of this bowl of soup was learned from Levi, it was indeed worth a try. So Aragorn took the initiative to pick up the spoon and filled himself with a large bowl. Eowyn looked at his eager look and seemed quite happy. This was the first time someone took the initiative. Finally someone understood her. "Drink it quickly." "Okay." Aragorn smiled, picked up the small spoon, lifted the bowl, and put a big mouthful of soup into his mouth. "Wait. No." His smile slowly disappeared. "What's wrong? How does it taste?" Eowyn asked with concern. Aragorn nodded slightly and responded, "It's a little hot." As he spoke, the soup flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Just as Aragorn was thinking about how to deal with the princess's enthusiasm, Gimli, who had finished something beside him, came over and said in his rough and loud voice, "Ha, a grown man who killed hundreds of orcs on the battlefield now thinks a bowl of soup is hot. Aragorn, why didn't I realize that you are such a hypocritical person before?" Aragorn took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and wanted to hit Gimli so that he would shut his big mouth. But he soon thought of a countermeasure. "I heard that dwarves are not afraid of the heat of the hearth, and they won't make a sound even if they touch the iron pot that is being roasted by the fire with their bare hands. Why don't you try this bowl of soup? I'm not hungry." "Even if you're not hungry, I suggest you try it, Gimli. This is the skill that King Thingol of Rohan learned from Levi, and now it is demonstrated by Eowyn. It's a rare opportunity." "Oh, really?" Gimli was also interested at this moment. "That's really worth a try." He took another bowl from Eowyn and filled it for himself. Aragorn just smiled silently, watching Gimli pick up the bowl and pour it into his mouth to prove that he was not afraid of the heat, without saying a word. Puff. Cough, cough. Gimli seemed to be choked, and he sprayed the soup directly, and his beard was wet. "What's wrong?" "Aragorn, this soup?" Aragorn blinked. Gimli rarely understood what he meant. After all, he has lived for more than 100 years, so he should understand this bit of worldly wisdom. "This soup is a little hot, but I have to prove that dwarves can indeed withstand high temperatures, but their throats and intestines are different from their skins, and they are relatively fragile." Just as Gimli was finding excuses for himself, Legolas appeared behind him quietly and said calmly, "Dwarves are always like this, impatient, like to drink all the wine in one gulp, and eat food and want to clean up the plate in one bite, chewing like a cow. So elves are very elegant." Hearing this provocative remark, Legolas raised his head slightly, and responded with a proud little expression. "Humph, elegant, chewing slowly, like a little white rabbit that hasn't grown up yet. Come, drink the soup, this is a skill learned from Levi, don't you want to try it?" Gimli stopped talking, and handed him the soup neatly. "Oh, really?" Legolas was also interested at this time. "It's really worth a try." He took the bowl steadily, and picked up the spoon. The soup in the bowl didn't shake at all during the whole process, showing elegance and stability. Even when drinking the soup, he gently put a mouthful of soup into his mouth and tasted it carefully. Gurgle. Legolas took a deep breath and swallowed the small mouthful of soup with difficulty, under the expectant eyes of Gimli, Aragorn and Eowyn. The elf suddenly felt a little sad. He missed home. Why does our forest elf prince look so melancholy? At this time, Boromir came over and made a teasing remark. From a distance, he saw the three people discussing something with the little princess of Rohan. Driven by curiosity, he walked over to see what was going on. "Nothing, we are eating." Legolas showed him the soup in his hand. Boromir joked, "Is this bowl of hot soup reminding you of the warmth of home?" "Maybe. Give me a bowl too." Boromir said, "I'm hungry and need to warm myself up. I've been in a hurry all the way, and I haven't eaten anything yet." "All for you." Legolas immediately sent the soup over. "Thank you." Looking at Boromir, who picked up the pot, Legolas nodded and said, "This is the skill passed down by Levi, I have to taste it." Achu in the wilderness of Eend, Levi, who was leading his army south, suddenly sneezed. He shivered so much that the horse took a step off track. "What's wrong with you?" someone nearby asked with concern. "Nothing. I just feel like my reputation has been irreparably damaged." Chapter 378. Hiss, the roar of the ferocious beast resounded through the air. A ringwraith hovered over the territory of Rohan, suddenly stopped at a certain place, and slowly fell. "I can feel the breath of those humans, and their souls." A large army just passed by, heading towards Helm's Deep. The ringwraiths cannot see things, but they have another perspective to perceive the world. They can perceive the traces of the souls of the living in the world of the dead. The reinforcements from Edoras, the capital of Rohan, entered Helm's Deep. There was only one place suitable for garrisoning and defense, that is, the Horn Castle. However, it can still be dealt with. This reinforcement army will not exceed 2,000 people, which is about the same as the number of defenders at the Isen River ferry seen before. The total number of Rohan soldiers guarding the Horn Castle will not reach 4,000. In any case, 20,000 to 4,000, the advantage is on me. The ringwraiths rode on the ferocious beast again, and made an order in the sky. The army marched forward quickly, only one step slower to chase the reinforcements, heading straight for Helm's Deep. The two sides nervously competed for the opportunity. At dusk, the Rohan reinforcements and 4 members of the Fellowship of the Ring arrived at the Hornburg first. Thodin successfully met with Theodred, and the father and son were in a conference room to discuss the current situation. I failed to defend the fairy, father. It's not your fault. Thodin looked at his son, who was also his only child, and chose to forgive. In the face of this situation, you still want to defend, unless someone can fight 10,000 alone, or everyone in the army can face 10 at the same time. Retreating to the deep is the right choice, which saves us some losses. As for those enemies who seem to have no end, let them come. Thodin was not afraid of the upcoming 20,000 elite soldiers. The defense of Hornburg is extremely solid. No matter how many of them come, they will only be like water hitting rocks, and will only disperse themselves. Father, the orcs in that army are much stronger than ordinary orcs. I have a deep understanding of this. Theodred did not seem very optimistic. In the corner of the meeting room, Gimli heard this and added, they are not the chaotic orcs, but the Uruk tribe, with thick armor and wide shields. I am also a veteran, dwarf. Thodin said firmly, how could I not know what you said? But we only have one option, which is to fight to the death. If this is our doomsday, let this doomsday come in a heroic way, enough to be remembered by future generations. On the other side, Aragorn suddenly said, we should ask for help. Send a messenger, your majesty. To whom? Thodin looked at Aragorn, then at Legolas and Gimli, and said, elves or dwarves? Who will be willing to send troops? The free cities, they will be willing. The free cities. Thodin muttered with a complicated expression. They are indeed very good allies. If it were in the past, I believe they would not sit idly by, but haven't you heard the recent rumors? Levi was plotted against by the Dark Lord, and has been out of touch in the northern wasteland for a long time. The elves asserted that he is no longer in this world. The enraged free cities gathered all their forces, and headed to the north and south rivers to confront the Black Gate, but they did not attack because there are far more than 100,000 troops inside Mordor. They are holding on to more than half of the Mordor army and allies, and it is difficult for them to take care of this side at this moment. Besides, it is a long way from the Black Gate to here. How can they make it in time? As for Gondor, let alone, you know that before I learned that there was an army attacking Helm's Deep, I was considering whether to take the initiative to support Gondor. After all, they did not light the beacon fire, and the Prime Minister lacked trust in Rohan. Hearing this, Boromir hesitated to speak, but still shook his head and said nothing. This matter is very complicated. We can't gather more people now. Eomer and the cavalry stationed in the East Mark cannot be transferred. Otherwise, once the East is lost, we will not only face the Dunlending people of Isengard and the powerful army of Uruk, but Mordor will also be attracted. Only then will we be truly desperate and have no way out. Take a deep breath to relieve the suffocation in his neck. Thodin suddenly looked left and right and asked, where is Gandalf? Did he leave? He left halfway. Where did he go? In the west, he ventured to a place further west of the Isen River ferry, probably to the Water City. Okay. Thodin nodded. His intentions are good, but I don't expect anyone to come unless he can find Levi from outside the world. That's hard to say. Give up your fantasy, Lord Aragorn. We can only fight alone. After saying that, Thodin sighed slightly and walked towards the city wall without looking back. Let all those who can still fight take up arms. Amid the intense preparations, the night came not so expected by everyone. Who are you? Your old eyes are blurry, and you can't recognize who I am? Not far from the west side of the Isen River, the white-robed wizard Gandalf rode the king of 10,000 horses, Shadowfax, and ran into a silver-white army. While Gandalf was stunned, he was more delighted. Before he went to ask for help, the free cities actually took the initiative to send troops. Then he found the leader, and then the following conversation appeared. My eyes are very good, Levi. I just want to ask, are you still you? Am I still me? Levi was really amused by this question. You asked such a question, then I ask you, are you still you? Gandalf nodded. Of course I am me. Then I am also me. Are you really you? Gandalf was puzzled. Levi affirmed, when you are no longer you, I will still be me. The soldiers who heard the conversation between the two were sweating. When the two met, they mumbled a lot of inexplicable riddles, and everyone who heard them was confused and didn't know what they were talking about. Don't speculate rashly. What our leader said must have a profound meaning. Maybe they are discussing philosophical issues about the self. The discussion about who I am has always been quite profound. Someone found an explanation for the communication between Levi and Gandalf. Who are you? Gandalf was really confused. It's different from anything you think. Levi shook his head. Perhaps you will know part of it when your mission is completed. But I can tell you for sure that I am all of me now, without any reduction, any forgetfulness or incompleteness. I am Levi, and Levi is me, not any other existence, nor any other name. Okay, I understand. That's good. Levi smiled and said, but no matter who I am, one thing is certain. What? We are still friends, right? Gandalf opened his eyes, raised his eyebrows, and showed a sincere smile. Oh, that's right. Why bother so much, my friend? Welcome back. You too. Chapter 379. On the walls of Hornburg, many soldiers stood in a neat row, looking toward the northern wide valley exit. As expected, the enemy will come from that direction. It was late at night. The old, weak, women and children of Westfold are all in Helm's Deep. They have been arranged to take refuge in the Crystal Cave. At the highest point of the wall, Theodred was reporting to Odin. Fortunately, we have enough food. In recent years, the free cities have been of great help to the surrounding areas, and supplies are the least lacking. We can stay here for a long time, very long time. We will hold on. Odin gripped his sword tightly, his voice steady and powerful. The enemy is indeed not to be underestimated, but our warriors are also elite. This time, no one, young or old, was forced to stand on the wall or take up weapons. You really can't underestimate those guys. Gimli, who had fought with Uruk and deeply felt its power, said half-jokingly, although many of them are only a few years old, it is obvious that they are much stronger than their peers. Click. At this moment, Aragorn put his hand on his shoulder and motioned him to be quiet. Then he raised his head and looked outside the city wall. They are coming. At this moment, not only Aragorn and Gimli, but also Legolas and Boromir were standing on the city wall. They were all waiting for the war to come. Time passed very slowly. There were sporadic lights flickering in the valley in the distance. The army composed of the Dunlending people and the Uruk tribe was silently advancing forward and pouring into the deep valley. Those sporadic lights were torches in their hands. Boom! Lightning flashed, followed by a heavy sound, which cast a shadow over everyone's heart. I have seen this scene many times. The calmest one was Boromir. I often travel between Osgiliath and Caer Andris, because there are always large armies attacking these two places, and there is no peace for a moment. Don't mention your family's affairs. Gimli looked up and said, the enemy we are facing now is no worse than the one opposite your house, and... Did you hear that familiar voice? Several people looked up. A dark figure riding a ferocious beast was seen hovering in the air. Ringwraith. Boromir looked down at Gimli and said, I am familiar with this thing too. What kind of life are you living? Gimli suddenly began to understand this guy a little. No wonder he was so eager to get the ring. As long as he got the ring, many life-threatening and major problems could indeed be solved. Just like the ring race. The ring that rules all. If the One Ring is here, and is worn by someone, the ring race will immediately kneel down and be controlled by the power of the One Ring. Even if their true master is still Sauron, their current service is just an unwilling action forced by the One Ring, a deadly weapon. Roar! After a short but seemingly long ordeal, the army finally marched to the city. The two sides began to confront each other. The people of Uruk and Dunlending shouted at the top of their lungs, hitting the ground with their weapons to create momentum and put pressure on the defenders. However, the defenders on the city wall just stared at the bottom silently, standing still. Just because their king and marshal were also standing on the wall, setting an example at the front line, staring down indifferently, staring at the enemy's weaknesses. The neck and armpits are the weaknesses of their armor. Legolas was the first to detect the enemy's weaknesses. I know you have good eyesight. Can you tell me what's going on outside? I can't see. Gimli, with only the tip of his helmet exposed under the parapet, was a little anxious. Do you need me to lift it up for you? Boromir invited again. If you mention this again, I'd be angry with you. Legolas replied, Then I find you a box to stand on? Gimli smiled. He was angry at the two of them. Thunder rumbled, rolling along the dark clouds on the horizon to his ears, and heavy rain fell, without anyone being prepared. The war started just like that. Give them a volley. Odin gave the order, and Theodred beside him immediately shouted, Fire! Swoosh! The archers who had been prepared for a long time fired a wave of arrows together, and the four-man team except Gimli also obeyed the order and fired arrows together, and Gimli could only watch anxiously. However, several rounds of volleys and subsequent free shooting failed to stop the enemy's footsteps. There were too many of them, filling the entire valley, and there was no end in sight. Countless black figures gathered under the city wall, and every time there was a flash of lightning, all they saw were hideous faces. At this moment, The open space in front of the city wall was already filled with enemies, without a single gap. They threw out long hooks and set up ladders to try to climb up the high wall, but the defenders were not vegetarians either, and tried their best to intercept them. After a while, the corpses in the corner of the wall had piled up like a mountain. Boom! At the wall, Gimli jumped up and chopped down an Uruk, who thought he had found an opportunity. "You didn't expect that there is another dwarf here? Turn around and defend the city gate." A shout came from the highest point of the city wall. The 4 people who were fighting turned around, and saw that a team was moving along the slope towards the city gate. The defenders put down the boulders, and used the rain of arrows to repel their wave after wave of attacks. Hiss! The ringwraiths circled down and tried to attack the defenders above the city gate. The sound of the ferocious beasts and the lightning caused a fear effect on a large number of people, and for a while they curled up and dared not fight back. Take courage. At the critical moment, our marshal, Theodred, the son of Odin, stepped forward and shouted with a sword in his hand. When the defenders heard this voice, their condition really improved a lot. They gritted their teeth and stood up to fight back, and there was hope in their hearts. But after all, they were delayed. In just a short while, the enemy had taken the opportunity to advance to the city gate. Whoosh! The rain of arrows forced the ringwraiths to retreat, forcing him to rise again. At the same time, in front of the city gate, a group of tall and strong Dunlending people approached with thick tree trunks, and rushed forward again and again, while Uruk held up a wide black shield to protect them from the attacks on both sides and overhead. After all, the gate of the Horn Castle was made of wood, and soon there were signs that it would not hold on. At the critical moment, Aragorn, Boromir and Theodra exchanged glances. "Warriors, follow me." They gathered a team, jumped down the slope along the side path, and instantly overwhelmed a large number of enemies. The Dunlending people who were hitting the city gate were startled, and quickly put down the tree trunks, and turned to fight back, and Uruk also raised his shields, and turned to defend. But who was facing them? An elite team, led by Aragorn, Boromir, and Theodra. The 3 of them drew their swords at the same time, and the shield formation of Uruk was immediately defeated. They were either split sideways or chopped down, rolling down the slope. A brave man showed his strength, and great power made miracles happen. Another round of attack was blocked, but the losses on their side were also great. "The city gate is damaged, we have to go back." "Retreat." A pair of people retreated urgently. But it was obvious that someone didn't want them to succeed. The ringwraiths rode down on the beast again, and seeing that Theodred, who was walking at the back, was about to be plowed by the claws, Aragorn suddenly shouted, "Legolas." Then an arrow was shot immediately, and inserted into the body of the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast roared and left here in a hurry. It was injured, but not seriously, and it could still fly. What a pity. Legolas sighed secretly. It was a pity that the angle problem just now failed to shoot its wings. Chapter 380. The attack of the ringwraiths was not ineffective. Several Uruks took the opportunity to rush up and grab Theodred, stopping him from returning. "Stay, Prince of Rohan." "Ah!" The roar on the wall interrupted Uruk's action. At this time, a dwarf jumped down and knocked down several sneak-attacking Uruks with a crushing force, covering Theodred's retreat. "Go! You have to thank me very much. I just broke my own principles and let someone throw me here." This offensive and defensive battle lasted for a long time. The ringwraiths kept circling and wandering, and the roar of the giant beasts made the people in the city panic. Many people couldn't even hold their swords steadily, and the defense in many places also made mistakes. Thodin kept running around the city wall, holding his sword and shouting. It was like a ball of fire passing by the place he passed. Every time he passed a place, the soldiers in that place would gather courage and become enthusiastic. However, after he left, it wouldn't take long for the fear to surge in their hearts again. This decline could not be stopped at all. Aragorn and Boromir tried to help, but most people did not know them, and their shouts had limited effect. Perhaps in their own camp, their mere presence could boost the morale of the soldiers. But this was Rohan after all, and their reputation was not enough to reach this point. A wave of surprise attacks repelled the enemies attacking the gate, but after that, they gathered their forces again, and the attack became more fierce and difficult to resist. Like a black tide, wave after wave hit the city walls and gates. Boom! In the chaos, the undefended city gate was finally broken. The ringwraith was too difficult to stop. If he dared to come down, many people would dare to fight him. Even Aragorn or Boromir could force him back alone. But he was very smart. He just stayed in the sky and didn't come down. He kept creating panic and disrupting the battlefield. Even if he came down, He would just attack at some critical moments like before. When the city gate was broken, the black tide of enemies suddenly rushed in like crazy, as if a drainage hole was opened on the seabed. And the defenders inside the wall had a hard time resisting. Hold on, hold on. Realizing that the city gate had been lost, Gimli, who had just withdrawn, was the first to go up again. Following him was Gimli, the captain of the wall guards. The two took the lead and barely withstood the first attack. Then Aragorn and Odin also brought people over. They held the spears outside and tried to repair the city gate, but it was all in vain. The ringwraiths laughed hoarsely in the sky. The sound was not loud, but it echoed in everyone's heart. Being able to fly, sometimes he is really a bit of a jerk. If he had come on horseback, he wouldn't have been so arrogant for so long. The battle situation at the city gate was tense, but the deep valley defense wall across the deep valley on the other side was not very optimistic. A large number of enemies climbed up under the encouragement of the ringwraiths, and Legolas, Boromir, and the defenders there fought hard. This won't work. Even Legolas, whose command ability was weaker than that of the other generals, realized that something was wrong. There are too many enemies, and the soldiers are already exhausted, and they have shadows in their hearts. If this continues, the deep valley defense wall will be breached sooner or later. What should we do? Who can shoot down that damned ringwraith? Boromir kicked an Uruk and dodged an arrow. He looked around and agreed with Legolas. But it was useless to agree. We had to find a way. He chopped down the Uruk, who rushed up with his iron sword again and said, "If he dares to come down, I will chop him up. Retreat to the inner city and concentrate on defense." At this moment, an order came. The city gate could not be defended. It is said that the Horn Castle has never fallen, but I am not sure now. In the high walls of the inner city, they got a little respite and began to discuss countermeasures. Odin looked at the dark night and sighed. The world has changed. Everything that was once indestructible has now proved to be unreliable. We can wait until dawn, someone suggested. It's no use. Although he didn't want to hurt morale, Aragorn had to tell the truth. Those Uruks are different from the orcs. They are not afraid of the sun, and they will not become weak even if they are directly exposed to the sun. Just wait until dawn, Odin suddenly said. Aragorn turned his head, wondering if he didn't hear what he just said. I know, Aragorn. Odin took a breath and said, "They are indeed not afraid of the sun, but our soldiers are troubled by darkness and fear. We can't go on like this. Wait until dawn, blow the horn, and we will fight our way out. Either fight our way out or die a heroic death. Instead of letting the cunning enemy wear down the courage of our soldiers here, that will only lead to destruction. Let the horn of Helm the Hammerman sound for the last time in this valley of the former king." As he spoke, Odin approached Aragorn and put his hand on his shoulder. "That horn will witness the moment when you and I draw our swords and ride together, old friend." On the other side, Boromir watched this scene and had some thoughts. Judging from the friendship between Aragorn and Odin for many years, Odin would definitely support him if he returned to Gondor to become king. Unconsciously, Boromir was already thinking about Aragorn's future. But it was obvious that now was not the time to think about these things. Boom! The lightning in the sky suddenly turned pale green, the thunderstorm stopped, the dark clouds dissipated, and the shadow of the ringwraiths replaced it. He hovered in the air, wantonly radiating his breath, while holding the Morgul blade in his hand high and swinging it forward. Roar! The morale of the Uruk army was greatly boosted, and they rushed forward with the Dunbarians, desperately hitting the inner city gate and climbing up the high wall. Can we really hold on until dawn? Someone had this thought in his heart. Despair gradually grew. Just when everyone drew their weapons and planned to push forward again. Whoosh! Very abruptly, a firework sound exploded in the air. The ringwraiths turned around suddenly, and saw a bright figure burning with flames rushing here. There was no way to hide. Caught off guard, the two suddenly collided. The huge kinetic energy caused the ringwraiths and the ferocious beast to be severely damaged at once, and they fell with the figure. The orange-red flames passed through the air, leaving a long flame tail. The light cut through the night, and the darkness shrouded the sky. Finally, with a loud bang, the beast and the ringwraiths hit the rocks with the figure, smashing a large piece of stone. The broken mountain rolled down the hillside, startling the army below to dodge. They looked up in astonishment, looking at the place where the ringwraiths fell, not even caring about attacking. The defenders of Horn Castle also looked over with them. "You should leave." Levi climbed out on the ferocious beast and the ringwraith armor that had already stopped moving, holding up his sword. A light shone from the valley behind him, dazzling and dazzling. Daybreak? No. It was a large army, a silver-white army illuminated by the holy light created by the wizard. Chapter 381. Yes, the sun has not risen yet. In the Hornburg, Thodin put on his helmet, but the light of dawn has arrived first. Buzz, on the high tower, Gimli blew the horn of Helm's Deep, and the rough breath of the dwarf bull was fully exerted at this moment. The sound of the horn resounded throughout the mountains, distant and inspiring. At the other end, the horn of the free city also sounded, and echoed with this sound in the valley. Uruk and the Dunlending people were immediately panicked and fearful. The situation changed too quickly. First, the leading ringwraith suddenly died, and then an unknown number of elite troops appeared. These are even secondary. The main thing is, the man who killed the ringwraith. Uruk, who was born in Isengard in recent years, may not know what happened, but the Dunlending people know. They immediately flinched, collapsing before Uruk. Seeing that they were about to break through the inner gate of Hornburg, they turned around and ran away. But they made a fatal mistake, that is, they should not expose their backs to the enemy. When the horn of Helm's Deep sounded, the cavalry in the castle were all excited. They shouted excitedly, as if they saw the King Helm, who would never fall back in the world. Family of Yorl, follow me. Thodin was the first to ride on his horse, and rushed to the front. The gates were wide open, and the cavalry, whose armor was shining with a dim light, came out one after another, charging all the way without any hindrance. Aragorn and Thodin drove side by side, leading the way. At this time, another army also occupied the mouth of the deep valley. Levi stood on the top of the mountain, holding up the dragon flame steel sword and shouting, "People of the free cities, move forward, charge! Charge!" The white light that penetrated the night lit up, and Gandalf rode on the Shadowfax and rushed to the front. At this moment, he took on the responsibility of the commander and led the army to rush down. In front was the Rohan cavalry shining with a dim yellow glow, and behind was the silver-white and brilliant elite army. The leader of the Uruk army seemed a little desperate at this moment. But in the outbreak of the desire to survive, he still reacted and immediately commanded the soldiers in the rear to form a formation to meet the impact. But all this was in vain. Not to mention how much interference the white-robed wizard who led the team in front had with a light spell that almost illuminated the entire valley. Even without him, the equipment of the silver-white army was too scary. Even the horses had solid full-body armor, and they were not afraid of being poked at all. Boom! Two armies, one rushed out of the castle, the other rushed down the slope from the valley, and the enemies were all scattered wherever they went, and they could no longer reorganize their formation. The situation was set. When the enemy was squeezed in the middle by the armies from the Horn Castle and the exit of the deep valley, Levi also slid down the hillside, crashed into the enemy pile, and began his own cleanup. At this moment, when they saw him coming down, the black barbarians immediately dropped their weapons, huddled in the corner, and shouted to surrender, and the Uruks, who didn't know why, were just angry that these guys actually rebelled in the battle. But they had no choice. The Uruk army, which was rushed to the point where they had no power to fight back, could only flee outside, and was chased to the outside of the deep valley, running all the way, dying all the way, and soon half of them were lost. Levi put away his sword, stood behind the army, and looked at the subjects who had bravely chased after him, feeling relieved. They had matured, and he could put his mind at ease. In his sigh, the enemy ushered in the doomsday brought by his own hands. On the other side, when the war started and the thunderstorm fell, Pippin and Merry were not very peaceful. They woke up one after another at night, and then saw Treebeard holding a meeting with a large group of other Ents. The two looked at each other, thinking of their experiences in the past few days, and decided to do something. So they explained the situation in Isengard, saying that it was no longer led by the white-robed wizard, but had been occupied by the subordinates of the Dark Lord and became the nest of the orcs. If it was allowed to develop, it would definitely threaten Fangorn Forest. But the Ents were not very interested in this statement. Submission is the fate of the tree people, and it has been like this since ancient times, Treebeard said, and gently touched the heads of the two little hobbits. Although the action was as light as possible, it still messed up their hair. Pippin and Merry could only sulk. But your proposal is also worthy of attention. Just as they were thinking about persuading Treebeard again, Treebeard stopped them with a word. I will bring up this matter at this meeting. Just wait quietly for now, two little guys. Seeing that the proposal was taken seriously, Pippin and Merry looked at each other and smiled immediately. However, until the stars in the sky shifted several degrees, the discussion of the tree people still had no result. The two hobbits couldn't wait any longer. Hey, how is your discussion going? Treebeard replied. The meeting has made progress. We discussed a crucial issue. What? You decided to launch an attack? No. Treebeard opened his clear eyes and said, "We discussed the new trees growing in the North River. Although those new companions are square, they are full of vitality and are indeed our kind. We all agree that we should not discriminate against them." "What else? What else?" Treebeard blinked and thought for a while. "Oh yes, there is another thing." "What?" "I also mention you too. We all agree that you are not orcs." "Then what?" "You discussed for a long time, and that's it?" Treebeard nodded slowly. The two hobbits almost fainted. The time these tree people spent discussing these two small issues was enough for them to talk about all their relatives from east to west in Hobbiton, including their 3 generations of ancestors. The tree people's unique language communication efficiency was too low. But despite the low efficiency, after a while, they still discussed the results. A disappointing result for the two hobbits. It was the same as before, they just accepted the fate and stayed in the deep mountains and forests without interfering with the outside world. But the hobbits always had their own way. They begged Treebeard to send them to Isengard, so Treebeard saw a scene that was like a disaster. When did the brown land spread here? In the past, humans also cut down trees on a large scale, but at least the trees would be left with grass after being cut down. But Mordor is different. They don't even leave grass, and after cutting down trees and taking resources, they will set a fire to make the terrain open and suitable for war. At this moment, Treebeard knew that he could no longer shrink. "I thought I could keep my tribe safe by keeping to myself, but I didn't expect the Dark Lord's minions had already come to me, and they wanted to destroy the only remaining tree people in the world." Treebeard suddenly fell into memories. A long time ago, the Dark Lord's army also attacked the tree men. We had a hard time resisting. If it weren't for the Vala's army that annihilated them, perhaps even I wouldn't exist today. Now the Dark Lord's army has come again. Those powerful enemies are right in front of us. I'm afraid no one can help us this time. But we are not afraid. Since the Dark Lord wants all the tree men to be destroyed, then let him do as he wishes. But I must let him know that the tree men will not sit here and wait for their demise, nor will they watch their compatriots die without any expression. Wake up, my people, and attack the enemy, even if it will lead to our destruction. Treebeard and other Ents began to cast the magic of the tree men, awakening the ancient trees in Fangorn Forest and turning them into a subspecies of tree men that can act independently. Huorn. Come on, this is the final battle of the tree people, and also the battle of destruction. The flaming axe of the Balrog and the breath of the flying dragon, as well as the boundless brutal army, I am ready to face them. We must cause as much damage to the army of the Dark Lord as possible, so that the free people of Middle-earth can have a little breathing time. At this moment, the angry Treebeard was ready to sacrifice the whole tribe. However, listening to his words, Pippin and Merry were stunned, both of them were confused. Is there a Balrog in that tower? I don't know. When I met Gandalf in the forest before, he said that the last Balrog had fallen into the abyss and was killed by him. What is Treebeard talking about? There is also a dragon that can breathe fire. Is he talking about the little Beholden? What is going on? At this moment, there is a slight difference between the cognition of the Ents, who existed long before the First Age, and the hobbits of today. Since Pippin and Merry have always used ambiguous terms such as the Dark Lord when explaining enemy intelligence, Treebeard's cognition of the two people's words has some deviations. Almost instinctively, he first thought of the Dark Lord that he was most familiar with in his memory. That is Morgoth. So a large number of tree people went out to break open the pass of Isengard and advance into it. A great war broke out. The orcs and the remaining Uruk resisted with difficulty, but it was almost useless. The tree people can be said to be one of the strongest creatures in Middle-earth. Their bark is extremely strong, and their fists are powerful. If they grab the ground, it will be a big stone. The thick armor and wide shield that Uruk is proud of were gently squeezed into a piece of scrap iron by the tree people's big hands, and it did not play any defensive role at all. At this moment, let alone Uruk or the orcs, even Levi would not be able to cope with so many tree people here, and he would fight slowly. After all, he is now covered with flaming equipment, which is more restraining to the tree people. The orcs in Isengard did not hold out for long. After clearing all the orcs guarding the house here, Treebeard raised his head and looked vigilantly at the ferry in the air and in the distance. Has their main force not arrived yet? No, this should be all. Pippin didn't know what to say. Why is this old tree man so cautious? Just as he was thinking about this, suddenly, some noise came from afar. A group of Uruks were running towards this place, as if something terrible was urging them from behind. Ha, I knew there would be more. So the fleeing remnants suffered. They entered the forest disguised as a moving forest by the tree people, and then they could never get out again. What are those? In the sky that was just getting light, Thodin, who had chased all the way here, asked Levi beside him. The tree people of Fangorn. Levi called out their origins and said, it is estimated that the orcs cultivated by Saruman cut down their companions, and now they come out to avenge the orcs. What a powerful force. Thodin looked at the throbbing forest, and said so with emotion. It seems that when I go back, I have to revise the regulations so that people don't cut down that ancient forest, and it's best not to get too close. A wise move. The Ents will be very happy when they know it. Let the last ancient forest in the world be at peace. Chapter 382. At this moment, dawn finally arrived slowly. The bodies of the enemies inside and outside the walls of Helm's Deep were piled up like mountains, which were extremely difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the Ents who had dealt with the remaining enemy troops came over at this time. They helped bury the bodies of Uruk in the deep and wide valley, and only cleared all the bodies after a small hill of earth was piled up. Later, the hill was called the Death Hill, and it was said that there were tens of thousands of bodies underneath. After Uruk's affairs were dealt with, the next thing was the Dunlending people. After seeing that the situation was hopeless, they all chose to surrender. For those who surrendered, Rohan did not kill them all, but forgave them. But this forgiveness must be based on atonement and oaths. First, they had to bury the dead and repair the damaged fortifications of Helm's Deep, and then they had to swear that from now on they would never cross the border of Rohan again, invade any inch of Rohan land, and never associate with the enemies of mankind again. Those who can swear and do these things can be sent back home to continue their lives. This is already a very lenient way of handling things, showing mercy. The matter of Rohan is still being handled. A visitor came to Levi. Well, are you the leader of the northern humans that the two hobbits talked about? Treebeard bent down, put his big face in front of Levi, and looked at him curiously. Levi responded, if the person they're talking about is called Levi, then it's me. Treebeard blinked, stared at Levi for a while, and said, I have lived in the mountains for too long, and I don't know much about the outside world. The things about you are limited to what the two little hobbits said. Forgive me, for us, thousands of years is just a sleeping time. During this period, there will always be some heroes, but they are all like meteors fleeting. Levi smiled and replied, that's right, I know some of your living habits. It's normal not to know the news from the outside world. Your body is very hot, which makes my dandruff a little dry. Although this feeling is not very comfortable, I don't hate you. Treebeard said, I know from the earth that new trees and vegetation have grown on the brown land, and all this is because of you. Welcome, friend, you can come to my house when you are free. It's at the foot of Fangong Mountain. I will treat you well if I am awake at that time. You are also welcome to visit any territory of the Free City, if you are willing to come out. As he said, Levi looked at Treebeard's wooden head, and felt that he might not know which force the Free City was, and when it came out. Ha ha ha. Treebeard smiled, stood up, and didn't say anything more. He just fulfilled his duty as the shepherd of 100 trees, and asked the living trees to return to the forest and not run around. After he left, Merry and Pippin ran over and said, Hey, Levi, you know, when we were attacking Isengard just now, Treebeard mentioned Balrogs and dragons that could breathe fire, saying that they were the army of the Dark Lord, but in the end, only some orcs appeared, not even trolls. How did he think of those things? Both of them were a little puzzled. Levi smiled and rubbed their hair twice, saying, that was the army of Morgoth, not Sauron. A long time ago, the title of Dark Lord belonged to Morgoth, but now it is attributed to Sauron. That Morgoth sounds very powerful. Wouldn't he have any objections? He has no objections, Levi asserted. But his army does exist. What? It really exists? Both were shocked by Levi's statement. An army that even the Ents can't defeat, wouldn't it be devastating? Yes, it does exist, and it did exist before I came back. Levi smiled mysteriously. The two smart hobbits immediately guessed some information from his words. Could it be that during the time you disappeared in the northern wasteland? Yes. I wiped out that army, and they can never reappear in the world again. Wow. The two little guys were truly stunned at this moment. Hey, Treebeard, I have a big news. After they recovered, the two of them couldn't wait to run to Treebeard, wanting to share this first-hand news with him. Levi looked at the backs of the two lively little guys and laughed again. But this smile soon faded. A team of rangers from the Nanhito city found Levi and reported the latest news to him. At this moment, 40,000 troops were gathering there, confronting the largest force of Mordor. Although the two sides have been tense and have not started fighting, the Free City has never fallen behind in intelligence. Some rangers lurk near the Black Gate and watched the dynamics there every day. The Black Gate's troops have become fewer, and they have sent a considerable number of them to the south. According to the mysterious informant at the crossroads, those troops were sent to Osgiliath. Now the battle in Osgiliath is fierce. The Witch King led his army across the bridge, and all the Gondor defenders have been forced to evacuate. In addition, there is some news from the south. The man claimed to be a messenger of the Blue Wizard. He said that a very large fleet of Umbar was heading to Pelargir. The ship was full of Umbar's brutal pirates and Harad elite warriors. It would be difficult for the current defenders of Pelargir to resist. The number of enemies is tens of thousands, and the defenders of Gondor are only a few thousand. They are isolated and helpless. Isolated and helpless? Levi smiled. Not really. Send the message back. Prepare to attack the Black Gate. The time is set when I arrive. Also pay attention to the movements in the north, especially Road Town and Dale City, which are likely to be harassed by dark humans. I have some things to do here. I will go back after I finish the things. Let's put pressure on the enemy. Since he dares to attack the capital of Gondor, then I will break into his house and see who will be anxious first. Whether Sauron is anxious or not is another matter. At this time, another person was anxious first. On the other side, Pippin and Merry, who sat on Treebeard's shoulders and chatted with him all the way and returned to Isengard together, were enjoying the fruits of victory. Saruman really knows how to enjoy himself. This wizard who is said to be calm and wise is actually addicted to pipe weed. It's still the best long grain leaves. Oh, look over there. Isn't that the specialty steak of Roadside Castle, and the smooth-tasting tobacco leaves? I like it so much. The two ate and took food. When they were full, they smoked their pipes and poured themselves a glass of beer. They were very happy. But the news of the recapture of Isengard spread quickly, and they were not the only ones who came here. You two stupid hobbits, don't touch my things. A white. Oh no, it was a colorful and gray old man who heard the news and came. When he saw that the food in his storage room was eaten up, he got anxious on the spot. The two hobbits were confused. Gandalf? No, that's not right. His robes are not so ugly, and his face is not so smelly. Although it's not that good at ordinary times. They muttered. Saruman. Treebeard, who came over after hearing the sound, called out the name of the visitor. Saruman, who wanted to continue to scold the two hobbits, was suddenly stuck. Treebeard stared at him, and his big eyes vividly showed an angry expression. He said in a loud voice, "You have to give me an explanation." This made Saruman, who was anxious, wilted. "Please listen to me. This is not my intention, my friend. You know, I have always loved the towering ancient trees in the forest and never had any ideas. This is all our enemy's fault. You don't know how much torture I have suffered. It is simply hell. They are unwilling to kill me and let my soul return, nor are they willing to let me go and let me live well. That sounds very torturous." The two hobbits who were sitting on the ruins enjoying Saruman's collection of tobacco continued to watch the show and mutter. Listening to Saruman's gossip, the tobacco became more delicious. Just as Saruman was hurriedly explaining all this, other people followed him. Théoden, Theoden, many members of the Fellowship of the Ring, and Levi. They came to check on the situation in Isengard. Chapter 383. You two little hobbits. Gimli sat behind Gandalf and shouted, "We chased you so hard, but you sat there eating and drinking. And smoking. We are enjoying the fruits of victory, and this is all due compensation." Pippin took a puff of his cigarette and said, "Look, this roadside Ford barley wine, and salted pork chops, a specialty from the Shire." Salted pork chops. Gimli muttered this word, looking at the delicious chops in the hands of the two, and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. He was hungry. Alas! Hobbits. Gandalf muttered helplessly. They are like this, preferring to enjoy themselves in time, always making people wonder what to say. Welcome, young Levi and Lord Gandalf. At this time, Treebeard, who was cleaning up the battlefield, came over. Levi muttered quietly, "It's been a long time since I heard someone say that I'm younger." Gandalf leaned his head over and replied, "Me too. You are indeed old." Levi's response was merciless. "Oh, old, okay, but look, there's another person as old as me over there." Gandalf pointed in a direction with his cane. The main entrance of the Orthan Tower. At this moment, there was a dejected figure standing there. Who else could it be but Saruman? "Long time no see, Saruman, you look a lot more haggard." Levi began to wave at him from a distance. "Yes, haggard, anyone who has experienced what I have would not feel good, but you look very energetic. More energetic than you." As he spoke, Levi took off the star ring on his hand, and threw it to Saruman from a distance. His power faded like the tide, and this feeling made him feel very lost, as if he had lost a treasure. Saruman quickly caught the ring with a snap, and when he saw the object in his hand, he showed a very surprised expression on his face. You really surprised me a little. I didn't expect that someone would choose to give up the ring of power after experiencing its beauty. Not everyone is like you, Saruman. Levi dismounted and approached, saying, I said something a long time ago, and I still agree with this sentence now. What? There are many things in this world that are more important than power. Saruman put on the star ring silently, and did not respond for a while. The power brought by the ring eased his haggardness and weakness a lot, and made him more confident. But, at this time, Levi changed his words and said, Can you continue to make this kind of ring? I can provide you with more beacons or stars of the netherworld. Do you think the ring of power is a ham in the Hobbit warehouse that can be mass-produced casually? Saruman shook his head and said, You underestimate the skills involved. The star ring is the result of my decades of research. This one has already taken me a lot of effort. Even if I can make another one, I'm afraid it will be too late. By the time the second ring with the star of the netherworld is born, darkness has already covered the earth. Well, forget it. Levi shook his head. But about the ring, Levi, I have one more thing to remind you. What? Saruman came closer and whispered, During the time I faced the ring wraiths, I spied on them and figured out a lot of things. About the One Ring. You have to know that the One Ring is not something that is forged according to a blueprint. It is an innovation, a new thing that has never appeared in this world. So far, no one dares to say that they can understand it in its entirety. Besides, that thing also carries Sauron's will. It cannot be measured simply by strength, but also has many other functions. You must not underestimate it. Oh! Levi looked at Saruman with a serious face, and was also a little surprised. It's rare for this guy to provide some useful information. It seems that he has indeed changed a little during this period of time. I understand. When Levi finished speaking, Gandalf stepped forward and announced on the steps, Isengard has been recaptured, and there is no evil here anymore. This battle is a victory for the free people. Yeah! Cheers came from below. Gimli and two hobbits acted as the atmosphere group to support Gandalf's declaration. As for the others, they all looked serious. They were either sullen or had hard heads like tree people. Gandalf shrugged and didn't care. That's it. But Thoden obviously didn't want it to end like this. He rode up and said, Saruman, you should take some responsibility for this. Saruman asked condescendingly, What do you want? Thoden stared at him and said, After this incident, you have proved yourself unreliable. From now on, your status as Rohan's advisory wizard will be revoked, and you will no longer enjoy any privileges. Humph, who cares? I don't care. Saruman began to be stubborn. Gandalf looked at his old friend and shook his head. All this started with you, Saruman. You broke the taboo and went astray, but you are not without a chance to redeem yourself now. Stay here to guard Isengard, and help Treebeard and others restore the Green Land. Perhaps the judgment you face will be lighter. Gandalf made a suggestion. Saruman was silent for a while. He did not answer, but his figure inevitably became a little hunched. When everyone left, he still stood here, without saying a word. The only ones who accompanied him were the Ents. There is always a celebration after a great victory. Since the number of defenders in Hornburg was not small, and the reinforcements from Water City arrived in time, Rohan's losses were not as great as expected. Tonight was destined to be a lively night. The people of Rohan celebrated their victory together, and mourned those who shed their blood to protect this land. The army of Water City also participated in the celebration banquet with them. However, it was obvious that no hall in Rohan could accommodate so many people, so after listening to the brief speeches of Thoden and Levi, they went outside to build a banquet venue by themselves. Due to the large number of people, the city could not even accommodate them, and a large number of people gathered outside the city, which for a time caused a spectacle of lights and prosperity inside and outside the city. This scene was recorded by the historian of Rohan and circulated as a classic story scene. That day, everyone toasted together, and the sound resounded throughout the grassland. Fortunately, Rohan has been maintaining frequent trade with the free cities. We have enough supplies for tens of thousands of people to celebrate together. In the hall, Thoden raised his glass and saluted Levi. Levi did not spoil the fun, clinked his glass with him, and drank the beer in the glass. Chapter 384. After the necessary etiquette, the classic items of the banquet will follow. No stopping, no spilling, and no rumination. Gimli took the glass of wine handed over by Theodred and explained the rules of this banquet. Legolas also picked up a glass of wine and asked curiously, So, this is a drinking competition? Yeah, you have never drunk wine? At this time, Boromir also came over with a glass of wine. Just now, he was talking with Theoden, and he looked quite happy. The two had a lot of common topics. Especially in speeches, the two agreed that solemn occasions did not need too many gorgeous words. What was more important than these was sincere emotions and respect. As for the content of the speech, it was better to be brief. Why, didn't your father teach you how to drink at home? Seeing Legolas frowning and staring at the barley wine in the glass, Boromir joked with him. Gimli immediately ran over to stir up trouble, laughing and saying, "What's wrong with our little forest princess? Shall I give you a glass of juice?" The dwarf and the elf are now very close, and bickering like this is the norm. But this time Legolas rarely said anything back, he just shook his head quietly and said, "No, I will still drink a little bit of wine. It's just that the taste of this wine always feels a little light." Light? Gimli leaned his face closer to the cup. That's right, it's the best barley wine, and it's a relatively strong one, with a high alcohol content. Is this guy's nose out of order? Then tell me, what kind of wine do you usually drink? He was a little curious. Usually? I don't drink normally. Legolas thought for a moment and said, but on some special festivals, my father would bring out fine wines from Wayside Castle and Dorwinion for the tribe to taste. Among them, the one that impressed me the most was a white transparent liquor. The first time I got drunk was because of it. It was a long time ago when I visited Levi in Wayside Castle. The liquor seemed to be called vodka. I drank several barrels. I haven't heard of it. I still like wine brewed from wheat. Gimli shook his head. What can be more intoxicating than the fresh aroma of barley and the sweet aftertaste in the wine? Don't make excuses, Legolas, come and drink. Let me join in. Boromir was eager to try, and sat next to the two with his own wine glass. Wait a minute. Legolas suddenly stopped. What's wrong? I want to invite someone to come with me. Do you have any objection? Of course I have no objection. The more people there are, the more fun it will be. By the way, who do you want to invite? Levi, I got drunk in front of him last time, but I always feel something is wrong. I want to drink with him again. That's great. Go! Gimli was immediately excited. I have wanted to try it for a long time, but I have never had the chance. Interesting. I am also interested. Boromir seemed quite expectant. He looked around and said, but Levi doesn't seem to be in the hall. Levi was indeed not in the hall. At this moment, he was celebrating with his own soldiers in the more lively open-air banquet hall outside the hall. From time to time, the Rohan defenders would come to communicate, and the two sides were chatting happily. At the happiest moment, Thoden and Theoden also came to express their gratitude on behalf of Rohan, and they chatted with Levi for a while. As they chatted, Legolas came. He explained his purpose. Levi would naturally not refuse. However, when he was led into the palace by Legolas, he suddenly regretted it. Witnessed by Boromir and Gimli, Legolas stared at Levi and said, "No milk this time." The smile on Levi's mouth slowly disappeared. Not good, smile is always constant. When it disappears from one person's face, it will always appear on another person's face. Legolas smiled and raised the wine glass, saying, "I will always watch you. Come, let's celebrate this victory." After that, he quietly held the wine glass and drank it all. Not bad, quite brave. Gimli was not to be outdone, and raised the wine glass to drink it. Boromir followed suit, raised his glass and drank it all in one breath without burping. The three of them looked at Levi together, showing him the empty glasses in their hands. Levi began to sweat profusely. An unprecedented sense of crisis rose from the bottom of his heart. It was late at night. The banquet reached its climax, and the atmosphere became more and more heated. Burp. After drinking for an unknown period of time, Gimli burped and began to talk nonsense. At this moment, a layer of empty glasses was piled high on the table in front of him, and there were several empty barrels on the ground. Ha ha, ha, come on, keep having fun. Tun tun tun. Gimli continued to drink, and Boromir next to him had a flushed face, and began to cover his head, unable to sit still. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that these two had almost reached their limit. On the other side, Levi leaned quietly on the chair, drinking wine sip by sip, looking very elegant. Legolas was still standing upright, and his drinking speed did not slow down at all, just like before. I feel something. After drinking another glass of wine, Legolas looked down at his fingers. Theoden, who was walking around, was attracted by his words. He stopped, held a wooden beam beside him, looked at Legolas, and raised his eyebrows. Legolas continued, My fingers were slightly numb. This wine is starting to work on me. Theodora was immediately shocked. Know this elf? What did I say? He can't drink wine at all. Gimli, who had drunk to the point of insanity, laughed. I told you a long time ago he... Hiccup. Boom, before he finished speaking, Gimli fell down. He fell asleep. Some wine foam flowed from the corner of his mouth, which was not very elegant. You lose. After sentencing Gimli to exit, Legolas looked at Boromir, whose head was shaking slightly. He slowly approached and said in a very considerate and concerned tone, If you can't drink it, don't drink it. Bang! Hearing this, Boromir suddenly threw the wine glass on the table with force, pointed at Legolas and gritted his teeth as if he had been gravely insulted, and said word by word, Don't be complacent, elf, there is still someone here who hasn't fallen down. Then, he relaxed his body and fell asleep on the table. Obviously, the person who didn't fall down was definitely not him. As for the remaining person, who had not fallen, it was naturally Levi. Then let's continue. Legolas raised his glass and drank in small sips. Levi leaned back in his chair, silent, just repeating the action of pouring and drinking. He kept repeating this action until the wine in the barrel was gone, trying to get wine from it. The passing Theodora saw this and immediately replaced Levi with a full barrel so that he could continue. He is worthy of being a legend. He drank the commanders of the dwarves and Gondor one after another without changing his expression. Now it's a duel between him and the elf. The drinking party lasted for a long time. As time went by, when the empty barrels were stacked up several layers high, Legolas finally couldn't stand it anymore. He said to Levi, I feel a little numb in my head, and my fingers are not very obedient, but you are still the same as at the beginning, without any change. I originally thought that your drinking capacity was demonstrated by some tricks, but now it seems that I am too suspicious. The game is over, you won. Legolas left to rest convinced. Levi remained silent, just continued to pour wine and drink. My lord, I toast you a glass. After Legolas left, Zaij, who also felt convinced, came over and picked up the wine glass, trying to clink it with Levi. But Levi did not speak, and still mechanically repeated the previous actions. At this moment, Zaij, who was watching the drinking game throughout, finally noticed something strange. He called out twice tentatively, but there was no response. So he slowly approached and gently shook his hand in front of Levi twice. My lord. My lord. Chapter 385. Tun 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 tun. After drinking a glass of milk, Levi's vision became clear. You're awake. A big face blocked it. Gandalf, why are you here? In the room, outside the hall, Lee stood up with his head covered, shook his head, and shook off the smell of alcohol. Huh, it was close, I almost fainted. Drunk? Although it is a buff that can be cleared for him, it is still a bit difficult to bear the dizziness caused by the high buff layers. In fact, when he drank halfway, he was already dizzy and lost his balance, and could only lean on the chair. Then he poured himself a glass of wine and drank it instinctively, and later he didn't hear what Legolas and others said. I didn't expect you to be so unrestrained. Gandalf rolled his eyes. Look, I never drink too much. Drinking should always be done in moderation. If other people hear you say this, they will probably feel disappointed. Disappointed? That's not right. I didn't stop them. That's right. Have you rested well? Very well. Then remember to come to the hall later. We need to discuss the follow-up actions. Gandalf left after leaving a word of advice. In the room, Levi stretched and felt a little refreshed. There are at least 1 or 2 lively scenes like this in Lubian Bayo every year, but it's the first time in other places. It can be regarded as a group outing. The cocktail party is over now. Everyone should rest and sleep. But there are always people who can't sleep. Boromir? Beside a small mound, Levi looked up and found a very low-key figure on it. Looking at the style of the cloak, there will be no other person in Rohan wearing the same cloak as him. What's wrong? You don't look very happy. Levi walked behind him. Boromir looked up, his eyes full of lingering worry and haggardness. I had a dream. In the dream, Gondor was burned by fire, darkness covered the earth, the city walls collapsed, and the white trees broke. This dream gave me an ominous premonition. Levi patted Boromir's shoulder and said, You have worked hard for so many years. Let's go. Where to? To the hall, we have to discuss some things, and I have some news to tell you. The army gathered inside Mordor is moving south. They have crossed Ithilien and their goal is Minas Tirith. A moment later, in the hall, Levi announced the news he had learned to the gathered people. In addition, Pelargir is facing a great crisis. A large fleet is heading there, intending to capture Pelargir first, and then go straight to Minas Tirith to participate in the siege. The situation suddenly became critical. Hearing this news, Boromir lowered his head, fidgeting, and wished he could fly back now. I can't stay here any longer. He stood up and said, Gondor needs me, I must return to the front line to fight, and there is no time to waste. I'm sorry, I have to say goodbye to you all here first. Don't be impatient, Boromir. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Aragorn stood up and blocked his way. Be patient, I will be with you. Gondor will not perish. This short sentence, although the tone is gentle, seems quite firm and convincing. The two looked at each other for a while. Boromir looked into Aragorn's eyes, and finally suppressed his restless heart for the time being and turned back. Seeing Boromir return to his position, Gandalf stood up and continued Levi's words. The defeat in Helm's Deep made the enemy realize one thing, that is, humans are not as fragile as he imagined. Even when they are at a disadvantage, they still have the courage and strength to compete with him. He is very restless and anxious, and the situation in Gondor proves this to us. He will do his best to raze Minas Tirith to the ground and break through Gondor, to avoid putting himself at a complete disadvantage. We don't have much time, we must warn Gondor so that they can prepare in advance. I go. Boromir stood up and said, I must go back to defend my homeland. It's meaningless for you to go back alone. Aragorn, who had been thinking about something since just now, stopped him again and said, We have other things to do. At this time, Boromir was really a little anxious. He turned around and whispered to Aragorn in a hurried tone, What are you hiding? I can feel that you have been thinking a lot since the beginning of the meeting. Tell me, what are you planning? I plan to gather an army. What army, Rohans, or the Free Cities? No, neither. Aragorn shook his head and turned aside. Two people walked into the hall at the right time. Two elves. Elladan and Elrohir, they are twin elven brothers and children of Elrond. Father sent us a message. Time is short, if you want to hurry, don't forget the Road of the Dead. The Road of the Dead. Boromir muttered the name of the place, and his mind began to search automatically. I remember there, it is said that the path is full of wandering ghosts. They were all people in the mountains, who broke their oaths, and they will never be freed because of the curse of the previous king. Does it mean that the army you plan to gather? Aragorn nodded. Boromir immediately made a decision. This journey is too dangerous, I will go with you. And us. Gimli and Legolas also came up. For their companions, they are always happy to go in and out of danger with them, live and die together. Aragorn smiled, and everything was said without words. Then Gondor. Boromir turned his head. Leave Gondor to me. Gandalf accepted the task. I will warn your father, and ask him to prepare as soon as possible. Although it may be difficult. The meeting did not last long. Time was urgent, and there was no time to delay, so everyone immediately started to act. However, before Aragorn and his party set off, there were still some things to do. It was not only the two sons of Elrond who came to support him, but also a group of wanderers who came with them, named the Grey Brigade. This group came specifically to assist Aragorn's actions, with a total of 30 people. The leader of this team is Theoden. Levi, who was passing by, suddenly stood beside the team and called out the name of the person in front. Why are you here too? Theoden lifted his hood, revealing his weathered face. I learned about the situation here from Rivendell, and came with my tribe to support our leader. You are really low-key. It's just daily. As the two were talking, Aragorn also came over. Theoden immediately stepped forward and said, We have brought some things entrusted to Arwen of Rivendell. He showed an item that he had been keeping well. A flag, the royal flag sewn by Arwen himself. This flag represents the supreme kingship of Isildur, and can prove Aragorn's identity. Aragorn stroked the flag that gathered the hard work of his lover and smiled. He said to Theoden, Please keep it well for me. It can be said that the two are now quite familiar with each other. Theoden holds a special place in Aragorn's heart. On the one hand, he was influenced by Levi, and on the other hand, they had often acted together or had in-depth exchanges in the 60 years since he went out to train. From Theoden, Aragorn learned more about Levi's deeds, and learned a lot from him. For Aragorn, Theoden is not only a close tribesman, but also a reliable and trustworthy elder. Therefore, he is willing to let Theoden take the flag for him. Chapter 386. Come on, Shadowfax, show your true speed. Outside the wall, Gandalf patted Shadowfax gently, and the next moment, Shadowfax rushed out quickly, and in the blink of an eye, only a back figure was left. Really fast. Looking at Gandalf's back, even Levi couldn't help but sigh. In terms of maximum speed alone, The horse was a little faster than the extreme speed horse he trained, and its endurance was not weak either. Gandalf went to the White City like this, alone. Pippin and Merry stood beside Levi, and looked at Gandalf, who was going away. They seemed a little disappointed. Is Frodo really okay? It's okay now. I have news about them. Levi replied. Frodo, Sam, and Gollum, who led the way, they have arrived in Ithilien safely, and are getting closer to Mordor. The real test has just begun. Listening to what Levi said, the two hobbits were full of thoughts. Merry seemed to have made up his mind, and turned around to walk towards the hall. Pippin stood there, staring at Gandalf, who was leaving, still in a daze. When Levi was about to leave, he suddenly took out his sword. I can definitely do something, right? He raised his head, and looked at Levi with hope. Levi stopped. You? Yes, me. Pippin, who was always naughty and frivolous, said sincerely, Frodo and Sam are fulfilling their important mission in the most dangerous place. My friends are suffering. I can't do nothing behind. Please let me do something. I can also contribute my own strength. I will do it even if I die. Looking at the determined hobbit, Levi thought of something and suddenly smiled. You do have something you can do, and you can even help Frodo directly, but this requires great courage and will, and may even leave you with lifelong trauma and shadow. Even so, do you want to do it? I am willing. Pippin answered affirmatively without hesitation. Very good, Peregrine took. Levi bent down slightly, supported his shoulders, and said, Then from now on, you are an apprentice ranger. In the days to come, you will stay by my side and carry out tasks with me. A task that only you can do. I am honored. Pippin's answer was very powerful. Levi looked at Pippin, then looked in the direction where Merry left, and suddenly smiled. You know, when you and Merry are together, it always reminds me of two old friends. Alger Arwen, they are both good guys. Just like you two, they have a good relationship, always inseparable, and act together no matter what they do. They were both apprentice rangers, and they visited Rohan and Gondor a long time ago, fighting against the orcs in the wilderness. Pippin nodded and said, It does sound very similar to me and Merry. Although we haven't been to Gondor yet, Rohan is under our feet. Where are they now, Water City or Wayside Castle? In Wayside Castle. Levi looked to the north and said, They have been staying in Wayside Castle for more than 20 years, buried side by side on the green grass, with their tombstones leaning against each other. The dark night of life never stops for anyone, Pippin. I still remember them vividly, as if those two young and lively guys were still standing straight in front of me, waiting for me to assign the new tasks. As soon as I turned my head, they would appear somewhere behind me, sitting together on rocks or grass, with their weapons aside, discussing what happened a few days ago. Pippin listened blankly, and couldn't help turning his head to glance behind him, but all he saw was an empty flat ground. Nothing. Okay, there's nothing to see, we should set off. Levi patted Pippin's shoulder, motioning him to follow him, and also to follow the Water City army that was retreating quickly. Wait, but Merry. Somehow, Pippin suddenly felt reluctant to leave his good friend. He has his own things to do. Levi pointed to the entrance of the hall in the distance. Look! Pippin looked over with difficulty, only to see Merry talking to Thoden. At this moment, Rohan has decided to help Gondor, and is urgently mobilizing. On the one hand, it is due to the request of Aragorn and Boromir, and on the other hand, a messenger from Gondor arrived not long ago, and he brought a token from Denethor, a red arrow. That means war is coming, and Gondor needs Rohan's help at this time. Theoden has long wanted to help Gondor, and now that he has received a formal request for help, he has begun to mobilize without hesitation, recruiting soldiers, and fulfilling the long-standing oath of Yril. It was at this time that Merry found him. The hobbit suddenly drew his short sword and knelt on one knee to Theoden. I have a sword. He held his sword in both hands, looked up at Thoden, and said, Please accept it, your majesty, Thoden. I, Meriadoc of the Shire, am willing to serve you. Merry was also trying to do something with his actions. And I accept it with pleasure. Thoden smiled and gently helped the hobbit up. I appoint you, Meriadoc, as a squire of Rohan, and you will be by my side. Merry nodded excitedly and accepted the appointment immediately. So the king of Rohan had a hobbit squire riding a pony beside him. At the same time, when Thoden was recruiting soldiers, some people began to get restless. I really want to gather a fully armed dwarf army, riding goats or wild boars. With our heavy crossbows and chariots, that would be invincible. Looking at the Rohan cavalry gathered, Gimli's heart was also burning. He thought of the army in his hometown, and the elite dwarf troops with cold armor. Your relatives don't have to come here to join the war, Gimli. Legolas, who sat on a horse with Gimli and drove the horse, said, "I'm afraid they are also in the war now. Have you not heard about the dangerous situation in the brown land in front of the Black Gate? The Lonely Mountain, the Free Cities, and the Woodland Kingdom are on the same front, and are in a tense confrontation with the enemy. Elves, dwarves, and humans, the three parties are united again." Legolas muttered. Gimli listened, lowered his head embarrassedly, and was rarely silent. Darkness swept in, and any free force that was still awake would not feel that they could be safe. For the next 3 days, the army continued to gather, rushing from nearby cities and fortresses to join in the support of Gondor. The dark green banner of Rohan fluttered in the wind, and the horses on the banner seemed to really start to jump, along with the cavalry. Behind the high walls of Minas Tirith, the fate of our time will be revealed. Théoden felt something in his heart, and took a last look at the golden palace Meduseld on the hill. Then, he never looked back. Chapter 387. Whether this trip can return safely is still unknown. From Levi, Théoden learned the composition of the enemy. Nearly 20,000 Herads and their mammoth war elephants, more than 10,000 Easterlings, more than 7,000 Far Herad soldiers, and tens of thousands of orcs and uruks. Altogether, there may be 100,000. And there are also many ringwraiths leading them. And this is not even all, there is also a huge dark pirate fleet heading to the battlefield in the distance. How many are there on their side? The 10,000 cavalry that Rohan hastily gathered, plus the garrison of Minas Tirith, and the reinforcements from various territories of Gondor rushing to the White City. Can it add up to 30,000? No one knows. The only thing to do now is to gather as many soldiers as possible. 12,000. Théoden stood on a high ground and counted the number of soldiers. After several days of preparation, 12,000 cavalry gathered from all directions in Edoras, the capital of Rohan. Some of them are mature and experienced elites, some are adult men who were called up, and young people who are still a little immature. They are not all wearing fine armor, and some are just lightly equipped. Only horses are equipped by everyone. At present, these soldiers are mainly mobilized from the garrisons in the west of Rohan and near the capital. There can be more, from East Mark and the North Plateau, and some can be mobilized. But I'm afraid there is not so much time. Aragorn shook his head beside him. By the time more soldiers gather, I'm afraid Minas Tirith will have been in the war, and it will be too late by then. Besides, Eastmark also needs to be defended. Then let's go! Let's go today. Théoden gave the order. Gondor will not be alone. Yes, it won't. After Rohan, the messenger of Gondor continued to gallop westward quickly. His goal was the Water City farther away. But before he arrived at the Water City, he met the Water City fleet heading to the seaport by the river. "Friend of Gondor, what do you want?" a soldier asked him. So it wasn't long before Levi got what the messenger brought, Denethor's letter for help. "Don't worry, I will go to Gondor." On the ship, Levi gave a positive answer. "It's just a little detour." The ship sailed along the river to the sea, and at the temporary garrison port in the Eend area, Levi transferred to the practice-class flagship and took Pippin with him. And there was an item he took back to the roadside fort through the Hell Passage of the Water City. Orthanc crystal. Inside the flagship, in a large and bright room, Levi and Pippin stood side by side, looking at the crystal stone covered by a black cloth on the table. "Are you ready? You can regret it now. No one will blame you, because you have shown your courage by standing here. Few people in the whole Middle-earth can withstand what is to be done next. I am ready. For Frodo, for my friends, for the Shire and the Free Cities, I will not back down." Pippin swore again. "Very good." Levi nodded and instructed again. "Remember what I said, don't answer his questions, don't reveal any news about Frodo and Sam. You only need to prove that you are the hobbit captured by the army commanded by the Ringwraith of Isengard, and you don't need to say anything else." "I remember." "Very good, then let's start." Levi lifted the black cloth covering the crystal, put his hand on it, and lightly touched the crystal. The next moment, his will was attracted and connected with the crystal. Levi joined in, and the evil flames in the crystal were extinguished, and even faintly suppressed. Boom! On the Tower of Barad-dûr, the demon eye surrounded by flames immediately cast its gaze here and confronted Levi. He saw Levi and Pippin beside him. Feeling this very hot sight both mentally and physically, Pippin couldn't help holding his breath, and a few drops of sweat flowed down his forehead. "Long time no see, loser. Are you still using your tricks to create false illusions?" Levi has not forgotten that for decades, every time Denethor used the crystal, Sauron would try to interfere from the other side. He could not overcome Denethor's iron will, so he frequently created illusions of Gondor's impending destruction to try to disturb his mentality. It must be said that what he did have some effect. But it was only some effect, because the illusion of destruction corresponds to the reliable ally on the other side. For many years, Denethor may have been anxious, or may have been under great pressure, but he has never been desperate. Ha ha ha. That's not an illusion. A cruel and evil laugh came from the crystal. Pippin covered his heart, feeling as if he was stabbed by a knife. Wait, Hobbit. Sauron's will passed Levi and fell on Pippin. Tell me, is that exquisite thing with you? Pippin's eyes widened, cold sweat pouring down his face. He opened his mouth, and he had the urge to speak out everything in his heart. Click. A hand patted his shoulder, and the warmth made him feel relieved. Guess? Levi's will squeezed over, and took most of the pressure for Pippin. He raised his eyebrows at the magic eye in the crystal, showing a mysterious smile, and then cut off the connection with the crystal. From this moment on, Sauron's heart was no longer at peace. He cast his eyes to the north, and even began to pay less attention to Gondor in front of him. Suddenly, in the room, Pippin stepped back suddenly, and almost fell to the ground. Levi supported him from behind and said, "We have achieved our goal." "Well done, Pippin. Is this enough?" Pippin covered his chest and breathed heavily. He has not recovered yet. A shadow fell over his heart, and even his vision became a little dim, as if countless pairs of eyes surrounded by flames were looking at him every moment, making him feel uneasy. Even though the magic eye was no longer paying attention to this place. Just as Pippin inevitably fell into fear, a bottle of milk was pressed against his face. "Drink this and go and rest for a while, we will set off soon." Buzz, with Levi's words, a loud and energetic horn sounded. Pippin's body shook, and he felt that the ground seemed to be moving. No, it was not the ground that was moving. It was the boat under his feet that started. He looked up at Levi and asked, "Where are we going?" "Pelargir, a battlefield full of vicious enemies." "What, are you scared?" Pippin swallowed, tightened his grip on the dagger, and said firmly, "No. I'm ready to fight." "That's good." Levi looked at the hobbit, who was no longer as naughty as before and always looked serious, and said, "But there is one more thing. Sailing on the sea is different from the boat you took on the Brandywine River. I hope you won't get seasick." Chapter 388. The Road of the Dead. This valley in the highlands is not peaceful. Countless people have tried to pass through it, but none of them have returned. One of those people is even a prince of Rohan. On the eve of the Rohan army's expedition, Aragorn looked in the direction of Dunmarsh, recalling the history there. Behind him, Legolas, Gimli, Boromir and Farad'n were ready to go. They would go to that dangerous place with Aragorn. Lord Aragorn. At this time, a clear and gentle voice came from behind. "Eowyn." Aragorn turned around, wondering when the princess came here. "You can't go, Lord Aragorn." Eowyn looked at him affectionately and said, "That place is too dangerous. You may never come back. Please stay, for those who believe in you and those who love you." Aragorn shook his head and said, "That's why I want to go." "Go back, Eowyn. This is not the place for you. Rohan needs you." After that, Aragorn turned around and continued to greet his companions. Eowyn turned around, as if she was persuaded by what he said. However, just when Aragorn and his party were about to set off, she turned back. Unlike before, this time Eowyn also wore armor and a sword on her waist. She knelt on one knee and said, "If you must go to that dangerous place, please take me with you." Aragorn looked at this princess, who was always proud and strong, and was speechless. He gently lifted Eowyn up, looked into her wet eyes, was silent for a moment, and said, "What you love is just a shadow and a thought. I cannot give you what you desire. May you be safe and happy, Eowyn." After clearly rejecting this love, Aragorn turned away without any nostalgia. Eowyn stood there, and finally understood one thing. From the beginning to the end, Aragorn only cared and loved her as an elder to his juniors, and there was nothing else he wanted. And the kind of feelings he longed for belonged to someone else. Is it a bit cruel? In the valley leading to the Road of the Dead, Gimli, who witnessed everything, shook his head and felt that these humans were really complicated. But Aragorn disagreed. It is cruel to leave behind illusory hopes that are destined to be unrealized. Now we should focus on the things in front of us. As they spoke, several people rode their horses quickly along the path. Not long after, they arrived at a gloomy, weird, and lifeless canyon. In front of them was a stone gate, which was pitch black inside, and could not see anything inside. "My whole body's blood seems to be frozen," Gimli muttered, looking around with his eyes, and his spirit was highly tense. The few people soon came to the dark stone door. Looking at the dark place full of bones, and vaguely surrounded by evil aura, Aragorn took a breath and took the lead to walk in first. Legolas followed closely behind. The way the elves look at things is different from that of dwarves or humans. They are not afraid of ghosts. Looking at Legolas, who had no hesitation or fear at all, Gimli said unconvinced, "The elves dare to enter, but the dwarves dare not. Isn't this going to make people complain endlessly?" "No." So Gimli hurriedly followed. Behind him, Boromir and Farad'n looked at each other, smiled, and followed in without hesitation. "I see many shadows." Halfway through the walk, Legolas suddenly began to mutter, "And the shadows of horses, they are here." "Where?" Gimli asked in a low voice. Looking around, cold sweat broke out. Is this elf deliberately trying to scare people? "Hey!" A hand suddenly came up from behind. "Ah!" Gimli raised his axe and shouted. Then he found that the owner of the hand was not a dangerous guy. "Boromir, didn't anyone tell you that it is rude to grab someone's shoulders from behind without saying hello?" "Oh, sorry. I just want to say that you should pay attention to your feet." So Gimli lowered his head. "Ah!" He was startled again. "I saw a skeleton lying on the ground, and the death was quite hideous." Aragorn was attracted by the skeleton and came closer to take a look. "He is wearing Rohan armor. This armor and the style of the sword are not ordinary." Gimli also leaned over to take a look. "It is indeed unusual. The blade is bent. It must have cut something very hard." Aragorn said, "I heard that Baldur, the eldest son of Brego, the second king of Rohan, once set foot on the road of the dead and never returned. He was an unfortunate man." "That means this skeleton." "Yes." Aragorn stopped Gimli, who wanted to get closer to check, and said, "Don't disturb the dead." After that, he knelt on one knee in front of Baldur's remains to show respect. After a moment, he stood up and signaled everyone to continue moving forward. Soon, the group walked to a huge black stone. This stone was the carrier of the oath and curse of the people in the mountain. Swish, a green ghost appeared, startling everyone. His face was miserable and terrifying, and he wore a crown. It was the king of the mountain, and the last king of the people of the mountain. He looked at everyone and said, "The road of the dead does not allow the living to pass. But you will tolerate me." Aragorn stood up. "Ha ha ha." The king of the mountain laughed, and as the laughter spread, the army of the dead appeared here, blocking the way forward for several people and the retreat behind them. This road was built by the dead and guarded by the dead. He drew his sword and said, "If you want to pass here, you have to die." "But how can the dead move?" Swish! Legolas immediately shot an arrow after sensing the king of the mountain's intention to attack. But it was useless. Like the ringwraiths, these dead souls were immune to ordinary attacks. The king of the mountain waved the illusory sword in his hand, but was blocked by Aragorn the next moment. "Impossible, that bloodline has long been cut off. Whether it is cut off or not is not up to you." Boromir could no longer bear to watch, and immediately drew out the iron sword in his hand, and stepped forward to separate the sword shadow of the undead. "What?" The king of the mountain was not calm. Even Aragorn was a little surprised, but when he saw the sword in Boromir's hand, he understood. "That's not strange, that's not strange." Boromir put his sword against the neck of the king of the mountain, forcing him back a long way, until he had no way to retreat, and then he shouted, "This is the person you should be loyal to, the undead." This powerful voice even made the undead feel a little weak. They hesitated, not knowing whether to attack forward to rescue the king of the mountain. Has he always been so brave? Even Gimli, who was most afraid of ghosts, was encouraged by this action. "As you can see," Legolas replied briefly with his head tilted. At this time, Farad'n also stood up. He showed the royal banner that Aragorn gave him, and said behind Aragorn, "This is the heir of Isildur, you should obey his orders and fulfill your oaths." Aragorn looked left and right, opened his mouth, and finally said nothing. After all, the two of them had finished speaking, so there was really nothing to add. So he raised the holy sword Andúril in his hand and said, "Fight for us and regain your honor, and then I will regard your oath as fulfilled and relieve you of eternal pain, without any false words. What do you say?" That day, the road of the dead shook, and tens of thousands of dead laughed wantonly. After laughing wildly like crazy, they disappeared into another world invisible to mortals, following Aragorn and surrounding him. The king of the mountain gave a positive reply. "We will go to war." Dust poured out from the exit of the road of the dead, and rose to the sky at the top of the mountain. The momentum was so great that even in Belfala's Bay, one could catch a glimpse of it. "It seems that their affairs are over, and we will meet soon." On the practical flagship at the front, Levi smiled. "Who?" Pippin beside him asked curiously. "Aragorn, they went to the road of the dead to summon the army of the dead. Their purpose at this time should be the same as ours." Are you afraid of ghosts, Pippin? Ghosts? Yes, the kind of ghost that will suddenly put its rotten and terrifying big face on your window when you are sleeping, staring at you with a pair of lifeless eyes, making you stiff all over, and even your dreams become terrifying. When you open your eyes, it will disappear, and when you fall asleep again with doubts in your heart, will it continue to appear at the window and look at me? The clever Pippin thought of what might happen next. No. But Levi shook his head at this time. He continued in a low voice, at this time, it will float into your house, hide under your bed, and then grab your feet exposed outside the quilt. Ah! Pippin shuddered all over. From this day on, there was one more hobbit in the world who dared not show his feet when sleeping. Chapter 389. Now you are a true Rohan squire, Merry. In a tent in the Rohan camp, Eowyn put a helmet on Merry. Great. Merry seemed very happy. He excitedly drew out his sword and almost cut Eowyn, which made her scream. Oh, sorry. Merry quickly put the sword back. Eowyn looked at the dagger that seemed to have a faint glow and said, This sword looks extremely sharp, but it has not yet defeated the enemy. Merry seemed a little disappointed. Yes, it is indeed very sharp, because it has been blessed by Levi, and it is full of magic. Put it anywhere, I think it can be regarded as a good sword, a very precious and sharp sword, but I failed to use it to protect my companions, and it fell into dust in my hands. I failed Levi and my companions' expectations. No one asked you to do anything, Merry. Eowyn comforted softly. Yes, no one asked, no one. Merry muttered, lowering his head. But I think I must do something. I can also fight, and I can take on some things for my friends. Eowyn was quite touched by these words. I am not the same in this regard. It's just, you can do it, Merry. You shouldn't encourage him to go to the battlefield. After a while, a voice called Eowyn outside the tent. Eowyn turned around and saw a familiar face. Brother, you're back. Eowyn seemed a little surprised. Her brother was Eomer, the third marshal stationed in Eastmark. He had been guarding the hills near the waterfall to prevent the orcs from invading this land. Eomer explained, I received the news from the messenger and arrived this evening. There are also 10 cavalry companies with me. Eowyn was first surprised to see her brother, but then she was worried. Eowyn said, But what about Eastmark? Are the garrisons there sufficient? Eomer recalled, saying, Our enemies suddenly left the border of Eastmark like crazy and gathered in the Brown Land, eyeing the cities of the Free Cities. Eomer said, But don't worry. Like you, I am worried that this is another trick of theirs. They left the necessary garrisons there, otherwise they would not have brought only 10 companies. Eowyn breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go back to the previous matter, Eowyn. You shouldn't have encouraged the hobbit to go to the battlefield. Eowyn retorted, I think you shouldn't doubt him. I don't doubt his sincerity. Eomer looked away, glanced in the direction where Merry left, shook his head, and continued, I just doubt his arm length. A hobbit, with short arms, uses a short sword. This is really... Puff. Someone laughed next to him. Eowyn looked over and found that it was Theodred. Obviously, he understood what Eomer meant. Hobbits are indeed not suitable for going to the battlefield. Why? Eowyn asked. Why must Merry stay behind? He has no less reason to go to the battlefield than you do. Why? Can he fight for the one he loves? Yes, fight for the one he loves. Even if that love is a rejected, illusory, and unreal love. You, like the hobbit, don't know what war is. Eomer seemed to have heard something from his sister's words. He stood up and said in a serious tone, You have never experienced it, so you won't understand. War is not a joke. Once blood, screams, and the horror of the battlefield prevail, do you still think he will continue to fight? Will that passion be extinguished by cold corpses and cold eyes? He will run away, and this choice is correct. Eomer said with a hint of meaning, War is the realm of men, Eowyn. After he left, Theodred also stood up, looked at his strong cousin, and said, People who have not been on the battlefield personally don't know how terrible it is. He may only have a passion. Only those who are not afraid after the baptism of war are true warriors. Eowyn fell silent, and didn't speak again. The army was preparing intensively. Until dawn, everyone was ready to set off. At this time, Thodin found her again. Eowyn, I have left instructions for you to lead the people for me for now. Go to the Golden Palace and sit on my throne. I know you are capable of taking care of everything. Why me? Eowyn was a little puzzled. Your brothers will follow me to the battlefield. You are the only one in the family who can relieve me of my worries. Theoden gave the answer. However, facing this answer, Eowyn's heart sank. What kind of responsibility do you need me to take, my king? Responsibility? Theoden shook his head and smiled. No, Eowyn. No need to take more responsibility. No need to linger on those who are about to die. I just want you to be safe and happy. Eowyn looked at Theoden's back for a long time without saying anything. After Theoden left, she suddenly picked up a sharp sword, put on armor, put on a helmet, and covered her face. On this day, an unknown soldier appeared in Rohan's army. You can't go with us, my dear Rohan squire. On the other side, when the army was about to set off, Merry came to Theoden and expressed his willingness to go together. However, Theoden ruthlessly rejected him more than once. As the horn of departure sounded, the army set off and headed east. Just when Merry was extremely anxious that he could not go to the front line to fight with his companions, he was suddenly picked up by an unknown cavalryman passing by and sat in front. Hush. Everything is about to come to an end. In the land of Rohan, tens of thousands of cavalrymen marched eastward day and night. At the same time, in the heart of Gondor, a small team walked out of the Road of the Dead and also rushed eastward. They passed the news to nearby cities and fiefdoms along the way, asking them to gather troops to support Minas Tirith. By the way, they also used the army of the dead to clear all the enemies on the road. The huge fleet of the Water City galloped on the sea, calmly sailing to Pelargir, and no one knew how many undercurrents these huge ships would stir up. The gates of Gondor opened, and the white-robed wizard rode into the city, heading straight to the highest palace to give advice to the Prime Minister. This time, the Prime Minister did not show his stubbornness or despair. I already know everything you said, Mithrandir. The White Tower is not shrouded in darkness. I foresaw Levi's return from the Crystal Stone, and also sensed his plan. What did you see? Gandalf frowned, and found that things seemed to be a little beyond his expectations. How could something that he didn't even know about happen just a few days after leaving? I saw Levi, and the hobbits beside him. They attracted the attention of the enemy, bought us time, and also bought a chance for the two hobbits on the front line to turn back. Those two fools, who wanted to take the weapons, the hobbit who sent the weapon back to the enemy. How did you know? How do I know? Denethor sneered and said, Of course it's because I have a good son who thinks he has high moral character. He let the two hobbits go. He thought it was a wise choice, but he didn't know that the enemy was laughing. I said it long ago, even if he goes to Rivendell, he should go, not Boromir. When Boromir was mentioned, Denethor's expression suddenly eased a little. He suddenly asked, I heard that Boromir acted with you. For a while, tell me, Mithrandir, how is he doing recently? Gandalf stared at Denethor, looking at his somewhat insane appearance, and replied lightly, He is fine, much better than you. Your two sons have escaped the temptation of Isildur's nemesis, and now only you are still obsessed with it. Wake up, Lord of Gondor, Prime Minister. I am sober, more sober than ever before. Denethor said loudly, I know your plan, you and Aragorn, you are united. You are so stubborn. Many years ago, the Prime Minister I saw was wise, strong and reasonable. Even if there were many disagreements and contradictions, he could still distinguish the importance of things. But now there is only greed in his mind, and he has become stubborn. You can't decide the right and wrong of things with your mouth. Denethor was unmoved. Gandalf narrowed his eyes, and said, You will be beaten sooner or later. Go out, I don't want to hear you talking nonsense here. Denethor drove him out in a bad tone. Gandalf stood at the gate, his face calm, not angry at all. Go out if you want to. As he said just now, if he still has this attitude when someone comes, he will suffer a little. As for that person's movements. Chapter 390. A huge shadow swept across the sea, and a large number of ships passed by the bay south of Lebanon. The hulls of the ships were pitch black, and the sails were huge, with scarlet pupils or star-shaped marks painted on them, corresponding to the Haradrim and the defectors who split from Gondor 1,000 years ago. The overwhelming fleet scared away the fishermen near the bay. They fled in a hurry, abandoned their dilapidated houses, and dared not stay on the coast. And those huge black ships did not stop for these scattered poor fishermen. They had only one purpose. Pelargir, the great royal shipyard of Gondor in the old days, was also an important transportation point for Gondor. Are we here in time? On the green land of Lebanon, Gimli looked into the distance with effort. It had been 4 days since they walked out of the Road of the Dead. There were not only Aragorn and his men here, but also the grey-robed travel group that followed them. Not in time, but not too late. Aragorn climbed the high hill next to him in 3 or 2 steps, and looked into the distance. What's the situation? Boromir shouted from below. He saw Aragorn mumbling something in a daze. 48, 49, 50. What are you doing, playing a counting game? Gimli couldn't help asking. No, I'm counting the number of pirates. How many are they? 50. Aragorn shook his head and replied. 50, a full 50 large ships, and countless small boats, it's hard to count. The defenders of Pelargir are about to collapse. Then what are we waiting for? Gimli took a deep breath and picked up the axe in his hand. He roared, saying, It's our turn. Aragorn looked at the smoke, fire, broken walls, and the nearly lost coastline in the distance, and at this moment he couldn't agree more with Gimli's words. He raised the holy sword in his hand and said, There is no time to waste, Wait, what is that? Just as the group was about to leave, Legolas suddenly stopped and looked to the south. A huge heavyweight flagship was sailing along the wide river with the wind, and a white beam of light shot up to the sky, showing its extraordinariness. Aragorn recognized the ship. That flag, that emblem, is the practical flagship of the Water City. Not caring about shouting any mobilization slogans, he immediately rushed down the hillside and rushed all the way to the river bank. The group behind him paused for a moment and hurried to catch up. The huge monster almost cut through the river. On the deck of the practice-class flagship, which was at the forefront, a black figure stood facing the wind, carrying a big sword. He stood at the bow, facing the dark fleet that blocked the port in front, his hair fluttering in the wind, not afraid at all. Perhaps attracted by the light column on the ship, the huge warm-colored ship was surrounded by circling birds, which circled the ship and kept chirping. The crisp calls and the sound of waves hitting the hull mixed together to form a pleasant natural music. At this moment, the sunlight suddenly seemed particularly dazzling. It followed the huge ship, pierced the dark clouds in the sky, and penetrated the thick black smoke and fire in the port. The Umbar pirates, who were landing at the defense gap, were attracted by this extremely unusual movement and raised their heads. Then a horrifying scene was seen. Boom! With a huge and piercing sound, the large ships that the pirates were proud of on the river bank were instantly shattered, and their retreat was cut off. However, this was not over yet. The huge ship that could not be seen at a glance was still moving forward, crushing the black fleet all the way and moving forward with overwhelming force. The black sails with scarlet eyes sank one after another, and the wooden debris flew everywhere, and soon covered the river surface. Yeah, charge, charge! Beside Levi, feeling the violent vibrations coming from under him, and looking at the black ships of all sizes that were smashed in front of him, Pippin excitedly drew out his dagger and shouted with all his might. It was not until the flagship carried by Levi collided with the flagship of the other party that the momentum finally stopped, and the shouting from the bow also stopped. It was said to be a flagship collision, but it was obvious that the practice class was more than one circle larger than the opponent's flagship, and behind the practice class was already full of black wreckage and fallen pirates. And the Water City conventional ships that followed lately. That's it, just right, a few more hits will make me unable to hold on. Levi muttered, suddenly raised the big sword in his hand, and shouted, Follow me on board. He shouted, carrying Pippin, and jumped onto the opposite flagship first, and many soldiers followed closely, holding their weapons high. Charge! Pippin shouted, leaving Levi as soon as he landed, and immediately waved his short sword forward. His arm length may not be enough to give him an advantage in the battle, but Levi, who was at the forefront, and the aggressive Water City army behind him made up for it. The pirates were immediately frightened by the momentum. When they recovered, it was difficult to organize an effective counterattack. They could only be defeated one-sidedly and quickly. At the same time, the defenders of Pelargir finally reacted, blew the horn and launched a counterattack. The situation reversed in just a moment. Shocking. On the shore, Boromir stared at the scenery blankly, wishing that he was on it just now, boarding the ship to fight. Durin, how did he do it? Gimli opened his mouth, and couldn't close it for a long time. Aragorn was stunned for a while, and responded, What Levi made is always like this, both strong and fragile. What do you mean? Don't you think your words are contradictory? No, not at all, at least not for him. Aragorn shrugged and looked at Theoden. Theoden was silent for a moment, and then said, If you spend more time with Levi, you will know the meaning of that sentence. Sometimes, something that looks intact and quite solid will break immediately if he swings it a little more. But before it breaks, it is extremely solid, and the ship may be the same. Gimli closed his big mouth and said, Then it's better not to break, otherwise it will take a lot of effort to clean it up. Legolas shook his head on the side. I don't think it matters. Anyway, it has broken a lot of things, which is definitely enough to give people a headache. Gimli glanced at his mouth and said nothing. Boromir drew out his iron sword and said, Stop chatting here, everyone, let us join in. Uh-huh. Gimli raised his axe. He was always the first to respond to the call of his companions. So a brave and combative team appeared in the harbor. They rushed onto a black ship, defeated the enemy with fewer people, and then drove the ship to the worst-hit area of the port and joined the main battlefield. Unstoppable. Chapter 391. The wreckage of ships was floating all over the harbor, and you could almost walk on it. The fleet from the Water City destroyed the overwhelming pirates and their proud black ships in an extremely outrageous and violent way. Not a single one was left. The dark clouds dispersed, the fire and smoke gradually died down, and the sun shone on this land again. The huge practical-class flagship knocked away the wreckage floating on the river and slowly approached the shore. Following closely behind was a black ship, which was the enemy ship captured by Aragorn and the nomads of the Grey Brigade. It was also the only pirate ship that was not destroyed. The group got off the ship one after another and landed on the ground. A garrison from Pelargir looked at the harbor and murmured, "Black armor, a big sword on the shoulder. I've heard that it's the Lord of the North. A true living legend, Levi, who has left legends all over the world." "What's next to him, a child?" someone asked. "No, they are halflings. Their homeland is very far from Gondor." "Oh, I remember, halflings, a race that generally does not grow tall. I have had the honor of tasting some of the specialties of the Shire, which are really unforgettable." The defenders discussed, feeling very grateful. Pelargir was defended, and the reinforcements were the reassuring legend of long ago, and the descendant of Isildur mentioned in the recent prophecy, Aragorn, son of Arathorn. If there were no reinforcements, Pelargir alone, even with the soldiers of the surrounding fiefdoms, would probably not be able to defend. The pirates were coming in full force, and they had obviously been preparing for some time. "It seems that there is no need for those undead to show off here," Gimli muttered. The king of the mountain showed an imperceptible outline from the world of the dead, looking a little depressed. A pure heat that was unbearable for the dead souls approached, startling him, and he looked over immediately. He saw the legend that people had never heard of coming over, and he seemed to be able to see the soul of another world. At the same time, for some reason, the dead were very afraid of him, and dared not approach. "Now I dare not be depressed, just stay here." "Pippin?" When the Grey Brigade successfully joined Levi, Aragorn seemed a little surprised. At this moment, Pippin was wearing the standard sailor armor of the Water City, which was several sizes smaller than others, holding a sharp sword. His face and hair were a little messy, and there were some injuries on his body. Obviously, he had worked hard in the battle just now. Gimli smiled and said, "I saw that this little hobbit's bravery exceeded everyone's expectations. Don't underestimate him, Aragorn." "I didn't mean to, but it was a little unexpected." He said, "You and Merry didn't act together." "Merry also has his own decision," Pippin replied with a serious face. Aragorn and his friends smiled knowingly. Just then, a horn sounded. Aragorn turned his head and looked in the direction where his group came from. The reinforcements from Gondor's various fiefdoms on the road arrived. Levi gestured, "The fleet of the Water City can still carry thousands of people, and we can move forward together." Aragorn nodded. "Okay." Without saying anything more, he immediately turned around to summon the garrison of Pelargir and the soldiers who arrived later. Then, board the ship with them. Eastern city of Osgiliath. "Hold on, hold your ground." Faramir, who hurried back from northern Ithilien, commanded the garrison and confronted the huge army under the high wall. A few days ago, Osgiliath sent people to ask for help, saying that tens of thousands of troops were heading this way, but when Faramir arrived with reinforcements, he found that there were more than tens of thousands of orcs attacking. Too many. The number was so dense that there was no end in sight. Among them were a large number of Orog giants that were stronger than ogres and not afraid of the sun. Their steel armor was difficult to penetrate. Even if they bypassed the steel armor, their skin was as hard as stone, and it would shake your hand when you cut it, and if the sword was not good enough, it would even break the blade. "They are installing catapults." The deputy gave a warning. "The trebuchet is useless against this wall," Faramir said. "It is said that there was no high wall here before, only some fragile waste stones. The wall under our feet now was built by Levi himself. It is extremely strong and will not collapse. It is almost comparable to the strong wall of the White City protected by magic." Boom! As he was talking, a huge stone came and hit the wall fiercely, but it didn't even fall off a layer of skin this time. Just a crack appeared on the blocks used to build the wall. "Look, that's it." If the number of defenders was not too small last time, and there were more than 5 ringwraiths leading the opposite side, we would not have to retreat. This time we have enough people. Even if there are ringwraiths, we can deal with it. Remember the trick. When facing the ringwraiths, don't be afraid, don't show fear, as long as you can show courage, the ringwraiths are just a stronger enemy. My father. The Prime Minister told me this when I was a child. Faramir's eyes darkened as he spoke. At that time, his father had not become as paranoid as he is now, and he had no prejudice against his two brothers. What made him change? Captain, look. At this time, the deputy commander of the commando suddenly shouted in a hurried tone. Faramir immediately raised his head and saw a ringwraith flying in the air, accompanied by the reinforcements of the orcs. A group of Uruks. They transported a dark unknown object and put it on the slingshot. Then, they threw it towards the city wall again. What is this again? Faramir had a bad premonition. When the black shell was thrown slowly, Faramir suddenly shouted, "Get down! Find shelter!" Boom! The huge noise overwhelmed his instructions. The black shell exploded instantly after falling, directly blowing up several layers of the wall. At the same time, the fire spread from it and climbed up. Faramir covered his ears and stood up, his face full of disbelief. I recognize that evil power. It comes from the same source as the ringwraiths, but it is more profound. It is Sauron. That is Sauron's power. The thing that exploded was probably some new weapon developed by Sauron, and it seemed that it was not just a weapon. He also cast magic on it, making the shell more powerful and always detonating at the right time. When the two are superimposed, even such a solid high wall will inevitably suffer losses. Boom! The shells were constantly thrown from a very far distance, blowing up the wall. However, what surprised Faramir, the ringwraiths, and even the orcs was that the wall had been damaged on a large scale, but it just wouldn't collapse. It was simply beyond cognition. A horn sounded, and another army arrived. It was still the enemy. Faramir had a bad feeling. The number of enemies was more than 5 times that of his own side, and there were ringwraiths and such a sharp weapon. Boom! There was another explosion above the wall, and a hollow gap appeared. The ringwraiths laughed and ordered the orcs to continue the attack and focus on one place. Captain, there are too many enemies, I'm afraid we can't hold on. At this time, the deputy also came to suggest. No, behind us is Minas Tirith, our home and our people, we can't retreat. Although the wall is a little damaged, it can still work. Hold your ground. This time, Faramir chose to resist stubbornly. He couldn't retreat. Chapter 392. Boom! Faramir looked towards the gate of the city as he felt a vibration under his feet. He saw a group of giant beasts carrying a huge siege hammer and walking slowly. The front end of the siege hammer was a wolf head with flames burning in its eyes. As soon as it appeared, it plunged directly into the gate and bent it with almost no effort. Let alone the gate, even if the city wall was hit hard, there would be a gap. Faramir was a little confused. Go to the gate and prepare to fight back. He immediately led a team of the bravest warriors to the gate, trying to knock down the beasts and relieve the pressure. But a beast like this is extremely dangerous and difficult to deal with even if there is only one, let alone there are a lot of them in front of him. In addition, the action of the assault team was not smooth. The ringwraiths in the sky noticed their movements and took advantage of Faramir's inattention to pounce down with a fierce smile, jumped off the ferocious beast, and drew out the Morgul blade to stab it. Puff! Even though Faramir sensed the approach of danger, he only hurriedly avoided the vitals. The sword still pierced his shoulder. Ugh! Faramir roared, holding the sword forward, and bravely confronted the ringwraiths despite the wound caused by Morgul's blade and the severe pain in his heart. The sudden burst of courage pierced the ringwraith's perception and forced him back for a while. The soldiers noticed that Faramir was attacked, and they reacted one after another, turning their fear into anger, and also charged at the ringwraiths. For a while, the ringwraiths were unable to cope with it. He had to ride on the ferocious beast and fly away. The ringwraiths were repelled. However, the defenders were already at a disadvantage. Lightning flashed over Barad-dûr, and a green beam of light shot up from Minas Morgul. The Witch King responded to Sauron's order, and the army came out in droves, rushing to Osgiliath. Retreat, retreat! Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, the enemy had more reinforcements, and even the Witch King went out in person. The deputy captain supported Faramir, who was eroded by the curse attached to the blade of Morgul, and led the defenders to evacuate. Osgiliath was finally not defended. When retreating to the west city, on the other side of the bridge, the deputy captain looked back at the high wall cast by Levi himself, and his heart was in a trance. The high wall was similar to the white wall of Minas Tirith, with magic blessing on it, and it was said to be indestructible. But the world has changed. Everything that was proven to be indestructible in the past now collapses easily. There is indeed magic on the wall, and ordinary stones can't hurt it at all, But now the enemy's attack is also attached with terrible black magic. Everything became uncertain. Inside the palace, on the top floor of Minas Tirith, Denethor looked at Faramir, who was unconscious, black-faced, and full of pain, and remained silent. The dark clouds of Mordor covered Osgiliath. Even if he was sitting in the prime minister seat in the palace, he only needed to raise his head slightly to see the dark clouds outside the door, and the lightning rolling in the clouds. The scenery of Gondor has always been like this. Standing on the top floor and looking east, you can directly see the dark clouds of Mordor. Denethor's wife died of worry because of seeing this scene for many years, and left him early, which was a big blow to Denethor. It also made him hate Mordor even more. And now, the dark clouds are gradually approaching. But no one can guard the front line. Looking at Faramir, who closed his eyes, and seemed to be struggling in a nightmare, Denethor closed his eyes, and his mentality changed slightly. The deputy who brought Faramir back came forward and reported, "My lord, the captain fought bravely and led us to repel the ringwraiths, but the enemy is too many, at least 5 times ours, and they have newly developed weapons, which we can hardly resist. Don't make excuses for your failure," Denethor said sternly, and the deputy was speechless, and could only stand there blankly. Go to Mithrandir, isn't Faramir his loyal student? Then let him think of a way to wake up his good student. Yes. The deputy took the order, and left with Faramir on his back. Denethor sat in the cold seat, staring at Faramir, who was leaving, in a daze. He slowly lowered his head, and grabbed his face with both hands, looking extremely painful. "Boromir, my son, where are you? Gondor needs you, and your brother needs you too." Boom! The sound of war drum sounded in the distance. Denethor was startled, and quickly stood up and walked to the square outside the palace. Boom! The dark clouds were approaching. The army of Mordor had arrived. After conquering Osgiliath, they did not stop for a moment, and marched directly to Minas Tirith. Looking at the enemy below, Denethor seemed a little confused. 5 times? No, it's more than 5 times. Perhaps, this time Faramir really can't be blamed. The ferocious beasts were flying and roaring above the city, and with the army and dark clouds outside, the people in the city were immediately panicked. Denethor took a deep breath, threw off his robe, revealing the armor underneath, drew out the standard long sword from his waist, the same as many soldiers of Gondor, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Prepare for battle, go and defend the city wall. Don't be afraid, hold your post." After shouting, he said viciously, "Let these dirty beasts come, the Huron family is not dead yet." The two armies confronted each other on the city wall. Denethor rode his warhorse and kept shouting in the city, issuing orders and encouraging the army. A moment later, Prince Imrahil of Dol Amroth, who had arrived in the White City with a team of elite knights a few days ago, also joined in and defended with Denethor. "You are as far-sighted as always." Looking at the army under the city, the prince had to admire Denethor's vision at this moment. He had anticipated this scene a long time ago, so he was able to send people to Dol Amroth for help many days in advance. As the two discussed on the wall, a voice joined in. "The crystal gives you a long-term vision and a broad vision, but it also makes you weak." Mithrandir. Denethor turned his head and saw Gandalf riding a horse and joining the defense command. Yes, as long as it is not explicitly prohibited by the supreme ruler, Gandalf has the right to command by default. On the one hand, because he is a wizard, he naturally has this status, and on the other hand, because he has a high reputation in Gondor. When Denethor's father was in power, the people of Gondor welcomed Gandalf when they saw him coming. Denethor looked around and asked, "Where is Faramir? Why didn't he come?" Gandalf sighed and said, "You don't have to express your concern in such harsh words, Prime Minister. Your son is still in a very bad condition. Even I can only alleviate the erosion of Morgul's blade to a certain extent and stop its spread temporarily. If you want to completely eradicate it, someone will have a better way than me. So where is the person you mentioned now?" "I don't know." Gandalf shook his head. "Maybe he is with Boromir, who you are thinking about." Chapter 393. While the orcs were assembling siege equipment, Gondor had already started the attack. The defenders operated the trebuchets, and kept throwing them into the orcs' army. Many of them aimed at the equipment they were building or had already built, and successfully destroyed it. But this was just a drop in the bucket. The number of enemies was too large, and they were well prepared. After destroying one, there was another, and there was no end at all. In the brief confrontation in which Gondor had the upper hand, the orcs quickly assembled trebuchets and siege equipment, but the installation location was a little weird, far away from the city wall, far beyond the range of the city defense facilities. The defenders could only operate the trebuchets to hit the orcs and siege towers that were close, but could not attack the trebuchets on the opposite side. But the city wall seemed to be beyond the range of these facilities, and the trebuchets on the opposite side seemed to be just useless installations. Right? Soon, as those huge trebuchets began to attack, the defenders' confusion was resolved. It seemed that it could really attack the city wall. No! Denethor's face was serious. Originally, even if the catapult on the opposite side could throw so far, he would still look down on this kind of attack. After all, the wall of Minas Tirith under his feet was not built by ordinary people. It was as solid as the Tower of Isengard, and ordinary attacks could not work at all. Not to mention the stone sent by the catapult. Even if the tree people from Fangorn Forest came, they would be helpless. But as the enemy's shells fell, people finally knew what it was. It was not a stone, but a black bomb with Sauron's black magic. It would explode once it landed or touched something, and it was extremely powerful. Even the inner wall was inevitably cracked and collapsed. After being beaten continuously, the orcs finally launched the first counterattack, showing their fangs. Hiss, at the same time, as the catapult started, the ringwraiths also joined the battlefield, and the cries of the ferocious beasts echoed over the city. Facing this final decisive battle, the 9 ringwraiths attacked together without reservation. They exuded a terrifying aura together, and from time to time, they fell to attack the defenders, especially focusing on the catapults on the city walls. The defenders could only shoot arrows in a scattered manner to fight back, and they basically couldn't penetrate the defense of the ferocious beasts. Without powerful anti-air units, the flying ringwraiths are basically invincible. Hold your post and fight. Seeing that the situation was not good, Denethor immediately led his men to try to fight back. He subconsciously wanted to draw his sword and have a real man's duel with the ringwraiths, but after running a few steps, he really realized his aging. He was indeed old, not as strong as before. But there were people stronger than him, even if they looked much older. Go away! Gandalf raised his staff high, projecting a burst of white light, forcing the approaching ringwraiths back. But it had little effect. There were 9 ringwraiths, but he was only one, and he couldn't fly. He could only defend a certain place on the wall, which was very passive. The losses of the defenders were still increasing. At this time, the orcs brought battering rams, and hammered at the solid gates of Minas Tirith. But it was useless. The gates of this white city were as strong as the walls. The battering rams hit many times without causing any damage. Not even a piece of debris fell off. Instead, a large number of orcs gathered in front of the gate were shot dead. This behavior was just like an orc with bare hands hitting Levi, which was not even as good as tickling. It had to bounce back to death. The army's attack lasted until midnight. They never broke through the solid defense of Minas Tirith, and even the ringwraiths began to look a little weak and were exhausted by Gandalf the White. He alone held back 9 ringwraiths. We can't attack that gate, it's too strong. At midnight, under the city wall, the leader of the orc vanguard came back to report. Bring Grond over. As the leader gave the order, the horn sounded behind the orc army. The orcs made way for a wide road. For thick-skinned beasts tied with iron chains, together with dozens of ogres, struggled to pull a terrifying siege facility that was so huge that it was even flush with the city wall, and slowly walked over. Grond! 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 The orcs on both sides roared in unison, and the morale of the Mordor army was greatly boosted. The defenders on the city wall were horrified to find that the weapon called Grond was definitely taller than the city gate when erected. Even to pull it to hit the city gate, 7 extremely powerful beasts were needed. Faced with this giant siege machine, everyone was a little scared. They kept attacking the beasts and the siege machine operators, but it was useless. Ha ha! A shrill laugh sounded in the air, and the power of the Witch King covered Grond, blessing it with a powerful spell. 3 times. With the blessing of the evil spell, the solid gate of the White City, which was said to be impenetrable, was knocked open in just 3 times. The Witch King personally led the charge into the city, and the defenders who were guarding the city gate stopped in their tracks, and no one dared to step forward. This is not an ordinary ringwraith. He is the leader of the ringwraiths, the most powerful one among them. Everyone knows his embarrassing story. Yes, he did not dare to meet the challenge of the legend in the north many years ago, and was severely humiliated by the legend, but this does not mean that anyone can step on his head. After facing it personally, people once again realized the horror of the Witch King and lamented the power of the legend. But apart from him, is there anyone in Gondor who dares to face this Witch King? Even your master can't make me feel the slightest fear, and you, a slave, dare to show off here? Denethor rode up and confronted him with a sword in hand. His voice ignited hope for the defenders. Gandalf followed closely, and faced the Witch King with Denethor. Go back to the shadows. The two sides began to compete in strength. In the past, Gandalf the Grey might have been slightly at a disadvantage in this competition. But now everything is different. He is Gandalf the White. Ha! Gandalf suddenly burst out with a holy power, and the Witch King was immediately hit hard and retreated repeatedly. This blow also caused a large number of orcs, who were trying to squeeze in and attack at the gate of the city, to fly away and throw them far away. Even the three Olligs standing behind the Witch King, who were wearing steel armor, fell to the ground and could not get up for a while. You can't change everything by yourself, wizard. And you will eventually usher in your own destruction. Give up struggling, ha ha. The Witch King said two harsh words to Gandalf and Denethor, but he retreated behind Orlog and let these large vanguard units lead the charge. Although they were very unhappy, Denethor and Gandalf were not the kind of people who were blindly arrogant. They knew that what the Witch King said was true. No matter what, stop those bastard orcs, and never let them enter the inner city. Denethor went to the battlefield himself, and chopped down several orcs with his sword. Beside him, Gandalf held a staff in one hand, and a sword in the other, waving his hands vigorously, even killing Orlog. Denethor shed a few drops of sweat, and glanced at Gandalf in the fight. It must be said that this wizard did play a big role in the White City being able to defend for so long. Some of his thoughts began to change. Be careful. Suddenly, Gandalf threw Glamdring and accurately killed an orc who tried to sneak attack Denethor, which made him react immediately and followed up with another knife. Denethor gritted his teeth as he saw a bunch of orcs rushing in from outside the gate. No, the gate can't be defended, we have to. Buzz, just as Denethor was about to return to the inner city, a loud horn sounded on the high slope in the distance. It's Rohan. Rohan's reinforcements. After many days of galloping, Rohan's cavalry finally arrived at the battlefield. However, on the high slope in the north of Minas Tirith, looking at the dense and dark army under the city, even though there were tens of thousands of cavalry behind him at this moment, Theoden felt a little scalp numb. The enemy is more than 50,000 or 60,000, far more than. But he did not retreat, but made a quick decision to act. The gates of Minas Tirith have been breached, and now the enemy must be cut off to save the city. 12,000 cavalrymen against more than 50,000 orcs and trolls. Can they break through? Yes, they can. Hope ignited in Theoden's heart. Facing the tide of enemies, he was not afraid. Not to mention that there were a full 12,000 cavalrymen behind him. Even if there were only half of the current number, he would dare to lead the charge against the enemy. This is the end of Gondor, and the end of us. The dark clouds covered the sky, making people feel terrified. In the front row, two soldiers, one tall and one short, who were sitting on the same horse, were trembling a little. The tall one kept muttering, "Be of courage, Mary, for our friends, be of courage." The short one just gritted his teeth and stared at the army. The chieftain of the Oaks noticed the large number of cavalry on the hillside and shouted, "Line up, line up! Spearmen, advance, archers, retreat!" On the other side, Theoden also began to issue orders, arranging 3 marshals marked to lead the cavalry on the left, right and center, while he himself led a soldier holding the royal flag, standing in front of everyone, standing out and leading the way. Rise up. Theoden's cavalry. Spears should be shaken. Round shields should be broken. Draw the sword. It's time to stain it with blood. Until the sun rises again. Charge to destruction. Charge to the end of the world. After this war, the flowers of Yunji may bloom all over my tomb. But even if I die, I will not let this life down. For humanity, for hope, this trip is well deserved. Thinking about his possible fate, Theoden stood at the front, with the flag-bearer of Rohan behind him. He took a deep breath and shouted in Rohan, "Ural's clan, charge! Charge!" In this way, they took the initiative to charge towards doom and destruction. Chapter 394. The banner of Rohan fluttered in the wind, with a white horse galloping across the green fields, but Theoden was faster than him. Galloping, no one could catch up, and the marshals followed closely behind him, with the white manes on their helmets fluttering. The army roared away, like a foaming wave rushing towards the dark coast. Finally, it collided with it. The horses' hooves crushed the spears, and a large number of orcs met their own destruction in this majestic charge, unable to offer any resistance. Like a red-hot blade cutting butter, the cavalry's charge was unstoppable, cutting through the army of Mordor all the way to the city wall. The king took the lead in fighting hard, followed by the marshals and the guards, who were the first to break through the enemy's defenses and open a path. For a time, Mordor's vanguard inevitably collapsed and was difficult to organize, almost being slaughtered unilaterally by the cavalry. Yes, the gates of Minas Tirith had been broken, but it had a new strong barrier made up of the cavalry of Rohan. Everyone was extremely brave, including the 2 cavalrymen, one big and one small, who looked a little strange sitting on the same horse. They swung their swords hard and killed many orcs along the way. However, this quick glance made Theoden's heart beat fast. But the situation was critical at the moment, and this matter had to be put aside first, and the war took priority. "Protect the city," he shouted, and continued to charge forward. Looking at the cavalrymen guarding the city walls, Denethor in the city couldn't help but sigh. The Rohan people never lack integrity. But soon, the situation changed again. Boom! The earth trembled, and a huge figure that people felt unfamiliar appeared behind the battlefield. Herod's mammoth war elephants. This is a terrifying super heavy unit that belongs to Herod. It is also an old friend that Levi is very familiar with. Every time Levi fights them head-on, and gets stepped on the back, he will suffer a little damage. Of course, if others hear this, they will only feel horrified. Fighting head-on with mammoths? That's a joke. That's what the cavalry of Rohan thought. But they can't retreat, because behind them are the walls of Gondor and the broken gates. Once they shrink back, facing this newly arrived reinforcement, Gondor will fall in an instant. Knowing this, they gritted their teeth and charged the enemy again. But they were the first to collapse. The mammoths and the towers on them are simply natural enemies of cavalry. Wherever the mammoths pass, the horses will fall into fear and lose control, unable to move forward. The mammoths had thick skin and could not be broken by ordinary weapons. They were invincible on the battlefield. No matter how the enemy chopped them, they would not move. Seeing the situation change, Denethor immediately summoned his deputy and Prince Dol Amroth and ordered, "Go to support our friends." The Gondorians attacked bravely and tried to help their allies. But their plan failed. The Witch King's deputy immediately sent out another army, which was composed of near Herads wearing scarlet armor, and a large number of Easterling warriors. They blocked the reinforcements and successfully separated the soldiers of Rohan and Gondor, but it seemed a little difficult. The Witch King's deputy was a little angry. "Where are the Khans? Why didn't they come? Sooner or later, they will pay for their disloyalty. Kill!" On the other side, Theoden charged forward angrily. As the Lord of Rohan and King of the Mark, he wanted to set an example for the soldiers behind him, so he did not show any fear. But his horse betrayed him, and flinched first. His mount, with its white snow-white mane, was not Shadowfax after all, not the king of horses. Its courage was not enough to allow it to face an enemy that was more than 10 times bigger than itself. At this moment, when the horse was extremely restrained because of its fear, another enemy arrived. The Witch King. He fell on the ferocious beast, and knocked Theoden over with his horse. Ha ha ha. The piercing laughter scared away the nearby cavalry, who wanted to rush to rescue, making them stiff and dare not move at all. "No one can save you, King of Rohan, a mere groom." The Witch King smiled grimly, and approached slowly. He enjoyed this moment, the glorious moment of killing the King of Rohan that everyone was looking forward to. But his plan failed. A Rohan soldier with a hoarse voice picked up his shield and rushed over with a roar. He rushed to the Witch King without warning, and cut off the softest part of the neck of the ferocious beast with his sword in 2 or 3 strokes, causing the Witch King to lose his mount. The furious Witch King picked up the chain hammer in his hand, and smashed the round shield that the soldier had just picked up with 2 clangs, and also broke her left arm, making her unable to resist. No. Theoden raised his head with difficulty. He finally found that figure. She was clearly his niece, the jewel in the palm of Rohan, the golden-haired princess. Die! Just as the Witch King was about to carry out the final execution, suddenly, a short, barefoot soldier mustered up the courage to rush up and stab the short sword in his hand into the gap of the Witch King's armor. Ah! A scream broke out from the Witch King's throat, and he looked at the short sword that stabbed him fiercely, with a sense of familiarity. Ordinary swords could not hurt him, or even touch him, but this sword was different. Judging from its style, it was made by the Dúnedain a long time ago. The weapons they made were blessed, and could hurt the ringwraiths or wights. And this weapon, the light on it, it is definitely related to that person. Get out of here! Mary was shot back and flew far away, and even the part of the short sword that was inserted into the Witch King's body was shattered. Just like this, it became a broken blade. However, this also caused the Witch King to suffer heavy damage. The Rohan soldier who had just fought with him stood up and wanted to execute him. But the Witch King was not afraid. He thought of Glorfindel's prophecy and laughed, saying, "No man can kill me." Hearing this, Eowyn also laughed. She threw off her helmet, revealing her golden hair that shone with dazzling luster, and said, "But I am not a man." "What?" "Die!" Eowyn made a strong blow, and stabbed the sword into the Witch King's body. The Witch King ushered in his destined death. This time, he could not be resurrected. From then on, there were only 8 ringwraiths left. Mary! Eowyn quickly found Mary, who was blown away. Mary climbed up with difficulty and said, "I'm fine, save the king first." At this moment, Thodin was severely injured, lost his strength, and was pressed by his mount, and he was about to suffocate. Mary took out the golden apple he had always treasured and said, "Give this to him, quickly." The Witch King disappeared, but the defenders were still at a disadvantage. Not so. A black ship came from the river, and the orcs were overjoyed and hurried to greet it. They shouted at the ship, "You are late, stinking pirates!" "Pirates?" Aragorn laughed. He jumped off the ship with Boromir and others, and the rangers of the Grey Brigade. The orcs also saw that these dozens of people seemed not to be friendly forces, but enemies. "Just a few of you?" The orcs laughed. "Really?" The group was not afraid at all. The black ship behind them sailed away. A huge shadow covered the river bank and also covered the smiles of the orcs. They looked up and saw a huge ship with a beam of light in the center slowly approaching and docking on the shore. Levi got off the boat, dragging the dragon steel sword and rubbing it on the ground. The sound sounded like hell to the orcs, a hell more frightening than Utumno. "Ah!" They screamed and retreated, their hearts filled with fear. Following Levi, reinforcements from the Water City and Gondor's various fiefdoms landed one after another, and the number was at least tens of thousands at a glance. This was a powerful reinforcement, most of them wearing the standard armor of the Water City, and a few were in the style of Gondor. "It's time." Aragorn raised his sword and was about to summon the army of the undead, but was stopped by Levi. "Wait." Levi blocked the undead army that was ready to attack, so they stopped moving immediately. Indeed, strictly speaking, they had to obey Aragorn, the descendant of Isildur. Although they did not have to obey the orders of the man next to him, that man had the ability to destroy them. He said stop. If the blood of Isildur in front of him did not object, then they had to give this face. Not only them, but even a large number of orcs in front of them did not move, and did not dare to interrupt their conversation. If they talked a little longer, they could live a little longer. It would be better to keep talking until the next day. What's wrong? Aragorn was a little confused. Now is a good time to attack. If the undead army and the reinforcements on the ship charged together to support the armies of Gondor and Rohan, even if the enemy numbered 100,000, they would be defeated immediately. Not yet. Levi looked up at the sky, and then looked across a long distance at the army of Rohan, saying, "Don't play with the dead in front of the Witch King and the ringwraiths, and don't try to compete with Sauron for the control of the dead. Don't forget, they are all good at controlling the dead. Think about how the dead demons came from. Wait for me for a while." After saying this, Levi instantly put on the Tingyan breastplate, and with the sound of fireworks, he took off from the ground and headed straight for the ringwraiths flying in the air. So people saw a meteor-like orange-red flame gliding in the sky, rumbling through the sky at an extremely fast speed, breaking through the dark clouds above, and heading straight for the fleeing ringwraiths. The meteors hit the ferocious beasts ridden by the ringwraiths one after another, crushing them severely, dragging them to the ground, and knocking out deep pits. The remaining ringwraiths raised their bodies in fear, flew higher and scattered. However, the figure behind them seemed to be asking for their lives, chasing them closely, and flying faster than them. When did the ringwraiths feel fear? Denethor looked up and felt incredible. It depends on who it is. Don't you recognize it? Who? Denethor had some guesses in his mind, but he was still not sure. Gandalf looked at him and blinked twice. "I won't tell you." Boom! The last ringwraith flying in the air fell to the ground, and hit the open space left by the orcs. But it seemed that there was still one left. "Ah!" A scream came, and Levi turned his head and looked in the direction of the Rohan army. There, the space was distorted, and something completely disappeared. Well, it's gone now. Ignoring the frightened orcs around him, Levi dragged the charred corpse of the ferocious beast out of the deep pit he had just created, stood on it, raised his sword and shouted, "Attack!" Phew! While shouting, he took out the crossbow and sent a signal firework into the sky. Aragorn! Legolas, who had the best eyes, shouted. Good. Aragorn raised his sword high. This time, there was no one on the battlefield who could restrain the undead. So the undead army came out together, instantly submerged the frozen orcs in front of them, and then rushed straight to the center of the battlefield and began to participate in the encirclement and suppression. For the free city-state, for all free people, charge. The reinforcements of the Water City also disembarked and joined the battlefield. Their momentum was overwhelming. Against the backdrop of the beacon, they seemed to be shrouded in a layer of sacred glory, forming a sharp contrast with the undead army. The undead were scary enough, and now there was an army that looked extraordinary. Both the Herads and the Easterlings were a little undecided. The Orcs were a little afraid. Unlike the Easterlings or Herads who were unaware of the situation, they had been confronting the free cities for many years, and were most familiar with these armies. They knew their outrageous combat capabilities, and who their leaders were. For Gondor, after the reinforcements from the Water City, Gondor was next. This army was led by Boromir. He picked up the horn on his waist that was split by the enemy in the previous fierce battle, but was repaired by a soldier who was a part-time craftsman in the Water City. No, that's not right. It should be said that he was a skillful craftsman who was a part-time soldier. Putting aside these unnecessary and complicated thoughts, Boromir took a deep breath and blew the horn fiercely. The sound was high-pitched and shocking, and its momentum was magnificent, grand and vast. It instantly covered the entire battlefield from the river bank and spread all the way to Gondor City, shocking everyone's heart. Boromir, it is Boromir's horn, the guardian of Gondor is back. Everyone in Gondor recognized the sound of this horn, because Boromir would blow it every time he went to war to boost morale. And this time, he blew the horn because of his return. Chapter 395. When the figure surrounded by flames, like a meteor appeared in the air, one by one, the ring wraiths that brought fear to people were defeated, and people seemed to see a dazzling sun. The radiance he exuded made all the soldiers no longer afraid of Mordor, as if they had found an anchor in their hearts, and their morale increased significantly, and approached the maximum value infinitely. Because it was a legend unique to the free people, he appeared only 100 years ago, but his story spread to any place where people could reach, even in the most remote villages. And now, this supreme leader of the North, he personally went to the battlefield and defeated the powerful ringwraiths that frightened people. And this move will naturally not be ignored by Mordor and its allies. I remember the ancient rumors, the shadow of war. On this day, the dark humans enslaved by Mordor remembered the fear decades ago. They hesitated, shrank back, and their momentum was greatly reduced. Only some of the most courageous and tenacious Herad and Dongi warriors gritted their teeth and stepped forward to resist to the death. This is human beings. No matter whether they are on the free side or the dark side, there is no shortage of courageous people. They also have their own beliefs and lives. Their biggest mistake is to ally with Sauron, be seduced by Sauron and dragged into darkness, standing on the opposite side of the interests of all the kind people in Middle-earth. The dazzling sun comforts people and ignites hope. The magnificent horn that follows makes people excited, and their whole bodies are inspired by a belief in their homeland that bursts out from the bottom of their hearts. The scene is completely reversed. Mordor's defeat was inevitable. But the battle had to be fought. Swish, as Boromir blew the horn, Farad'n unfurled the royal banner and announced the return of Isildur's bloodline. At the same time, the Grey Brigade also began to charge forward and join the battlefield. Come on! Gimli raised his axe and chopped down the orcs on the road one by one. Legolas was not to be outdone, running and killing all the way, often shooting a brilliant operation of shooting through multiple enemies with one arrow. A dwarf and an elf began to compete in the number of enemies killed. 35, 36. Ha ha. Gimli counted, and suddenly said to the side, How about it, I'm ahead of you by a full 10. Legolas frowned, looked at Gimli, then looked at the mammoth in the distance, and immediately rushed over. He used his elf characteristics to the fullest, climbing up with the help of the mammoth's own wrinkles, and then grabbed the rope hanging on the mammoth's body and swung up. Then the enemies in the tower above suffered. They didn't expect that there would be an enemy who could run up, and therefore didn't expect that there would be someone behind them to launch a sneak attack. Caught off guard, most of the people in the tower were lost, and the remaining 2 or 3 could not pose a threat to Legolas. This team was soon wiped out. A moment later, when the arrow passed through the weak point on the mammoth's skull and the mammoth fell to the ground, Gimli, who had been paying attention to Legolas the whole time, was stunned. This is also possible? That can only be counted as 1. I still killed the most, Gimli said stubbornly. Legolas shook his head and said, That's not necessarily true. He pointed to the other side of the battlefield. Gimli looked over there, and saw Levi taking on the mammoth's trampling attack and knocking over the elephant and the tower on top of it. Unlike Legolas, who had to use all his physical characteristics and abilities to defeat a war elephant. He went straight up and fought hard, and whoever he caught would be finished. Gulp. Gimli swallowed his saliva as he watched Levi violently chop down another mammoth. He doesn't count, don't compare with him. Boom! In the blink of an eye, after clearing all the high-threat large units, Levi jumped onto Grond, the siege weapon that Sauron had worked so hard to make, and then raised his sword and swung it down, completely destroying it one by one. The huge siege hammer exploded, and the fragments fell to the ground. This marked the complete defeat of Mordor. The orcs were the first to collapse. Without the ring wraiths to suppress them, and with the reinforcements from Levi, Aragorn and others, they lost their fighting spirit and fled. Then came the Dark Humans. Most of them did not choose to flee, but resisted to the end, but it was all in vain. The battle ended soon. Some fled, some died, and the city walls were in a mess, with smoke and corpses all over the ground. What is certain is that there are no enemies standing. You have fulfilled your oath, rest in peace. After the war, Aragorn released the souls of the dead, as he said, freeing them from thousands of years of pain and torture. Actually, they are quite useful. Gimli was reluctant. Aragorn shook his head and said nothing. As a king, one must have the most basic integrity. It's over for now. At the other end of the battlefield, Gandalf looked at the mess and sighed. It's not over yet. Beside him, Levi came over with Pippin. It's just beginning. He patted Gandalf on the shoulder. Gandalf thought of something and said, then, as usual, take me with you. As a white wizard, this is exactly what I should do. Then, see you at the Black Gate. Goodbye at the Black Gate. Just as Levi was about to turn around and leave, suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry came from a distance. No! Eomer knelt on the ground, hugged Eowyn, who had closed his eyes, and cried bitterly. After he shouted like this, the marshals and soldiers of Rohan around him also looked over. When they saw their princess appear on the battlefield, they were shocked beyond words. Many people also fell into sadness, and couldn't stop crying. Only those who have experienced the baptism of the battlefield, and are not afraid, are true warriors. Theoden, who followed Eomer, muttered what he had said to Eowyn, and was in a trance. You are a true warrior, no less than any man who gallops on the battlefield, Eowyn. He knelt on the ground, looking at Eowyn, who was motionless in front of him, and couldn't hold back his tears anymore. A groan came from the side. Is there anyone to care about me? Theoden pushed the horse that was pressing on him away with difficulty, looked at the sky, and panted. Father! Hearing this familiar voice, Theoden was the first to run over and help Eowyn up. The old king was supported by Theodred, limping to the painful Eomer, and said, Didn't you notice that your sister was still breathing? This sentence struck Eomer's heart like lightning, and he immediately checked Eowyn's condition, and found that she was indeed still alive. But her condition was very bad, as if she had been poisoned. Her face was black, her blood vessels were tense, and her color became dark. Obviously, there was something bad in her. Dark shadow disease, an incurable poison caused by the ringwraiths. It is said that people with this symptom will fall into a deep sleep forever until their souls fall into darkness. Theoden muttered, saying, When I was still young, 2 roadside rangers who passed by Rohan told me the story of this disease. There are 2 cures for this disease. One is the milk of the free cities, and the other is the secret recipe mastered by the Dunedain. And now, Theoden was not worried at all, because he now has Levi on his left and Aragorn on his right. They were both attracted by Eomer's loud wailing voice. One of them doesn't need much explanation, and the other is the prophesied king and the legendary medical expert. If he can't be saved, he will go with Eowyn. Leave it to me. Aragorn took the initiative to take on this responsibility before Levi came over. Just when Levi thought he was going to take out the Asura's grass to display the ability of the prophesied king's medical expert, he unexpectedly took out his own milk supply from the roadside fort. No. Levi was speechless for a while. It was a waste of expectation. Aragorn smiled and said, After all, this thing works faster. He could indeed use Athelas to cure the dark shadow, but since there is a more efficient way, why not use it? Eowyn is not the only one who has the dark shadow. After Pippin came over, he found Merry's cloak on the ground, so he couldn't laugh. The Witch King, or any of the ringwraiths, are not something that ordinary people can touch. They just stand there and do nothing, and the black breath they emit will make people around them sick. Eowyn and Merry fought the Witch King for a long time. After all, they are all mortals, so it would be surprising if nothing happened. After searching for a long time, Pippin found Merry, who was unconscious, and he was also infected. This time it was Levi's turn to take action. He poured a bottle of milk into Mary to remove the black breath wrapped around him. But the two were obviously exhausted, and even if they recovered from the illness, they still fell into a coma. They were sent to Minas Tirith for recuperation. This is not over yet. A moment later, Denethor also came over and made a request to him. Faramir also had the same symptoms, and more than that, he was also injured by Morgul's blade and has been unconscious until now. The fragments of Morgul's blade are slowly moving towards his heart. Boromir also came with Denethor. Denethor patted Boromir's shoulder with satisfaction and started his taunting again. Faramir is not as good as his brother. Look, our hero, Boromir, has returned with reinforcements, giving everyone hope. Unlike the weak patient, who is still lying in bed, who can't even defend a city, and needs people to save him. Boromir was unhappy again on the spot. He retorted, Father, I learned about the war from the soldiers. This cannot be blamed on Faramir. He has always been sent to the most dangerous places and performed the most difficult tasks, but you don't sympathize with him at all, and even often scold him regardless of the facts. Shut up, Boromir, don't make excuses for that useless guy. If he wasn't really too weak, how could he? Denethor was still outputting, and he began to have another attack. Behind him, Gandalf gave Levi a look. Levi immediately understood the meaning. So he took out a mithril dagger, quietly stood behind Denethor, and patted Denethor on the shoulder under Boromir's puzzled eyes. Denethor turned around, also a little puzzled. When he saw what Levi was holding in his hand, his face suddenly became serious. Because the dagger in Levi's hand at this moment was not an ordinary weapon. It was the luxurious ceremonial dagger mixed with mithril that Denethor's grandfather Turgon presented to Levi on behalf of Gondor many years ago. There was also a blank emblem of the Huron family on it. Whoever holds this sword can get the full help of the Huron family. Denethor has his own pride, and naturally will not violate this oath. So he waited, waiting for Levi to speak. He would fulfill the sacred promise made by his family today. Just like that, under the gaze of Denethor, Levi slowly approached. But what he said next was somewhat beyond Denethor's expectations. I don't really want to get involved in your family affairs, but as a father, you are indeed a little unqualified. Today I will educate you on behalf of your grandfather, so that you know how to treat your family. Wait! Denethor, who finally realized something was wrong, shouted. But it was too late. For the first time in a long time, he felt the majesty from his elders. Boromir on the side seemed a little surprised. After a moment, he closed his eyes and covered his ears. Don't listen, don't look. Chapter 396. To be fair, as a ruler, Denethor did a pretty good job. All the affairs of Gondor were managed in an orderly manner without any mistakes. Besides, his attitude towards his two sons was actually quite fair, and he had a good reputation in Gondor. In terms of will, he was also very tough, like steel, and even able to resist the temptation of Sauron. This was quite rare. But people are flesh and blood after all, not real steel. After a long time, some problems will inevitably arise. This is when it is necessary to correct it. In a bedroom somewhere in Minas Tirith, Denethor, with an old face and not very happy, stood in front of Faramir's bed with a bottle of milk. This was what Levi asked him to do, so that he could wake up his little son himself. Sighing, Denethor still obediently fed the milk to Faramir. After a while, Faramir opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Denethor's unhappy old face. Father, did you wake me up? It's none of my business. Denethor hid the empty bottle in his hand and said, if you want to thank someone, thank the good teacher you have always admired, Levi, whom you have only met a few times, instead of thanking whoever you see when you open your eyes, just like some stupid animals like to regard the first thing they see when they are born as their mother. Faramir listened quietly, and did not speak for a while. He suddenly smiled. Denethor felt uncomfortable all over. Get up quickly when you wake up. Your brother cares about you very much. Go, and let him see that you are healthy. Yes, father. Thank you. Denethor was silent for a moment. He slowly lowered his head, stood at the door for a while, and then left. He said nothing, and did not look back. A moment later, outside the palace. After a long time, Boromir saw Faramir again. After more than a year, the two brothers finally met again in Minas Tirith. They hugged each other immediately, smiling. There is no need to say more about their deep brotherly love. The two talked about the past for a while, and Boromir suddenly said, I plan to participate in the next Black Gate operation. What do you say? Faramir, who had just woken up, did not know about this, and he even just knew that Gondor had won, so he asked in detail. Only then did he know that Levi had returned to the north, and was about to attack Mordor. Yes, Gondor did win the Battle of the Pelennor Fields this time, but this does not mean that Gondor is in an advantageous position. Mordor can always gather an army like this to attack again, and they may not be so lucky the second time. We have to solve the root of the problem. Faramir, you have seen them, right, the two hobbits. Boromir said, I will follow the prophesied King Aragorn to the Black Gate to help Levi. We can't give Mordor time to react. We can't fight another war like this. This is a decision made by Gandalf, Aragorn and my father. Let me go too. Faramir immediately became serious. Then put on your armor, brother, and let us fight together. Roar. Outside the valley city, the orange-red flames burned through the clouds, and a large number of enemies fled in panic, losing the courage to fight. On the city wall, several dwarves who were obviously showing signs of old age could not help but sigh. Hundreds of years ago, the fire dragon Smaug occupied our homeland, but now, there is another fire dragon guarding the city for us. This world is always like this. Things that were considered impossible in the past, many miracles, can all appear today. What do you think, Thorin? Me? Thorin, who was called, stared at the battlefield, and no emotion could be seen. At this moment, his hair and beard were completely white, and his body seemed no longer as strong as before. However, many days ago, when he heard that the enemy was coming, he still put on his armor, held a sword, and rushed out panting. This is the stubbornness of the dwarves, and also a vow. From the day when the journey to Lonely Mountain ended, the returning king under the mountain swore he would never hide behind his people and relatives and friends again. I don't have any different opinions. Seeing the enemy army retreat under the threat of dragon breath, Thorin breathed a sigh of relief. If Siofan hadn't come, this battle would probably take some time to come to an end. And Siofan, after supporting this side, immediately flew to Rovanion, as if someone was calling him. What Thorin didn't know was that when he was lamenting the recent frequent wars, there was already a commotion in front of the Black Gate. Creaky. The huge black door made of metal that could not be seen at a glance slowly opened a crack. A tall human riding a ferocious black horse slowly walked out and said, My lord, Emperor Sauron, welcomes everyone. As he spoke, the messenger looked at the army in front of him, and seemed a little weak. At this moment, facing him were the 50,000 troops assembled by the free cities, plus the 20,000 reinforcements gathered by Gondor and Rohan, all of whom were good fighters. A total of 70,000 people gathered in front of the Black Gate, and lined up far behind. If they didn't need to leave people to guard the house, they could actually gather more. As for their leaders, they were even more luxurious. Their leader, who was also the one standing at the front of the army, was the Lord of the North, a legendary figure with so many titles that it would be suffocating to say them all in one breath, Levi, the most powerful in the Middle-earth in the past 100 years. At his side were the prophesied King Aragorn, the White Wizard Gandalf, Saruman, who had come to join in the fun, the hobbits Pippin and Merry, Gondor's ruling Prime Minister Denethor, Gondor's commanders Boromir and Faramir, Prince Imrahil of Dol Amroth, many Dúnedain of the Grey Elf Fellowship including Farad'n, the Woodland Elf Prince Legolas, the Dwarf Gimli of Durin, King Theoden of Rohan and his only son Theodred, and many marshals of Rohan. The leaders alone were too numerous to see at a glance. Among the army, Gandalf recognized the lonely figure in front of the Black Gate, and he said, That is the mouth of Sauron, the agent of Sauron's will. Perhaps we can listen to what he has to say. Looking at the army in front of him at this moment, even with Sauron's back, Sauron's mouth was not sure. This scale reminded him of the last alliance war at the end of the last era, but at that time the number of the coalition forces of humans and elves was much larger than the one gathered in front of him. Similarly, Mordor had much more troops than it does now. But that is all in the past. The present and the past cannot be compared. Sauron took a deep breath, glanced at Aragorn and a group of leaders, and said to Levi at the front of the army, Respected legend, it is an honor to meet you again. Yes, he was also the envoy who went to Nanhedo to build a city many years ago, and tried to make peace with Levi. Levi responded indifferently, If you have something to say it quickly, or let your hiding master come out and speak for himself. If there is nothing else, let him wait for death in that tower. Sauron did not have any special reaction to this. He just said in a more humble tone, My respected lord, I think we don't have to be so confrontational. I came here this time because my lord asked me to bring a message. Mordor and many eastern and southern forces are willing to honor you as the lord of Middle-earth and serve you. What do you think? This world is at your fingertips. Chapter 397. You are causing me so much trouble, Levi thought to himself subconsciously. The credibility of Sauron's words is actually very high. Levi has no doubt that as long as he nods, Mordor will surrender immediately, and his allies will be dragged along. And Sauron himself may indeed swear allegiance to Levi. However, this is not the first time that this has happened. When the Númenóreans fought Sauron, he also directly announced his surrender, relying on his beautiful appearance and sweet words to climb from a prisoner to the position of the king's advisor, and then began his own deception. The final outcome is known to everyone. The great kingdom of Númenor fell, and all the territory of the entire kingdom sank into the sea. Now this guy actually wants to do this? The proposal of Sauron's mouth was unexpected by everyone. People thought that the next step would be a negotiation, or a tit-for-tat declaration of war. But what he didn't expect was that Sauron, the self-proclaimed Dark Lord and the great Emperor of Middle-earth, would choose to surrender and pledge allegiance to his enemy. Even though he was very confident in Levi, Gandalf was still a little alert when he heard this. He reminded him, "Look back at what happened in the past, and never agree to it." Levi just smiled, patted Gandalf's shoulder gently, and took 2 steps forward. Looking at his unchanged expression and calm back, Gandalf realized that his reminder seemed a bit redundant. I have no interest in the loyalty of the faithless, and if he really wants to negotiate, he should come out himself instead of hiding behind the scenes. Sauron didn't answer, but just stared at Levi, trying to see something from him. But no matter how he looked at it, he still felt that this man was full of uncertain mysteries. Nothing could be seen. He could not see what he was thinking, nor could he see whether the Supreme Ring was on him. At present, it can only be confirmed that he definitely did not wear the Supreme Ring on his finger. The 2 golden rings inlaid with amber were not the Supreme Ring, but another kind of ring containing magic. Sauron's mouth began to murmur in his heart. Sauron's purpose was never single. He would not bet on one thing. There were many things to test in this negotiation, and testing Levi's ambition was just one of them. Successful negotiations would be the best. As for the failure of negotiations, although there was only Sauron's mouth in front of the Black Gate, behind the Black Gate, across this gate, were all the remaining troops of Mordor. All the troops that could be mobilized in all regions were transferred here, and all were concentrated in front of this gate. Then, Sauron's mouth was still planning to find some reasons to turn around, but Gimli beside Levi couldn't bear it anymore. He said from behind, he must have more tricks in his mind. I think we should shoot his head off with an arrow to prevent. Boom! Before he finished speaking, a violent storm broke out in front of the army. Everyone was shocked. The next moment, they found that there was a big hole in the chest of Sauron's mouth. The black steel armor on his body did not provide any protection. The person who caused all this was naturally Levi standing in the front. He slowly put down the dragon bone bow and agreed, "That's right, Gimli, that's how it should be." Gimli stared blankly at the front and swallowed his saliva. The dragon bone arrow pierced through Sauron's chest and nailed to the hard black door behind. The vibration sound of the dragon bone hitting the metal could be heard from a long distance, like a signal, and people in front of and behind the door could hear it. Plop! Caught off guard, Sauron's mouth fell off his horse and stopped moving. Above Barad-dûr, the magic eye surrounded by flames immediately cast its eyes here. The direction of things was obviously beyond his expectations. The negotiation ended quite abruptly, and all the temptations came to an abrupt end. So you choose war? In the evil Black Tower, Sauron muttered to himself. Boom! The war drum sounded. The gates slammed shut, and a large number of orcs climbed the spiked towers above the Black Gate and on the left and right sides, confronting the army below. This gate is indestructible, comparable to the high wall built with obsidian inside the roadside fort. Even if the 70,000 elite human troops gathered at this moment want to break through, it will take some effort. Moreover, as mentioned before, this door is very hard, very resistant to digging, and resistant to explosions, and has certain explosion-proof properties. It seems to be able to slightly restrain certain means. But all this is in vain. Levi put on the Tingyen armor and flew up, sweeping the orcs on the door all the way, finding the control switch of the black door, and directly opened the closed black door again manually despite the attacks of a large number of monsters around, highlighting a high efficiency. This time there is more than just a crack, the door is completely open, allowing the human coalition to advance into it. But this is obviously not easy, because behind the door are orcs and evil creatures all over the mountains. Like the dark sea at night, there is no end in sight. Boom! Dark clouds floated from the inside of Mordor, covering the sky above the door, and the remaining 8 ringwraiths flew wantonly, trying to spread fear. But this time, neither the ringwraiths nor the cries of the ferocious beasts under their crotches had any effect. The leaders of the human side could boost the morale of the army behind them by standing there. What's more, there was a legendary figure leading the way in the front, and this person was even more important. For a time, the army of Mordor was in hesitation, just blowing horns and beating drums, and was reluctant to take the initiative to attack. The two sides began to compete in momentum. The leaders kept wandering in front of the army formations, setting an example and shouting to boost morale. The momentum of the human coalition of the free forces became stronger and stronger, and Levi and others walked forward step by step with this increasingly powerful momentum. The light pierced through the dark clouds and stung the eyes of the dark creatures. When the orc vanguard in the front was about to be crushed and collapsed by this momentum, suddenly, a strange black wind blew in front of the black gate, rolling back the dark clouds in Mordor and covering the sky above the gate. The noise was so loud that the drums and horns of both sides were covered, and the ears were filled with sharp buzzing. Darkness descended on the earth. The supreme ring, the ring of control. Looking at the horrific scene in front of them, those who had participated in the Rivendell conference remembered this sentence. When Gandalf read the inscription on the supreme ring in Rivendell, a darkness also descended on Rivendell, making that place terrifying. Now, an even more terrifying aura descended here. Keep the formation. Don't move. It's just the enemy's bluff, don't be afraid. Aragorn, Thoden and others shouted in front of the army they were in charge of, and walked to the front to fight against this momentum. Don't extinguish the hope in your heart. Gandalf raised his staff high, creating light to fight against the sudden darkness. The fire of hope burned from the bottom of his heart. The soldiers of Rohan and Gondor looked at their own king, the royal flag fluttering behind Odin, the holy sword of Andúril held high by Aragorn, and the brilliance created by the wizard. They all steadied themselves and strengthened their faith. The army of the free city stared at the motionless figure standing in front of the black gate quietly, guarding their positions, each one like a stone sculpture, without any unnecessary movements. After stabilizing the morale of the army, Gandalf hurried forward and reminded, "Don't take it lightly, Levi. Even without the One Ring, his strength has been restored by more than half. Be careful." "I know." Chapter 398. The terrifying laughter echoed in the sky, as if it came from the clouds. The dark and ghostly wind blew across the wasteland in front of the black gate, and finally gathered not far in front of Levi, condensing and turning into a tall, dark and spiked armor. In the helmet, two scarlet lights lit up. Even if he did not directly reveal his identity, everyone knew that he was the Lord of the Rings, the Lord of Mordor, the Dark Lord Sauron. Indeed, after being defeated in the Second Age, he was seriously injured and could no longer condense his own form, and could only exist in the form of soul or spirit. But this does not mean that he cannot control a form that does not belong to him. Just like the hideous and terrifying armor in front of him, it was used by Sauron when he still had a body. It was specially customized for him, and was a powerful armor that could be called the pinnacle of Middle-earth craftsmanship. When Sauron infused it with his evil will and power, it was no longer a dead object, but something that could be manipulated like the flesh. But in the final analysis, this was not a real flesh after all. In essence, his current state was the same as that of the ringwraiths, just attached to the armor, not really alive. Boom! The huge black mace hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Anyone could see that the weapon in Sauron's hand was extraordinary. It was terrifying just to put it there. The mace might still have the blood of many high kings in Middle-earth. But this aroused the fighting spirit of some people, such as Aragorn, who tightly grasped the sword Andúril and felt the call from fate. In this tense moment of silence, Sauron spoke. "So you still choose to go against me?" Gandalf was the first to retort. "Don't distort the order, Sauron. It's you who have been against the free people of Middle-earth, not anyone who has provoked you. Oppose? Haven't I already given the best conditions, and it's you who didn't accept them?" Sauron said, and suddenly looked at Levi, obviously wanting to put the blame on his head. He would not miss any opportunity to increase his advantage in certain things. Levi said in a flat tone, "I have said that your oath and promise of the unbeliever are worthless, and no one in this world will tolerate you lurking around." "Ha ha ha." Sauron suddenly laughed. "Then let's fight. Fight. Fight." As Sauron gave the order, the evil creatures behind the black gate immediately shouted, knocking the ground with their weapons, making a rumbling and neat sound, so as to show their leader. Levi stepped forward to meet the challenge. The coalition of free humans in front of the door also began to cheer for him. A very representative battle began. Sorin took the lead and walked towards Levi. He raised the heavy mace, and the heavy sound of his boots on the ground was heard, and his momentum became stronger with each step. Levi also moved. He walked towards Sorin slowly and steadily, showing his stability. The two gradually approached, and everyone held their breath. Ding! The historic moment arrived, and a huge metal collision sound came from the open space in front of the formation. Looking again, The weapons of the two had been put together, rubbing sparks. The dragon flame steel greatsword caught the huge evil mace very steadily, and withstood the heavy pressure from it. Soren was startled. He felt that no matter how he moved forward, or how much he increased his strength, he could not make the sword sink a bit. And Levi was not just taking a beating. He launched a disarmament, and tried to trick Soren. However, Soren's toughness seemed to be unusually high. When he tried to take Soren's weapon, he felt that the weapon seemed to be integrated with the armor. If the opponent did not let go, or was beaten to collapse, he could not take his weapon at all. Both of them felt strange, but this did not hinder the battle. Boom, boom, the dragon flame steel sword and the mace kept intersecting. Anyone could see the huge power contained in the two weapons. There was absolutely no one present who could take so many attacks from each other like the two of them. The momentum caused by the collision of weapons spread far away, like a wave, sweeping across the entire wasteland and scraping past everyone's ears. A series of heavy or harsh collisions hit the nodes of people's heartbeats, making people extremely nervous. This powerful battle lasted for a long time. The physical strength of the two people in front of the door seemed to have no end. After a long time, there was no winner, and it was even unclear who had the advantage. But this deadlock was soon broken. Levi raised his hand, and deliberately took Sauron's hammer. The rune shield was immediately broken like paper. The hidden defense mechanism caused the belt to burst out with a burst of impact, and also made Sauron's figure shake for a while. And taking advantage of this shake, Levi suddenly drew the dragon flame steel great sword and chopped him on the shoulder. Clang! A huge sound came, and the high panel of dragon flame steel itself plus the undead killer V and the flame additional special effects that came with it were fully utilized at this moment. Sauron couldn't help but let out a creepy wail, and the whole set of armor also burned. Obviously, this caused him to suffer a heavy blow, while Levi only had his shield broken, and even his body was not injured. Suffering real pain and burning, Sauron took several steps back in a rather embarrassing manner, and almost fell to the ground. He realized one thing: he could not afford more mistakes than Levi. So Sauron no longer had the intention of a one-on-one duel, and he immediately ordered, "Attack!" Buzz, the horn of the Mordor army sounded, and the orcs and all kinds of evil creatures stepped forward. Levi also returned to the front of the battle, but he did not rush the army to charge directly like Sauron, but quickly pulled Aragorn and whispered, "Quick, Aragorn, help me say a pre-war declaration. You know, I'm never good at this." This commission came unexpectedly, and Aragorn, who was still waiting for Levi to launch the declaration, was stunned. He was not prepared for anything like this. Seeing that the army of Mordor was about to rush over, and there was not much time left, Aragorn could not hesitate. He quickly responded, walked to the front of the battle, took a deep breath, raised his sword and shouted, "Sons of the free cities, sons of Gondor, sons of Rohan, my brothers and sisters. Do not let fear occupy your hearts, and do not be intimidated by the bluffing of the enemy. Perhaps one day the era of mankind will collapse, and perhaps one day we will all face destruction, but not today. Today, we will fight. Today, we will charge the enemy. Rise up. Free people of Middle-earth." Very good. Levi couldn't help but praise in his heart. At the signal of Aragorn's eyes, he then walked to the front of the battle, raised the dragon flame steel sword high, ended this speech, and made a formal attack announcement. "In the name of what we love and cherish, we will attack the enemy. Charge! Charge!" The soldiers followed closely and shouted. Then the horns of the free cities, Gondor, and Rohan sounded one after another, one wave higher than the other, and the silver-white army charged forward to the loud and inspiring sound of the horns. Chapter 399. Boom! Like a silver waterfall crashing into a huge rock, the human coalition and the evil creatures of Mordor engaged in close combat, and the battle became fierce in just a moment. The leaders of mankind were at the forefront. During this charge, many people were surprised, mainly because they were surprised that the wizard who looked old could run so fast. He walked so fast that a cloud of dirt rose behind his feet, and he was even stronger than a middle-aged man. Ha! Aragorn swung his sword with all his might, and with such force, he actually cut off the weapon of an orc directly, and then with another sword, he split his helmet, showing an unstoppable momentum. His performance boosted the morale of many people behind him, and he was more powerful in his own battle. Of course, compared with Levi on the other side, this performance seemed a little dull. Levi was seen carrying a dragon steel sword, sweeping across the orcs, heading straight for the large targets on the opposite side, such as ogres, oligs, behemoths, etc. These heavy vanguard units fell one by one on the way of charging, and none of them could withstand the sharpness and heaviness of the dragon steel sword. After clearing half of the first batch of heavy vanguards at the front, the elite of the free cities also came up. Among them, the outstanding elites and legion champions all turned their attention to the remaining large high-value targets and executed them to avoid too much loss on their side. Boom! Levi swept away a group of orcs again. He suddenly looked up and looked behind the Mordor army, but he could not see Sauron. Where did he go? Yes, Sauron did not lead the army to rush up and fight Levi, but disappeared after the battle. He deliberately avoided Levi. Obviously, although there is no similar illusion in this world, Sauron knows the principle of TNG's horse racing. He must first defeat the relatively weaker characters, who can have a great impact on his own side. Clang! The huge mace hit the ground, leaving a pit. Aragorn narrowly avoided it, his heart pounding. With the cover of the army, Sauron came to him first. Pulling a little distance, Aragorn raised Andúril and shouted, "Look at this sword carefully. Do you remember? It is the sword that cut off your ring and brought you to this fate." This time, Sauron was really hurt, but he did not show it. He just laughed and said, "It's just a sword. Even if it appears again, what can it do? You will eventually perish, along with your partner." While speaking, Sauron used his specialty again and created a temporary illusion for Aragorn, allowing him to see Arwen's weakness and death. This time it was Aragorn's turn to break the defense. "This time it's not just fingers, I will cut off your head." "Ah!" He roared and rushed forward, vowing to fight Sauron to the death. Dang! In extreme anger, he even caught Sauron's heavy blow with the sword in his hand, but he soon couldn't hold on, and was forced to retreat again and again. In the end, he had to turn around and roll to remove the hammer. Even if he was angry, the gap in strength was still there. This battle was almost a one-sided crushing. Aragorn kept dodging and struggling to cope with the defense, looking quite embarrassed. He knew he had no chance, and even if he was hit just once, he would be on the verge of death immediately. On the other hand, Sauron chased him step by step, and one hammer was enough for Aragorn to do a lot of actions to deal with it. Finally, Aragorn seized the opportunity and chopped him several times, but there were not many scratches left, because the armor was too hard. Fighting with Sauron reminded Aragorn of the days when he challenged Levi in Roadside Castle, which was also so difficult at that time. But Levi would hold back, but Sauron would not. Soon, Aragorn was overturned by the car and fell into a desperate situation of life and death. The huge mace hit again. Whoosh! Between life and death, an arrow shot and hit Sauron's head accurately, but it only made his head tilt. But it was not without effect. His attack was slightly offset. Aragorn seized the opportunity and resisted with his sword. With this force, he rolled to the side and got up in a mess. He stared at Sauron, who was chasing him and about to attack. His face, which had been serious and had many scratches, suddenly relaxed and raised his eyebrows at Sauron. Then he looked behind Sauron. Sauron immediately became alert and suddenly swung back, facing a dark sword with dark red patterns. It's fun to bully children. Boom! Levi took a step back and jumped and slashed, causing Sauron to bend his legs, and the ground under his feet sank slightly. At this time, Legolas, who had shot the arrow just now, also came with Gimli and Boromir, covering the injured Aragorn and retreating 2 steps. Aragorn took a breath and said, "Don't worry, I'm not that fragile." Then he continued to fight. The duel between Sauron and Levi continued, but it was obvious that the former had a lot of tricks. What he disliked most was a duel under uncertainty, or a duel when his blood was boiling. This guy almost never took risks. If he could guarantee a 100% success, he would definitely do so. Hiss! As Sauron secretly issued orders, the remaining 8 ringwraiths rode on ferocious beasts to join the battlefield and tried to pounce on the human coalition. For ground units, especially humans, their existence is a dimensionality reduction attack, which has great advantages. Out of respect and fear for wizards, the ringwraiths dispersed and planned to launch harassment attacks from different directions to avoid being wiped out by a big move. This move of Sauron seemed to be quite effective. The ringwraiths did make many people confused and a little difficult to deal with. However, in the open space left by the 2 armies, Levi suddenly took a small step back and raised his eyebrows at Sauron. Thorin felt something was wrong, and he waved his sword behind him as a reflex to avoid being attacked again. But when he really did it, he found that he seemed to have been fooled, and there was no one approaching behind him. Useless tricks. Just when he was about to rant about Levi, Thorin suddenly had a bad feeling again. Roar! A loud roar broke out in the sky, followed by orange-red flames, which burned through the clouds and killed 2 nearby ringwraiths in one go. It's Pinky. The 2 hobbits, Pippin and Merry, whose swords were stained with the blood of the enemy like everyone else, raised their heads and shouted in surprise. Gandalf kicked an orc over and turned back to remind him, "Remember to call Beholden outside, otherwise the Pinkies will definitely cause trouble for you." Pippin and Merry hesitated. "Your doom has come, Sauron." On the other side, Levi put away the dragon flame steel greatsword, suddenly jumped back, and was caught smoothly by the Pinkies, who just swooped down. So he appeared on the battlefield for the first time riding a dragon. Many people looked at this scene and couldn't help but say a word that had never appeared in this world: Dragon Rider. After flying over the battlefield for a circle, Levi pointed at Sauron on the ground and gave an order to the Pinkies: "Spray him." Boom. The extremely high temperature flames poured down against the wind, and the army behind Sauron was so frightened that they quickly dispersed, leaving only him in place. To say that Sauron is also a tough guy, he blocked the mace in front of him, and it seemed that he didn't intend to hide. Soon Levi knew why he didn't hide. After all, Sauron is not an ordinary person. He is a Maya, a god in people's eyes. Even if he is not good at fighting, he has many tricks. Just before the dragon's breath arrived, a black mist suddenly enveloped Sauron's body. He stood there and let the extremely hot flames hit him. Until Siofan finished her breath, she was unable to disperse the black mist. What? This time it was Levi's turn to be surprised. Chapter 400. Unexpectedly, after taking a hit from Levi and Siofan's hot-blooded combo, Sauron was not hurt at all. He dispersed the black mist around him, rushed forward, jumped high, and swung his mace. Caught off guard, Siofan was hit hard and staggered back several steps, almost throwing Levi off. This hit was so heavy that Siofan's scales loosened a little, and his health bar dropped a little. Go deal with the ringwraiths and the army of Mordor. After giving the order, Levi jumped down immediately and fought Sauron again in person. Siofan suddenly flew away to deal with Mordor's high-value large targets. He also knew that he seemed to be no match for this guy whose black armor was not as good-looking as Levi's. The battlefield continued to be noisy, and the scale of the battle was also the largest in this entire era. The human coalition army, as the attacking party, was magnificent, silvery and shining, covering the warplanes, and seemed to be about to reproduce the powerful army of the last Alliance War, which was called the Swan Song of Middle-earth. The other side was like a dark tide rising in the dark and rainy night. There were orcs, Uruks, trolls, Orogs, Mordor native spiders in the southern valleys, and ferocious beasts in the northern training bases. The mountains and plains were full of screaming evil creatures, countless. However, even so, anyone could see that Mordor was obviously at a disadvantage. The human coalition army pierced into the Mordor army like a sharp sword, forcing it back little by little into the Black Gate. With Levi as the tip of the blade, as he pushed Sauron back step by step, the army behind him also followed closely and surged forward, pushing away the enemies on both sides. Unstoppable. As the coalition forces continued to advance into Mordor, the battle area also expanded, and the number of enemies they had to face increased. In the open space in front of the Black Gate, they only had to deal with enemies on one side. But inside the Black Gate, their pressure came from all directions, and there was no place without enemies. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure, and the tighter the enemy's encirclement. It was hard to say whether Sauron was really defeated by Levi, or deliberately showed a decline and retreated naturally, so as to lure the human army into the encirclement. But his plan failed again. This army was like an iron wall standing on the coast, allowing the black waves to wash it away, and it stood firm. But in another place, it was not the same situation. In the Cirith Ungol Pass, near Minas Morgul, the shadow gradually spread from the ground to the surface. The smell of flesh and blood. Shelob, who was recuperating deep underground, felt the touch of spider silk, and then smelled a sweet, tender smell that belonged to weak prey. So she slowly climbed up with her injured body. He saw his partner Gollum, and the 2 hobbits brought by Gollum. The 3 of them seemed to be arguing about something. What was they arguing about? It didn't matter. A few more words could make the food more alive and more delicious. After a while, one of the fat ones left. Gollum praised the relatively thin hobbit and hooked the spider silk. Then he suddenly hid behind a stone somewhere and disappeared. Only one hobbit was left in front. Shelob knew that the opportunity had come, and she immediately rushed out to attack the remaining hobbit and entangled him with the spider web. Because she was already seriously injured and needed to eat to recover, she even neglected to be alert behind her. The spider caught Frodo, and Sam was behind. "Get out of my way!" With a roar, An incredibly sharp dagger suddenly pierced into Shelob's abdomen. Shelob screamed in pain, and the sound was heartbreaking. While Shelob was retreating, Sam immediately cut the spider web wrapped around Frodo and gave him a bottle of milk. Levi said that this thing can detoxify. I was thirsty all the way and didn't want to drink it. Please wake up quickly, Mr. Frodo. Roar. Frodo didn't open his eyes, but Shelob reacted. She roared and immediately pounced on him again, wanting to catch Sam first. But when Sam raised the unknown dagger in his hand, she was afraid again. Get out of here, you evil spider. The sword in my hand was given to me by the legendary Levi from the north for this journey. If you don't want to die under it, leave quickly. It would have been better if he didn't say it. As soon as this name was mentioned, Shelob got angry. I can't beat him, but I can't beat you. The man he said is not here. Don't be afraid. Just at this time, Gollum was behind him and added fuel to the fire. So Shelob endured the new wounds and the old wounds that hurt when she heard the man's name and stepped forward again. Just as she was about to pounce, and Sam was unwilling to move because he was blocking Frodo, and it was about to happen that a desperate scene of life and death was about to happen, a ray of light suddenly lit up. It was Frodo. He woke up, and when he saw the evil spider pounced on him, he remembered Lady Galadriel's instructions, and he immediately took out the crystal bottle full of hope and glory that Galadriel gave him. The light stung Shelob's eyes, and made her almost blind. Then, Sam's sword of the journey given by Levi and Frodo's sting pierced Shelob together. She screamed and hit the rock behind her, her strength gradually fading. The old wound caused by Levi recurred again, and with the multiple serious injuries caused by the two hobbits at this time, Shelob suddenly realized that her destruction was coming. She struggled to get up, and tried to escape from here. Is the great Shelob going to fall here today? She was not willing to have such a hasty end. As the offspring of Ungoliant, she had eaten humans, elves, dwarves, and almost all creatures in Middle-earth. She also gave birth to countless hybrid offspring who occupied the valleys of Mirkwood and southern Mordor, and even made Sauron feel afraid. She had woven a big net to catch powerful prey, and she had also woven a web of fate to tease innocent lives. But now, another big net entangled her tightly, and made her unable to move. He had expected that person. Since he came to this pass, and used that terrifying sword to injure himself, he had already made plans for today. He had expected this day. The web of fate suddenly tightened. Shelob was filled with regret and deep fear of the evil creatures that most people dare not speak their names. Die, evil spider. The voice in her ears gradually became blurred. Shelob struggled to crawl deeper into the pit, but still couldn't avoid being stabbed twice more. She fell into the abyss, hidden in the darkness, and there was no sound. You're next, Gollum. Sam did not forget the instigator of all this, but when he looked at where Gollum was hiding, he found that Gollum had already run away. You're so quick. Huh? The danger was over. Sam breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the dagger in his hand, thinking, it's amazing. I can feel that this sword has a magical power. When I picked it up to face the big spider, it was as if something was helping me. I want to give it a name. Thinking of one of Levi's famous swords, Nemesis, Sam suddenly said, how about calling it Spider Nemesis? Good name, Sam. Frodo agreed. The journey of the two hobbits continued. But without Gollum's guidance, the road ahead suddenly became unknown. They walked out of the cave in a low-key manner, and had already made plans to face the army of Mordor in front of them. But when the two looked in the direction of Mount Doom, they found that the army that should have been there had been transferred away, and all gathered to the north. It was empty here. Just when the two were happy, suddenly, a hand grabbed Frodo. The two were startled and subconsciously turned back to fight back, but they all failed. This guy who suddenly visited was extraordinary, brutal, and powerful. He knocked them to the ground in a few moves. Sam looked up and found that this powerful guy was actually the blind cripple Uruk. He drew his dagger again, and tried to rush forward to fight back. But at this time, another group of orcs stationed in the tower of Cirith Ungol next to the pass were alarmed. With the order of Uruk the cripple, they all surrounded them. Obviously, this cripple was the leader of this Tarek. Sam and Frodo knew that they had no chance. Even though the two fought desperately, they were still captured in the end because they were facing a whole team. The weapons on the two were quickly confiscated and handed over to the cripple leader. The master said that if we catch the hobbits, we must send them over intact. Thanks to Sauron's order, Sam and Frodo were saved from the worry of their lives. However, when the lame leader saw Sam's dagger, or more precisely, the words on his dagger, he suddenly changed his mind. Wait, take them to my room first, and don't reveal a single piece of information. I have to torture them first to find out the secret information these two spies have. After finding a reasonable reason to send his subordinates away, the lame leader once again sternly emphasized, "This is also the master's will. Anyone who dares to violate it or asks about it casually, I will treat him as a traitor and execute him on the spot." "For the master," he said devoutly. "For the master." The orcs under his command also recited his sentence. Chapter 401. Don't think that hobbits are easy to bully, orcs. You will pay the price for your actions. In a hidden compartment, Sam nervously protected Frodo behind him, and stared at the crippled leader in front of him. "Ha ha ha." The crippled leader laughed twice, and slowly approached the two while laughing. Just when Sam was about to rush over and fight, the tall, compared to the hobbits, Uruk in front of him suddenly knelt on one knee, holding Sam's spider killer in both hands, and returned it to him. Sam and Frodo were stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" They were a little bit unbelievable. "I saw it." The crippled weirdo raised his head and said, "I saw the name of that adult on this sword, and I swore allegiance to him." Sam was stunned for a moment and said, "You mean Levi?" "Yes, that adult." After getting a positive reply, the hearts of the two hobbits suddenly brightened, and they looked at each other in disbelief. It was not until Sam and Frodo got their weapons back that they confirmed that this was not an illusion or a dream. In this difficult situation, there is still hope. It is the hope brought by an orc. "Okay, I believe it." Sam sheathed the sword and said, "This is indeed the sword that Levi made for me for traveling. I will tell him about you when I go back. I have to say that you have done a great job. And what should I call you? You can call me a weirdo, or a cripple, or a crippled weirdo. That is indeed weird enough. Do you have a way to send us out?" After confirming that the situation was safe, Frodo asked immediately, "I'm afraid it's difficult." The weirdo shook his head and said, "There is more than one leader here. There is another one, called Shagrat, also from the Uruk tribe, not weaker than me, and he is different from me. I serve the head of the ring race of Minas Morgul, the Witch King who gives people goosebumps, and he directly serves the Dark Lord. He has always been at odds with me, and he is extremely loyal. Come out, weirdo." Just as the weirdo was revealing the information here to the two, suddenly a roar sounded outside the door, shouting and violently knocking on the door. "What are you arguing about? You are tired of living." The weirdo shouted angrily, and signaled the two hobbits to hide quickly with his eyes. Speaking of Shagrat, Shagrat came. Bang. The weirdo kicked the door open, looked at Shagrat angrily, and said, "You'd better give me a reason to disturb me, otherwise I stab you twice. I got the information that there are spies in the Cirith Ungol stairs. Have you seen them?" "No, I haven't heard any news." "Really?" Shagrat looked around the not-so-big room with doubts. Looking left and right, it seemed that there was indeed no one else. But he still didn't give up, and continued to lie. "I think someone wants to take the credit for himself and deliberately concealed it. Are you here to cause trouble?" The weirdo looked unfriendly. The two Uruk leaders froze. "Humph, don't let me catch you." Since there was really no evidence, Shagrat had to retreat for the time being. Several orc spies received the order and kept a close eye on this place. The overt and covert workplace palace fights of the orcs continued, but on the other side, the two men's bosses were fighting fiercely. "Line up." Swish, the army of the Free City stood in the front row, neatly holding their shields in front of them, their movements smooth and silky, very pleasing to the eye. But no one paid attention to these at the moment, because on the opposite side was the evil army that rushed over again. "Steady the formation." The Legion leader shouted to convey the order. "Shoot the arrows." With Levi waving his hand at the front, there was almost no delay, and the overwhelming rain of arrows shot out from behind, knocking down a large number of orcs, and the momentum of the orc army's charge was stopped directly. A round of volleys almost cost them a legion. But the enemy still had no end. When the front fell, the orcs behind immediately made up for it, stepping on the bodies of their companions, and continuing to rush forward. Being swept up by war and the general trend, people tend to forget fear, forget everything, even forget their own names, lose most of their thinking ability, and their minds are blank. Only when they receive orders will their bodies react, either forward or backward, or die. In this grand scene, personal will always seem insignificant. Even Levi and Sauron were submerged. Humans have their own beliefs and wills. They are no longer afraid of Sauron and charge forward one by one. The army of Mordor was swept up by the evil will and forgot their fear. They rushed forward one after another, rushing towards the magnificent and dazzling army with an overwhelming momentum. The rugged dark land was filled with enemies from the depths of Mordor. The hillsides, the cliffs, and all the places with space were crowded. All the ferocious beasts came out together, roaring in the sky. No one could tell which one had the ring wraiths, and which was just a pure beast. Roar! The dragon's breath fell from the sky, taking away at least hundreds of orcs' lives each time. Yes, the army of Mordor was indeed endless, but they still couldn't stop the human coalition. Because this army was strong enough. Very strong. The battle line kept moving forward, and the war became more and more fierce. At the front, as the two armies met again, Levi also faced Sauron again. He kept swinging his sword, and he didn't know how many rounds he had fought with Sauron. His face was also stained with a lot of dust, and he ate several groups of food during the battle with Sauron. The elements stored in the staff were completely consumed, and they could only be replenished when passing by a place where an orc had recently died. However, this also caused the rune shield that was constantly consumed by Sauron to be replenished intermittently. Once Sauron seized the opportunity, and even really hurt Levi's body. However, Sauron was not without losses. There were several dents in his armor, and even a weak spot was smashed, revealing the dark and unknown filling inside. The intensity of this duel was quite high, and there was no room for carelessness. It must be said that Sauron's willpower and character were very strong. Although it seemed that he was beaten back again and again, he was only retreating, not being knocked down. But no matter what, his spirit was not infinite after all, and his strength would be consumed bit by bit. Maybe under normal circumstances, he could rely on his natural recovery power to stay energetic all day, keep a close eye on the movements of the entire Middle-earth, and handle internal affairs while doing scientific research without feeling the slightest bit of fatigue. But now, he is facing a very threatening enemy, which makes his mental consumption speed suddenly accelerate and difficult to recover positively. Maybe this battle really lasted too long, and even Sauron felt a little tired at this moment. Or boring. At a certain moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at this magnificent battlefield. His eyes swept across the sky and the earth, looking at the wreckage in front of and behind him, and was slightly dazed for a moment. This momentary opportunity was immediately seized by Levi. He directly used the sword skills that he had hardly used in this battle and rushed up instantly, hitting Sauron heavily and making him stagger. Boom! The big sword chopped and hit Sauron again, and his body leaned back. Boom! The second blow made Sauron stagger, and his armor was obviously damaged. Clang! The third blow, the mace was knocked away and fell to the ground. At this time, Sauron no longer had the heart to fight. He shouted to his men and planned to evacuate temporarily under the cover of the army. But he was not the only one who could call people. Gather to me. At this moment, Levi shouted a slogan, and the elite soldiers with excellent medals and 2 Legion champions who had secretly gathered nearby immediately rushed from the side to besiege Sauron. Before Sauron's men came over, they used all their strength to press Sauron to the ground with Levi. Die! A strong and powerful voice came from his body. The reverse-gripped sword stabbed down from above. This was the final execution. Time seemed to slow down in Sauron's eyes. The human legend stared at him with a serious face, the dark red sword falling, the dark gray armor and messy hair. The face that was inevitably covered with dust due to the fierce battle. At this moment, everything in front of him was so clear. Death? The end? Is this my end? No. Ah! The extremely unpleasant roar suddenly sounded, and a violent storm broke out with it. Boom! At this moment, everyone's brain suddenly shook, and there was a buzzing sound in their ears. Chapter 402. A huge storm exploded with Sauron as the center. Whether it was the human coalition or the orcs and other evil creatures, their movements all stopped, and everyone was shaken uncontrollably by the extremely fierce storm, and many fell directly to the ground. Levi and many helpers at the center were not spared. They were caught off guard and were blown away. For the first time in a long time, Levi felt the taste of being repelled. He quickly stood up, and was about to rush forward again. However, when he looked up, he found that Sauron was gone. Where did he go? Levi looked puzzled and opened his eyes wide to search around. But no matter how hard he looked, he could not find Sauron's shadow. The excellent soldiers and Legion champions, who had just helped Levi hold Sauron, and were also blown away, also stood up one by one, looked left and right, and shook their heads. He ran away. At this time, Gandalf came over panting, holding a sword that was almost stained with blood. But the previous blow consumed a lot of his strength. In a short period of time, he can't attack again. So he is now. Levi looked deeper into Mordor, at the towering evil Black Tower. Yes, he is there. Gandalf said. He once again hid in the sturdy tower he was proud of, but this time, I'm afraid he won't easily step out of the tower. Then he has no chance to come out again. Levi answered like this. Without Sauron, the Mordor army has lost its backbone. Even if Sauron just retreated, his defeat was seen by everyone. The commander of Mordor roared desperately and commanded the army to resist, but it was of little use. In front of the morale-boosted human coalition, all their resistance became a futile struggle. Soon, the ringwraiths were also beaten back, and the ferocious beasts lost their controllers. It was at this moment that the ferocious beasts flying in the air finally felt the majesty of the dragons after losing the direct control of the ringwraiths. The dragon is the real king of the sky in this world. The so-called ferocious beasts are just the remnants of ancient times that Sauron discovered and survived in a certain mountain. In terms of species classification, this evil race should belong to the pterosaurs. They may seem very ferocious to humans, but they are really a little petite in front of a fire dragon. With another breath of dragon breath, the annoying cry in the sky finally disappeared. Some died, some escaped, and no ferocious beast stayed on the battlefield. The defeat was like a landslide. Led by Levi and many other leaders, the army continued to advance, and fought all the way to the wall of Barad-dûr, surrounding the Dark Tower. But this tower was not easy to break. It was stronger than the Tower of Orthanc that Saruman had reinforced with magic. In the last alliance war, the coalition forces of humans and elves surrounded the Dark Tower for 7 years, but failed to break it. In the end, Sauron could no longer bear it and walked out himself, only to be found by the High King of Humans and the High King of Elves with a large number of guards in a round-robin battle, and find an opportunity to cut off his ring. Boom! When the coalition surrounded the Dark Tower, countless huge stones and arrows burning with flames poured down from it, with an extremely fierce momentum. Back off! Levi split the rocks with a sword and commanded the army to retreat. But this did not mean that he would not continue to attack. After a while, after Levi's efforts, a large pile of TNT filled the walls of Barad-dûr. Crack! As the sound of flints rubbing against each other sounded, one of the TNTs began to glow. Levi hurriedly retreated and ran towards the army that had already pulled away from him. A real man never looks back at the explosion. Of course, he couldn't look back at this time, and he would be easily blown up if he was a step later. Boom! As the first explosion sounded, the momentum could no longer be stopped. The sound of the explosion became more and more frequent as the number of TNTs ignited increased. Some exploded under the city wall, some flew into the sky with the impact force, and some happened to be collapsed on the city wall, blowing away some of the orc defenders. When the explosion stopped, Levi looked at Barad-dûr again. The ground was full of big pits, and the city wall, some damage, but not much. This fortress is as strong as the roadside fort. The dark wall looks quite extraordinary, obviously not made of ordinary stones. I am afraid that like the Black Gate, it is mixed with a lot of steel, and it is a real steel barrier. Huh? Levi exhaled, stared at the wall that was more durable and explosion-proof than obsidian, and frowned. It might be a little difficult to attack it. But there are always more ways than difficulties. It's just a wall, not bedrock. It's not difficult to destroy it if you are really determined. If you don't consider the army behind you, if you just go in by yourself, there will be more ways, and it can even be said to be easy. But remember what our original purpose was, Levi. Seeing the action frustrated, Gandalf came over and whispered in his ear. Barad-dûr is indestructible, even stronger than the defense of the roadside fort. Don't forget, this is Sauron's home ground after all, and his strength will be greatly increased here. Did you see the rain of fire just now? He was the one who released it. If we are not careful, we will suffer heavy losses. If we want to defeat him, there is a simpler way. Gandalf said, looking to the west, that is, the direction of Mount Doom. Levi immediately understood what he meant. Gandalf whispered and suggested, Frodo and the others should have arrived in Mordor long ago, maybe we can go over and help him. When the One Ring is destroyed and Sauron dies, Barad-dûr's defense will collapse, and the evil magic shrouded on it will disappear. At that time, we can break through here with almost no effort. Makes sense. Levi nodded, and immediately summoned all the leaders present to give them instructions. Keep an eye on Sauron for me. Go ahead, we won't let him step out of the tower. Aragorn was the first to make a promise. Gandalf stood beside Aragorn and said, I also keep an eye on his movements. The others also made promises after learning that Levi was leaving for the time being. Levi was relieved to leave this matter to them. Sauron's chance of breaking out was not great. Once he made a move, the army of the Free Cities would immediately press on. There were 5 Legion champions, and a whole company of soldiers, who had won the Outstanding Ranger medal arranged by Levi here, specifically responsible for guarding the door to prevent Sauron from doing anything. In addition, Gandalf, Aragorn and others were assisting on the side, so even if he could fly, he would be sprayed down by the powder. It can be said that Sauron was completely trapped here. After making a safe arrangement, Levi quietly left and headed straight for Mount Doom. The general situation is set, and Sauron's defeat seems to have become a foregone conclusion and cannot be changed. But for some reason, looking at Levi's back, Gandalf always has an ominous premonition. He tightly grasped his staff, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. He chose to entrust his trust. This decision is not easy. It can even be said that it is more difficult than anyone can imagine. A key test may come. Yes, a test. This is destined to be an era belonging to mankind. Gondor and Rohan have both endured their own suffering and tests, and along the way, many of their leaders have also confirmed their hearts with actions. Some people have been saved, some have changed their minds, some have become stronger and grown. But besides them, there is still one person. There is still one person who has never faced his truest heart and essence. Chapter 403. West of Barad-dûr, Mount Doom. No one. Levi stepped onto this dark and scorched land and walked around, but could not find any trace of human activity. Perhaps they had not arrived yet. After thinking about it, Levi continued to move westward. According to the commando rangers under Faramir, Frodo and his team entered Mordor through the pass in the north of Minas Morgul. As expected, that pass was the pass of Cirith Ungol. Thinking about the situation there, Levi put on the Tingyan armor, took off again, and quickly moved to the location in his memory. I warn you again, weirdo, come out quickly, or I will go in and chop you into meat sauce. Outside the tower of Cirith Ungol, Shagrat led 100 orcs to surround the outside, blocking the gate and shouting. At this moment, when most of the forces were mobilized to defend Barad-dûr, 100 fully armed orcs were already a strong force. The weirdo stood on the tower, looking at the group of orcs below, with an ugly face. Sauron's conscription was urgent and thorough. Most of the original guards in the tower were called away, resulting in him only having more than 80 orcs available, and there were not many Uruks left. In fact, if the guards of the Tower of Cirith Ungol were not still important, there would be these people left, and he, the leader, would have to be called away. In the past, let alone 80. Even 1,000 or even 2,000 well-equipped orc soldiers would have gathered with a wave of their hands, so there was no need to be blocked at the door like this. Are you going to rebel, Shagrat? While signaling Frodo and Sam to hide, the weirdo responded to Shagrat shouting on the wall. Rebellion? It's obviously you who is rebelling. My spies clearly saw creatures other than orcs in the tower, and they were not tall, like dwarves with shaved beards. They must be some spies you hid. Hearing this, Sam got angry before the weirdo got angry. He whispered to Frodo behind the wall. He actually said we were dwarves with shaved beards. Too much, these uneducated orcs. Frodo was speechless for a while, and could only comfort Sam kindly, asking him not to be exposed. There is no spy you want here, Shagrat. The weirdo's response was very powerful. I can see that you just want to rebel. You are jealous of my position. I am afraid you have wanted to replace me a long time ago. Bah! Shagrat said disdainfully. Slippery guy, it seems that you have to fight today. Then come. Just as the weirdo was about to lead people to fight, he suddenly raised his head. In midair, a meteor with flames rushed straight towards the tower. The sudden change scared the weirdo, but after careful observation, he found that the direction of the meteor's fall did not seem to be the tower. It was the orcs led by Shagrat below the tower. So his expression became subtle, and he just stared at the meteor, his eyes following the meteor's fall. His mouth was tightly closed. It was not until the meteor fell, hitting the orcs below and screaming, and a large area collapsed, that Shagrat finally discovered the change above his head. What happened? He quickly turned back to look at the place where the fire meteor fell. Then he saw a figure that frightened all the orcs. The orcs immediately scattered like startled birds and beasts, no longer wanting to fight. Only Shagrat stayed where he was, unable to move. Because the man had been staring at him since he landed, he didn't dare to move at all, otherwise he would have run away long ago. Tell me. Levi grabbed Shagrat's neck with one hand, lifted him up, and asked, Have you seen two halflings? The high temperature on the gauntlet burned Shagrat's skin, and he didn't care about the authenticity of the news, and quickly responded, Yes, sir, yes, they are in the tower, the two short halflings were locked up in the tower. This matter has nothing to do with me. I promise I didn't touch them at all. Plop. Shagrat was thrown aside by Levi, and he just lay on the ground with his hands on his neck, not daring to move. The two evil statues responsible for guarding in front of the Tower of Cirith Ungol squatted there silently, without making a sound. If their legs could move, They would probably stand up and run away at this time. Clang! When Levi walked to the door, it suddenly opened by itself. A familiar Uruk walked out. "My lord, you are here." Under Taniok's stunned gaze, the weirdo walked out with two hobbits. "It's Levi." The two hobbits rushed over in surprise and tried to hug Levi, but Levi, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, quickly stopped them. He was still wearing dragon steel armor, which could easily burn the two. "Thank you for your hard work, Frodo Sam. I always thought you." Frodo looked up at Levi, his eyes full of joy. "I'm not that easy to die, I just left for a short time, just like Gandalf." "Gandalf?" The two were even more surprised when they heard the name. "Levi is back. Could it be that Gandalf is also?" Levi said mysteriously, "You have to see for yourself." "Nice to meet you. How are you doing recently?" "Except for eating some bread with maggots recently, and having a stomachache due to the poor environment, everything is fine." Sam's first thought was food and accommodation. There is no way. The conditions of the orcs are like this, and being alive is a success. Besides Sam, Frodo obviously heard a deeper meaning. He nodded and said, "Fortunately, I can hold on." "That's good." After greeting the two hobbits, Levi looked at the weirdo again. "Well done." "My pleasure, sir." "I officially declare that your mission is complete, weirdo. Sauron has been defeated. You don't have to continue lurking here. I award you the Medal of Excellence." As he said this, Levi took out a Medal of Excellence that had not been issued in his backpack and pinned it on the weirdo. "This can represent your identity." As for the other orcs, or Uruk, Levi slowly glanced around, and all the orcs lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at them. "Pledge your loyalty to you." Finally, an orc couldn't stand the pressure, and was the first to run out and surrender. Immediately afterwards, like a chain reaction, the remaining orcs or a small number of Uruks couldn't stand it either, and they all knelt down to express their loyalty. The Tower of Cirith Ungol was captured almost effortlessly, and the defenders inside all changed camps. Levi didn't even show his weapon throughout the whole process. "Let's go and complete our mission." After finishing the business here, Levi led the two hobbits away. They headed east all the way to the scorching Mount Doom. After Levi left, a thin figure tried to follow, but he ignored the guards of the Tower of Cirith Ungol. At that time, the weirdo was making the final judgment on Shagrat, and by chance, he saw a sneaky strange little thing out of the corner of his eye. Gollum. The little thing screamed strangely, and was surrounded by a group of orcs. The Lord only said there were two hobbits, and didn't say anything else. So, he might really be a spy. He's even uglier than me. Some orcs began to dislike Gollum. After thinking it over, in order to prevent himself from doing something wrong, the weirdo did not act rashly, but ordered, "Lock him up first, don't move for the time being, and make a decision when the adults come back." Bang! The iron door closed tightly. Gullo watched the baby go away in despair. He had no chance to do anything anymore. Chapter 404. "Levi, are you okay?" On the way to Mount Doom, Frodo seemed to feel something. He suddenly looked up, and found that Levi seemed to be distracted. "Not bad, not bad." Levi came back to his senses and responded. "What happened?" Frodo seemed a little worried, and Sam also looked over. With Levi by his side, the two of them felt very safe, and they were not afraid even if Sauron suddenly came. As a result, their moods became relaxed, and even Sam was thinking about what kind of big meal he should make to celebrate after returning to the Shire. But in fact, he was the most relaxed person here at the moment. It was indeed him. As the ring got closer to Mount Doom, the place where it was created, it could exert more and more power, and it became as heavy as a piece of iron, pressing Frodo so hard that he couldn't breathe, and there were marks on his neck. Nothing, just. Faced with this inquiry, Levi suddenly stopped, looked at Frodo, and said, "The little ring in your arms has been calling my name, which makes me upset." Hearing this, Frodo was in a trance, and he actually took the ring out of his arms, spread it on the palm of his hand, and showed it completely to Levi. "This?" Frodo asked, and he also felt incredible. "Why should I take out the ring? Why should I take out my ring? My treasure to show others?" Although he didn't know what drove him to do this strange behavior, he still spoke softly because of the trust he had built in Levi for a long time. After all, this was a figure he had heard of since he was a child, and he had accompanied him throughout his childhood. Those stories had been deeply engraved in his heart, lingering and unforgettable. The same was true for Sam. Both of them had a filter for the legend, who was so familiar and close to them, and their trust in him was infinitely close to the maximum value. But when the supreme ring appeared and Levi's eyes touched it, the situation seemed to be a little wrong. Levi stood there, just looking at the ring. His eyes did not blink, his face had no expression, and he did not speak. This made Sam and Frodo feel a little uneasy. But when they remembered that they had misunderstood Faramir, the noble commander of Gondor, in Ithilien before, they suppressed some thoughts that they could not believe and waited quietly, waiting for Levi to say something so that they could feel at ease. But Levi's next move made them even more uneasy. He turned around and slowly took 2 steps towards Frodo, and his eyes never left the ring. Like everyone he had seen before, he slowly reached out his hand towards the ring. Frodo looked up and felt that the figure in front of him seemed to overlap with Aragorn and Faramir. These noble leaders among humans always attracted their attention to the ring first, and then suddenly held his hand when he was most worried, asking him to put the ring away. Maybe the next moment. Wait! Just as Frodo was lost in his memories, Sam behind him suddenly shouted. He turned around and saw Levi suddenly holding the ring and breaking the necklace tied to it. Just took the ring away. Looking at Levi who took the ring away, Frodo's mind went blank. He wondered if he had some kind of hallucination. When the broken necklace slid down his neck to the ground with a light snap, Frodo finally confirmed that this was what actually happened. He looked at the broken necklace, opened his mouth, opened his eyes, then frowned suddenly. His face suddenly became extremely ferocious, and he pulled out the thorn and screamed to stab the person in front of him. No, Frodo, no! Sam hugged Frodo tightly from behind, trying his best to stop him from doing stupid things in the excitement. My baby, that's my baby. Frodo screamed, struggling forward with red eyes, and did not forget to hit Sam behind him with his elbow, trying to make him let go. The ferocious expression was exactly the same as Gollum's. The corruption he suffered was actually quite deep, but he had never shown it. The ring was always in his hand, and Sam's loyalty had been tested many times. He had no idea about the ring, which made Frodo feel at ease and led Frodo to think that he was still sober. Along the way, he refused to let Sam temporarily hold the ring to share the pressure. It was hard to say whether it was out of worry or some kind of selfish desire that he was not aware of. Or maybe it was both. Regardless of the new and old injuries on his body, Sam dragged Frodo tightly. In front of them, Levi obviously didn't care about Frodo's sudden outbreak of great hostility. He stared at the small ring on his hand and murmured, "Look, it's interesting, isn't it? Sauron has been defeated, but this ring still has such great power." As if thinking of something, Levi looked at the supreme ring with interest, and said, "Strangely enough, everyone who has ever obtained this ring seems to face great risks because this ring will attract evil things and use all means to create accidents so that it can return to its true owner. But now its owner has been defeated, all evil things have been purged, and it can no longer respond to its call. What can it do now, and how can it struggle?" Levi put the ring in front of him and said, "Do you feel helpless and isolated?" At this moment, even Sam and Frodo were stunned. They felt that the ring was actually afraid. The person in front of him suddenly became unpredictable, and the heroic and legendary filter on him was fading little by little. When all the biased things disappeared, the 2 hobbits finally realized what kind of existence was in front of them, and they also really experienced the feelings of the orcs. It was a kind of complete despair. "Don't!" Frodo suddenly shouted, and even the stings on his hands fell to the ground. Sam also widened his eyes, his face full of doubt. In front of them, Levi slowly put on the ring. Boom! The doomsday volcano began to stir, and the eye of flame that was confronting the human army on the evil Black Tower shook violently, but it did not shift its gaze. The moment the ring was put on, Soren finally knew that his treasure was right under his nose, and was even sent to the crater of the doomsday volcano. If it were usual, he would definitely look over immediately to see who was wearing the ring again, without knowing his own limitations. But this time he didn't dare to move. He knew the ring was there, but he didn't dare to look over. Swish! The 8 ringwraiths who had been beaten to the point of losing their form suddenly appeared together, kneeling down on the hillside of Mount Doom with their heads down. They crawled in front of the dark and heavy figure like the abyss. The man's power was so deep that the ringwraiths directly controlled by the Lord of the Supreme Ring were greatly enhanced, and there was a tendency that they could interfere with mortal affairs without a form. Frodo and Sam retreated again and again, not daring to look directly at his face. Gandalf looked at Mount Doom suddenly, and his heart was horrified. The elves and wizards from all over Middle-earth had the same reaction as him, including Saruman. "What did I say?" Saruman screamed in horror. "It's over, it's all over." On the hillside, Levi waved his hand, and the ringwraiths disappeared and were driven back to the world of the dead. He walked slowly towards Frodo. Swish! This time it was Sam who drew his sword and pointed it at Levi. There were tears in the corners of his eyes. He was trembling all over, his teeth were chattering, but he still stood in front of Frodo, blocking the two of them. After many hardships, Sam, who had lost some weight, stared at Levi and said in a crying voice, "I don't believe it, I never believe it." Under the desperate eyes of the two hobbits, Levi stretched out his hand. Until then, Sam realized that he actually didn't have the courage to fight back. The only thing he could do was to block here with his body. "No, Sam!" Frodo finally understood what was happening. In the struggle, he immediately rushed over, suddenly opened his arms to block in front of Sam, with his eyes closed. Click. But the next moment, the expected reckoning did not come. Two warm hands touched the heads of the two hobbits respectively. The movements were a little stiff, but it was obvious that the owner of the hands was trying his best to show his gentleness and harmlessness. He turned and left. Frodo and Sam stared at the back in a daze. They looked at each other, took a deep breath, and followed with a firm look. Degree of corruption, 50%, many illusions appeared in front of them, and tempting voices kept ringing in their ears. From now on, Middle-earth will have a true emperor, an emperor who unified the whole world. He will be honored as the Lord of Middle-earth. All humans, dwarves, elves, and orcs will obey his orders, and no one can violate his will. From now on, wherever there are people, there must be people to spread his name and praise his deeds. His will never be allowed to be disobeyed. His territory will spread infinitely, and the whole world will have only one color. What about the people of Middle-earth? As the question was raised, the scene changed. Everyone respected a black figure as the supreme in their hearts, fulfilled his will devoutly, and worshipped him as a god. Nothing he said could not be realized. He could do whatever he wanted, without any restrictions, and no one could stop him. Everything was based on him as the top priority. Levi shook his head indifferently. As if he had sensed his extreme resistance to this scene in his heart, many illusions suddenly dispersed. But soon, another illusion emerged. A great world full of wonders, a world where everyone is kind, an extremely prosperous world, and a great king who will always stand. The illusions that kept emerging did their best to show him all the possibilities of the future world. But all this has never stopped him from advancing towards Mount Doom. He didn't even pause for a moment. His steps were slow and firm, just like the road he had walked for more than 80 years. He was no longer the young adventurer. All the joys and sorrows, reunions and separations, as well as the emptiness and helplessness after separation. All of these have made him the person standing here today. Looking back, there is not only a grand world, but also the careful companionship of people around him, one by one, generation after generation. Even though most of them are gone. How can the so-called power and wealth compare to home and relatives and friends? How can they compare with the true harmony and infinite possibilities of the world? The supreme ring trembled, and the black language engraved on it began to shine. Under great pressure, it continued to stimulate its deeper potential, and even the huge flaming pupil on the evil black tower suddenly closed, and a certain evil will shifted over and began to participate in it. You have spent nearly 100 years in this small world in a dull way. Are you willing to be so ordinary? Levi's steps slowed down. As if he had sensed what he had thought before, the illusion emerged again like a tide. This time it came more violently, and the level of exploration became deeper. It even really aroused some private memories hidden deep in Levi's heart. Degree of corruption, 80%, attack Valinor and occupy the halls of Mandos. You can see your friends and familiar faces there again. From now on, you will no longer have to feel the sadness of life and death. All the lives in this world, whether they are alive or dead, leaving or staying, the destination of their souls is decided by you. Don't you want to take charge of this power? You can do it. Become our ally. With your power, it won't take long to destroy this world. Click. His footsteps fell, and he moved forward a little again. Dragons. Those dragons have great potential. I can help you study them. I promise that when you come into contact with dragons again, there will be new things. His footsteps still did not stop. No, it's not just new research on dragons, but also the real Dark Lord wandering outside the world, Morgoth. He is the most powerful force under the One. Even the administrator of Arda, the strongest Valamanwe, is inferior to him. When he returns from outside the universe, endlessness will follow. By then, the world will be yours, and everything will be dominated by you. When you have that level of power, what else can you be afraid of? Levi was stunned. In a trance, his ears were empty, his eyes were dark, and his perception rose above the starry sky, and even beyond the barriers of the world, crossing an unknown distance and seeing countless things. There is the future, the past, and the present. The power of the One Ring is gradually merging with him, and the two are spiraling upwards, as if there is no end. Even the blessed land hidden outside Arctic can glimpse a bit of that momentum. Degree of corruption, 99.9%, just a little bit, just a little bit. In the doomsday rift full of blazing magma, the huge furnace that belongs to Sauron, the room at the center of the Dark Kingdom, the One Ring desperately radiates its power, trying to conquer the last 0.1%. But the progress bar is stuck. Consciousness gradually sinks. No! Levi suddenly smiled, and shook his head gently. There are things more important than power in this world. He threw the ring down. This is a bright movement. There is no regret in parting, nor collapse and despair. The end of the music is joy and reunion. Levi passed his test. And this drama finally ushered in the final chapter. Chapter 405. The flames in Mount Doom erupted again, and surged into the sky. The momentum could be felt by people all over the world. The walls of Barad-dûr collapsed suddenly, the Dark Tower exploded, and a huge amount of rocks fell, smashing the bridge leading to the tower and blocking all roads. Sauron was completely defeated. Gandalf stared at the collapsed Dark Tower in a trance, muttering, like his master Morgoth, he was completely expelled from this world and wandered in the empty land outside the universe. It's over. With Gandalf's assertion, everyone was refreshed. Aragorn excitedly raised Andúril and shouted with all his strength, "Victory belongs to the free people." Yeah! People danced happily, hugged each other, and celebrated the arrival of the final victory. Everyone was filled with endless emotion. And all this eventually turned into celebration and laughter. The hot magma rushed up to the sky and turned into a red curtain. Levi stood quietly at the end of the stairs, without moving for a long time. At this moment, his eyes were full of brilliance, and the light was white and sacred, covering everything in his eyes. What he could feel was no longer just the things in the material world, but could pull his perspective to a higher level of unknown dimension. The Supreme Ring helped him unlock almost all the power, and the afterglow has not left yet, allowing him to see more things. For example, Lady Galadriel frequently tried to watch the moment. She looked at Levi, and Levi also looked at her, just staring with his eyes, quietly without saying a word. Lady Galadriel was a little confused, and all she saw was pure white. So she said to Levi many years ago, "Your future is full of uncertainty." Then, probably a long time later, but not long after Levi's current perception, another sight came. It was himself. Levi suddenly had a bit of bad taste, smiled at himself many years ago, and said hello. He successfully scared himself. Fine. Boom! The volcano shook violently, drawing Levi's attention back. This place is also going to be destroyed. So Levi walked out slowly. The stairs in the Doomsday Rift collapsed little by little as he left, and then were swallowed by flames. Outside the huge furnace, where the Supreme Lord of the Rings was born, Levi saw Sam and Frodo who followed him. The magma surged down, and the two of them would definitely not survive in this environment. But Levi was here after all. He protected the two hobbits and led them down the hillside. Then he met the big eagle who came with a mission. They took Frodo and Sam away and took them away from this place that was gradually falling into destruction. Pinky followed the eagles closely. He landed on the ground and picked up Levi despite the scouring of the magma, and then flew away. Lying on the dragon's back, the light in Levi's eyes gradually disappeared and slowly returned to normal. The power went with the wind and dissipated in the air. But at this moment, he had a premonition in his heart. If he could reach the blessed land outside the world, his power and essence that were stimulated in advance by the guidance of the Supreme Ring could be restored and liberated again. And it would be more complete than this time. As for how completely it was, we would have to wait until we got there to find out. Hiss, a familiar voice sounded from the side. After fighting for so long, Levi certainly knew what this voice was. A ferocious beast. She often subconsciously wanted to spit a mouthful of air to the side to destroy the remaining remnants of the ancient times, but was pulled back by Levi and stopped the breath that was about to erupt. There was a dark figure on the ferocious beast. It was a certain ringwraith. It stands to reason that when the One Ring is completely destroyed, the ringwraith should also disappear into thin air, and the soul will be completely liberated. But this one alone seemed to be particularly strong. But he was not that strong. He looked so weak that he would completely disappear even if Levi did not take action. But he did not look like he was looking for trouble. During the brief meeting, he waved gently at Levi. Then, together with the last ferocious beast under his crotch, he rushed towards the magma gushing out of Mount Doom, and took the initiative to welcome his own destruction. It's over. Levi retracted his gaze, looked at the sky, and took a deep breath. Dark clouds covered the sky, and heavy rain poured down, sweeping across the land, as if covering the whole world with a layer of glass curtain. After a long time, clean rain fell on the dry land of Mordor. Everything was washed away. Many days later, Frodo and Sam, who had recovered, met their companions again. Pippin, Merry, Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, Boromir, Gandalf, the Fellowship of the Ring gathered together again. Elrond, who came here after hearing the sound, saw the scene and said solemnly, "I declare that the mission of the Fellowship of the Ring has been successfully completed." After the announcement, he smiled from the bottom of his heart as he looked at the 9 people who were intact in front of him, and said, "I'm glad to see you all gathered together again, without a single person missing." Following Elrond closely, Bilbo ran over and hugged Frodo tightly. "You did it, Frodo, you're back, I'm proud of you. By the way, where's Levi?" At this moment, when everyone was gathered together, after greeting everyone one by one, Bilbo suddenly found that one person was missing. Gandalf looked to the east and said he still has some things to do, maybe he'd be back soon. Levi was indeed dealing with some things that had not been done yet. After announcing the victory, he immediately returned to the Tower of Cirith Ungol to find the weirdo and his subordinates. This time, there was an unexpected gain. Unexpectedly, Gollum was caught by them. At this moment, Gollum was completely useless, and no one cared about his fate anymore. After much deliberation, Levi had him transferred to the prison in Behido and kept him there for the time being. As for the weirdo and the orcs who followed him, they had made many contributions and secretly passed on a lot of key intelligence that affected the war situation to the Rangers of Crossroads and Ithilien. No matter what, there must be an explanation. In the end, they chose to move to an area far away from humans and protected by Levi, where they started a new free life without having to work for anyone. Perhaps the habits of the orcs are still difficult to change, and perhaps for a long time, their lives will inevitably fall into a certain degree of chaos. But it won't get worse. They don't have to be enemies anymore, and can quietly welcome their natural end. No one knows what the final outcome of this twisted race that was not born naturally will be, but Levi will always pay attention to them, and be responsible for the choices they and he made. After this, there are still many things. For example, Lake Nirnan in the south of Mordor. There is a fertile green land around this huge lake. Over the years, Mordor has captured many slaves to farm for them here. Now all these slaves have been liberated, and the land they were forced to work on in the past, that is, Lake Nirnan and the surrounding green land, has become their new living place. This time no one will force them, and all the fruits of their labor will belong to themselves. Following closely is the treatment of the dark humans in the east and south. The Dongi people lost Sauron's control, and finally stopped their invasion. The shadows and darkness over their heads will disappear with time, and they can also usher in their own free and bright future. Kund, the nomadic country where many stories happened, has finally become independent. As for the situation in the south, it was a bit complicated. The Harrods were still easy to deal with. With the help of Alatar and another blue-robed wizard Polando, they surrendered immediately after Sauron was defeated and threatened by Levi and the Free Cities. Then they signed a fair peace treaty. Like the Dongi, the people here will gradually get rid of Sauron's shadow. In addition, under pressure from the Free Cities and Gondor, they also abolished slavery and were forced to transform to other systems. Then, there is Umbar, further south. The composition of this place is more complicated. There are not only local pirates and residents, but also descendants of a large number of rebels who fled Gondor many years ago. Their hatred for Gondor is not just because of Sauron's incitement. The rebels realized that the situation was over, and they could no longer use the Dark Lord to take revenge on Gondor, so they fled and hid, and they did not last long before they dispersed. The remaining pirates were also punished, the criminals were punished, and the oppressed and slaves were liberated and able to live freely. External affairs came to an end for the time being, and the things in front of them finally began to be arranged. Like Isengard. The wizard's mission has been completed, Saruman will leave, and the place will be empty. Finally, Isengard was handed over to the Tree Man, and Treebeard managed the land responsibly, committed to cleaning up the debris and charred dust here, so that it can become a beautiful place. Immediately after Isengard, there is another episode. After leaving Mordor and recuperating, several hobbits saw Gollum in the prison of the South River, and Levi handed over the right to deal with Gollum to them. Perhaps they had seen enough killings. Sam and Frodo chose to forgive him and set him free, and the others had no objection. Before leaving, Sam also made Gollum a meal of French fries and fried fish that he had mentioned a long time ago, but it was obvious that Gollum was still not interested. He vomited after tasting it, and was condemned by Sam for wasting food. No one knows where Gollum went after that, and few people witnessed it, But what we know is that he was finally no longer troubled by the so-called baby, and continued to distort his mind. The unnatural life that was forcibly prolonged can finally be freed. The gift that the Creator God gave to mankind came late, and slowly descended on him. It was a whole month after the preliminary discussion to solve these trivial matters. The busiest people in this month were Levi and Aragorn. Levi never rested at all, and Aragorn hurried back to Gondor after visiting Frodo and meeting with the Fellowship of the Ring to discuss and deal with post-war affairs with Levi. For a while, both of them were overwhelmed by a huge amount of affairs. Fortunately, one of them didn't need to sleep, and the other had an extraordinary physique and could hold on for a while without rest. Otherwise, it would really be impossible to handle it so quickly. Everything came to an end. After the battlefield was cleaned up and everything returned to normal, on a sunny morning, Gondor welcomed a group of rare guests. There were elves, dwarves, wizards, hobbits, and the etiquette team of the Free City. And a guy riding a dragon. When he arrived, everyone was shocked, but once they saw the figure on the dragon's back, the residents felt relieved. That was the legendary figure who left many achievements, the nemesis of the Dark Lord, Lord of the North, omitted, Levi. Today, the visitors from all sides made a big scene. They came here for only one thing, to watch Aragorn's coronation ceremony. Before the ceremony officially started, Gondor's etiquette staff specially expressed their welcome to the important participants. Welcome Elrond, Lord of Rivendell, Legolas, son of Thranduil, Gimli, son of Gloin, the Hobbit from the Shire, the great hero of the Ring Frodo Baggins, and the hero Samwise Gamgee, the companion of the Ring Bearer. As the names were read out, Aragorn greeted or hugged them one by one. And people cheered for these heroes and guests. Until someone showed up. The person in charge of announcing the visitors suddenly got into trouble. Quick, go, help me call another one. No, call 2 more people, don't ask why, hurry up. After a moment, the other 2 stood with him. The 3 of them discussed for a while and began to say in turn, with the highest respect, welcome the Lord of the North, the great legend, the nemesis of the Dark Lord and all evil, the founder of the Free Cities, the supreme leader of the Free Cities, the Shadow of War, the nemesis of the Balrog, the Dragon Slayer, the Shipbuilder, the builder of high walls, the architect of the tower that stands tall, the builder of miracles, the friend of the Dúnedain, the ally of the elves and dwarves, the protector of the valley, the savior of the Anduin Valley, the big stomacher, the cube wizard, the alchemist, the chef, the wine bureau overlord, the brewer, the friend of women and children. Wait! When he read this, Levi's face suddenly froze. Did some strange title flash by just now? Many people's eyelids jumped when they heard Levi's title, but this did not prevent people from expressing the warmest and highest welcome to him. After that, his title was recorded in a storybook, and many people regarded reading all of Levi's titles in one breath as a challenge. But this is also a later story. The coronation ceremony finally started smoothly, and Gandalf personally put the crown on Aragorn. And Levi stood on the side, quietly witnessing this scene. From then on, Gondor ended the era of no king. The king officially returned. He was the most popular choice, and the whole city cheered. Denethor also clapped his hands reluctantly. He knew that his time had passed. Before that, he consciously and proactively handed the scepter of the Prime Minister back to Aragorn. Aragorn first accepted the scepter, but immediately returned it to Denethor, still letting him serve as Prime Minister. In addition, he also granted Ithilien to the Huron family, which raised the status of this family again. After wearing the crown, Aragorn bowed to Levi and the 4 hobbits in turn, and personally sang their deeds. The other witnesses also offered their full respect. They deserved it. One day later, Gandalf took Aragorn to the holy place of Gondor, at the foot of Mount Mindalluin. There, Aragorn found a seedling of a white tree, and he happily transplanted the seedling to the fountain square in front of the Gondor palace. So the sacred white tree grew there again. Everything was restored to prosperity. One afternoon, in the garden of Gondor, Faramir and Eowyn met. The way they were cuddling together really surprised Denethor and Boromir, who happened to pass by. Look at your brother. I don't know when he got together with the Princess of Rohan. Oh, I have to say that they are a good match. Denethor muttered, not knowing what he was thinking. Boromir smiled and said, they met at the Battle of the Pelennor Fields and have come to this point. I am happy for them. What about you, Boromir? Denethor suddenly nodded at him. You are now successful and famous, and you are not a young man anymore. Have you considered starting a family? Boromir was stunned. Oops, the fire has burned me. Boromir's recent days are destined to be restless, but in many other places, he is happy. Aragorn and Arwen finally got married. They held a wedding soon and Arwen officially became the queen. The Shire. Frodo, Sam, Pippin, Merry and others who returned triumphantly gathered at the Green Dragon Tavern and had a good drink. One day, under the instigation of the other three, Sam finally plucked up the courage to express his feelings to the person he liked. In the end, he got his own happiness and married Rose Cotton in a beautiful season. Later, he became the mayor of Big Hole Town. After that, Merry became the leader of Buckland and was called Great Meriadoc. As for Pippin, he successfully served as the chief of the Shire because of his resume, that is, the nominal highest ruler of the Shire. But in fact, according to the tradition of the hobbits, similar positions are basically just honorary positions. Most of the time they only represent their high moral character and respect, and they do not have any absolute power at ordinary times. Only in an emergency will people listen to their orders and arm themselves to jointly resist foreign enemies or organize something. In short, just as old Bilbo wrote at the end of his storybook. Later, they all lived a happy life. This year, all the territories of the free cities were unprecedentedly lively, people celebrated endlessly, and spent every day in a positive atmosphere. Thorin, members of the Lonely Mountain Expedition, Brand, Grimborn. These old friends, or their descendants visited again, and reunited with Levi. Highlight one and take a closer look. The wealth of Lonely Mountain is growing, and River City is still prosperous. There is a small white flower in front of the tombs of Bard and Bane. Under the Malong tree, since returning from Gondor, Xiaofan has been a little depressed. He seems to have learned some news from a talkative wizard. He stares at the castle beside him all day, fearing that the people inside will disappear. But one day, after Levi chatted with him for a while, he suddenly got better, and lay lazily on the grass to bask in the sun as usual. It seems that he is not worried about never seeing Levi again. On this day, some other friends came to visit. Farad'n and Agra, they came to find Levi together, and Levi also entertained them warmly. These two were the first friends he met when he came to this world, and they accompanied him for the longest time. The former, that is, Farad'n, is now appointed as the king's advisor by Aragorn. It is said that he will be the Prime Minister of Arnor, which is about to be rebuilt, but he does not seem to be very happy. Rather than holding power, Farad'n claims that he wants to travel around, leisurely see the scenery, and relax. As for the latter, Agra, he will go to the Blessed Land and return to Valinor soon. With Levi. Today is both a reunion and a farewell. In the roadside castle, a castle that is not too big or too small, and has a long history, Levi chatted with Farad'n and Agra about the past. There is a tribesman named Halbarad, who is very brave in battle, and helped me kill a sneak attacker on the battlefield. Perhaps because of the upcoming separation, the usually taciturn Farad'n talked a lot today, saying everything, fearing that there will be no chance in the future. Maybe there are not many opportunities left. Farad'n is not young anymore. He is now 180 years old, with silver hair, but his body is still strong, making him look energetic. But how long he can really last, no one knows. On the other hand, Levi is still the same as at the beginning. On this day, Levi rarely touched milk. He drank a glass of the strongest wine silently and said, "I have seen the young man. He fought very bravely." Farad'n continued, "Now he has taken over my job and often moves around the area near the Forgotten Inn. Everything always has a succession. Yes, it is always like this. The story will always end. Inside and outside the story, everyone comes and goes. But now, people's stories have finally ended. The journey seems to have reached the end. Except for some people. This is the first time I have been on such a big ship." In the Grey Harbor, Bilbo sat on the flagship of the apprentice built by Levi himself. On the side, Frodo supported him steadily, so that he could stand steadily and take a good look at the scenery here. Beside them, Sam, Pippin, and Merry also came to see them off. Frodo handed a book written by himself to Sam, and hugged several people one by one. They said goodbye quietly. But the other side was not so quiet. I never thought I could see the sea again. The blue-robed wizard Alatar slowly walked onto the apprentice, looking west, his eyes full of desire to return. Beside him was his friend Palando, who came to Middle-earth with him. "I once thought we could never go back." "Don't talk nonsense. This ending is not very good." Palando sighed with a half-comforting tone. "But it seems that someone—" They glanced at the downtrodden Saruman. "What are you looking at? Do you think you have completed your mission well?" Saruman said sternly, "Mind your own business." So the two stopped talking and looked away. "I won't bother with you here. When you go back, I will tell you all about what happened in the east." Okay, don't argue. Get on the boat and prepare to set off." Gandalf came to be a peacemaker. Is there one person missing? Alatar counted. Where is the brown robe? He? Gandalf shook his head and said, he is still fulfilling his mission, fascinated by nature and animals, not with me. It seems that he is not going back in the short term. Okay. The other wizards accepted this statement. It really seems like something the brown robe would do. After several wizards boarded the ship, Elrond, Galadriel, Glorfindel, and their other elven relatives followed. Then it was Levi. He was the last one to board the ship. Along with him came the managers of many cities in the Free Cities, and friends from various forces, who almost filled the port. Most of the people from the Free Cities couldn't help crying, but they couldn't say anything to keep them. They all knew that the Lord loved adventure the most, and often went out and didn't come back for several years. Everyone was used to it, used to the Lord's absence and offline. But at the same time, people also knew that although the Lord would be away for a long time, he would definitely come back. But this time, Levi quietly gestured to the citizens of the Free Cities, who came to see him off at the port. The citizens who saw the gesture were stunned, stopped crying, and their expressions turned serious. They watched the Lord leave with a solemn look, like the elves who stayed in the Grey Harbor. Their psychological quality is commendable. Can I see the scenery of Middle-earth again? Although the citizens did not ask directly, Frodo still couldn't help but ask this question in a more tactful way on the ship. Yes. Levi gave an uncertain answer, and then suddenly said, remember, the birthday gift I gave you has not been fulfilled yet, Frodo. You don't think the trip to Mordor can be regarded as a good gift, right? Hearing this, Frodo suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his mouth couldn't help but rise while he had some guesses in his heart. You mean? A trip? I decide the content, you decide the time. Levi smiled mysteriously and said, this promise still works. You decide the time. Frodo showed a happy expression. Although he had experienced many hardships and had trauma in his heart that needed to be healed in Valinor, at this moment, the mischievous nature of this hobbit was not diminished at all. Gandalf, who vaguely heard the conversation between the two, suddenly felt a thump in his heart. What is he going to do again? The hazy white coast appeared at the end of his sight. After a period of sailing, the apprentice successfully arrived at the legendary Blessed Land along a straight route and successfully docked. How do you feel, old friend? When he stepped on the land of Valinor, Gandalf's voice suddenly became energetic and steady, no longer looking old. Levi looked over curiously, and found that he was no longer the old man Gandalf. His stature became taller, his appearance became younger, his hair turned from silver to black, his eyes were bright, and revealed the brilliance of wisdom. The other wizards also had similar changes. Levi was amazed at this change. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, what a Gandalf, or... Gandalf suddenly smiled, bowed slightly to Levi, and said, at this moment, I formally introduce you to Olorin, at your service. Okay, Olorin. I feel good now. Levi smiled. He typed a line of instructions on the transparent bar that suddenly popped up. /Game Mode 1, Creative. Creative mode is enabled. End.